Chapter 1. The Divine Hunt. On the planet of Blue Star, in the nation of Huagua, the land appeared as though it had been cleaved in twain. A small portion lay faded, draped in shades of gray, resembling a realm of the deceased, suffused with a palpable aura of death, devoid of any signs of life. In stark contrast, the larger expanse retained its vibrant hues, bustling with throngs of people in the city center. Viewed from above, this scene resembled a resplendent tapestry slowly losing its color. In a central square, a hurried passerby suddenly found himself encircled by a ring of white light. Terror flooded his face as he exclaimed, "No, not me, please." In the next moment, his cries were abruptly silenced as he vanished within the luminous circle. The surrounding onlookers recoiled in alarm, swiftly vacating the area, fearful of being tainted by the radiant circle. No one made an attempt to reach for the unfortunate soul as the light manifested. They were powerless to intervene. All they could do was watch, for who could predict if the next victim of the white circle would be themselves? Fate lay in the hands of the unknown, with the shadow of death perpetually looming overhead. Hope remained forever out of reach, and they could not foresee the future. All they could do was silently pray for the chosen and for themselves, who might one day share the same fate. Sushi felt an unusual heaviness in his head, as if a great weight pressed upon his eyelids. A cacophony of indistinct sounds reached his ears, unclear and distant. What was that noise? Gradually regaining clarity, Sushi suddenly opened his eyes, breaking free from the oppressive state that had gripped him, and sat upright with haste. As he surveyed his surroundings, confusion washed over him in this entirely unfamiliar room. He distinctly remembered succumbing to exhaustion and dying at his workstation. So where was he? Before he could ponder for long, a surge of memories not his own flooded his mind. Having read numerous novels in his past life, Sushi quickly realized he had transmigrated. The memories revealed that he now inhabited a body on a planet called Blue Star, strikingly similar to his own world, save for a cataclysmic event that had transpired a year prior. A live streaming application known as Divine Hunt had insidiously infiltrated every individual's electronic devices, imposing itself with an undeniable authority. The Divine Hunt game randomly selected players from various nations to broadcast their survival attempts. Whenever a player failed a quest, a portion of their homeland would succumb to pollution. Conversely, success in overcoming a quest would purge a segment of that pollution. The extent of both pollution and purification hinged upon the difficulty of the quests. The original inhabitant of this body was an orphan who had also met an untimely demise, succumbing to a heart attack while engrossed in a live stream. Now, having unwittingly taken over this body, Sushi found himself chosen by the game. Currently, various provinces in Huagua have been afflicted by pollution. While the nation still managed to hold its ground, a death within the game would spell true death for him. Who could say if he would have the chance to transmigrate again after this? The likelihood seemed bleak. After repeatedly calling out to the system in vain, despair consumed Sushi. While other protagonists traversed realms with systems or cheats, he found himself bereft of any such advantages. Unbeknownst to him, scattered comments drifted across the screen. What's happening? Why is he just sitting there? Get up and search for clues. Perhaps he's too stunned to move. To newcomers, the experience appeared tedious. It was far more entertaining to watch seasoned players' live streams. Each day, someone would be selected to enter the game, resulting in countless new live streams appearing alongside innumerable veteran players, leaving the traffic for a novice stream rather scarce. Moreover, Sushi's immobility led many viewers to lose patience and depart, leaving only a handful who remained steadfast. After a period of brooding despair, Sushi gradually came to terms with the disheartening reality that not only had he traversed worlds, but he also lacked any special abilities. Regardless of the challenges ahead, having been granted a second chance at life, he resolved to strive to survive against all odds. Sushi was acutely aware that every move he made was being broadcast live, yet in the face of life and death, such concerns seemed trivial. He finally discerned the cacophony that had been echoing in his ears since his awakening. Upon listening closely, he realized it emanated from the television in the living room. The game Divine Hunt lacked a conventional title or description. Its background, clues, death rules, and methods of completion were all left for players to discover on their own. This was a primary reason for the high mortality rate among players. Without the safety net of a special ability, Sushi dared not act recklessly, fearing the loss of the fragile life he had just regained. He stealthily descended from his bed and approached the bedroom door, pressing his ear against the door to listen for any sounds outside. Something's moving. Look at him. This newcomer is quite cautious. The remaining viewers in the live stream were on the verge of giving up, but just as they prepared to leave, they noticed him move, rekindling their interest and prompting them to stay and witness his next actions. After listening for a while, Sushi heard nothing beyond the faint television noise. Gripping the doorknob, he found himself engulfed in hesitation. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no fear, although he often indulged in horror films, novels, and games. The reality of participating firsthand was vastly different. Finally, through sheer determination, he steeled himself and gently turned the knob. As the door opened silently, the television abruptly fell silent, causing him to halt in his tracks. Wow, this is making me anxious. Why was there no high-energy warning? Who gives warnings in a live stream? Looking foolish.jpg. Contrary to his expectations, no ghastly visage ambushed him. Peering through the crack of the ajar door, Sushi nervously scanned the surroundings, however. Apart from the increasingly thunderous beat of his own heart, all remained eerily quiet. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without any sign of abnormality long enough for the barrage of comments in the live stream to urge him on, she could no longer resist and swung the door open, stepping outside. The opposite bedroom door was firmly closed, and as he held his breath and tread lightly, he continued to venture outward, taking a few steps before finally grasping the layout of the house. This is a two-bedroom apartment of roughly 80 square meters, constructed quite some time ago. The walls, now yellowed with age, have begun to peel, revealing the ancient stone bricks beneath. Cracks in the corners resemble delicate spider webs, while the warm yellow light reflects the dust floating in the air. What provided him a momentary sense of relief was the absence of any visible presence within his line of sight. Chapter 2. Birthday Curse. To his left lay the living room, its balcony tightly concealed by curtains. The television opposite the sofa was dark, showing no signs of having been turned on. On the coffee table rested a plate of peanuts and a jumble of empty bottles. Above the television, the wall clock's second hand ticked steadily, indicating the time was 8:04 p.m. To the right was the kitchen, where a dining table was adorned with an array of sumptuous dishes and an exquisitely designed birthday cake. Sushi approached the dining table and lowered his gaze, noticing 9 extinguished candles atop the cake. 9 candles, signifying a 9th birthday? Upon seeing the birthday cake, the online audience began to stir, sharing their speculations. However, this scenario felt rather peculiar thus far. He had encountered not a single NPC. Indeed, it seemed somewhat tranquil. Perhaps it was a relatively easy quest, and this newcomer was fortunate. What lay before him was not the ominous scene he had envisioned, but merely an ordinary apartment. Undeniably, Sushi felt a significant lightening of his spirits. Just as he was about to continue his search for further clues, a sudden creaking sound erupted from behind him. Sushi froze, paralyzed with fear, as his heart, which had begun to regain its normal rhythm, now raced violently once more. What was that sound? Had the eerie begun to manifest? Surely, there couldn't be some unspeakable entity lurking behind him at this moment. Having been steeped in countless horror narratives, Sushi found himself unnerved by his own overactive imagination, causing his legs to weaken. Yet, the strange noise lasted only a fleeting second if he were not aware of his surroundings. He might have dismissed it as mere auditory hallucination. However, he was no naive protagonist, foolishly believing it to be a figment of his imagination. He was certain that something was amiss. He dared not open his eyes. Initially, he thought this quest was overly serene now. He found the prospect of continued tranquility quite appealing. That sound resembled something being stuck. Shield of the audience. Eerie retreat. Since she had exited the bedroom, a few viewers had trickled in, all sharing in the trepidation. He strained to catch a glimpse over his shoulder, but regrettably, he saw nothing. Trembling, he reached back to fumble behind him, relieved to find no corpse-like chill there. Yet, to be honest, watching this newcomer flail at thin air was somewhat amusing. His expression of relief is rather theatrical in the dead of night. When I explore under the covers with my foot, I wear the same look. You upstairs, why do you find my plight amusing? Stop groping, there's nothing there. Only air, "You foolish darling." Having confirmed that there was indeed nothing behind him, Sushi finally relaxed his tense muscles. Swallowing hard, he slowly turned his head, bracing himself to confront whatever terrifying sight or scene might await him. However, when he completely turned around, he found himself momentarily stunned, for there were no apparent abnormalities within his line of sight. Everything appeared unchanged, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Wiping the clammy sweat from his palms, Sushi endeavored to calm himself. He understood that succumbing to panic at this juncture was futile in such a terrifying game of survival. Only by maintaining composure could one hope for a glimmer of opportunity. With this thought in mind, Sushi cautiously approached the coffee table, scanning the surroundings in search of the source of the sound. Just then, an eerily familiar noise emerged from above him. Instinctively, Sushi looked up, only to see the loose ceiling fan hurtling directly toward him. Amid the frenzied barrage of comments, Sushi could only watch in horror as the massive fan approached with undeniable ferocity, his heart momentarily ceasing its rhythm, while his body felt as though it were immobilized, leaving him unable to react in time. It was not until a sharp pain struck his forehead that he realized the ominous sound had originated from the fan. Sushi suddenly jolted awake, sitting upright and gasping for breath. Yet, upon surveying the room before him, he was left in a state of bewilderment. The familiar surroundings unfolded before his eyes. What was happening? Had he not just been struck by the fan? The lingering ache on his forehead attested to the reality that this was not a mere dream. What had happened to the newcomer? Had he experienced a nightmare? Why did he appear so terrified and incredulous? Typically, novice players, with the exception of a few possessing exceptional mental fortitude, exhibit some degree of panic and confusion at the outset. Therefore, the audience found Sushi's expression of fear quite relatable, even normal. Frantically checking his body for injuries and finding none, he sensed the warmth of his own flesh, which reassured him that he was indeed alive. Or rather, he had died, only to return to the beginning? Sushi felt a sense of disorientation wash over him. The recollection of the moment his head had been struck brought an involuntary shiver to his frame. In his previous life, death had come upon him so abruptly that he had no time to process any thoughts or emotions. Now, he realized that witnessing one's own demise truly evokes an overwhelming sense of dread and despair. Moreover, he had clearly perished. Why had he been reborn? His heart raced uncontrollably, and as Sushi steadied his weakening body, he began to observe the room he found himself in. He intentionally disregarded the indistinct sounds of the television outside. Although the walls bore some peeling paint, the overall condition of the room seemed superior to the exterior, with brighter lighting illuminating the space. The bedding on the bed was adorned with cartoon characters, while various toys were scattered atop the dresser. Opposite the bed stood a desk cluttered with books, and a blue backpack hung loosely on a chair. On the wall above, several red paper certificates were affixed, and in a corner lay a small football, quietly resting. Turning his head, he noticed a picture frame upon the bedside table. The photograph depicted what appeared to be a family of three, however. Peculiarly, the faces of these individuals were shrouded in a vague blur. Undoubtedly, this was the bedroom of the child in question. Look, he has begun to search for clues. Why do all three members of this family lack discernible faces, as if obscured by a mosaic? What secrets lie beneath? Be cautious upstairs, someone might hear, and crawl through the network cables into your home. If they dare come, I shall confront them with a single blow. Wow, Gigi is truly formidable. Oh no, this live stream has been invaded by the Gigi creature. A flurry of comments cascaded through the screen. This time, due to Sushi's prompt movement, the live stream retained a multitude of viewers. Chapter 3. The Birthday Curse. Sushi found himself inexplicably returned to the beginning once more, uncertain of why this recurrence had transpired, or whether he would be granted another chance after the next demise. His death had been so abrupt that he was unable to comprehend the trigger for the fatal rules governing his existence. To claim that he was not engulfed by panic would be a falsehood. The elation of being reborn could scarcely overshadow the dread of an unknown death. What if he were to perish again? There was no assurance that he would have the opportunity to start anew. Sushi acknowledged that this latest death had cast a profound shadow over him, rendering him hesitant to move freely. He could only search the children's bedroom for answers. After a cursory examination, he discovered an art album tucked beneath the pillow. The content of the album appeared innocuous at first, filled with whimsical drawings from a child's imagination. However, upon reaching the final scribbled image, a chill coursed down his spine. At the center of the drawing was a grotesquely smiling red-faced man, and in the upper right corner, a stick figure hung from a noose. Below, a childish inscription read, "Daddy works hard. Mommy will be back soon." The entire artwork was unsettling and disjointed. Wow, this drawing is terrifying. Did child really create this? What does this drawing mean? It's rather perplexing. Let me venture a guess. The figure hanging might represent the mother. Perhaps the father deceives the child into believing that she will return, while in reality, she has passed away. A brilliant insight from the commenter above. Wow, I bowed down to your intellect. Though Sushi could not see the barrage of comments, his thoughts aligned closely with them. He recalled the birthday cake on the dining table, likely intended for this child's ninth birthday. Yet, he had yet to connect these clues with the overarching narrative of the scenario. Stowing away the art album, Sushi glanced around the room and rummaged through the cluttered desk, uncovering a homework notebook inscribed with the name Tong Binbin. At last, he had learned the child's name. This newcomer is quite impressive. They've gathered so much information so quickly. Compared to veteran players, they still have a long way to go. It's commendable for a newcomer to maintain such a mindset. Every veteran player began as a novice. The comments erupted into a cacophony, with some praising Sushi's potential while others deemed his actions rather ordinary. Such exchanges were lost on him. Having completed his search of the bedroom, he found no further useful information. He hesitated, contemplating whether to venture outside for further exploration. Yet, the memory of his recent, inexplicable death stirred a deep-seated reluctance within him. The agony of death was a sensation he wished to avoid reliving. However, remaining confined to the room was not a feasible option. Sushi sensed that the scenario would not permit such evasion. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to open the bedroom door. As anticipated, the television's sound vanished precisely as it had before. Glancing down at his slightly trembling hands, Sushi managed a wry smile. Indeed, the body's reactions betrayed his fade. He was far from the calm demeanor he attempted to project. At the very least, I shall distance myself from that ceiling fan. Sushi silently reassured himself. Everything remained unchanged, akin to the very first time, save for the clock now reading 8:18. This was quite normal, as he had spent considerable time searching the room. Sushi was reluctant to approach the living room for the time being. His gaze swept across the space, ultimately resting on the grand door in the distance. Clinging to a flicker of hope, he hastened toward the door. It swung open effortlessly, yet what lay beyond was not a narrow corridor, but an abyss of darkness. The pitch-black void, seemingly a ravenous beast, instilled a profound sense of dread within him as he stared into its depths. Although he had anticipated this, disappointment still gnawed at him. Every time, newcomers harbor such illusions. It's only natural. I too would need to try before resigning myself to despair. By the way, is there truly not a single NPC in this scenario? It appears there's not much danger. It seems rather straightforward. Indeed, this newcomer is quite fortunate. You all underestimate this game. These scenarios differ only in difficulty. On this occasion, Sushi heard no strange noises. The ceiling fan above the coffee table remained steadfast, showing no signs of descending. Nonetheless, he had no intention of approaching it. With no particular destination in mind, his gaze settled on the kitchen. The only unexplored areas left were the kitchen, the master bedroom, and the bathroom. Compared to the potentially inhabited master bedroom or the bathroom, where supernatural events were most likely to occur, the kitchen appeared somewhat safer. Sushi cautiously navigated around the dining table and stepped into the kitchen with deliberate care. He could not afford to be reckless, as he feared being caught off guard by something that could lead to his demise. The kitchen was immaculate. The utensils and dishes in the cabinets were neatly arranged, and even the trash bin contained a freshly replaced garbage bag. Sushi gingerly opened a fridge at the far side, revealing only a tightly sealed stew pot within. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out to lift the lid, the icy touch of the handle causing his fingers to involuntarily twitch. As he uncovered the pot, a nauseating stench assaulted his senses before he could discern its contents. Good heavens! The odor resembled that of rotting flesh. long left to fester until it teemed with maggots, making Su-shi retch repeatedly. Hastily, he replaced the lid and slammed the fridge door shut, finally feeling he could breathe again after a considerable pause. Was it truly that foul? Fortunately, I cannot smell it through the screen, haha. Did anyone catch a glimpse of what was stewing inside? It appears to be meat. What kind, I cannot say, but it looks distinctly unappetizing. One must admit, the dozen or so viewers in the live stream were quite intrigued by this scenario, with no overt apparitions attacking and nothing particularly eerie about the surroundings. It felt almost too mundane to be a game scenario. Yet, it was this very ordinariness that left them with an unsettling feeling. As Su-shi regained his breath, he had scarcely gathered his thoughts to continue searching for clues when a sudden sound of chopping emanated from behind him. Could it be? Again. Su-shi cast a furtive glance over his shoulder, yet, much like that fateful encounter with the ceiling fan, he saw nothing amiss. The sound seemed to materialize from thin air. The eerie familiarity of the scene unfolded once more, and the sensation of impending doom washed over him anew. Cold sweat beading on his back, he struggled to steady his erratic gaze, feigning ignorance as he slowly exited the kitchen. He had not forgotten how he had met his demise before, perhaps due to a mere glance back. However, just as he stepped beyond the threshold of the kitchen, believing he had eluded death this time, his vision abruptly spun in a complete circle. His gaze ultimately settled upon a headless body before him. While Su-shi's perspective remained oblivious to the horror, the viewers in the live stream witnessed everything with stark clarity. It was as if an invisible blade, without the slightest hesitation, severed his head the moment this novice player crossed the kitchen's threshold. Chapter 4. The Birthday Curse. Once again, death has claimed its victim. Awe. Su-shi emerged from the abyss, gasping for breath, his hands frantically exploring his neck. Upon confirming that his head remained intact, he finally paused. The tremors coursing through his body revealed that Su-shi had yet to regain his composure. The harrowing experience of dying once more had nearly obliterated his dwindling sanity. From the initial euphoria of being resurrected, to the terror of being thrust into a survival game, and then to the dread of dying twice in succession, it seemed he could never escape the clutches of death. At this moment, the taut nerves that had held him together finally snapped. What is up with this newcomer? Is he about to lose his mind from fright? Perhaps it wouldn't be the first time a newcomer lost their wits before even starting. Another one driven mad. How tiresome. I'm leaving. The cacophony of comments swirling around him failed to penetrate Su-shi's consciousness. He was consumed by a storm of resentment. Why? Why had he been transported to this world? Why must he endure the agony of repeated deaths? Was his arrival merely a prelude to an endless cycle of demise? Surely, it would have been better for him to have simply collapsed and perished in his former life, sparing him the torment of living in constant fear of death. Perhaps the loss of sanity dulled his fear, igniting instead a fierce rage. This fury, born from the depths of despair, surged within him, igniting a fiery determination. With a swift motion, he flung open the door, the frame crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Su-shi paid no mind to whether the noise would awaken or attract any sinister entities. In fact, he longed for something to appear, so he could unleash his pent-up anger upon it. I'll celebrate your birthday. I'll let you eat cake. You can all go to hell. In a fit of brutality, Su-shi ravaged the dishes and birthday cake on the table, scattering debris across the floor. He overturned the coffee table, sending empty bottles crashing to the ground, shattering them into fragments akin to the plates. Were there an axe in his hands, he would have cleaved the very chairs in twain. Come on, smash me again. Do it. While he raged against the ceiling fan, Su-shi was unaware that in his chaotic frenzy, he had inadvertently triggered something. Suddenly, the television flickered twice, and a familiar cacophony erupted forth. The images displayed an absurd, animated show. At that moment, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Despite the blaring volume of the television, the clarity of the knocking remained undiminished. To be fair, watching this newcomer go mad is rather entertaining. Let us be honest, compared to the timorous old players, it's much more exhilarating to witness the audacity of a newcomer. Seriously? Are you suggesting that boldness is the right term? I assent to anyone concerned about this inexplicable knocking. Having witnessed the arduous struggle for survival of other players. I occasionally turned my gaze to the deranged antics of a new player, relishing the shift in mood it provided. Thus, the live stream attracted a rare gathering of dozens, all eagerly observing the frantic behavior of this newcomer while anticipating the unfolding of their fate. No one harbored any illusions about the newcomer's chances of survival. After all, in the treacherous realm of the dungeon, a lack of caution would inevitably lead even the most seasoned players to their downfall. As the barrage of comments had foretold, Sushi had completely succumbed to despair. Disregarding the identity of those outside and the potential dangers that lay beyond, he resolutely opened the door. Outside, there was nothing but emptiness. However, a disembodied voice, akin to the previous eerie sounds, wafted into his ears, yet devoid of reason. Sushi paid it no heed and strode boldly into the unknown. What a pity! That should have been a new clue. What's there to lament? That person is doomed regardless. It matters not whether there's a clue or not. Under the watchful eyes of the livestream audience, Sushi resembled a hapless prey willingly stepping into a trap, gradually being engulfed by the dark beast. Upon awakening for the fourth time, Sushi sat up with an impassive expression. After venting his pent-up emotions, a semblance of rationality returned to him. The experience of being consumed by darkness was hardly more pleasant than being struck by a ceiling fan or having his head severed. After running for several dozen meters in unending darkness, his consciousness began to fade, as if countless invisible insects were gnawing at his very soul. The chilling sensation of his own impending demise sending shivers down his spine. And then, he was reborn at the very beginning once more. This marked the third time. Did each death truly send him back to the start? Yet how many times could this resurrection occur? Sushi salet sopti. Realizing that he could draw no useful conclusions at this moment. Perhaps this cycle of death and rebirth was the unique advantage of his crossing over. Even if he were unaware of how many more times he could utilize it, it was undeniable that this ability was currently invaluable to him. It could even be regarded as his sole advantage in overcoming this dungeon. After all, he did not believe that his transmigration had granted him newfound wisdom. In such a survival game, even the most astute individuals might not reach the end. He now needed to leverage this uncertain advantage of resurrection to seek out clues and ultimately conquer the dungeon. Naturally, it would be best to avoid death altogether. Should he face a demise without the chance for resurrection, it would truly be game over. After offering himself some solace, Sushi came to accept the reality of possessing this peculiar ability and began contemplating how to navigate through the dungeon. Currently, only two unexplored areas remained, the master bedroom and a bathroom. After some deliberation, Sushi resolved to explore the master bedroom first. There was no denying it. Whether in films, novels, or horror games, bathrooms were often perilous zones, and he was reluctant to set foot in one until absolutely necessary. Even if he possesses the ability to resurrect, it would still be preferable to avoid death altogether. Swiftly, he leaped from his bed, opened the door, and ventured outside. Soon, he found himself standing before the door of the master bedroom across the way. Why does it seem that this newcomer has such a clear objective? Has he made some discovery? Why does he not thoroughly search the original bedroom? There might be crucial clues hidden there. This newcomer appears somewhat reckless. Of course, Sushi would not retrace his steps to search the children's room. He had already scoured it entirely last time, uncovering only 2 useful clues, rendering any further effort a waste of time. Standing before the master bedroom door, he hesitated to open it immediately. Instead, he leaned closer, pressing against the door panel, attempting to discern any sounds from within. The television had ceased its noise the moment he exited, and although the absence of auditory distractions prevailed, Sushi still heard nothing. The previous occasion, when he had wreaked havoc in the living room and at the dining table, had yielded no response. Perhaps there was no one in the master bedroom at all? With this thought in mind, Sushi grasped the doorknob and, with resolute determination, twisted it. However, it felt as though the door was locked from within, refusing to budge. Sushi! It seems he must first explore the bathroom. Chapter 5. The Birthday Curse. Another death. The audience initially believed that this newcomer, with his solemn expression and eavesdropping by the door, had uncovered some significant and perilous clue within the master bedroom. However, They were soon met with the hilarity of discovering that he could not even open the door. Oblivious to the barrage of comments from viewers, Sushi stood before the bathroom door, having steeled himself mentally before cautiously pushing it open. Inside, the space was as immaculate as the kitchen, seemingly having been meticulously cleaned. Sushi hesitated to step inside, fearful that the moment he did, the door would slam shut behind him, and a ghostly visage would emerge from the mirror or toilet to surprise him. He carefully scanned the interior from the threshold, noting nothing particularly unusual, just as he was torn between whether to venture further or not. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled the knocking sound that had preceded his last demise. That knock had not occurred in his previous two encounters. In contrast to the unknown bathroom, this was a familiar clue. Sushi's eyes brightened, momentarily filled with chagrin for having forgotten it. He then endeavored to recall the circumstances surrounding the knocking sound. He remembered flipping over the coffee table and tossing the cushions from the sofa, inadvertently activating the remote control, which turned on the television. In his moment of frustration, he had paid little attention to the screen, only recalling that it seemed to be an animated show. Shortly thereafter, the knocking had ensued, prompting him to open the door, which ultimately led to his engulfment by darkness. Thus, the knocking sound likely occurred after the television had been activated. Sushi promptly turned and hurried to the living room, not hearing any unusual noise from the ceiling fan. He glanced up occasionally to ensure it was secure while quickly retrieving the remote from behind the sofa cushions. Taking a few steps back, he positioned himself to avoid any potential mishaps with the fan before using the remote to turn on the television nearby. After a brief flicker, the screen illuminated, revealing an animated show. Sushi watched for some time, but found himself utterly perplexed and reluctantly gave up. Even if the animation contained clues, they were beyond his comprehension. He simply could not grasp how, one moment, a knight was battling a dragon to rescue a princess, only to have a narrative abruptly shift to a superpowered dog embarking on a quest to save the world. It felt as though myriad fairy tales had been haphazardly woven together into this chaotic and disjointed animation. Fortunately, before long, the anticipated knocking resounded once more. Upon awakening, I hastily made my way to the master bedroom. When I found it locked, I proceeded to the restroom. Suddenly, it seemed as though I had unearthed some revelation and hurried back to turn on the television, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on the ceiling fan. As if fearing it might fall, I felt he had grasped some clues, yet as I maintained my perspective alongside him, I discerned no particular hints. Had I perhaps overlooked something? Upstairs, I too have not spotted any special clues. Are you overthinking this? Perhaps this newcomer is simply a bit reckless. After watching the seasoned players with their logical and meticulous strategies, returning to this live stream feels rather chaotic, devoid of any discernible pattern. Perhaps this is a hidden master. Such incomprehensible maneuvers from newcomers have occurred before. Indeed, I too suspect he might be a genius. Reminiscent of that newcomer who surged to prominence a fortnight ago. What was their name? I even made a point to follow them. Ching-Su, right? I follow them too. Yes, that's the one. The audience in the live stream remained oblivious to Sushi's ability to resurrect after death. Thus, their reactions to his actions were largely bewildered, though a few spectators speculated that this newcomer might harbor some deeper mystery. As I approached, the sound of knocking grew increasingly distinct. Sushi understood that merely opening the door posed no danger, and so he resolutely swung it open. The barrage of comments erupted, each viewer expressing their astonishment. Did he just open it so effortlessly? Come on, buddy, at least check the people. I believe it. This person is either a master or exceptionally clever. I choose exceptionally clever. Exceptional cleverness 1. Oomph. Since you all opt for exceptionally clever, then I shall. Also choose exceptionally clever. News of an audacious and peculiar newcomer who remained lively and vibrant drew many spectators, resulting in an unusually animated commentary section. As the door swung open, a conversation akin to casual chatter began to unfold. What is going on? I can hear the commotion from your place. It's quite frequent. If one didn't know better, they might think you two were competing over who could be louder. I truly apologize, Edwong. I couldn't help but engage in a bit of a quarrel with the father of my child, constantly bickering ISNTA solution when issues arise. Communication between couples is essential. As the old saying goes, fights at the head of the bed, make up at the foot. Don't you agree? Oh dear. What happened to your forehead? Did Tong Guoyang hit you? Nothing of the sort. I was simply too frustrated, turned around without looking, and bumped into the wall. Oh dear. That sounds painful. Is Binbin watching television? The volume seems rather loud. Yes, he finished his homework, and since today is his birthday, I rewarded him with some time to watch cartoons. Now, Aunt Wang, there is really nothing to worry about. We can chat more later without disturbing you. You're off to buy groceries, right? Hurry along before all the good produce is snatched up. All right then, I shall take my leave. Just keep the noise down, will you? It's not pleasant outside. Rest assured, Aunt Wang. As soon as the words were spoken, silence enveloped the space outside. After waiting for a while without hearing any further developments, Sushi felt a chill seeping into the room from outside, prompting her to hastily close the door once more. Meanwhile, the audience who had listened to the conversation began to flood the comments with their analyses. What a disjointed narrative. What is going on? It's clear that this woman has been a victim of domestic violence. The neighbors heard the commotion and inquired, but she lied, claiming her forehead injury was from colliding with a wall. The speculation from above sounds plausible. It certainly seems quite evident. So, the birthday cake on the dining table was meant for that child named Binbin, right? Absolutely. The woman mentioned her child's birthday was today. What exactly is the situation in this scenario? Domestic violence and a birthday. What is the connection? Aside from this dialogue, there are no other clues. Even the experts would find it challenging. In contrast to the audience in the live stream, who lacked additional clues, Sushi, having experienced death multiple times, immediately thought of the eerie doodle hidden beneath the pillow in the children's bedroom after hearing the conversation. She strode towards the guest room, intent on retrieving the drawing. However, the moment she pushed open the door, an overwhelming weakness surged through her body, and she promptly lost consciousness. Chapter 6. Birthday misfortune once again for the 5th time. Sushi sat up, helplessly rubbing his forehead. He remained uncertain about the cause of his demise this time. However, the experience was less excruciating. He merely felt a wave of weakness before he perished. Since he was afforded another opportunity, Sushi chose not to dwell on the past, and instead retrieved a sketchbook from beneath his pillow, flipping to the page featuring the graffiti image. A vague suspicion had already begun to form in his mind, which was further corroborated by the conversation at the door. On the day of Tong Binbin's 9th birthday, Tong Guoyang, Tong's father, had subjected Tong's mother to domestic violence. Considering the disarray of liquor bottles on the coffee table, it was highly probable that the abuse occurred under the influence of alcohol. The red-faced man depicted in the drawing, with his menacing visage, likely represented Tong's father in a drunken rage. In the dialogue, Aunt Wang used 2 phrases, once in a while and every day, indicating that this cycle of abuse was not an isolated incident. It was conceivable that Tong's mother, trapped in a prolonged state of abuse, succumbed to despair and took her own life. Thus, the stick figure hanging beside the red-faced man could very well symbolize Tong's mother. The annotations at the bottom, written in Tong's voice, led Sushi to surmise that each time Tong's mother endured violence, she would dismiss it to her child by attributing it to her husband's hard work. After her tragic demise, it was likely that Tong's father continued to placate Tong with reassurances that his mother would return soon. Having pieced together the clues available in this scenario, Sushi felt that the backdrop of the narrative aligned closely with his previous conjectures. Yet, he remained perplexed about the conditions for resolving this chapter. With the context and clues nearly complete, he still found himself shrouded in ambiguity regarding the path to victory. This chapter appeared to revolve around 2 pivotal themes: domestic violence and birthdays. The violence transpired on a birthday, suggesting that Tong Binbin's celebration was abruptly curtailed. Could it be? To complete the birthday celebration, Sushi's excitement surged as though he had finally unraveled a riddle. He had never felt so astute. Without hesitation, he acted. Thus, to the astonished viewers newly entering the live stream, they witnessed this novice player swiftly extracting a sketchbook from beneath his pillow, revealing an intriguing image that clearly hinted at clues. He then became lost in thought before bolting from the bedroom to the dining table in search of items. Am I still dreaming? Can someone tell me what this newcomer is doing? He must be searching for clues? Not certain. JPG. Don't tell me he deduced something profound from just one drawing. It's possible, but he seems oddly familiar with this house. It can't possibly be his home, can it? Who knows, huh? So what exactly is he planning? Typically, newcomers should first survey their surroundings and cautiously seek clues. Yet he's behaving quite unconventionally. It seems he intends to celebrate a birthday. After a prolonged search, Sushi finally discovered a lighter within a cabinet. Once he lit 9 candles, he commenced the traditional birthday ritual, closing his eyes to make a wish before extinguishing the flames. He initially hesitated to make a wish, considering it was not his own birthday, and after all, who would know if he wished or not? However, he pondered the possibility that making a wish might be part of the game's completion process, and that the game could discern whether he had indeed made a wish. Ultimately, it was merely a wish requiring little time, so he mimicked the desires that Tong Binbin might have, and wished for a peaceful home. After articulating his wish, Sushi extinguished the candle in one breath. He had anticipated a prompt indicating his progress in the game, but instead, a familiar wave of weakness washed over him, and he lost consciousness once more, leaving the viewers in the livestream perplexed. They had initially thought this newcomer was a prodigy for swiftly finding clues, only to be bewildered as he stared vacantly at the clues for an extended period, then nonsensically lit candles to celebrate a birthday, ultimately passing away without reason. They were left with an abundance of questions. Upon waking for the 6th time, Sushi had grown remarkably composed. He leisurely crossed his legs and began to reflect on his experiences. His first death occurred when he heard a strange noise from the ceiling fan in the living room, and upon turning to investigate, he was struck and killed by the fan. The second death transpired in the kitchen when he heard chopping sounds, and upon exiting, he was decapitated. The third death resulted from his loss of sanity as he fled the house, only to be consumed by the encroaching darkness outside. The fourth death happened when he attempted to retrieve an art book from the guest bedroom. The moment he opened the door, he felt a sudden weakness before succumbing. The fifth death occurred just as he blew out the candles after his birthday celebration, feeling that same debilitating weakness before dying. Except for the third death, which bore no significance. The fourth and fifth deaths were identical in nature. While the first and second deaths were different, they seemed to share a connection. With this realization, Sushi began to form a clearer understanding. Both the first and second deaths were triggered by strange noises. In the first instance, he had not only turned back, but also approached the source, while in the second, he merely turned around. This indicated that one of the rules of death was to avoid turning back or changing direction. However, he had yet to determine why the fourth and fifth deaths both resulted from weakness. He initially believed he had gathered sufficient clues. Yet this line of reasoning revealed that he had inadvertently overlooked the source of the strange noises in the locked master bedroom. Sushi sighed deeply. Despite dying after blowing out the candle for the 5th time, he remained convinced that the method to complete the game was intrinsically linked to the birthday ritual, perhaps indicating that he lacked certain conditions essential for a complete birthday process. But what exactly was he missing? At that moment, Sushi felt utterly adrift. After considerable contemplation yielded no fruitful insights, he surrendered and retrieved the art book from beneath his pillow, stepping out of the bedroom once more. It had escaped his notice earlier, but upon his 5th exit, he discovered that the bedroom door would close behind him once he left the guest room. It was likely that the door had closed each time he exited previously, but he had paid little attention to such details. After all, once he left, re-entry was impossible, so it was prudent to take all valuable clues with him. Sushi hesitated to sit on the sofa, haunted by the memory of the ceiling fan that had nearly struck him due to an ominous sound he had heard, prompting him to turn around. Despite his understanding of the incident, the fan instilled a lingering fear within him, compelling him to take a seat at the dining table instead. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for how to navigate the situation, and his thoughts inadvertently drifted toward the birthday cake before him. The game, Divine Hunt, presented considerable challenges. Had he not possessed the ability of resurrection, he would have met his demise after being struck by the fan, with no expectation of a second chance from fate. He had already perished 5 times, yet remained utterly perplexed by this particular scenario. Sushi could hardly fathom how players lacking resurrection abilities managed to survive such wicked trials. Nonetheless, it was evident that those who did manage to endure were undeniably skilled and should not be underestimated. lost in a myriad of thoughts. Sushi was suddenly overtaken by a familiar sensation of weakness. Very well, he thought, let death come again. Just before losing consciousness, his gaze fell upon the wall clock, and a realization dawned upon him, but darkness awaited him instead. The audience in the live stream was sparse. To them, Sushi's cross-legged contemplation and his days at the dining table appeared as a resignation to defeat, merely awaiting his demise. Few were inclined to watch such a despondent newcomer, and ultimately, only 2 or 3 viewers remained, leaving in disappointment when they were met with a black screen instead of the anticipated twist. Chapter 7. Birthday Remorse. This time, no death. This marks the 7th occurrence. Sushi calmly retrieved the sketchbook from beneath his pillow and stepped out of the bedroom. His gaze was immediately drawn to the wall clock in the living room, which indicated the time was 8:01. He patiently awaited the movement of the second hand. He had only observed the time during the first and second instances. Thereafter, he had paid no heed. Now, he could only conduct a test. As the hands aligned at precisely 8:05, the ceiling fan emitted a creaking sound, just as anticipated. He had only heard this noise during the first occurrence. During the second, he had wasted considerable time searching the guest room. During the third, his frantic screams and destructive behavior had drowned it out. During the fourth, he had awakened and rushed to the master bedroom. And during the fifth and sixth, he had been preoccupied with organizing his thoughts upon waking, missing the crucial clue about the fan's specific time of sound. Though this clue appeared trivial at first glance, Sushi did not believe the scenario would incorporate meaningless conditions. Seemingly insignificant details surely concealed deeper hints. For instance, if the noise only occurred at a particular time, might it suggest that this was the only moment he could uncover further clues? Yet, where were these clues, and how was he to find them? Sushi ruminated, pondering what he had overlooked. As time ticked away, anxiety began to grip him, fearing that the concealed clues would become irrelevant once the moment passed. Surely, he could not bring himself to die once more for this purpose. However, when his gaze fell upon the sketchbook in his hands, a novel perspective sprang to mind, an angle he had never considered before. It seemed evident that this scenario revolved around the tragic narrative of Tong Mama, who had committed suicide by hanging after suffering domestic abuse from Tong Papa on the occasion of Tong Binbin's 9th birthday. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it appeared that the true central figure of this narrative might actually be Tong Binbin. If experiencing a complete birthday was the key to navigating this ordeal, then perhaps the entire scenario was orchestrated by Tong Binbin himself. One piece of evidence supporting this hypothesis was that he awoke each time in Tong Binbin's bedroom. The scenario might be urging him to adopt Tong Binbin's perspective. Sushi was uncertain whether his conjecture was accurate, yet he embraced the notion of bold hypotheses and cautious verification. Thus arose another question: what constituted the embodiment of Tong Binbin? Considering Tong Binbin's age and stature, an idea struck Sushi. Instead of approaching the fan, he chose to bend down and peer upward through the space between his legs. In doing so, he avoided turning around or looking back. However, this perspective delivered a shocking revelation. A man's corpse dangled from the ceiling fan by a rope, his eyes bulging, a gruesome gash on his head, and his face smeared with congealed blood. The sight was utterly harrowing. The first time he had encountered a corpse so vividly, Sushi was rendered speechless, his limbs growing cold. Yet, having faced death numerous times, he managed to steady his emotions, despite the lingering discomfort. As clarity returned, he suddenly realized, could it be that all his earlier conjectures had been misguided? The figure of the hanging stickman in the doodle does not represent Tong's mother, but rather Tong's father. How shocking! Upon entering, I am confronted with a corpse. Someone, please enlighten me on how this newcomer discovered the sketchbook beneath the pillow without even glancing in that direction, effortlessly retrieving it. No. First, how did he seem to possess foresight, anticipating the abnormality of the ceiling fan as if he were merely waiting for it to make a sound? You mentioned foresight as well, didn't you? Is that truly the crux of the matter? What is pivotal is how he knew this particular pose would reveal the corpse. Perhaps this position allows for a unique angle? Yet, why does he exhibit such proficiency? If Sushi could perceive the barrage of comments, He might clarify that it is not the pose that offers a special perspective, but rather his inability to turn around or look back, making this view the most convenient. As for his skill, must it be questioned? It is undoubtedly due to the multitude of deaths he has witnessed. Presently, Su Shi is intrigued. Since the one hanging is actually Tong's father, what then is the implication of the accompanying text, and what roles do Tong's mother and Tong Binbin play in this narrative? Previously, he had always regarded Tong's mother as the victim while deducing the background of the entire scenario. However, having now identified the peculiarities surrounding the ceiling fan, he discovers that the corpse suspended from it is not the victim he had assumed. Su Shi straightened, catching a glimpse of the ceiling fan behind him, now devoid of the body. Indeed, his prior deductions were correct. At this specific moment, employing certain unique methods can unveil deeper clues. Yet, the threads he had previously unraveled were once again tangled. Overwhelmed by confusion, Su Shi switched on the television. Amidst the animated sounds, the knocking at the door echoed as expected. He initially intended to listen to the conversation between Aunt Wang and Tong's mother, hoping to uncover any details he might have overlooked. However, as he prepared to open the door, his steps suddenly halted. The knocking would only lead to that dialogue appearing once he opened the door. Might it be that the main bedroom, which remains locked, also requires him to knock and await someone to grant him entry? Startled by his own speculation, he felt a chill run down his spine, yet the more he pondered, the more sense it seemed. Thus, he resolved to give it a try. After all, what would it hurt? If the door opened, it would be a fortunate gain. If not, he would suffer no loss. Why is this person not opening the door? Are the individuals above consuming too many foolish ideas? In this scenario, one cannot simply open doors as they please, lest they invite the wrath of the underworld. Why not pay attention to this animated show? Many clues are concealed within televisions in various scenarios. What is he doing? Why knock? Can he not enter directly? Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Su Shi approached the main bedroom, took a deep breath twice, and gently knocked on the door. After a tense wait, no one appeared to answer. Furrowing his brow, Su Shi wondered if he had miscalculated. Instinctively, he grasped the doorknob and twisted it. Creak! Unlike before, this time the knob turned easily. After a moment of astonishment, Su Shi was filled with an overwhelming sense of delight. It appeared that his conjecture had indeed proven correct. Entering through the door necessitated a knock. The inexplicable demise he had experienced when he previously ventured into the guest room to retrieve the sketchbook was solely due to his failure to knock. Having comprehended the reason behind his fourth death, Su Shi raised his hand and gently pushed the door open. As the door creaked ajar, an intense and repugnant stench assailed his senses, far more acrid than the foul odors emanating from the kitchen refrigerator. The noxious air made Su Shi's throat dry and his breath thickened, leaving him on the brink of asphyxiation. Chapter 8. The birthday curse what lay upon the bed? A corpse, long expired, the stench overwhelming. The newcomer appeared to be quite affected by the foul odor. Perhaps you should venture upstairs and catch a whiff of a long-deceased body to truly grasp the horror, someone jested in the comments. Could something have infiltrated our midst? Amidst the banter, Su Shi held his nose tightly, battling the urge to vomit as he approached the large bed in the center of the room. Had it been the earlier moments of his foray into this realm, he would likely have fled in terror, or perhaps collapsed in a heap upon the floor. Yet now, his mental fortitude had markedly improved. He could observe the corpse, now so decayed that its features were unrecognizable, with a degree of scrutiny. The neck bore distinct purple marks, unmistakably confirming that this was indeed the true body of Father Tong. Opposite the bed, a large wedding photograph hung upon the wall, the faces of the couple blurred as though obscured by pixelation. The pressing question now was, Father Tong had been located, but where had Mother Tong and Tong Binbin vanished to? Two rules had been clearly established. One must not look back or turn around, and one must knock before opening a door. The strange noises from the ceiling fan had been accounted for. Thus, only the mysterious chopping sounds from the kitchen remained unsolved. With a notion forming in his mind, Su Shi felt an urgency to vacate the master bedroom. In mere moments, he sensed himself becoming saturated by the noxious odor. He hastily exited the room, closing the door behind him, and took a deep breath of fresh air as he proceeded to the kitchen. Standing before the refrigerator, He was not surprised when the chopping sounds echoed from behind him. Drawing on his previous experience, he instinctively bent down, peering between his legs. For it seemed only from Tong Binbin's perspective could the true scene be unveiled. As if the past were replaying before him, he beheld an expressionless boy of 8 or 9 years, standing atop a stool, wielding a boning knife as he chopped meat upon the cutting board, murmuring softly, "Hungry. So hungry." The gruesome connection to the meat within the refrigerator and the absence of Mother Tong made Su Shi's throat tighten with a nauseating hypothesis. Surely, the meat in the refrigerator could not be that of Mother Tong. Had Tong Binbin dismembered his mother and consumed her? The odor of the meat was indeed peculiar. A shiver coursed through him as he slowly straightened, daring not to turn around directly, but instead retreating from the kitchen. As Tong Binbin's silhouette faded, the sound of chopping ceased, and the kitchen returned to its former tranquility. Su Shi sank into a chair beside the dining table, leaning back to meticulously organize all the clues and thoughts swirling within his mind. The clues were scattered and chaotic. He could only untangle them one by one. First, there was the strange doodle found beneath the pillow, a grotesque depiction of a red-faced, monstrous man symbolizing the abusive, alcoholic Father Tong, alongside a hanging stick figure representing Father Tong's demise at the hands of the ceiling fan in the living room. Next was the dialogue between Aunt Wong and Mother Tong at the entrance. Aunt Wong mentioned several times that she could hear the commotion caused by the couple, and she pointed out the bruise on Mother Tong's forehead, suspecting that Father Tong had struck her, a claim that Mother Tong deftly denied. Su Shi pondered this exchange repeatedly, sensing a subtle disquiet. Subsequently, when Aunt Wong mentioned the excessively loud television, Mother Tong explained that it was Tong Binbin watching cartoons, quickly dismissing Aunt Wong's concerns. Initially, he had paid little heed to these remarks, but upon reflection, he wondered if the loud television was concealing something deeper. Various clues suggested that Father Tong had tendencies towards alcoholism and domestic violence, leading him to perceive Mother Tong as the more vulnerable party, often overlooking her potential involvement. What if, in fact, it was Mother Tong who had killed Father Tong? This bold speculation could unravel many explanations. That day was Tong Binbin's 9th birthday. Yet the couple quarreled, unbeknownst to the reason, eventually leading to a confrontation where Mother Tong either accidentally or deliberately ended Father Tong's life, subsequently hanging him from the ceiling fan, perhaps attempting to stage it as a suicide. All of this was witnessed by young Tong Binbin, who, in light of the accompanying text, was likely given a perfunctory reassurance from Mother Tong, who claimed that his father was merely resting due to work fatigue and that she would soon step out but would return shortly, possibly to prepare for her escape after committing the crime. Then came the image of Tong Binbin chopping meat in the kitchen. Su Shi still harbored some doubts. Was the meat Tong Binbin was chopping and the chunk found in the refrigerator truly that of Mother Tong? If so, the body of Mother Tong had indeed been discovered, albeit dismembered and simmered into a soup. He was perplexed as to why Tong Binbin would kill Mother Tong and how he executed the act. The remaining question was, where had Tong Binbin gone? Was he dead? And if so, where was the body? The background of the scenario could be pieced together, but as for the means of resolution, Su Shi remained convinced that his earlier reasoning was correct. A birthday must be celebrated, yet he had not fully adopted the perspective of a child. It was only upon seeing the bodies of Father Tong and the suspected Mother Tong that he realized what he had overlooked. Celebrating a birthday alone holds little meaning. It is essential to have family present, father, mother, and oneself. How astute of him, Su Shi thought, entirely forgetting that this conclusion was the result of his 6 previous deaths. Enduring the overwhelming stench and the urge to vomit, Su Shi carried the corpses from the bedroom and the pot containing the frozen meat to the chairs by the dining table. After shaking off the goosebumps that had risen on his skin, he began to repeat the previous process. However, to his astonishment, the familiar wave of weakness washed over him once more after blowing out the candles. The 8th time, this was maddening. Su Shi frantically rubbed his hair. What was still missing? What had he overlooked? He was utterly perplexed. Yet again, he succumbed to weakness leading to his demise. For out of his 7 deaths, had this as the cause? Was there a deeper significance? Intuition must undoubtedly play a crucial role. Sushi meticulously recalled his experiences and suddenly realized that the weakness he felt was akin to the sensation of prolonged hunger. His body felt feeble, and darkness clouded his vision. Throughout this instance, despite facing demise multiple times, he discerned that there were fundamentally three distinct ways to perish. The first was being struck by the ceiling fan, as was the fate of Tong's father, who met his end hanging from it. The second involved decapitation, which befell Tong's mother, who was gruesomely chopped into pieces. The third was succumbing to weakness. Sushi speculated that perhaps this was the very cause of Tong Binbin's death. In the kitchen, he heard Tong Binbin's faint murmurs, uttering words akin to hunger. It was likely that Tong Binbin had starved. He began to grasp what was missing from the birthday proceedings. Eager to confirm his hypothesis, Sushi hastily rose from his bed, disregarding the clues that had lost their significance to him, and made a beeline for the master bedroom. Chapter 9. Birthday banquet. The audience in the live stream watched in astonishment as the newcomer, initially appearing quite agitated, tugged at his hair before swiftly exiting the bedroom. He approached the door of the adjacent room and knocked, emerging with a lifeless body. He then hurried to the kitchen, retrieving a pot from the refrigerator, while he himself took a seat at the dining table, lighting 9 candles atop a cake. After earnestly making a wish, he extinguished the candles and began to indulge in the cake. Amidst the viewer's confusion, a radiant white light signaled the completion of the level. A moment of silence enveloped the live stream, only to be followed by an outpouring of question marks flooding the screen. The multitude of question marks reflected the audience's unsettled minds. Is this it? Did it really end like this? After a considerable pause, someone finally voiced this thought, echoing the sentiments of all viewers. With the previous experience of the pot of stewed meat in mind, Sushi dared not contemplate whether the cake concealed anything equally repulsive. Thus he merely scooped a tiny bit of the cream from the edge. However, after bravely sampling it, he barely had time to savor the flavor before he noticed a shift in his surroundings. Ethereal figures began to coalesce on the chairs that had previously held the bodies of Father Tong and Mother Tong, and a child's silhouette materialized in his own seat. Although their faces remained indistinct, he could sense their smiles. The harmonious strains of a birthday song filled his ears, culminating in a heartfelt proclamation. "Son, happy 9th birthday!" The level was completed. As the white light flashed beneath his feet, Sushi had yet to fully comprehend the situation when the scenery before him transformed entirely. He could not help but widen his eyes, a hand instinctively pressing against his chest where his heart raced uncontrollably, as he gazed in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before him. Before him lay an immense staircase, resplendent in golden light, with rows of steps towering higher than any he had seen, coiling like the spine of a colossal dragon, seemingly stretching into an infinite horizon. The overwhelming presence of this monumental structure left Sushi dizzy. He instinctively reached for his phone to capture this sacred and awe-inspiring sight. However, upon finding nothing but air, the reality of his situation dawned upon him. He was not in the realm of the living. As the initial shock of the grand stone staircase subsided, Sushi surveyed his surroundings, realizing he stood on one of the steps, with an unending expanse before and behind him, while the sides also faded into oblivion. He felt as if this void was illuminated solely by the golden glow emanating from the staircase, with darkness looming beyond. Measuring the height, Sushi recognized the futility of attempting to ascend these steps. In the face of this boundless space, he felt like a mere speck of dust, insignificant and inconsequential. Fortunately, he did not dwell in despair for long, as several pieces of information began to materialize in his mind. Through this knowledge, he discerned that he was in the Player S space of the Divine Hunter game. Within this realm, players would not experience hunger, fatigue, or any negative sensations, as if their bodily functions had been momentarily suspended. If one suffers injuries within the dungeon, even if it results in severed limbs, as long as there remains a breath of life, returning to the realm will automatically restore them. Although the colossal staircase appears endless to the naked eye, it is, in fact, comprised of a finite number of steps, totaling 999. Players can ascend the staircase by successfully completing the dungeon. Upon reaching the final tier, not only can they escape the God Hunter game, but they may also make a single wish, which the game will fulfill regardless of its nature. The number of steps is determined by the difficulty level of the dungeon, with higher difficulty yielding a greater number of steps upon completion, while simpler dungeons result in fewer. Upon perusing the information, Sushi could not help but stroke his chin, contemplating the rather meager rewards of the game. Players labor intensely to conquer the 990 layers of the staircase, only to be granted a single wish. Surely, they ought to receive at least 3. He murmured this thought quietly, casting his gaze upward at the towering steps, pondering the likelihood of anyone actually reaching the summit. Having experienced one dungeon already, he found it sufficiently daunting. He had perished a total of 8 times. 8 times. He was almost becoming accustomed to it. What a predicament! As for other players lacking special abilities, their chances of survival were practically non-existent. Reflecting on his own capabilities, Sushi let out a faint sigh. He remained uncertain about how many times he could utilize his resurrection ability. Currently, there were 3 possible scenarios regarding this power. First, it may have a total limit of uses, of which he had already exhausted 8. Second, it might be restricted to a set number of uses within a single dungeon, resetting in subsequent ones. Based on his previous experience, he could die at least 8 times in one dungeon. Third, it could be an ability without any limitations on usage. If given a choice, Sushi would undoubtedly prefer the third option. The second would suffice as well. The first option, however, will be quite dire. He would have to exercise utmost caution to avoid untimely demise. At present, his task was to patiently await the commencement of the next dungeon. Of course, if he wished, he could enter the dungeon ahead of time. Yet, having just emerged from the first dungeon, even though he felt no physical fatigue, a lingering sense of mental weariness clung to him. Sushi preferred to use this interlude to rest thoroughly. With curiosity about this realm stirring within him, he began to survey his surroundings, particularly observing the staircase beneath him. The steps below seemed to plunge into an unfathomable abyss, so deep that a person afflicted with acrophobia might find their legs weaken uncontrollably. Sushi tentatively mimicked the motion of descending the stairs, taking a cautious step forward. He had no genuine intention of going down. He merely extended his foot to test for any barriers that might impede his descent. After all, the first step was significantly higher than any ordinary step, and with no means of support, he had no desire to fall to his death or suffer any grievous injury. Indeed, at the very moment Sushi extended his foot, a radiant barrier of golden light impeded his advance. After extensive verification, he discovered that he was confined to the step upon which he stood. Glancing from side to side, unable to discern any notable differences, Sushi reluctantly chose a direction and prepared to wander. After all, waiting idly was still waiting. It was far better to explore, as he might stumble upon unexpected treasures. However, unbeknownst to Sushi, while he delved into this enigmatic realm, the outside world was in an uproar due to the explosive consequences of his first foray into a parallel dimension. Chapter 10. How does he know this will lead to success? On the Blue Star, in Huagua, within an upscale residential area, Ji Yong is a game streamer, specializing in broadcasting a myriad of horror games across various platforms. After each session, he meticulously edits the recorded gameplay and shares it on a certain website as a reference guide for novice players. With over 5 million followers, he has undoubtedly established himself as a prominent figure in the streaming community. Ever since the advent of the God Hunter game on Blue Star, Ji Yong has diligently monitored a variety of game instances. Whether it be streams from seasoned players or newcomers, he indulges in several broadcasts, selecting the most captivating ones to edit and upload to his account. Occasionally, he even live streams the sessions of these players, inviting his fans to join him in watching. As the real-world survival game unfolds with exhilarating live broadcasts, the allure of online horror games has significantly diminished. Ji Yong's actions serve a dual purpose: to sustain his account and to cultivate both his and his fans' understanding of diverse game instances. The selection of players for the God Hunter game is entirely arbitrary, leaving no one assured of their immunity from being chosen next. Thus, accumulating experience by watching various streams is their sole preparation. At the very least, when the time comes for them to be chosen, they will not be left in a state of bewilderment, but may even avoid the same traps and patterns encountered in the game instances. Ji Yong is not alone in his endeavors. Shortly after the God Hunter game made its debut, the authorities swiftly implemented a series of related policies. For instance, local television stations introduced channels dedicated to instance analysis, hosted daily by carefully selected professionals from various fields. Likewise, educational institutions across different age groups began offering new courses aimed at training students to cope with the challenges of these instances. The officials are unable to predict who among the populace will be selected each day. They can only hope that those chosen can survive by leveraging the knowledge imparted through these initiatives. Moreover, the success rates of these instances directly influence the level of pollution in reality. On this particular day, Ji Yong habitually navigated the classification page of the God Hunter app, casually entering a live stream in the newcomer category. The player appeared young, and Ji Yong pondered whether he had graduated from university yet. He felt a twinge of regret, albeit slight, considering he had even witnessed high school students being thrust into the game. This game does not concern itself with the age of its players. According to official statistics, the youngest selected player is merely 13 years old, while the oldest is 56. It remains uncertain whether this age range will evolve in the future. What struck Ji Yong as peculiar was the demeanor of this newcomer upon awakening. Rather than exhibiting the typical fear, caution, and wariness that one would expect when transported to an unfamiliar environment, he remained unusually composed. The only emotion that surfaced was a persistent sense of irritation etched upon his face, as if the very act of being drawn into the game instance weighed heavily upon him. Ji Yong initially thought he had misread the situation. His previously nonchalant demeanor evaporated, replaced by a burgeoning curiosity as he focused intently on this seemingly extraordinary newcomer. Even seasoned players, having traversed numerous instances, merely exhibited a steadier composure than novices upon entering a new dungeon. Few could maintain such a carefree attitude as this newcomer. Such a disposition could either signify a carefree spirit or an unshakable confidence. Despite the fact that the Divine Hunter game had been released for a year, and players were well aware of the bizarre and perilous nature of the dungeons through various live streams, there were still those who fancied themselves destined for greatness, believing they were invulnerable and thus exhibited an air of youthful arrogance. Ji Yong was inclined to believe this newcomer fell into the former category. The ease with which they navigated the situation was something even the prominent figures on the leaderboard could not achieve. However, the subsequent actions of the newcomer left Ji Yong in a state of utter bewilderment. He watched, wide-eyed, as the seemingly carefree new player tousled their hair, perhaps venting frustration at being chosen, only to suddenly realize that mere venting was futile. Ji Yong anticipated the newcomer would begin to thoughtfully observe the dungeon and devise a strategy for clearing it. Yet, to his astonishment, the newcomer strode out of the bedroom and directly into the master suite, knocking politely on the door before, in front of Ji Yang's incredulous gaze. Roughly hoisting a lifeless body, obscured in features, from the bed and unceremoniously placing it on a chair beside the dining table. Ji Yang. Yet, this was only the beginning. He watched as the individual confidently made their way to the kitchen, skillfully retrieving a suspicious-looking pot from the refrigerator and placing it next to the body. Ji Yang. As he observed the newcomer calmly sitting across from the dining table, lighting candles on a cake with a serene expression while fervently making a wish, then extinguishing the candles with poise and finally indulging in the cake, Ji Yong was utterly flabbergasted when a radiant white light signaled the clearing of the dungeon. He suspected he had stumbled upon a fraudulent live stream. How could anyone possibly clear a dungeon so nonchalantly? Following a moment of silence in the stream, the screen suddenly filled with frenzied question marks, shattering Ji Yang's self-deception. He sprang from his ergonomic chair, heart racing, and just before the live stream blacked out, he managed to follow the player. He truly witnessed someone clear a dungeon in under 3 minutes. It was no illusion. In his moment of overwhelming emotion, Ji Yong trembled as he scrolled through his follower list, typically populated by a handful of renowned players or promising newcomers. Today it gained another addition. As he reached the bottom of the list, the name Su Shi caught his eye. Shaking, he clicked on the avatar, and indeed, the live record displayed only one event, A newcomer without a doubt, with a streaming duration of 2 minutes and 48 seconds. His eyes were not deceiving him. Ji Yong remained silent, fixated on replaying the recording. That evening at 8 o'clock, a video clip from a certain platform ascended to the trending charts, creating a sensation. The comments were vibrant. Am I still dreaming? Someone slapped me awake. What if I have a bias? 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Ha! My myopia must have worsened. How did he know? No. Wait, how did he know that this approach would lead to success? Incredible. I declare this to be the true master. Can anyone analyze this dungeon? I've seen quite a few related videos on that platform. You can search for them. Ji Yong attentively monitored the comments beneath the trending topic. Indeed, the video was his own editing work. It was impossible for him to be the only one astonished. The video's meteoric rise was entirely within his expectations. Within a short span, the name Sushi dominated the headlines across various platforms, even garnering the attention of officials. Without exception, netizens across the nation were discussing this extraordinary new player, completing a dungeon in less than 3 minutes. And, as a novice, this feat was not merely record-breaking. It could be deemed a global wonder. Ji Yong also watched several videos analyzing that live broadcast, only to find that few provided adequate analysis. Most were mere conjectures. The newcomer's rapid success left little room for revealing more clues during the live stream, forcing observers to speculate based on the player's actions. As for how this newcomer, named Sushi, managed to complete the dungeon without gathering any clues, perhaps he simply possessed an innate understanding of the path to success. It is not unheard of for a player to perceive the essence of a dungeon at a glance. Although such players were rare in the past, they now exist. Ji Yong had resolved that he would be the first audience member for every future live broadcast of this remarkable newcomer. Chapter 11. Roadside Terror. As Sushi opened his eyes and found himself in a changed environment, he realized he had entered the second instance. Rather than feeling apprehensive about this new chapter, he experienced a profound sense of relief, having found the previous player's space exceedingly dull. After recognizing that the staircase extended infinitely on both sides, he abandoned the endeavor of continuing onward, deeming it both futile and exhausting. With no entertainment to occupy him, an absence of hunger, and an inability to feel sleepy, he resorted to counting the stone steps out of sheer boredom. Just when he could no longer endure the emptiness and was contemplating entering the next instance prematurely, a familiar white light enveloped him. Curiously, Sushi lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. He appeared to be in a desolate wilderness where the sky was shrouded in an inky darkness, devoid of starlight. And thick fog enveloped the area, swirling ominously. The oppressive atmosphere sent chills down his arms and instilled a sense of dread within him. However, he noticed he was not alone in this instance. 3 other individuals accompanied him. One was a middle-aged man sporting a beer belly. Another was a young fellow in glasses and a white t-shirt, and the last was a young woman clad in a denim skirt. As Sushi observed them, the trio reciprocated the scrutiny. Ultimately, it was the middle-aged man who broke the silence and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Tan Xingyun. This is my second instance. With the first introduction, the remaining participants followed suit seamlessly. The young man in the white t-shirt was next. He awkwardly adjusted his glasses and spoke in a timid voice. I am Li Kong, and this is also my second instance. The young woman in the denim skirt was third. I am Su Xiumon, likewise in my second instance. Finally, it was Su Shi's turn, and he mirrored the format of his predecessors. I am Su Shi, entering my second instance. It appeared that they were all participants in their second instance, a thought that resonated collectively among them. Is this truly the Su Shi who completed a solo instance in just 2 minutes and 48 seconds? How dare they call him by name? Such disrespect for a great figure. Doge emoji, step aside. Let me be the first to praise him. This instance's atmosphere is quite eerie. I came drawn by his reputation, hoping he isn't merely lucky. What kind of luck enables someone to clear an instance in under 3 minutes? That's absurd. Isn't luck a form of strength? At least I lack that fortune. Even drawing cards yields me only basic rewards. Laughable. I've yet to witness any double or triple jackpots. The discussion has veered off course. Since everyone is debating, let's place a wager on whether this newcomer is truly formidable or simply fortunate. I bet a bag of spicy strips. Sushi's strength is beyond question. Has he ascended to divinity already? I wager a bag of sunflower seeds. If this person truly relies on skill, I shall eat a bag of sunflower seeds. As a result of Ji Yang's edited video going viral and trending online, it generated a significant sensation, making Sushi a widely recognized figure, at least among those who followed the Xunlai game daily. After Sushi's broadcast commenced, most viewers either managed to find the live stream on their own or gained access through recommendations from friends or the host referral links. It can be said that the audience count in Sushi's live stream reached an unprecedented peak, with engagement rivaling that of seasoned players who typically dominate the leaderboard, and in some cases, even surpassing them. After all, everyone understands the significance of completing a dungeon in just 2 minutes and 48 seconds. It piques curiosity to wonder whether this newcomer, capable of such swift completion, relies on skill or sheer luck. Ji Yang, having followed Sushi, kept a vigilant eye on her account. Normally, a player's dungeon cooldown is approximately 7 days. Yet he was uncertain whether this newcomer would opt to enter a dungeon ahead of schedule. Consequently, he carried his phone with him at all times, even during meals, restroom breaks, and showers, fearing he might miss the notification of her livestream. As soon as Sushi began her broadcast, he rushed to join in. He observed the fervent discussions in the bullet comments. Although he did not participate, his own curiosity mirrored that of others, heightening his anticipation for this dungeon run. He silently hoped to witness the birth of a miracle. Little did Sushi realize the profound impact her first dungeon run would have. She merely sought to save time by omitting unnecessary steps in her search for clues, inadvertently leading many in the real world astray. After everyone had introduced themselves, the speaker, Tan Xingyun, suggested they check for any items that might signify their identities. His tone was amiable, and even though his words bore a commanding quality, the other three did not take offense. Sushi, reflecting on the last dungeon, realized she had never considered checking herself for any clues. Indeed, she was still quite inexperienced, and it seemed she needed to learn from these experiences. The four of them searched around, ultimately uncovering only a small amount of cash from their pockets. Is there nothing else? What use are these bills? Li Kong remarked quietly. Sushi scrutinized the stack of bills in her hand. The design was unfamiliar and did not match any currency she remembered, though the total seemed to amount to around 1,000. Just then, Su Xiaomon suddenly pointed in a direction, raising her voice to alert the group. Look over there, there's a car. The other three turned to follow her gaze and indeed spotted an area unclouded by white mist, where a black sedan was parked. As they approached, the full view of the car gradually became clear. Why does this car have no markings? Li Kong scratched his head, noting the absence of a license plate. The path ahead is the only one clear of mist. Perhaps we were meant to drive this car down that road? Su Xiaomon tentatively voiced her speculation. I believe that to be the case as well. Tan Xingyun initially affirmed Su Xiaomon's speculation, then shifted the conversation, volunteering, why not allow me to drive? I am accustomed to operating a taxi and am fairly proficient. Both Li Kong and Su Xiaomon had no objections, as neither could confidently guarantee their own driving abilities. Su Shi, after introducing himself, had remained silent, merely nodding in agreement at this moment. It seems the three of them are engaged in a lively discussion. Why is Su Shi so reticent? Perhaps the esteemed individual has his own considerations. He might prefer to maintain an air of mystery. Do not harbor excessive expectations. He appears rather unremarkable. Feigning modesty? He might simply be inexperienced. Regardless of your opinions, as long as the record of 2 minutes and 48 seconds remains, my unwavering admiration for him will not wane. In truth, Sushi's reluctance to speak stemmed from a habitual desire to diminish his presence and maintain a low profile. Chapter 12. The terrifying journey on the highway. After deliberation among the four, it was decided that Tan Xingyun, who usually made a living as a taxi driver, would take the wheel. Su Xiaomon, being the only female, would occupy the passenger seat, while Su Shi and Li Kong settled into the back. Make sure to fasten your seatbelts, Tan Xingyun reminded as he completed a thorough check of the vehicle and found no issues. As Su Shi secured his seatbelt, a pair of hands appeared before him, holding several bags of snacks. He looked up to see Su Xiaomon, smiling shyly. I found these in the glove compartment. It might help stave off hunger on the road, she explained to the two in the back. Thank you, Li Kong said bashfully as he accepted the offering. Sushi also graciously accepted. All right, thank you. Seeing both had taken the snacks, Su Xiaomon turned back toward the front. Tan Xingyun then announced, I'm preparing to set off now. We'll proceed along this sole accessible road for the time being. The audience engaged in lively commentary, expressing a mixture of disappointment, as thus far, Sushi had not demonstrated any notable skills, with even Li Kong appearing more active. However, the atmosphere among these individuals remains quite pleasant, unlike many players in other instances who often exude hostility. Most dungeons emphasize cooperation. Those unable to control their tempers tend to perish early. Sushi, though taciturn, was neither attempting to feign aloofness nor lacking in opinions. He simply preferred to internalize his thoughts and critique situations silently. In the presence of strangers, his speech naturally diminished, a condition often referred to as social anxiety. Moreover, he felt that without the ability to be reborn after death, he would be treated as a fool in these game scenarios. A glance back at the first dungeon would affirm this. Thus, encountering what appeared to be reliable teammates in the second dungeon, he decided to silently align himself with their actions. One must not assume that special abilities grant one the freedom to act recklessly within the dungeon. What if excessive deaths led to a permanent demise? Adhering to the philosophy of survival, Sushi remained an attentive listener during the trio's banter. Not long after setting off, they spotted a shop beside the road ahead. Should we stop and take a look? Tan Xingyun slowed the vehicle and inquired of his companions. Let us check it out. There might be clues. Su Xiaomon suggested after a moment's thought. After all, we currently lack any information. What do you think? Tan Xingyun turned to the back seat passengers for their opinions. Li Kong appeared hesitant. He preferred to continue driving, feeling that the sudden appearance of a store in a desolate area seemed rather suspicious. Certainly, let us park and take a look shortly. To everyone's surprise, the usually reticent Su, she finally voiced his thoughts. Ah, this person has finally ceased to play mute? After 2 minutes and 48 seconds, it seems this establishment holds some significance. What on earth is that moniker upstairs? There could be numerous big shots. Yet 2 minutes and 48 seconds is uniquely global. How representative. The moment I mention it, you all know who I refer to. Subtle hints from suspected die-hard fans. Upon hearing Su Shi's support for parking, Li Kong could only nod reluctantly. For reasons unknown, despite the commendable performances of Tan Xingyun and Su Xiaomon throughout the journey, his peripheral gaze was inescapably drawn to Su Shi, seated beside him. He harbored a peculiar feeling. Even though the other two appeared composed, their eyes betrayed an unmistakable tension, an anxiety surrounding the unpredictability of their fates. In contrast, the youth beside him, seemingly of a similar age, displayed no signs of concern regarding his predicament, exuding an air of confidence. Li Kong had always trusted his instincts, sensing that this young man might be the most enigmatic figure in their group, overshadowing the older gentleman and the woman in a denim skirt. Su Si, oblivious to his teammates' contemplations, remained unaware that despite his admonitions to refrain from recklessness and to count his lucky stars for any escape, his subconscious felt a sense of assurance upon realizing he had a clear safety net. Thus, he appeared more relaxed compared to the other players. Before long, Tan Xingyun halted the vehicle at the entrance of a shop. The four of them alighted and began to scrutinize the exterior of the establishment. The wooden structure was modest in size, seemingly aged, with signs of pest damage in certain areas. This is a store selling funeral supplies? Li Kangaspat Sufli. Peering through the open door, they observed that the interior was cluttered with wreaths, flower baskets, and various paper offerings typically used in funerals, causing the already confined space to feel even more cramped. The sudden appearance of a shop in such a desolate area was unsettling, and upon closer inspection, the realization that it was a funeral home intensified their discomfort. A chill wind swept through, causing a shiver to run down their spines. Perhaps we should. Su Xiaomon rubbed her chilly arms, intending to suggest they leave, but before she could finish her slow sentence, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within. The wooden floorboards creaked ominously, as if unable to bear the weight, resonating eerily in their hearts. Li Kong was startled, nearly jumping in fright. Tan Xingyun quickly retreated a few steps, prepared to call for a hasty withdrawal at the first sign of danger. Su Shi felt his heart leap to his throat. He had yet to encounter a single living NPC in the previous instance. Oh my, is it truly this thrilling right from the start? Where are the bullet screens? Protect us. Just as they braced themselves for any eventuality, a figure emerged before the four of them. Welcome. What can I assist you with today, dear guests? Emerging from within was not the ominous figure that Su Shi and the others had envisioned, but rather a diminutive old man. He possessed neither a terrifying visage nor a raspy voice. On the contrary, his countenance radiated warmth and benevolence as he warmly attended to several patrons outside the establishment. The four exchanged glances, each hesitant to speak. Perhaps sensing the apprehension hidden beneath the surface of his guests, the old man cheerfully remarked, "It appears you are all headed to the funeral parlor. Just a short distance ahead lies Daoi Highway." A funeral parlor? Tan Xingyun reined his beer belly and cautiously inquired, "How do you know that we are bound for the funeral parlor?" Chapter 13. The Haunting Road. Perhaps it is the allure of 2 minutes and 48 seconds. The elderly man, his expression unwavering, observed that his guests appeared disinclined to make purchases. He leisurely clasped his hands behind his back and remarked, "The only destination accessible via the Daoi Highway leads to a funeral home, which operates solely between midnight and 4 in the morning. Surely, dear guests, you cannot have come here in the dead of night merely to visit an old man like me." His implication was unmistakable. The road ahead led to but one place, and their nocturnal arrival suggested a singular purpose. The four individuals felt a flicker of excitement, astonished at how effortlessly they had unearthed such a definitive clue. They exchanged glances, and just as Tan Xingyun was poised to extract further information, he noticed the old man suddenly don a sinister expression, narrowing his eyes ominously as he intoned, "It seems the guests are not particularly well acquainted with the Daoi Highway." The abrupt shift in the old man's demeanor startled them. Su Xiaomon and Li Kong instinctively took a step back. Tan Xingyun managed a strained smile and inquired, "It is indeed our first visit. What tales accompany this road?" Their initial trepidation was evident to the old man, so they found it prudent to acknowledge their ignorance, hoping to glean more insights from him. The old man surveyed their faces with a knowing gaze, his tone laden with significance. "Here, we refer to the Daoi Highway as the road to the underworld. It is rumored that many who venture onto this road vanish without a trace, while those few who emerge are often left in a state of madness. There was once a young adventurer, intrigued by the peculiar tales surrounding this highway, who equipped himself with live-streaming devices and bravely entered to uncover its mysteries. However, upon his entrance, all his electronic devices ceased to function, and he has never been seen again." Seeing that his audience was sufficiently unnerved, the old man smiled with satisfaction before abruptly shifting his narrative. "Of course, these are merely rumors. I cannot attest to their veracity. This road has existed for quite some time without any renovations, leading to its inevitable wear and tear, which may have given rise to such tales over the years. If you're apprehensive, you might consider carrying some paper money in your vehicle, should you encounter any peculiarities along the way. Scattering a handful of paper money may ensure your safety." Su Shi let out a gentle sigh, her previously taut nerves beginning to relax. The old man's storytelling prowess was quite impressive. His eerie demeanor, coupled with a mysterious tone, lent an unsettling credibility to the tales. The other three shared similar sentiments. "Let us confer," Tan Xingyun said to the old man. The elderly gentleman spoke with such conviction, only to reveal that his true intention was to market his products. "Despite my usual fearlessness towards horror films, I found myself unnerved by these seemingly mundane rumors. Perhaps it is the awareness that films are mere fabrications. While here in this realm, the tales hold a semblance of truth." The four individuals within the instance began to deliberate. Gathering together, Tan Xingyun was the first to voice his thoughts. "At the very least, we now know our destination is the funeral home at the end of Daoi Highway." This was a consensus, as the old man's hints were quite evident. "Regarding those rumors, what are your thoughts?" Su Xiaomon inquired softly, her complexion pale, yet maintaining her composure. Tan Xingyun expressed his perspective. "Should this be the real world, I would adopt a stance of cautious skepticism. However, within this game instance, I can only assert that those rumors must possess some merit. This implies that the rumors are likely grounded in reality. Li Kong, with a mournful expression, was not particularly brave. Even before venturing onto the highway, he felt a sense of trepidation. Yet, having experienced a prior instance, he understood that fear was futile. Avoidance would only lead to demise within the game. Thus, he cast a furtive glance at the elderly man standing by the floral wreath, patiently observing their discussion, and timidly asked, "Should we purchase the old man as paper money?" After posing the question, Li Kong turned his hopeful gaze towards the young man beside him. Su Shi, taken aback by such expectation, pondered, "Why is he looking at me?" If Li Kong could hear this thought, he would certainly respond, "Because I perceive you as a latent powerhouse." Why did this young man immediately glance at 2 minutes and 48 seconds? How amusing. It seems you've truly adopted that moniker. Let us not digress. That gaze appears to suggest that if 2 minutes and 48 seconds urges him to buy, he will comply, and if not, he will abstain. Indeed, logically, the ever-reliable beer-bellied uncle should be the more trustworthy figure, or at the very least, the woman in the cowboy skirt would suffice. Perhaps this is the allure of 2 minutes and 48 seconds? Fools! The other players in the instance cannot perceive this information. To be honest, Sushi was also uncertain about the necessity of the purchase. They did possess paper currency provided by the instance, yet was it prudent to spend it here? I believe we should acquire a small amount. There is no need to overindulge, just a few notes to carry with us, for in case we truly encounter something. As the old man suggested, it may ensure our safety. After a prolonged silence, Tan Xingyun finally spoke. Carrying paper money in the real world seems inauspicious, but one cannot apply conventional logic within the instance. These notes may indeed serve as vital tools. I concur. We cannot ascertain whether the old man is genuinely deceiving us or if his promise of safety might instead invite misfortune. Hence, it would be wise to purchase sparingly. Su Xiaomon added, articulating her speculation. Sushi nodded, recognizing the necessity of making a purchase. If these were indeed props, there was no telling when they might have another opportunity to acquire them. Conversely, if they turned out to be harbingers of misfortune, they could simply discard them without concern, as the currency spent was minimal. Thus, after some deliberation, the group resolved to each procure around 20 tickets, a prudent measure against unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing their decision, the elderly man sighed and shook his head, remarking, "The road ahead is long. I fear it may not suffice." Yet, he refrained from further commentary, leisurely ambling back into the store, uttering, "I wish all my esteemed guests a safe journey and eagerly await your next visit." The 4 remaining individuals observed as the old man's figure faded behind the shelves. Li Kong glanced around, scratching his head. The old man's last words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. It was evident to him, and naturally to the other 3 as well. "Let us continue on for now," Tan Xingyun suggested with a furrowed brow, opting to proceed. Purchasing 20 each is indeed a rather conservative approach. As expected, the gentleman and the lady in the denim skirt are quite reliable. The Haven Tea spoken a word in 2 minutes and 48 seconds. I wonder what that young man is anticipating. Honestly, can't we take a moment to observe? The instance has just begun, and already you're fidgeting. In a live stream, a viewer, weary of the incessant competition and cryptic comments, finally voiced their frustration. Exactly. It seems like a grave offense that they remain silent. Perhaps this newcomer's first instance was so remarkable that it has heightened everyone's expectations. Let us take a moment to watch. There's no rush. Following this outburst, the atmosphere in the comments section became considerably more tranquil. Chapter 14, Road of Terror. At this moment, Sushi remained blissfully unaware that his live stream was garnering significant attention, nor did he realize that his reticence had incited a flurry of sarcastic comments in the chat. Leaning against the back seat, he mused that the beginning of this particular quest seemed relatively benign, as he had yet to encounter any overt death rules. Unlike the previous quest, where he met his demise within mere minutes. Of course, it was also possible that a more formidable challenge lay ahead. "Buckle up, we're off," Tan Xingyun announced, starting the vehicle. As the car advanced, the scenery outside the window gradually receded. In truth, there was little to behold. The areas beyond the road were shrouded in thick fog, rendering visibility utterly non-existent. Staring for too long inevitably stirred a sense of drowsiness within him. Sushi was jolted awake by this wave of fatigue, realizing he had been gazing into the white mist for quite some time. Suppressing a shiver of apprehension, he quickly turned away from the window, reflecting on how he had just been contemplating the absence of death rules, only to nearly fall prey to one. A strong premonition coursed through him. Had he lingered for even a couple more seconds, he might have succumbed to the fog. As he chastised himself inwardly, he glanced at his fellow teammates within the vehicle. In the driver's seat, Tan Xingyun remained intently focused on the road ahead, occasionally adjusting the steering wheel, while Su Xiaoman in the passenger seat gently offered reminders about the road conditions. Meanwhile, Li Kong was indulging in some snacks. Noticing Su Shi's gaze upon him, Li Kong felt a twinge of embarrassment and attempted to scratch his head, but the snack bag in his hands hindered his motion, leading him to simply offer an awkward smile as he explained, "I tend to snack when I get nervous." He quickly extended the bag of snacks towards Su Shi, asking, "Would you like some?" Su Shi shook his head, politely declining Li Kang's offer. It seemed he was the only one left idle, staring at the ominous fog that nearly led him to disaster. In his vexation, he decided to close his eyes and rest, focusing on anything but the foreboding mist. As Su Shi discovered something, "Hey, why hasn't he called out the time at 2 minutes and 48 seconds? It's too long. It's exhausting every time." He was staring out the window for quite a while, and when he returned to his senses, his expression was rather grim. Could there be a danger outside? Then why didn't he inform the others? Instead, he simply closed his eyes. Perhaps it's not convenient to speak? I noticed he scanned each person earlier. It seems he only relaxed upon finding nothing unusual. That is possible. Perhaps if he had spoken up, the others would have been more inclined to pay attention, inadvertently leading to danger. Some quests have employed this tactic before. Despite the barrage of sardonic comments directed at Su Shi for his reticence, he remained adorned with the aura of a speedrun completionist, causing viewers to scrutinize his every move with heightened interest. Ironically, it was his unassuming demeanor that intensified their focus, amplifying the significance of his actions. Up ahead, that must be Daoi Highway. Su Xiaoman's voice suddenly resonated within the vehicle. Su Shi immediately opened her eyes and, along with Li Kong, who had also halted his snacking, gazed out through the windshield. Not far ahead stood a signpost, clearly indicating Daoji Highway. It seemed they were indeed approaching their destination. Preparations were in order as they were about to embark. Tan Xingyun's tone bore a weight of gravity, unmistakably laced with tension. Su Xiaoman clutched her seatbelt, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Li Kong tightened his grip on the snack bag, swallowing frequently. Su Shi straightened her posture, poised to confront any unforeseen circumstances. "I'm feeling quite anxious too," she thought. "I'll teach you a trick. Cover your eyes with your hands and sneak a peek through your fingers. Does that actually help?" "Not really, because I tend to do just that." The barrage of comments, though somewhat humorous, merely served to lighten the atmosphere. The 4 players in the game could only endure their dread of the unknown as they ventured onto the road rumored to lead to the underworld. The road was quite bumpy. Shortly after entering the highway, Tan Xingyun could no longer contain himself. Su Shi, feeling queasy from the jolting, found her motion sickness intensifying. "Oh my, there are so many graves along the roadside." As Su Shi struggled to suppress the bile rising in her throat, she heard Li Kong shout, and before she knew it, he had nimbly leaped to her side, pressing closely against her. Turning her gaze outside, she noticed that the once desolate graves now teemed with figures, each clad in different attire and wearing eerie smiles, all fixated on the conspicuous black sedan traversing the center of the road. With each advance of the vehicle, the spectral figures drew nearer. "Do we really have to keep going?" Su Xiaoman asked, her face pale, as the sight of the graves and the apparitions triggered her claustrophobia. "Of course we must proceed." Upon seeing the multitude of graves, Tan Xingyun had already reduced the vehicle's speed, despite the cold sweat pooling in his palms. He responded resolutely to the inquiry posed by the woman in the denim skirt. "No, what I mean is, look at all the scattered paper money in front of those graves. Didn't we purchase some from that funeral shop? Should we use it here?" Even in her fear, Su Xiaoman strived to articulate her thoughts coherently. It was evident that those spectral figures were approaching them with intent. As they advanced, the apparitions drew closer, and it was only a matter of time before they would be encircled. Su Xiuman's reasoning prompted the other three to ponder the situation. You make a valid point. Let us scatter the paper money we have and see what happens. Tan Xingyun quickly concurred with the suggestion. Su Shi and Li Kong had no objections either. Aside from the driver, Tan Xingyun, the remaining three began to take turns tossing paper money out of the window. The good news was that the paper money indeed seemed to slow the advance of the spectral figures. The unfortunate news is that the paper money they possess is utterly insufficient for their vehicle to escape the confines of these grave mounds. Unlike the pessimism echoed in the comments, Tan Xingyun clearly still harbored a flicker of hope. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Everyone, brace yourselves. I will attempt to break through." Su Xiuman and Li Kang's faces were etched with despair, their eyes reflecting a potent mix of reluctance and dread. They were not yet ready to embrace death. Su Shi tightened his fists, observing the encroaching phantoms around them, fully aware that escape was no longer an option. The second instance was poised to claim its first casualty. In the fleeting moments before consciousness faded entirely, Su Shi resignedly mused, "Very well, let us begin anew." Chapter 15. Road Horror. So what exactly did Su Shi perceive? Upon reopening his eyes and observing the scene before him, Su Shi found himself momentarily stunned. The four of them stood outside a funeral home, huddled together, clearly engaged in a discussion regarding the information imparted by the elderly man moments ago. What was happening? This time, he had not returned to the very beginning of the scenario. Should we purchase the paper money from that old man? Noticing Li Kang's gaze directed at him, seemingly inquiring, Su Shi blurted out by. His resolute tone left the other three and the barrage of comments momentarily taken aback. Tan Xingyun quickly reacted, tentatively asking, "Su Xiaoga, have you discovered something?" Su Xiuman also looked at Su Shi with curiosity, adding her perspective, "I think we should buy a little but not too much, since we cannot guarantee the genuine purpose of this paper money. What if that old man is deliberately deceiving us?" Li Kong was more straightforward. He had always held a particular view of Su Shi, and since Su Shi said to buy, he would comply. "Oh, finally speaking at 2 minutes and 48 seconds. I'm curious. Isn't it tiring to type such long titles every time? To be honest, it is a bit. I won't do it anymore." So what did he actually discover? He seems quite certain. I don't know. Su Shi temporarily suppressed his various speculations regarding his own abilities, glancing at the eager faces awaiting his response. He hesitated to explain. Surely, he couldn't reveal that they had perished once before and were now experiencing a second rebirth. Ultimately, Su Shi could only vaguely state, "The more paper money, the better. We will need it later." The three of them were left perplexed. Once again, Tan Xingyun inquired, "Did you find some clues that are difficult to share with us?" That was a reasonable suggestion. In truth, it wasn't entirely inaccurate. With this opportunity, Su Shi nodded affirmatively. He and T even realized how calm he appeared. Compared to the 8 deaths he had endured in the first scenario, he no longer found it concerning to die once or twice. This unflappable demeanor inadvertently drew the attention of the other three and the online viewers. Tan Xingyun scrutinized the youth, named Su Shi once more. After his self-introduction, the young man had spoken little, maintaining the lowest presence in the group, which had led Tan to subconsciously overlook him. Yet now, upon reevaluation, he was abruptly struck with clarity, finally recognizing what he had missed. The youth was far too composed. No, that wasn't quite accurate. He and the woman in the cowboy skirt were also composed, for they understood that remaining calm was essential to clearing these scenarios. However, they could not avoid feelings of anxiety and fear. This young man, on the other hand, seemed different. Rather than being composed, he exuded an air of tranquility, as if he were certain that this scenario could not harm him. Su Xiuman shared a similar sentiment. Meanwhile, Li Kong felt that his previous conjectures had been confirmed. This youth, who appeared to be of similar age to him, was undoubtedly extraordinary. What is going on? Why does it suddenly feel that the atmosphere among these few individuals is rather peculiar? It seems likely that the trio is displeased with Su Shi for discovering clues, yet withholding them. However, I sense that the situation is not merely one of annoyance. It possesses an air of strangeness. So, is it indeed true that Su Shi has found clues that cannot be disclosed? Surely, You cannot genuinely believe that. It is evident that this newcomer is aware of something, yet is disinclined to elucidate it to them. I believe that the stout gentleman has also discerned this, which is why he provided both parties with a means of retreat. The analysis above is quite astute. Oh, it is nothing. I have merely dabbled in a bit of psychology. Moreover, have you all noticed that even the relatively composed gentleman and the cowgirl exhibit signs of fear when confronted with certain events, such as the moment the funeral home owner emerged? Their eyes betray trepidation, and they instinctively retreat into defensive postures, while Sushi remains steadfast, displaying only a slightly more serious expression, devoid of any indication of fear. Goodness, we have encountered an individual adept at detail analysis. Viewed from this perspective, it is evident that his initial foray was not merely a stroke of luck. Previously, when others were casting sidelong glances at him, he chose silence. I suspect he was deliberately maintaining a low profile, skillfully maneuvering the situation without revealing his hand. Observe how, at a critical juncture, he assertively seized the reins of dialogue. Having said so much, what exactly has Sushi discerned? Can someone elucidate? The previous instance left me in a haze, and it seems this one is no different. Thus, if he can swiftly navigate a solo instance, why cannot you? This is a matter of capability. Unbeknownst to Sushi, through a series of fortunate misunderstandings, he has not only adeptly grasped the psychology of those around him, but has also ascended from a reticent observer to an inconspicuous mastermind. Ultimately, the three decided to heed Sushi's advice and procure additional paper money. The elderly proprietor, upon learning they intended to buy a substantial quantity, smiled so broadly that his eyes nearly disappeared. "You won't regret this purchase, my friends." Upon hearing the familiar phrase, Sushi's heart stirred, and he cast a glance at the elderly man at the register. It appears that different endings signify divergent paths. This time, they should be able to pass through the burial mounds without incident. As his gaze swept across the items displayed in the shop, it paused momentarily on a particular object, and in the next instant, he spoke. "Please also wrap up a bundle of those incense for us." The old man looked up in surprise at the young customer, but quickly broke into laughter again. "Certainly, you are quite astute. Some troublesome matters indeed require more expensive incense to appease." Sushi had not contemplated this deeply. He merely thought it prudent to purchase a little extra incense for contingencies. He had not anticipated hearing such words from the old man. The elderly man's statement was, in essence, a clear indication. The expressions of Tan Xingyun and the others shifted dramatically. They could now ascertain that the journey ahead would not be smooth sailing. At the very least, they would encounter certain entities that could only be dispelled with incense. Had it not been for Sushi's suggestion to buy an additional bundle, they would have been unprepared when faced with such occurrences. With this thought in mind, the group's gaze towards Sushi transformed once more. This elderly man has ceased to act altogether. A funeral parlor situated in a remote wilderness. How normal could that possibly be? Thus, the rumors he has previously mentioned must indeed hold some truth. He even feigns ignorance regarding their authenticity, a charlatan. He is merely a non-playable character providing props. And we should consider ourselves fortunate if he offers any clues or items. To expect him to divulge the perils of the quest is rather misguided. The paper money serves merely as the old man's customary hint, while Sushi has unearthed a far more profound suggestion. How did he discern this? I wish he could share half of his intellect with me. These companions of mine fail to inquire. Perhaps if Sushi were in a good mood, he might have answered. Chapter 16. The highway fright. As Sushi faced the probing gazes of the remaining trio, he maintained an outward composure. Yet internally felt as though he were seated upon a bed of needles. Why was everyone staring at him so intently? Had he uttered something of significance? In truth, he had not. "Bro, you nailed it." Li Kong subtly gestured a thumbs up toward Sushi. Sushi pondered what? Was it merely a request for incense? Tan Xingyun and Su Xiaomon exchanged glances, after which Su Xiaomon leaned away from the elderly gentleman opposite her and quietly inquired, "Su, how did you discern that the incense possessed properties?" Sushi cast a complex glance at the young woman in the denim skirt beside him. It dawned on him the reason for their scrutiny. Was there a possibility that he, too, was unaware that purchasing incense would come with an accompanying hint? Embarrassment washed over him, rendering him at a loss for an appropriate expression or response. Surely, he could not confess that his sole intention was to acquire incense. It seemed they had begun to misinterpret him in some manner. Well, it was quite evident he finally managed to articulate, surrendering to the moment. After all, the acquisition of information was indeed a fact, and the means by which it was obtained mattered little. It was amusing how the beer-bellied uncle had failed once, realizing that his chances were slim for a second attempt, so he left it to the denim-skirted maiden instead. Yet, who would have thought that the denim-skirted maiden would also meet with failure? Did you catch Su Shie's expression? It was one of astonishment, as if to say, "What is so hard to see?" Ha ha. Indeed, Su Shie seems reluctant to elaborate. It's so simple, there is no need for explanation. Oh, what did you perceive upstairs? I saw nothing. I merely imitated dog emoji. What is simple for him is utterly incomprehensible for us. We beseech the experts in the forum to analyze. Since Su Shie's rebirth, the attitude of the online commentators had swiftly transformed. The majority began to gradually believe that he indeed possessed some measure of capability. His previous reticence and humility were merely a fade. The serendipitous discovery of a deeper hint only served to elevate the netizens' conviction to unprecedented heights. The more Su Shie struggled to explain, the more elaborate their conjectures became. Su Xiaomon felt a lump in her throat. With no further inquiries yielding fruit, she could only nod in resignation. Casually, she subtly shook her head towards Tan Xingyun. Li Kong, standing at the periphery, observed their exchange with clarity, yet feigned ignorance, scratching his head. In a team where cooperation was essential for progressing through the challenges, the sharing of clues was fundamental. If one wished for their teammates to heed their suggestions, offering corresponding explanations or justifications was equally crucial. After all, they were all strangers prior to forming this group. No one would blindly trust the unfounded advice of an unfamiliar individual. To act without discretion would be to disregard their own safety. Yet, in the face of Su Shie's ambiguous and nearly non-existent explanation, Tan Xingyun and the others chose to heed his counsel. Certainly, it is not that the three individuals did not value their lives. Rather, it is due to Su Shie's unique charisma. To put it plainly, the trio was captivated by the seemingly profound aura of authority that Su Shie exuded. Within the dungeon, one must remain vigilant at all times, yet certain decisions require a resolute courage. In essence, it is a gamble, and they chose to take this risk. Moreover, despite having purchased a substantial amount of paper money and incense for offerings, they still retained a sufficient sum to address potential future expenditures. During their initial foray, the group had not received clearer guidance, which rendered them hesitant regarding the efficacy of the paper money, leading them to adopt a more conservative approach. This time, however, they were all acutely aware that the paper money and incense would play a critical role in their forthcoming journey, and thus they were more than willing to invest. After settling the bill, the old man did not immediately retreat to his quarters, but instead stood at the shop's entrance, smiling as he watched the group depart, omitting any phrases about looking forward to their next visit. He simply wished them a safe journey. Before Su Shie entered the vehicle, he glanced back at the old man. It was unclear whether it was a visual illusion caused by the refraction of light, but in the fleeting moment before he turned away, he thought he detected a faint ethereal quality about the old man and the funeral parlor behind him. Yet upon turning back, it seemed that this illusion was merely a figment of his imagination. Never mind, there are myriad secrets within the dungeon. Just like the previous instance where he could not guarantee he had fully deciphered everything. As long as it did not hinder their progress, it was of no concern to him, and there was no need to delve into the depths of inquiry. Su Shie mused silently. As the vehicle advanced, the same scenery reflected in the window as before. However, this time Su Shie had learned his lesson and refrained from idly staring at the white mist. After approximately 10 minutes, the vehicle smoothly arrived at the signpost. Ahead, that must be Daoi Highway. Upon hearing Su Xiaomon's voice once more, Su Shie instinctively straightened his posture. His actions were conspicuous and unmasked, successfully drawing the covert gazes of his three companions. Although everyone was tense, none displayed the same level of unusual behavior as Su Shie. Why does Su Shie suddenly appear so serious, with such a demeanor as if facing a formidable adversary? Has he discovered something? Hard to say. Perhaps he's noticed something ahead. Where did he glean that from? I see nothing at all. It seemed that preparations were in order. They were about to embark. Influenced by Su Shi's demeanor, Tan Xingyun's tone grew heavier, laced with a hint of resolve. Su Xiaomon took a deep breath, also readying herself for something. Li Kong, clutching a bag of snacks, unconsciously inched closer to Su Shi, seeking some measure of comfort from him. As the source of all this, Su Shi clenched his fists tightly, inwardly praying for a smoother ride from Tan Xingyun. Indeed, throughout, his primary concern had been the bumpy nature of the highway. It was arduous, but what could he do? He suffered from motion sickness. Su Shi lamented deeply. As before, everything remained unchanged. They encountered countless graves as anticipated, and the eerie shadows seemed to have conspired to materialize densely as the vehicle entered the cemetery's domain. Before anyone could react, Su Shi took the initiative. He rolled down the car window and scattered a handful of freshly purchased joss paper outside. The spectral figures visibly paused in their movements. Tan Xingyun was momentarily taken aback, but within the next heartbeat, he promptly spoke. Let's gradually disperse the joss paper we just acquired. Su Xiaomon and Li Kong, equally startled, swiftly followed suit, rolling down their windows and mimicking Su Shi's actions by throwing out the joss paper. Chapter 17 Road of Terror continues to unfold in the mind's eye. The purpose of the paper money becomes clear. Fortunately, they had procured a substantial amount. Had they not, traversing such an extensive road with insufficient paper money would have left them ensnared. Did Su Shi anticipate this predicament? Compelling his teammates to purchase a significant quantity of paper money? Before others could fully grasp the situation, he acted decisively, evidently aware that paper money could serve to temporarily detain the spectral figures. The pressing question arises, how did Su Shi possess such knowledge? Could it be that he has the gift of foresight? Rather than predicting the future, I am inclined to believe he discerned clues that eluded the rest of us. Indeed, the notion of foresight seems rather far-fetched. There's a basis for this inference. Firstly, encountering a funeral parlor in a desolate area would instinctively raise suspicions, prompting a subconscious wariness and distrust. Initially, the players discovered paper currency on their persons, only to stumble upon a shop requiring payment just before entering the perilous road. The owner's very first words served as a hint. Doesn't that seem too coincidental? Typically, players would behave conservatively, akin to the woman in the denim skirt who opted to purchase a minimal amount of paper money. In contrast, a few astute individuals, such as the newcomer Su Shi, would remain vigilant while recognizing that this shop, in a sense, was likely established to furnish them with clues or items. Regardless of the subsequent uses of the money, this shop was an unavoidable necessity. Unlike the cautious woman, Su Shi evidently perceived the significance of the items the owner was promoting, realizing they might only be available on this occasion. Were I in his position, I would at least allocate 1/3 of my funds to acquire a greater quantity of the paper money being advocated by the proprietor, reserving the remainder for unforeseen circumstances. Ultimately, the difference lies in their thought processes. One is more conservative while the other is bolder. As for Su Shi's swift realization that paper money could decelerate the spectral figures, the answer is straightforward, reflecting on the owner's words regarding the paper money. If you encounter strange occurrences on the road, scattering a handful of paper money will ensure your safety. This newcomer undoubtedly recalled that phrase quickly, indicating his commendable reflexes. Many viewers expressed their curiosity about Su Shi's uncanny insight, and at that moment, a netizen eloquently composed an extensive commentary to elucidate for the other spectators. Having knelt in reverence while absorbing this analysis, I have come to understand this is the realm of the masters. You are verbose. I'll stick with you. Must one contemplate so much? I hope this wretched game does not select me. I would be the first to perish. Could this master analyze that moment at 2:48? My curiosity is insatiable. This dungeon is a lost cause. Do not put me through such trials. Within the dungeon, armed with paper money to impede the spectral figures, Tan Xingyun maneuvered the vehicle beyond the confines of the burial mounds. Behind them, the specters wore expressions of frustration, yet were rendered powerless, gradually dissipating into the ether. Upon witnessing the complete vanishing of the specters in the rearview mirror, Tan Xingyun exhaled sharply, easing off the accelerator. Fortunately, Li Kong patted his chest, still shaken, as beads of cold sweat cascaded down his back during those brief moments. Brother Su, I am truly grateful for your presence. Su Shi, also relaxing, was taken aback by the unexpected praise. However, he quickly understood that it was due to his initiative in tossing paper money at the apparition, an action that had proven effective. This notion, however, had originally been suggested by Su Xiaomon during their previous encounter. He merely seized the opportunity afforded by his rebirth to implement it first. Feeling undeserving of such accolades, Su Shi found himself in a predicament, unable to offer a proper explanation. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Actually, it is not my merit." The other three, surprised by the young man's humility, misinterpreted his words, believing he meant to suggest that everyone had contributed equally. Tan Xingyun, with a disapproving expression, remarked, "Brother Su, you are far too modest. Without you, we might not have escaped so effortlessly." The apparition moved with great speed, and had it advanced onto the road, even if they reacted with paper money, they would likely have been encircled. "Indeed, you are overly humble." Li Kong nodded eagerly in agreement, as Su Xiaomon joined in the compliments. Su Shi chose to surrender and remain silent. Who would have thought Su Shi was so humble? I believe he simply wishes to maintain a low-profile persona. I concur. Did you not notice that while the others were striving to showcase themselves at the beginning of the instance, he spoke little? Yet, if you pay attention to the details, it is evident that Su Shi intentionally sought to be overlooked, but alas, that intention has been unveiled. Could you elaborate? What details? Firstly, after the four introduced themselves at the commencement of the instance, when the beer-bellied uncle eagerly assumed the role of leader, Su Shi cast a meaningful glance. Furthermore, did you not observe that when passing the funeral home, while others hesitated to disembark, it was Su Shi who decisively chose to investigate? And when it came time to purchase paper money, while his teammates were conservative, Su Shi insisted on buying a substantial amount, even selecting incense among a plethora of offerings, ultimately uncovering a clue. These nuances are worth savoring. Each detail reveals the truth. Wow, I never connected the dots on these subtle cues. But why pretend to be transparent? Perhaps it is a quirk of a master? Who knows? Given his disinterest in engaging with teammates, he might simply dislike leading the group. Those who mocked him during the 2 minutes and 48 seconds of the stream have fallen silent now, haven't they? Their faces must be red from embarrassment, leaping about carelessly. The situation in the instance is ever-changing. Who knows how long he can survive? The higher your expectations, the greater the disparity will be. Let us hope you can maintain such bravado when it is your turn to be chosen by the game. If Su Shi were to learn that the comment suggested he did not engage with his teammates, he would immediately widen his eyes and exclaim, "That is unjust. I am merely a bit socially anxious, somewhat silent, and reluctant to speak. How does that equate to neglecting my teammates?" He did not wish to withhold clues from his teammates. The issue lay in the fact that the clues were derived from his own demise, rendering sharing impossible. As for the nuances, those were even less worthy of mention. A glance imbued with profound significance? That was merely his contemplation of acquiring experience from Tan Xingyun. A decisive statement? Wasn't that merely Su Xiaomon's indication that she intended to proceed, to which he opportunistically acquiesced? Urging his teammates to purchase a substantial amount of paper money was a consequence of his previous demise. As for the peculiar choice of incense, could he assert that it was the most economical option? He merely contemplated that if paper money could be utilized, perhaps these could as well. Who could have anticipated the added hint that accompanied it? Regrettably, Su Shi could not observe the barrage of comments, leaving him unable to defend himself, which resulted in an ever-growing misunderstanding among numerous netizens unbeknownst to him. Chapter 18. Highway Horror. Su Shi, please say something. Not only the netizens, but also the thoughts of Tan Xingyun and the others closely mirrored the sentiments expressed in the comments. Su Xiaomon glanced at the young man, sitting behind her, through the rearview mirror. Initially, she had instinctively overlooked him. To her, as long as he and the young man, named Li Kong, did not hinder their progress, it sufficed. However, it became apparent that he was far more capable and composed than they were. Yet, she also noticed his reluctance to engage in conversation. His silence did not stem from a lack of desire to speak, but rather from an unwillingness to interact with them. Thus, even when seeking to ease the atmosphere through conversation, she often directed her attention to the other two. The beer-bellied uncle beside her evidently shared the same understanding. As for Li Kong, he radiated a sense of ease, basking in the pride of having the most accurate instincts, confident that their team was secure with a capable leader on board. After the vehicle surged over a grave mound, the road remained bumpy once more. Tan Xingyan could not help but exclaim, "This road is quite winding. I dare not drive too fast with all these turns. I fear I might steer you all into a ditch." Li Kong nodded in relief. "Fortunately, uncle, you chose to drive. I cannot. I haven't even passed the second driving test." Su Xiaomon chimed in, "I have obtained my driver's license, but I rarely drive, so I am not very proficient." The only one suffering from motion sickness, Su Shi, attempted to join the conversation, but found her head spinning. It's amusing while the three engage in lively chatter. Su Shi sits quietly, meditating, creating a stark contrast. Su Shi, I have successfully isolated all my teammates by my own efforts. Just as Su Shi grew accustomed to the occasional jolts, the light-hearted banter around her abruptly ceased. It had begun to rain. Following Su Xiaomon's remark, the rhythmic patter of raindrops striking the car windows ensued. Initially, the raindrops resembled grains of rice, but soon transformed into torrential downpour. The cacophony of raindrops quickly blurred the scenery outside. "This is bad. The rain is so heavy, and the roads are already treacherous." Tan Xingyun's expression turned grave. Although he had confidence in his driving skills, this was, after all, an unpredictable scenario within the instance, and he dared not let his guard down. Of all times for it to rain, it had to be now. Likang mutarat sufli. Words spoken without intent can often be laden with meaning for those who listen. Sushi's heart skipped a beat. Drawing from years of cinematic experience from his previous life, he understood that sudden environmental changes typically foreshadow extraordinary occurrences. In the next moment, look, what's out ahead? With Su Xiaomon's alert, Sushi sighed inwardly. Indeed, his premonition proved accurate. Through the rain-soaked window, he barely discerned a figure standing by the roadside ahead, a frail elderly woman, seemingly of similar age to the elderly man from the funeral home. She hunched over, cradling a cloth bundle in her arms, utterly drenched and in disarray from the downpour. Perhaps noticing the vehicle's headlights, the old lady hurriedly waved her hand to signal them. Suddenly, an elderly woman appeared in the middle of the road, clearly out of place. Li Kong remarked with disdain. The other three silently agreed. "I suppose I want to stop. I'll simply drive around her," Tan Xingyun suggested. No one objected. This was not the real world, and no one would recklessly gamble with their lives for the sake of kindness. Moreover, even in reality, they would have to be wary of whether this old woman was trying to stage an accident. The four of them had no intention of acknowledging this inexplicable apparition. But just as Tan Xingyun was about to maneuver the vehicle past her, the old woman suddenly lunged into the road, seemingly untroubled by the prospect of being struck. "Damn it!" Tan Xingyun exclaimed as he slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision. It was a close call. Even though Tan Xingyun prided himself on his composure, he couldn't help but curse. Fortunately, everyone was wearing their seat belts, and no harm came to them, though their expressions were far from pleasant. Is this old woman out of her mind? Doesn't she fear being run over? It's evident she's up to something sinister. There's no need for further discernment. Does she really think we would hit her? If we did, who knows what would happen to her? But we would certainly be doomed. This old woman is clearly attempting to force us to stop. There's no escaping her. Even if she weren't blocking us physically, she would find another way to compel us to halt. Some comments were perceptive. Regardless of the perspective, a solitary old woman obstructing a desolate road in a game instance was bizarre. If she were a normal person, it would indeed be extraordinary. Clearly, the four players were aware of this, yet the eerie presence seemed insistent on not letting them pass. "Please, I beg you, give me a ride," the old woman cried, anticipating their reluctance to engage her. "I was on my way home when suddenly a torrential downpour began, and I, an old woman without an umbrella, implore you to take me just a short distance." The rain drenched her completely, her wet hair clinging to her pallid cheeks, and her soaked clothing dripped relentlessly. In that moment, her appearance was one of desperate entreaty, evoking sympathy in anyone who laid eyes on her. However, what a flimsy excuse. May I ask, does this area seem populated at all? Exactly, and the old man from the funeral home mentioned that this road leads solely to a mortuary. Surely, this old woman doesn't live there. Perhaps she does. Maybe her home is within the crematorium of the mortuary, sarcastic tone. Even the comments reflected disbelief, let alone the 4 individuals in the vehicle. I can't drive with her holding onto the front. Tan Xingyun frowned, irritation evident on his face. He was reluctant to force his way through, fearing that this evidently uncanny old woman might retaliate. She merely obstructed their vehicle, neither demanding they exit nor resorting to violence. Either the vehicle possessed some protective quality preventing her from entering, or they'd yet to trigger any fatal rules that would allow her to act against them. Su Simang, equally troubled, scrutinized the old woman ahead while articulating her thoughts. Regardless of the circumstances, none dared to act impulsively. Yet, the elderly woman clearly lacked the patience to await their deliberation. I implore you, please give me a ride. I shall compensate you, she pleaded, but the 4 soon noticed her expression darkening. Tan Xingyun gritted his teeth and lowered the window. Addressing her, I sincerely apologize, dear lady, but we are in a hurry. Perhaps you might wait for the next vehicle? It appeared that they were unwilling to grant her a ride. Unfortunately, despite Tan Xingyun's polite explanation, the elderly woman remained obstinate. Since that is the case, oh no, this old woman is about to transform. Sushi, speak up quickly. The group's anxiety mirrored that of a barrage of comments on a screen, and Li Kong instinctively turned to the young man beside him. Suge, what should we do? Just as the elderly woman's countenance was about to fully darken, Sushi suddenly rolled down the window. Chapter 19, Roadside Terror. Thus, it was indeed Sushi who took action. Suge, what shall we do? Sushi had barely regained consciousness when he heard the anxious inquiry beside him. Without allowing himself much time for contemplation, his hands moved faster than his mind. As he rolled down the car window, the torrential rain struck his face, the sharp pain and refreshing coolness jolting him into full awareness. He gazed at the old woman, who had ceased her transformation due to his intervention. Her eyes filled with eager anticipation as they locked onto him. Young man, are you willing to give this old woman a ride? She inquired earnestly. Sushi shook his head, and just as her expression threatened to shift once more, he swiftly retrieved a stack of paper money from his pocket. Extending the stack out the window, he smiled and said, Dear madam, we are indeed pressed for time and cannot accommodate you. It would be best for you to take this sum and await the next fortunate vehicle. In an instant, the scene before the onlookers shifted, and when their vision cleared, the old woman had already appeared at Sushi's window. She eagerly snatched the paper money from his hand, her eyes sparkling as she counted it before tucking it into a cloth bag nestled against her chest. Clearing her throat, the somber expression on her face faded, replaced by a smile that made her weathered skin appear even more wrinkled in the rain. However, her words ignited a simmering frustration among the others. Oh, how could I possibly accept your money? But since you have offered, I shall shamelessly accept it. Yet, this small amount may not suffice for a taxi ride, she remarked. Unfazed, Sushi retrieved 3 sticks of incense from his pocket. We are hurrying along and do not carry much cash. This is all that remains. That will do, that will do, the old woman exclaimed with a beaming smile as she accepted the incense, inhaling deeply with a look of rapture. Thank you ever so much. I shall await the next vehicle. Upon hearing this, Sushi exchanged a knowing glance with Tan Xingyun. Tan instinctively pressed the accelerator, and soon, they left the old woman far behind. Only when her figure vanished entirely from view did the group allow themselves to relax, with Li Kong even collapsing against the cushion in relief. Suge, you're truly remarkable. You so effortlessly dispatched that old hag. I thought she was about to transform and devour us. Li Kong exclaimed. Indeed, it was your quick thinking that saved us. We never considered that offering paper money could appease her, Tan Xingyun added with a sense of admiration. Su Xiaomon took out her portion of paper money and incense, examining them closely before continuing. It seems the old man's warnings about dealing with troublesome entities requiring more expensive incense to placate them were indeed true. Had Suga not insisted on purchasing the incense, this old woman would not have been so easily dissuaded. We might have had to pay a far steeper price, perhaps a limb or, in the worst case, a life. Who would have thought this crisis could be so effortlessly averted? Effortlessly? If only we could experiment by replacing those 3 players. Indeed, I have just realized the extensive utility of paper money. Had they adhered to their initial strategy, the paper money would have been utterly insufficient. Thanks to Su Shi's prophetic foresight, we procured a substantial amount of paper money and additional incense, and the benefits have indeed materialized. Furthermore, I wonder if you have noticed that Su Shi typically does not seek to assert his presence. It is only when a young man named Li Kong inquires that he begins to take charge of the situation. I was quite perplexed. Su Shi must have anticipated that paper money could dispel that peculiar entity. So why did he wait until the last moment, just before the entity was about to transform, to speak? Perhaps he believed his teammates possessed the capability to resolve the issue themselves. After all, the stout uncle is composed, and the woman in the cowboy skirt is perceptive. It is highly probable that they would conceive of such a solution. Yet, it seems they failed to consider it. Thus, Su Shi intervened. The performance of this newcomer throughout has demonstrated his remarkable intelligence and meticulous thought process. Rather than leading the team collaboratively, he prefers to observe the unfolding events from a distance. Consequently, when his teammates faltered, he felt compelled to assist, lest he be dragged down by their shortcomings. Were this a solo mission, aside from the time required for travel, it is unlikely he would have been significantly delayed. Is this the true strength of 2 minutes and 48 seconds? Speaking of which, the old man's hints have all proven accurate. They should have sought further information at that time. Do you truly believe that old man is a philanthropist, revealing all dangers to facilitate an easy passage for you? He likely expected that they still possessed ample funds. They could have purchased more paper money, incense, or other ritualistic items. It seems you have not carefully considered the previous analysis. While the utility of paper money is indeed acknowledged, we remain uncertain if further needs will arise. If they do, what then? He had calculated a retreat for himself. You are indeed the gambler here. The barrage of comments was fervent, and the few individuals within the instance were reflecting upon the recent events. It appears that the old man from the funeral parlor is a pivotal figure. Su Xiaomon sighed softly. We have underestimated the significance of his words. Indeed, we were overly cautious of that old man, allowing our subconscious to harbor doubts about his statements, leading us to distrust him fully. This resulted in our failure to utilize his hints promptly in addressing that strange old lady. Tan Xingyun nodded in agreement. Were it not for the presence of the young man named Su Shi behind them, they might have only recalled those hints after incurring a certain cost. It is quite possible that we would have suffered casualties. At this point, he could not help but glance into the rearview mirror of the vehicle. The mirror clearly reflected the individual seated behind. Li Kong was attentively listening to their conversation, while Su Shi caught his gaze. Tan Xingyun was unsure of the source of his unease. Nonetheless, his heart skipped a beat in that fleeting moment. Su Shi gazed in bewilderment at the rotund man driving ahead, who quickly averted his gaze. Was it merely a fleeting glance exchanged between the two that rendered this man so bashful? It hardly seemed plausible. However, recalling the earlier mention of casualties, he silently contemplated that it was not just one, but rather their entire quartet that had perished. Indeed, he had been reborn, not once but twice. In the first instance, they had declined to allow the elderly woman onto the vehicle, who subsequently transformed into a grotesque creature, obliterating both herself and the car. In the second instance, he had, against the consensus, chosen to permit her entry, only for the vehicle to travel a short distance before she too morphed, her sharp, green claws piercing through their bodies. The reason he had whimsically decided to offer paper money and incense to the old woman was not merely due to a recollection of the funeral director's advice, but rather because, in the final moments of his consciousness during the second encounter, he had witnessed her, after inflicting harm, forego immediately devouring them in favor of first seizing the paper money and incense from their pockets. Thus, he resolved to give it another try. After listening to Tan Xingyun and the others' analysis, Su Shi experienced a moment of clarity. It turned out that his unintentional actions had inadvertently aligned with the hints provided. Chapter 20. Road of horrors, this individual becomes increasingly intriguing upon closer inspection, yet these observations are not the crux of the matter. Previously suppressed thoughts now resurface uncontrollably. He has already undergone 3 rebirths within this instance, none of which mirrored the previous instances returned to the very beginning. Analyzing the temporal nodes of these 3 returns, it appears he consistently returns at pivotal moments requiring choices. Thus, can his ability be more accurately described as akin to reverting to a previous state? Or is it merely a peculiarity of this particular scenario? Sushi pondered for quite some time, concluding that such musings could only be speculative. With only 2 instances as reference points, no definitive conclusions could be drawn. Continued verification was necessary. Nevertheless, the sentiment remains. It is best not to succumb to death. He recalled the harrowing demise inflicted by the enigmatic old woman in his previous life, a memory that caused his body to ache in phantom pain. Death truly stings. Perhaps the crisis has passed, for the torrential downpour has ceased. This rain must surely have been conjured by that peculiar old woman, Li Kong remarked, gazing out at the fog-laden sky. Who knows what awaits us further down the road? Tanshingen dared not lower his guard. Having encountered both the spectral grave mound and the obstructive old woman, his nerves were taut with tension. He certainly did not expect the journey ahead to be tranquil. Come what may, Su Xiaomon offered a comforting remark. Even with a player among them who strikingly resembled a formidable presence, they would not allow themselves to become complacent. Relying on others for their survival was not a prudent strategy. This instance evidently required cooperation, yet there are always scenarios where collaboration is undervalued. One cannot always expect assistance from others. Not every instance features a powerhouse, nor does every instance guarantee that someone will extend a helping hand. Ultimately, they can only depend on themselves. For the love of all that is holy, let us arrive at that mortuary swiftly. Li Kong clasped his hands together, adopting an air of fervent supplication. Although no one responded, the expressions of his companions reflected a shared sentiment. Sushi propped his elbow against the car window, resting his palm against his forehead, striving to suppress the waves of nausea. Upon hearing Li Kang's words, he too silently wished for a quick arrival at their destination. He truly felt the urge to vomit. 3 teammates are apprehensive about the journey ahead, while only Sushi appears nonchalant and unconcerned. This individual grows increasingly enigmatic. One wonders what those who claim he lacks substance are truly complaining about. They cannot stand to see anyone surpass them, as there will always be those who sit atop their pedestals, eager to critique. There are countless impressive players out there. Does his absence truly matter? Oh, how eager they seem. While many players are indeed remarkable, I have yet to encounter someone who can complete a solo instance in 2 minutes and 48 seconds. If you are unconvinced, why not find someone even more extraordinary to showcase? I do not engage in disputes with you. Simply wait and see. So many seasoned players hesitate to claim they have mastered a dungeon completely, yet you elevate this novice to the heavens. When he falters, I shall revisit your words and see how they resonate. Thousands of comments flood the screen, some engaging in discussion, others embroiled in arguments, questioning and countering, amidst a cacophony of chaos and confusion. Fortunately, this tumult does not affect Su Shi within the dungeon. He pondered whether there might be a stretch of road that is somewhat stable. It cannot be bumpy throughout the entire journey. Suddenly, he heard the portly gentleman murmur, "That deadpan remark is indeed prophetic. What is it now?" He leaned forward, only to witness the road ahead vanish, replaced by a dense grove of trees. Even more bizarre was the sight of a woman in a red dress standing outside the forest, beckoning them. A familiar trope. Had they not encountered this once before? Again, Li Kong widened his eyes, incredulity lacing his tone. Could it be yet another toll collector? How amusing, such a vivid description. Indeed, that old woman could very well be a toll collector. This is simple. Just continue to offer her paper money. They still have some, don't they? I doubt the same trick would be employed twice. This woman in red likely won't be as easily dismissed as that old lady. With Sushi here, we should be fine. Let us be rational. Let us not mythologize her too much. After all, she is still a novice. As the comments ignited a new wave of debate, Su Xiaomon shared a sentiment aligned with some of the comments. The dungeon would hardly be so benevolent as to repeat a trope. Otherwise, based on our previous experience, we could easily evade danger using the same tactics. Before being selected by the God Hunter game, she frequently watched various live streams. Although the styles of dungeons varied, her observation indicated that no dungeon employed repetitive tropes. This to seem unusual. As Tan Xingyan spoke, he reduced the vehicle's speed, wary that the woman in red might, like that old lady, suddenly dart into the road without warning. Should they circumvent her or halt entirely? After posing the question, he discreetly glanced at the young man in the back seat via the rearview mirror. Regrettably, the young man appeared indifferent, choosing not to partake in their discourse. With no alternative, he turned to the other two. What are your thoughts? Su Xiaomon pursed her lips, and after a moment, spoke hesitantly. I believe we cannot continue without a plan. She pointed toward the grove ahead, urging the others to look. You see, we cannot pass through it all. Thanks to Su Xiaomon's observation, Sushi noticed the fog enveloping the grove, identical to that which lined the road. Even as they drew closer, the path within remained obscured. Should they venture in, they would undoubtedly become lost in the thicket. He did not notice Tan Xingyun's glance. Instead, silently admiring the keen observation of the woman in the cowboy skirt, he resolved to learn from her astuteness. The elderly woman ushered in a torrential downpour, while the lady in the red dress seemed to conjure a grove of trees. How peculiar it is that these enigmatic figures appear with their own backgrounds. Sitting beside a prominent figure, Li Kang's courage had notably increased since the beginning, and he now spoke loudly. It appeared that they had no choice but to halt. Everyone prepared themselves accordingly. After Tan Xingyun had spoken, he once again reduced the vehicle's speed until it came to a stop before the woman in the red dress. Clearly taken aback that a vehicle would indeed come to a halt, the woman appeared genuinely surprised. I sincerely apologize. I did not intend to impede your journey. I was merely hurrying to a wedding banquet, but the taxi driver refused to proceed, leaving me stranded here. Would you be so kind as to offer me a ride? Chapter 21. The Road of Terror. He felt an undeniable sense of alienation from his companions. This excuse was no better than that of the bizarre old woman he had encountered earlier. If she had said she was in a hurry for a banquet, he might have pretended to believe her. As the barrage of comments criticized the situation, he noticed the hesitation among those in the vehicle. The woman in the red dress, sensing the uncertainty, administered a potent dose of persuasion, her expression earnest as she proclaimed, I am familiar with the paths in the woods. I'm willing to guide you, even if the fog has settled in. As long as you follow my directions, you will not lose your way. Let us deliberate, Tan Xingyun said, feigning an apologetic demeanor towards the woman in red. She remained silent, unlike the previous aggressive old woman, merely nodding before retreating to the roadside, her face still etched with anxiety. Su Xiaomon withdrew her gaze from the woman, leaning in to whisper her thoughts to the others, regardless of whether her words hold truth. The fog in the woods is indeed thick, and visibility is severely impaired. If we recklessly venture in, we may very well become lost. Moreover, we cannot ascertain if there are other dangers lurking within. Indeed, Tan Xingyun affirmed Su Xiaomon's perspective and proceeded to share his analysis. Given their earlier encounter with the old woman, it was illogical to expect a similar ploy. Thus, he leaned towards the notion that this woman could indeed guide them, though the threat might originate from elsewhere. Li Kang, rarely engaging in deep thought, joined the discussion, suggesting perhaps this is a deliberate design of the scenario, allowing us to fall for the old woman's trick before introducing a similar woman. We would certainly be less gullible this time, only to inadvertently miss the clues offered to us. Ah, this young man's mind is starting to shine. Indeed, it sounds quite plausible, reminiscent of traps laid by the scenario. Ultimately, it is a gamble. This scenario does not seem to emphasize puzzles, but rather the choices made by the players. Tan Xingyun and the others gradually recognized this truth. Since their encounter with the funeral parlor, they had largely been faced with choices. A wrong selection would lead to their demise. Su Xiaomon lowered her head in contemplation, soon lifting it again to speak earnestly. My suggestion is to allow her to join us, but we must further test her intentions, Tan Xingyun interjected, understanding the implication of her words. Li Kang glanced around, genuinely puzzled as to where this tacit understanding between the two had come from, given that they were all meeting for the first time. Was this the silent rapport shared among the intelligent? Sushi, uncertain, hesitated to voice his thoughts, fearing that remaining silent while others actively debated might portray him as merely drifting along. Yet, he was genuinely conflicted about whether to allow the woman in red into their vehicle. Li Kang's reasoning held merit. But what if the scenario had anticipated their very thoughts? Before Shi could speak, Tan Xingyun had already turned to him, inquiring, "Brother Su, what is your perspective on this matter?" Both Su Xiaoman and Li Kang focused their attention on him simultaneously. Shi was momentarily taken aback, sensing that his companions seemed to harbor an excessive expectation of his opinion. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. "I have no objections." Setting aside the unknown dangers that lurked within the obscure woods, the impenetrable fog that obscured visibility warranted caution. They could not recklessly venture forth. It was indeed fortuitous that a woman in a red dress appeared, offering to guide them. Moreover, the beer-bellied man and the woman in the cowboy skirt evidently possessed a clear plan. They could simply adhere to their strategy. The worst outcome would be death, followed by a return to the starting point. Shi mused silently. For him, the prospect of death and resurrection served as a shortcut to victory. However, he had yet to grasp the intricacies and limitations of this ability, making him hesitant to rely on it entirely. Though he often recited the mantra of avoiding death whenever possible, he would not shy away from the possibility of sacrificing himself to test the rules when faced with a difficult choice. In contrast, Tan Xingyun and the others were resolutely prepared to stake their singular lives on this decision. Sushi noticed that after he expressed his agreement to allow the woman in red to board, his teammates visibly relaxed. "Sushi has consented to let the woman in red join us. It appears there is little danger. Though I hold Sushi in high regard, we must remain vigilant amidst the numerous perils of this realm." Tan Xingyun rolled down the car window, producing the prepared paper money to offer to the woman in red, his tone laced with regret. "I apologize, dear lady, but my companions and I are in a hurry and cannot accommodate you. Please take this money and wait for the next vehicle." If he had felt any trepidation before, it dissipated when Sushi did not oppose his tentative approach with the woman in the cowboy skirt, instilling him with a measure of confidence. Judging by her astute handling of previous crises, he deduced that their inquiry would not pose significant danger. Otherwise, she would not have remained so composed. The woman in red appeared rather disheartened upon hearing his words. Unlike the earlier enigmatic elder, she did not exhibit greed towards the paper money. Instead, she waved her hand dismissively. "I was merely asking for your assistance. I cannot in good conscience accept your money. Please go ahead. I will wait for another vehicle." Just as the woman in red, looking dejected, was about to turn away, Su Xiaomon promptly called out to her, "Please wait a moment." In such a remote area, it was uncertain when the next vehicle might arrive. This statement was directed towards Tan Xingyun, and considering that she could guide them, perhaps it would be best to take her along for the ride. This, Tan Xingyun displayed a hint of hesitation. Li Kang, finally grasping the meaning behind their earlier conversation, cleverly encouraged. Indeed, Uncle Tan, besides, a young woman alone in the wilderness is susceptible to danger. Though we're pressed for time, we can always drive faster later. The woman in red had not anticipated this turn of events and looked at the middle-aged man in the driver's seat with hopeful eyes. Tan Xingyun did not anticipate the swift reaction of the young man. He immediately adopted a demeanor as if he had been persuaded, heaving a sigh and saying, "Very well. You may get in the car." "Thank you so much. I am truly grateful," exclaimed the woman in the red dress with delight. Throughout the entire scene, Sushi did not so much as blink. What remarkable acting! He felt a profound sense of disconnection from his teammates. Ultimately, the woman in the red dress took a seat beside Li Kang, who subtly inched closer to Sushi. Anyone would be unsettled sitting next to someone so peculiar. Chapter 22. Highway Fright. When the woman in the red dress boarded the vehicle, a palpable tension enveloped the group, each member apprehensive that her presence might unveil her true nature and lead to their swift demise. Sushiyu felt this anxiety more acutely than the others, for he alone retained the haunting memory of being fatally pierced by that enigmatic old woman. Fortunately, after taking her seat, the woman remained eerily quiet, exhibiting no peculiar behavior. What a thrill to share a ride with someone so bizarre. One must admit, These players possess remarkable courage. The strange passenger's calm demeanor suggests their choice was prudent, at least for the moment. Tan Xingyun stole a glance in the rearview mirror, never having imagined that he would find himself confined within a vehicle alongside someone so uncanny. Meeting the gaze of Su Xiaomon, who occupied the front passenger seat, he feigned composure and cleared his throat, inquiring, "Excuse me, miss, where might you be headed?" The woman in the red dress promptly replied, upon entering the woods, "Proceed straight for approximately 600 meters. There will be a fork in the road. Take a right and continue for about 2 kilometers until you reach a village. That is my destination." "Ah, splendid. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in keeping an eye out. The fog is quite thick, and I fear I may misjudge the direction," Tan Xingyun responded, though he remained uneasy despite the seemingly straightforward directions. "No trouble at all. In fact, I owe you my gratitude. Without your help, I would surely miss this joyous banquet. After all, I am the bridesmaid," she stated with a generous spirit, her conversation flowing easily. As they talked, she began to voice her grievances about her previous driver, who had promised to take her to her destination but refused to proceed any further, despite her offers of extra payment. "If it weren't for the fear of soiling my new dress, I would not be waiting for a ride here. If you are unwilling to take me, I shall have to make the journey on foot, and even if I arrive in time, my gown will be tarnished." With a hint of regret, she lamented, "Had I known, I would have worn something more casual and kept this dress in a bag. Alas, this is my first time as a bridesmaid, and in my haste, I neglected to prepare. I assumed the journey would be uneventful." The cramped interior resonated with her continuous chatter. Though the others remained fixated on the road ahead, they collectively pricked up their ears, drawn to her words. Su Xiu sensed that Li Kong, who was pressed closely against him, was gradually relaxing, his posture less rigid than at the outset. One could not help but contrast the vivacity of the woman in red with the previous elderly figure. Her presence was undeniably more animated, exuding a sense of life that momentarily swayed Su Xiu's thoughts. Could it be that she was merely a human NPC? The driver she mentioned, who abandoned her partway, sounded like an ordinary person, a scene reminiscent of a narrative where one encounters a peculiar passenger and instinctively flees upon sensing danger. Since the advent of the game Divine Hunt, investigations have been conducted across various nations. Yet to this day, uncertainties persist regarding whether certain humanoid NPCs within the instances are indeed living beings. For instance, the driver in the red dress, along with countless other NPCs in various scenarios, bears an indistinguishable resemblance to ordinary humans. If such NPCs were transposed into the real world, there is no doubt that their authenticity would go unquestioned. However, within the confines of the scenarios, the situation may differ. Some nations have proposed that the setting of the Divine Hunt game is akin to a world similar to Blue Star, albeit teeming with peculiarities, and the scenarios experienced by the players are merely fragmented pieces of this realm. Currently, this theory garners the most support. Just as Sushi's thoughts began to expand, a startled exclamation escaped the lips of the woman in the red dress. Li Kong even shivered in surprise, while Tan Xingyun instinctively slammed on the brakes. Su Xiaomon promptly surveyed her surroundings, only to be met with an unrelenting white mist. She calmly inquired, "What is it?" The woman in the red dress rolled down the window and peered outside, stating, "Sir, you have veered off course." At this, Tan Xingyun's heart sank. He had been entirely oblivious to any deviation. In his perception, he was certain he had been driving in a straight line. Yet the woman in red insisted he had strayed from his path. Sushi also leaned forward to gaze ahead. The trees on either side stood lush and verdant, while the wild terrain in between was strewn with weeds and fallen leaves. Visually, they appeared to be traveling straight ahead without a doubt. Was the woman in red misleading them, or were their senses deceived? "Sir, you veered left by a meter. Now, please steer slightly to the right." This left Tan Xingyun in a state of hesitation. Clearly ahead loomed several stout trees. If he followed the woman's guidance, the vehicle would surely collide with one of them. Su Xiaomon discreetly exchanged glances with him. Understanding her implication, Tan Xingyun exhaled deeply and gradually steered the car towards the right front. Li Kong wished to speak to Su Shi, but the eerie presence beside him silenced him instantly. Sushi remained fixated on the vehicle's trajectory, clenching his fists as the car seemed on the verge of crashing into a tree. However, the ensuing scene astonished all four of them. The car did not collide with the tree. Rather, the trees appeared to shift as if they were mobile, maintaining a consistent distance from the vehicle throughout. Witnessing this, their expressions shifted subtly. Indeed, their senses had been misled. Oh my, who wouldn't get lost in this? Believing they were traveling in a straight line, yet the surrounding references were deceiving them. Without the constant reminders from the woman in red, the players would surely have become lost in this forest. All right, continue forward. We shall soon reach the fork in the road. The woman in red seemed unfazed by their reactions. Upon seeing the vehicle return to its correct path, she resumed chatting about mundane matters. Within the car, only Tsushima occasionally responded softly. Sushi gradually withdrew his gaze. It seemed that their decision to allow the woman in red to board the vehicle had been a prudent one. Otherwise, they would have found themselves ensnared within an impenetrable thicket. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding the presence of other perils within this forest. As trepidation gripped them, time appeared to slow for the quartet. Throughout their journey, the woman in the red dress frequently urged Tan Xingyun to alter their course. Despite the proximity of their destination as indicated by the lady in red, Sushi felt as though an eternity had passed. At long last, they had arrived, just moments away from exiting the forest, with the village lying ahead. Accompanied by the joyous exclamations of the woman in red, the group felt a surge of energy, their gazes turning eagerly towards the front. At that moment, the white mist seemed to lift, revealing the faint outline of the forest's edge. Splendid. As the vehicle emerged from the dense thicket, the atmosphere lightened considerably. It appears that the dangers of this forest merely lead players astray. Yet, the threat posed by the woman in red remains unresolved. There is something amiss with that village. Chapter 23. The road's terrifying surprise in the distance. The outline of the village began to materialize before them. Tan Xingyun contemplated the situation much like the rapid-fire comments of an online forum, hesitating to drive too close. He cautiously remarked, "We have arrived, young lady. We must continue our journey. You can proceed on your own, can't you?" The woman in the red dress did not appear displeased. On the contrary, she seemed quite pleased. Of course. I have already troubled you enough. By the way, here is some money for you. Consider my fare." She produced a stack of bills from seemingly nowhere and thrust it into Li Kang's embrace. "I don't have much cash on me, just this little amount. I hope you won't find it lacking." With that, she gracefully exited the vehicle, failing to invite the group to join her in the village for the wedding feast. Li Kang, momentarily dumbfounded by the sudden gift of money, instinctively attempted to return it. "No, we cannot accept this." As soon as the words left his lips, he regained his composure, internally exclaiming in disbelief. This was certainly not the real world. He could hardly refuse in such a peculiar exchange. Fortunately, the woman in red did not seem to notice his moment of awkwardness, merely waving her hand dismissively. "Please accept it. I cannot ride for free. If it weren't for your haste, I would have invited you all to the feast before you departed." Li Kang let out a quiet sigh of relief, hesitating briefly before handing the money to Sushi. "Brother, what do you think about this?" Sushi was surprised for a moment, but accepted the bills nonetheless. As he examined the notes, he noted they were identical to the currency in his own pocket, indistinguishable from his own funds. Meanwhile, Tan Xingyun quickly called out to the red-dressed woman, who was preparing to head towards the village. Under the curious gazes of his teammates, he produced a few bills of his own. "Although we cannot stay for the feast, encountering such a joyous occasion is fortuitous. Here is a token of congratulations." The woman in red immediately grasped the intent behind the gesture, her face lighting up with delight as she accepted the offering. "Thank you for your blessings. Please wait here. I shall fetch some wedding candies for you to share in the joy." As she hurried away, before his teammates could voice their queries, Tan Xingyun preemptively explained, "Unlike the elderly woman we encountered earlier, this one is clearly more amiable and capable of normal conversation. I believe she harbors something unique about her." Su Xiaomon reflected momentarily. Yet, the information she provided was quite limited. She only mentioned attending the wedding. Tan Xingyun nodded in agreement. "Indeed. But do you recall the old man from the funeral parlor?" Li Kang inquired with curiosity. "What about him?" We initially thought the old man's presence was merely to provide us with some clues and tools, which it indeed was. However, we were passively receiving information, while only Su Xiao proactively unearthed deeper insights. Listening quietly, Sushi was taken aback that the conversation could somehow revolve around him, especially since he had merely stumbled into the situation. Each mention of his name brought a pang of embarrassment. Su Xiaomon, upon hearing this, immediately grasped the underlying truth. Typically, attending a wedding banquet requires one to contribute a monetary gift, so he approached the situation with a spirit of experimentation. Indeed, Tan Xingyun acknowledged, his intentions were rather straightforward. The efficacy of this approach was soon evident. Su Xiaomon observed the red-clad figure sprinting toward them and murmured, "Is it possible to draw such connections? That uncle with the beer belly is quite impressive, bold, meticulous, and resourceful. He seems capable of thriving in the game for the long haul. So why didn't Sushi think of that? And why should Sushi be the only one to think of it? This is a multiplayer dungeon, not a solo quest. Should the other players refrain from thinking as well? How amusing. Ignore that fool upstairs. It's not necessarily that he couldn't think of it. Perhaps he simply lacked the interest to complicate matters. Sweet candies sound like disposable items. If one is capable of speed-running the dungeon, would they really care for trifles? Trifles? Such an unfamiliar term. How many players fail to obtain even a single disposable item after several dungeons, and yet you reduce it to trifles? Let us not argue. The lady in red is back. Amidst the barrage of comments, the woman in the red dress returned, breathless. Here, take these sweet candies. Tan Xingyun quickly counted, finding precisely 8 pieces. After graciously accepting them, he smiled and said, "Thank you. You're welcome. I must take my leave now. Take care on your journey, and I wish you safe travels." With a wave of her hand in farewell, the woman turned to leave. Tan Xingyun, however, did not pocket all the candies. He took 2 for himself and offered the rest to the others, saying, "Let us share equally, 2 for each." Li Kong, startled, scratched his head in discomfort, saying, "Uncle, you earned these. How can we take them?" He understood that these candies were likely valuable dungeon items, which could be crucial for survival. Moreover, he and T contributed much during their adventure, making it even more awkward to take them without merit. Tan Xingyun chuckled amiably, responding, "We are all teammates, and this dungeon success was a result of our collective effort. While my attempt yielded positive results, there was also a 1/3 chance of failure. We all share in the outcome, so sharing is only fair. Besides, the fact that she provided 8 candies might have been to encourage us to divide them." Su Xiaomon regarded him thoughtfully, accepting 2 differently wrapped candies from the middle-aged man's hand, saying, "Thank you." The 8 candies were of 2 varieties, one wrapped in floral paper, the other in pure white, with 4 of each. Both Tan Xingyun and Su Xiaomon took 1 of each. Li Kong noticed the distinction and shyly accepted 2, quickly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, uncle." Sushi also shared the sentiment of Li Kong. He did not possess the audacity to claim the seemingly prop-like wedding candies exchanged by others. However, seeing that the other 2 had taken theirs, it felt somewhat inappropriate for him to abstain. Thus, he accepted the last 2 remaining candies, expressing his gratitude with genuine sincerity. The jovial uncle with the beer belly was remarkably generous. If these were indeed props, that would amount to 8 in total, yet he chose to share rather than hoard. One could easily envision a different player seizing them all for themselves, rather than foolishly distributing them amongst teammates. This uncle, however, was far from foolish. On the contrary, he was quite astute and not at all greedy. It was unexpected that even within the confines of the dungeon, one still had to navigate the complexities of human relations. Chapter 24. Road of Terror. Believing in the significance of 2 minutes and 48 seconds, Su Shi, after pocketing 2 pieces of candy, realized that she still held the fare given by the woman in the red dress. Suddenly, she heard Li Kang's stammering voice beside her. "Why you all look?" Instinctively, Su Shi followed his gaze, only to find behind them a straight road, devoid of any dense forest. The indistinct village in the distance had vanished, leaving only a dilapidated expanse of crumbling houses that appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. Well, now everyone understood that the woman in the red dress was undoubtedly suspicious. The good news was that the candy the group possessed remained intact, and unchanged. However, Sushi glanced at the fare in her hand, which had transformed into ghost money, and could not help but twitch her lips. The other three clearly noticed this as well. Li Kong cautiously speculated, could it be that this is also a prop? Hearing this, Sushi counted and replied, there are also 8 pieces. She looked up at the 3 individuals, whose expressions varied, and suggested, shall we split it evenly? Sushi had not overthought the matter. She simply did not know how to deal with the ghost money. Since Li Kong had raised the possibility of it being a prop, and the quantity was likewise 8, it seemed reasonable to share it, just as they had with the candy. Tan Xingyu nodded in agreement. Su Xiaoman and Li Kong also voiced no objections. Witnessing the scene, netizens expressed their astonishment. What does this mean? It's all about fairness, right? It's rare to see such a harmonious group of players. Everyone likely has their own little thoughts. It's just that these individuals are more perceptive, especially since this is their second time participating in the dungeon. That's why I enjoy watching newcomer streams. Seasoned players tend to be self-serving, often lacking the sincerity of newcomers. The world can be treacherous, my friends. Sincerity often leads to an early demise. In a dungeon, self-interest is the key to survival. I find these players quite clever. It's not so much about sincerity, but rather weighing the pros and cons. If a crisis arises requiring the sacrifice of a teammate, do you think they remain this harmonious? In contrast to the staggering amounts, often reaching millions or billions, the denominations of these ghost coins were modest, each valued at 10 yuan. After distributing 2 coins each, Sushi carefully placed the ghost money and candy into her right pocket, while her left pocket held the initial funds provided by the dungeon. Without lingering too long, they resumed their journey. Perhaps it was the smoother road ahead, but Sushi felt less queasy than before. The sky remained overcast and murky, imparting a sense of oppression. No one spoke inside the vehicle. Perhaps the continuous string of dangers had left everyone mentally fatigued. However, the dungeon offered no respite. Ahead, is that a tunnel? Su Xiaoman murmured. One after another. Can't we catch a breath? Li Kong quietly complained. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt a wave of panic. Trusting his instincts, he was certain that something terrifying lurked within the tunnel. Upon reflecting on this, he became increasingly agitated. Su Shi, seated beside Li Kong, was the first to notice the unusual demeanor of his teammate. Just as he was about to inquire, he heard his companion swallow hard and ask, Uncle, is there a way to bypass this tunnel? Tan Xingyun furrowed his brow and surveyed the surroundings before shaking his head in negation. No, there's no way around it. There's south no road. Su Xiaoman added, to be precise, it's all shrouded in fog. Even if there were an alternate route, we would be unable to penetrate the mist. This expanse seemed to be enveloped solely by the white fog, with only their solitary vehicle traversing the desolate road. What's the matter? Did you sense something? Su Xiaoman directed her gaze towards Li Kong. My intuition has always been remarkably accurate. While not every premonition proves true, most of the time it is reliable. My instinct tells me that tunnel is quite perilous. The gravity in Li Kang's voice successfully heightened the tension among the other 3. Intuition? How mystical. Could it be merely a trick of fatigue? Don't dismiss it. Some individuals possess an innate sixth sense that can indeed save their lives in critical moments. Exactly. My neighbor has an exceptionally strong sixth sense. Once, while crossing the street, he had an ominous premonition and paused for 2 seconds. Just then a car sped by, narrowly missing him and injuring several others. Is that the incident near XX Square? I came across that news. I heard 1 died and 2 were injured. Yes, that's the one. Wow, I never imagined this young man possessed such abilities. I watched Li Kang's first live stream. I initially thought he merely had good fortune in dodging danger, but it seems it was his intuition at play. Sushi was quite inclined to believe in such mystical notions, much like his faith that sincere daily prayers to the god of wealth would eventually lead to prosperity. As for Tan Xingyun, after over a decade of driving a taxi and encountering inexplicable taboos, he had come to trust Li Kang's words. Even Su Xiaoman, once an atheist, had begun to embrace such beliefs following the advent of the Divine Hunt game. Yet, there was indeed no way to circumvent it. The winding road led into the dark tunnel, with irregular shadows swirling amidst the white fog on either side, eliciting an involuntary bristle of goosebumps. If they did not venture into the tunnel, their only option was to brave the fog, which was evidently a death wish. Li Kang's complexion was pale. He understood that aside from entering the tunnel, there were no other alternatives. It's just a tunnel. We have navigated through numerous crises before, so this one should not deter us. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere within the team, Tan Xingyun attempted to uplift their spirits with a smile. Let us discover what remarkable challenges this tunnel holds. Whether life or death, we must give it a try. Upon hearing this, Li Kang's expression brightened considerably. He glanced at the young man at his side and thought, indeed, we still have a formidable ally with us. Noticing that Li Kang's mood had stabilized, Su Xiaomon declared, "Let us proceed." Tan Xingyun responded affirmatively. Unbeknownst to the teammates who placed their hopes entirely upon him, Sushi stood poised, ready to enter the tunnel. Was Sushi nervous? Certainly. Was Sushi afraid? He was not particularly fearful. For him, at this moment, even death would be acceptable, as long as it was devoid of pain. Yet, the uncertainty of what lay within the tunnel lingered. Oh dear, this is quite nerve-wracking. With Sushi present, there should, hopefully, be no cause for concern. However, it is difficult to say, even if this newcomer possesses the remarkable skills you all boast about. One cannot guarantee that he will consistently discern the traps within the scenario. Let's place our faith in them, or rather, in the value of the 2 minutes and 48 seconds. The online community was captivated by Li Kang's words, and the mention of the 2 minutes and 48 seconds completion record successfully calmed the restless barrage of comments. Chapter 25. Highway Horror in a Critical Moment. It was impossible for Sushi to act, as he remained unaware that the barrage of comments regarded him as the greatest hope. The tunnel was engulfed in darkness, with only the faint glow of the headlights illuminating a small area ahead. Throughout the journey, Li Kang maintained a state of restless anxiety, and Sushi could sense the palpable tension emanating from him. They had been traversing the tunnel for over 10 minutes without encountering any troublesome obstacles. Nevertheless, Li Kang remained unsettled. Is this young man mistaken? There's nothing here. It's all rather calm, one comment suggested. Perhaps it's merely the calm before the storm. Another speculated. Oh my, look, something is coming. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the darkness ahead, strikingly visible in the shadowy tunnel. As the two vehicles drew closer, everyone realized that a black sedan was approaching, identical in appearance to the one they were driving, albeit adorned with distinct markings and a license plate. Li Kang clutched his clothing tightly, his entire being screaming of impending danger. "Be careful," he exclaimed, just as the oncoming car charged directly at them. Fortunately, Tan Xingyun reacted swiftly, sharply turning the steering wheel to evade the collision, though they inevitably crashed into the adjacent stone wall. All four were secure by their seatbelts, sustaining minimal injuries. Once the initial shock had subsided, their attention turned to the other vehicle, where an individual stumbled out, and a familiar visage left them momentarily stunned. It was another Li Kang. How could this be possible? Li Kang's face drained of color, nearly gasping in disbelief. The opposing Li Kang shouted, "Get away from that guy. He is an imposter. I am the real one." The Li Kang in the car looked anxiously at his comrades, hoping they would trust him and not the other, insisting, "I have been with you all along. How could I be the fake?" Sushi pressed his back against the car door, astonished by the unfolding drama of doppelgangers. He wished to distance himself from the Li Kang beside him, but the confines of the back seat offered little room to maneuver. "Calm down. We haven't said we don't believe you," Su Xiaomon gently reassured. Indeed, the timing of the other person's appearance seems rather deliberate, Tan Xingyun observed with calmness, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize the other Li Kang. Despite their relatively brief acquaintance with Li Kang and their lack of familiarity with his personal habits, they had collectively endured the majority of the ordeal together. Li Kang had never left their sight. The possibility of silent replacement was implausible. Surely, the original Li Kang couldn't have been the fake from the outset. Sushi considered this point, feeling a slight sense of relief. He leaned towards believing that the Li Kang beside him was indeed the genuine one. How intriguing. So we have a case of dual Li Kangs, one comment noted. It seems this Li Kang's intuition brought us to this moment. I initially thought it was about the car accident, another added. I still place my trust in the Li Kang in the vehicle. The imposter's performance is rather lacking, a third remarked. What evidence do you have to claim that our Li Kang is the fake. Tan Xingyun boldly challenged the other Li Kong. Li Kong appeared to be on the verge of tears, exclaiming, I don't know how to prove it, but he is genuinely an imposter. You must accompany me in my vehicle. Only my car can navigate through this tunnel. Upon hearing this, the Li Kong inside the car brightened up, eagerly adding, I can prove I am the real one. Ask me anything, and I shall certainly respond. Tan Xingyun casually inquired, What is your birthday? Li Kong, initially expecting a query about events from the scenario, was taken aback by the question regarding his birthday, but instinctively replied, June 11th. Tan Xingyun nodded and posed the same question to the other Li Kong, who quickly responded, June 11th. Tan Xingyun then asked, What is your father's name? Li Kong fell silent, unable to respond. Tan Xingyun turned to the Li Kong in the car, asking, What is your father's name? Excitedly, he replied, Li Depeng. My father's name is Li Depeng. Tan Xingyun repeated the question to the other Li Kong, who promptly answered, My father is Li Depeng. At that moment, Li Kong finally understood why Tan Xingyun was inquiring about matters beyond the scenario. This false Li Kong should only be aware of the events within the scenario, lacking knowledge of Li Kang's life outside of it. I must keep an eye on this clever uncle with a beer belly. Sushi, why not showcase your skills too? They've come specifically for you. After encountering the woman in the red dress, he returned to his low-key demeanor. It seems he will not act unless absolutely necessary. Is he truly incapable of showcasing his abilities? Could it be that, despite the length of this scenario, some still believe Su Shi to be incompetent? Enough chatter. Let us focus on a live broadcast. Isn't it evident that watching him through multiple scenarios would clarify everything? What is the point of this incessant bickering? In reality, the truly inept Su Shi, through Tan Xingyun's questions and answers, became convinced that the Li Kong beside him was indeed genuine. Su Xiaoman remarked, It seems there's no need for suspicion. Moreover, have you noticed that individual merely stood there shouting at us, never approaching? Tan Xingyun concluded, His intention appears to be luring us into his vehicle. After glancing at the relieved Li Kong, who had successfully proven his authenticity, Tan Xingyun silently added a thought he refrained from voicing and then disregarded the young man. Su Xiaoman remained skeptical of the false Li Kang's claims, stating, Let us leave directly. Can this car even operate? Yes, Tan Xingyun affirmed, restarting the vehicle while remaining vigilant of the imposter, fearful he might attempt to ram them again. Yet, the false Li Kong merely stood there, persistently reiterating, If you do not believe me, you will perish. If you do not believe me, you will perish. His words sent shivers down their spines. The group wished to ignore him entirely. After successfully distancing themselves from the false Li Kong and his vehicle, Li Kang's racing heartbeat gradually calmed. The recent ordeal had been utterly harrowing. He could hardly fathom what his fate would have been had his companions doubted him. Although everyone appeared amicable, he understood that this was contingent upon their lives not being threatened. The tunnel was not lengthy. After distancing themselves from the false Li Kong, they soon beheld the exit. As Su Shi's senses were restored, he heard the voice proclaiming, My father is Li Depeng. He quickly turned to look, finding himself once again at the confrontation between the genuine and the false Li Kong. He had returned. Why say again? Because this marked his third return to this juncture. The first time, they opted for a direct departure. However, just as they were about to exit the tunnel, an explosion erupted from the vehicle, and he felt a wave of heat rush towards him, engulfing him entirely. Chapter 26. Road Terror. The actions of the newcomer left me utterly perplexed. Su Shi was still enveloped in that searing sensation akin to skin aflame. On their second attempt, they seized Li Kang's vehicle. However, just as they were about to exit the tunnel, they, along with the car, transformed into mere paper. Su Shi found it difficult to articulate what it felt like to become a paper figure. His body gradually grew weightless, devoid of any pain. What bewildered him was the thought, could neither vehicle possibly emerge from the tunnel? The journey ahead remained uncertain in distance. It seemed implausible that they would have to trek to their destination on foot. Upon reflection, it was likely that one of the two cars was indeed operational, albeit lacking some essential condition. At that moment, after a brief exchange, Tan Xingyun and his companions resolved to bypass the false Li Kong and move forward. Yet, To their astonishment, the previously silent youth in the rear right seat abruptly opened the car door and stepped out. Su Xiaoge, what are you doing? Dan Xingyun exclaimed. Astonished, Li Kong, with evident glee, inquired, Do you believe what I said now? Though he appeared enthusiastic, he did not approach them. After Su, she exited the vehicle. He merely distanced himself slightly, and without any circumlocution, addressed the trio. There is something amiss with the car. Explanation? Unnecessary. After all, during the subsequent returns, no one sought clarification from him. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Tan Xingyun and Su Xiaomon exchanged glances, and without further ado, they exited the vehicle. Li Kong hastily followed suit. What is happening? Weren't we planning to leave? The car has a problem? How did you discern that? What is wrong with it? Could it be that the false Li Kong is actually genuine, and his word hold truth? Impossible. The fake Li Kong couldn't even recall his father's name. How could he possibly be real? Yet Su Shi claims the car has issues, so there must be some validity to it. He wouldn't speak without reason. A problematic vehicle does not necessarily imply that the person is problematic. As Tan Xingyun approached Su Shi, echoing similar inquiries, viewers witnessed the youth calmly state, The person is a fabrication, but his words may not be. Su Xiaomon and Li Kong also joined Su Shi's side, naturally hearing this statement. Su Xiayi, are you implying that only the vehicle driven by that individual can exit this tunnel? Su Xiaomon furrowed her brow. Like the viewers, she found it hard to dismiss the youth's assertions. His earlier conduct had indeed demonstrated his capabilities. Su Shi remained uncertain which vehicle could truly escape. However, between a car that would explode and one that would turn a paper, he would undoubtedly opt for the latter as a trial. After all, even in death, there would be no pain. Contemplating this, he glanced toward Li Kong. Seemingly aware of Su Shi's gaze, Li Kong grinned and declared, Only my vehicle can exit the tunnel. But it can only carry 3 of you. This impostor cannot board. Li Kang's complexion turned pale as he urgently retorted, You are the real impostor. He then turned to his teammates, urgency in his voice. Do not trust him. No, that is not right. Please do not abandon me. Tan Xingyun and Su Xiaomon remained silent, uncertain of the current situation. Is this rare harmonious team on the verge of collapse? I had a feeling that we were only forced to team up due to being assigned to the same instance. Weighing the pros and cons is the true solution. If sacrificing one person could lead to our escape, I would undoubtedly choose to sacrifice that individual. I have no desire to perish. How cruel. The instance is far more brutal. This is not merely a game. Death here is genuine. To be honest, I am astonished that there have been no casualties in this instance thus far. The online spectators initially presumed that Li Kong would be forsaken by the group. Yet, unexpectedly, you say this vehicle belongs to you. How can we make it not yours? Su Shi sincerely inquired of Li Kong, suggesting, What if we purchase it? Huh? The collective was momentarily stunned. What kind of development is this? I did not comprehend. How did Su Shi think of buying a car? Goodness, I have yet to understand a single move from this newcomer. Su Shi posed the question because he had considered a vital point. In fact, during the third rollback, they had left Li Kong in despair. Yet the 3 of them still transformed into paper along with the vehicle. Thus, sacrificing Li Kong proved futile. However, this stalemate could not be without a means of resolution. As he contemplated the word paper, Su Shi recalled paper money. When encountering the bizarre old woman, they had used paper money and incense offerings to dismiss her. Similarly, when confronted by the woman in the red dress, they had employed paper money as a contribution, receiving additional sweets in return. This indicated that paper money had consistently played a role throughout their journey. What about this time? Could also be of use? Each time Li Kong mentioned the car, he emphasized its ownership by insisting on the addition of the words my vehicle. It is imperative to remember that every instance contains hidden rules. Perhaps the ownership of the car is one of those rules? Su Shi posed the question with a casual attitude, not expecting Li Kong to ponder for a moment before agreeing. All right. At this, the group was truly dumbfounded. Huh? Wait, is this actually a possibility? Could someone elucidate this? I cannot comprehend it at all. What is the purpose of this operation? Why buy the car? The issue is, it can indeed be purchased. Su Shi produced all the remaining paper money and incense offerings he had on his person. Upon seeing this, Li Kong shook his head. Not enough. Tan Xingyun was the first to respond, retrieving his own paper money and incense. Nonetheless, Li Kong reiterated, still not enough. Next came Su Xiaomon, and then Li Kong again. Not enough. Not enough. This counterfeit is too greedy. It seems reasonable, considering that purchasing a car in reality is also expensive. Come on, it doesn't need to be this realistic. If this isn't enough, do we need to mortgage our arms or legs? Is it true or false? I've seen other copies follow this pattern, thought Su Shi and the others. However, circumstances had changed. At that time, they could not foresee such an eventuality and certainly needed to retain a portion of their funds as a precaution. We have also mortgaged our vehicle to you, Su Shi remarked, glancing at their original car, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. That will suffice, Li Kong grinned. Finally taking action, he gathered all the paper money and incense provided by the players and approached the car that was destined to explode. This vehicle now belongs to you. You may drive it away, he declared. Su Shi gestured for everyone aboard. This time, they successfully navigated out of the tunnel. Chapter 27. The road fright. It appears that my initial speculation was indeed correct. Su Shi mused with a sense of inner delight. He even began to contemplate further possibilities. The second rewind in the tunnel might have occurred due to their transgression of rules by seizing the vehicle belonging to the false Li Kong. The third instance followed suit. Yet unlike the previous occasion, they should still possess one opportunity for redemption, such as compensating the false Li Kong for their fare. Indeed, he was not mistaken. It dawned upon Su Shi that the scenario provided them with multiple avenues for survival, akin to how the woman in the red dress had compensated them. They too could offer a fee to the false Li Kong, potentially securing a safe passage out of the tunnel. Regrettably, during the subsequent 2 rewinds, none of them had contemplated this notion. However, this pathway to salvation bore certain imperfections. Firstly, the false Li Kong forbade the genuine Li Kong from boarding, necessitating their sacrifice of the authentic Li Kong. Secondly, upon emerging from the tunnel, they would find themselves without any means of transportation. His proposal to purchase the false Li Kang's vehicle, in comparison, seemed a rather satisfactory solution. It required no loss of personnel while still retaining a mode of conveyance. The only drawback was that all their paper money and incense offerings had been expended, leaving them ill-equipped to handle similar predicaments in the future. Merely in this tunnel, he had met his demise 3 times. Initially, Su Shi had reveled in his swift discovery of a promising escape route. Yet he abruptly realized that it was at the cost of his 3 deaths. Without the ability to rewind, he would have met his end at the hands of the eerie old woman blocking their path. The sudden realization doused his buoyant spirits with a cold splash of reality, prompting Su Shi to regain a clearer perspective. To outsiders, however, the youth appeared merely to have resolved a trivial matter with ease. There was no exuberance from overcoming the crisis, nor any relief from surviving a calamity. He remained taciturn, unpretentious, and unexplanatory. Calm and composed, he exuded a cool detachment. Within the suffocating darkness of the tunnel, even as the world outside seemed shrouded in gloom, a flicker of lightness stirred within the hearts of the group. Along the way, Tan Xingyun and the others gradually began to unravel some insights. Unlike Su Shi, who had endured 3 rewinds, they could only deduce from the final outcome and Su Shi's brief remarks. They had considered inquiring how the youth in the back seat had managed to circumvent this obstacle. Yet they had been met with indifference on more than one occasion. It seemed futile to question him again, and they deemed it wiser to engage in their own reflections. Moreover, the palpable air of aloofness surrounding him discouraged any attempt to intrude. Anyone with discernment would refrain from disturbing him. It was evident that he preferred to conserve his words, and merely guiding them through the challenges was already a generous act. To expect more would be sheer folly. At this juncture, both Tan Xingyun and Su Xiaomon had come to a consensus. This unassuming youth, initially overlooked by them, was undoubtedly an extraordinary figure. Were it not for the necessity of collaboration in this scenario, he might have preferred to disregard them entirely. After all, he only intervened at critical moments. As for Li Kong, he felt compelled to bow in respect to the youth, should circumstances allow. When the false Li Kong appeared, he sensed impending doom. Upon hearing the false Li Kong declare that he was not permitted to board the vehicle, he experienced an overwhelming wave of dizziness, teetering on the brink of despair. Even if his companions recognized his authenticity, abandoning him could lead them to safety through the tunnel. Had he not been the one left behind, he might have felt tempted as well. Just when he believed he was destined to perish within this scenario, an unexpected voice emerged from beside him. The casual inquiry ringing like celestial music to his ears. Thus, his crisis was effortlessly averted. Sushi had anticipated that his teammates would inquire about his actions within the tunnel. Although he could not elucidate how he discerned that the vehicle harbored issues, he could provide explanations regarding the hidden rules he had deduced himself. Finally, he would not find himself at a loss for words as he had before. Yet, after a prolonged wait, his teammates appeared to disregard him, engrossed in their own discussion. Nevertheless, their discourse was predicated on an unwavering belief in his conclusions. It seemed that the absence of markings or a license plate on that vehicle had subtly hinted at its oddity. Su Xiaomon pondered thoughtfully, while Tan Xingyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging their collective oversight. The repeated references to his vehicle by the falsely Kong should have served as a clue from the scenario. Regrettably, these details had escaped their notice, let alone the connections among them. Thank goodness for Su Shi. He truly was remarkable. Yet, they currently lacked paper money and incense. Uncertain of what lay ahead, Li Kong refrained from participating in the discussion between the two, his earlier exuberance subdued into silence as he listened. He sensed that after the false Li Kang's remarks, they had contemplated abandoning him. While he could comprehend their reasoning, he found it intolerable. Sushi quietly sat in a corner, unsure whether to interject or remain silent. Even when finally acknowledged, it felt like mere formalities. Was his presence truly so negligible? Had he been excessively modest? Unable to find an opportunity to contribute, Sushi resigned himself to remain a mere bystander. So be it. If they chose to ignore him, so be it. As long as they could clear the game. What can I say? What can I possibly articulate? My emotions are beyond description at this moment. Is that what one would call taciturn? It is clearly the demeanor of a master. In truth, I do not consider Su Shi to be taciturn. Is this not the case? Throughout this scenario, he has spoken less than one can count on a single hand. No, I mean, he might simply feel there is nothing worth discussing. Precisely, akin to you and your companions solving a math problem, you find it straightforward, glancing once to arrive at the solution, while your companions are still engrossed in intricate calculations. Damn, I relate to that. I might be the one laboriously calculating. I understand. In Sushi's eyes, this scenario is so simple that no explanation is warranted. That seems exaggerated. Perhaps he simply does not enjoy speaking. Disliking conversation does not equate to being dismissive. Have you observed Sushi diligently explaining his actions to a few teammates? It appears that, indeed, he has not. The barrage of comments on the screen dazzled the eyes. The four individuals within the instance encountered no further peculiar occurrences and arrived at their destination with remarkable ease. It was a modestly sized funeral home, shrouded in an air of desolation and silence. The moment the four disembarked, a series of white circles appeared beneath their feet, and with a sudden flash of light, they vanished from the spot. Just before being transported, Tan Xingyun, with a relaxed tone, remarked, I hope there will be opportunities in the future to team up with everyone again. The dungeon was cleared. Chapter Haimuidam, Sushi, the true powerhouse. Sushi instinctively closed his eyes, overwhelmed by a blinding white light. When he opened them again, he found himself back in the player's space. Before him lay the magnificent golden steps, towering and awe-inspiring. Yet, there was an inexplicable sensation within him that suggested he was closer to the summit than ever before. So this was the ascent. It differed from his initial expectations, as he had assumed manual effort was required. The weariness from his previous quest, coupled with the dizziness and nausea from being confined in the vehicle for an extended period, felt as though it had been washed away by a gentle rain, leaving him remarkably invigorated. Su Shi, disregarding any notions of decorum, sat cross-legged on the ground. The duration of the second quest was not overly lengthy, primarily spent traversing the path. He had perished 8 times during the first quest, and in this one, he was not far behind, meeting his demise 6 times. Let us reflect on this. With nothing pressing to occupy his time and the space restoring him to peak condition, Sushi resolved to summarize his experiences from the second quest. This marked his inaugural foray into a multiplayer scenario. Uncle Tan Xingyun, with his ample belly, possessed a calm demeanor, bold yet meticulous, never obstinately self-reliant, always considering the opinions of his teammates. The woman in the denim skirt, Su Xiaomon, exhibited a meticulous mind, often discerning subtle details that others overlooked. Both were astute individuals. Li Kong, though not particularly remarkable in any regard, mimicked the actions of his teammates without ever hindering their progress. One could say that encountering these three relatively dependable companions during his first multiplayer quest was a stroke of fortune. As for the content of this quest, it could only be described as fraught with pitfalls. Su Shi, who had met his end 6 times, did not perceive this quest as particularly simple. In truth, he possessed a degree of self-awareness. He recognized that while he might possess a modicum of cleverness, compared to genuinely intelligent individuals, he was merely an ordinary person. Absent any extraordinary abilities, he would be just another nameless player, lost among countless others who had perished in the quest, leaving no trace behind. Speaking of extraordinary abilities, he had previously harbored some doubts. If each time he died, he returned to the beginning, would he revert to the start of the first quest or the current one after subsequent deaths? To his surprise, neither conjecture was accurate. In this quest, upon his demise, he merely returned to the moment of choice. This description, however, was somewhat imprecise. According to Su Shi's understanding, he returned to the pivotal moments that led to his subsequent deaths. He had also developed some rudimentary theories regarding the differing timelines of returning to the past in the 2 quests. Perhaps this ability detected that returning to the initial node of the first quest could effectively prevent his demise. Indeed, Su Shi's intuition had begun to solidify. The term rebirth after death felt overly vague. He preferred to designate this ability as death rollback, akin to the mechanics of a video game where a character resets to a prior timestamp upon death. Unlike a game, however, where one can choose to save or load at will, he was confined to a random rollback. Nevertheless, this ability is indeed extraordinary. As for how long this power can be utilized, he could draw no conclusions, so he refrained from delving too deeply. If one were to inquire whether he feared the limitations or potential disappearance of this ability, it would be natural for him to harbor such concerns. Yet, no matter how anxious he felt, he could not control it, unless he could guarantee his own survival, which seemed impossible. If he possessed such prowess, would he still need to worry so much? Thus, when faced with the dire necessity of testing the rules at the cost of his life, he would not hesitate. Perhaps, with experience gained from numerous instances, his frequency of demise would diminish. Gazing up at the seemingly endless golden staircase, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Su Shi's eyes, subtly transformed by his evolving mindset. To date, no player had successfully ascended all 999 tiers. Perhaps he might be the one to achieve it. After contemplating the future for a considerable time, he reluctantly withdrew his wandering thoughts and extracted 2 pieces of candy and 2 ghost coins from his pocket. He had not anticipated that these items were indeed functional and that he had managed to carry them with him. At this moment, upon seeing the candy and ghost coins in the player's space, Su Shi inherently understood their effects. The floral paper candy served to eliminate all of 1's negative statuses, while the pure white candy restored all bodily injuries. A wave of delight washed over Su Shi. The efficacy of these 2 candies far exceeded his expectations. In a dungeon where no player could guarantee their safety, even in dire circumstances, consuming the pure white candy could restore one to a vibrant state. In certain dungeons plagued by curses, the floral paper candy would prove even more invaluable. He was grateful for the generous gift from the portly uncle. It was uncertain whether the uncle would regret sharing these miraculous candies upon witnessing their astounding effects. The function of the ghost coins was considerably simpler to ascertain. They were special currency within the dungeon, yet their purpose remained ambiguous. Together, the 2 ghost coins amounted to a mere 20 units, seemingly of little use. Su Shi shook his head and returned them to his pocket. Next, he faced the choice of either waiting in the space for the arrival of the 3rd dungeon or opting to enter one in advance. Let's delve into the player who completed the solo dungeon in 2 minutes and 48 seconds following the 2 minutes and 48 seconds Another effortless dungeon completion, Sushi. The true mastermind. Did you comprehend the operations of this great figure? 2 minutes and 48 seconds marks the pinnacle. It is merely the beginning. Sushi remained oblivious to the proliferation of his exploits in the real world. After conquering his second dungeon, his influence surged to its zenith. A majority of trending topics revolve around him, and nearly every video across platforms featured clips from his live streams. It could be said that Sushi had achieved full-fledged fame. This was undoubtedly aided by his rapid completion of the dungeon in 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Among other accolades, particularly after he seemingly breezed through the second dungeon, discussions regarding him flooded the comment sections. Discussion thread. Discussion, just seeing the name, Sushi allows entry. 1L. LZ here, S. A stunning photo of the great figure to set the tone. Attached. Image. JPG. The young man in the photograph is seated in the back, resting his head in a contemplative manner. 2L. WK. The aura emanating from this esteemed individual suggests an air of aloofness. 3 litres. EZIM. Cliff 3 takfuli. Those who have clicked in must surely be familiar with the illustrious Sushi, the player who astonishingly completed a solo dungeon in under 3 minutes. Initially, upon hearing this news, I was inclined to believe that those content creators and marketing accounts had consumed some hallucinogenic substance until I observed the maestro tackle his inaugural dungeon. Chapter 29. Mountain Lodge is truly astonishing, possessing divine potential. Pharrell, what? Truly astonishing? Possessing divine potential? 5 litres. LZ. It's akin to staring at the final question of a mathematics exam. Utterly incomprehensible, yet it does not detract from my admiration for the remarkable capabilities of Sushi. Truly divine. 6L. LZ, wait a moment. Have you, floor 4, transformed into a spirit of the earthworm? 7L. This survival game has been active for a year, and while there are impressive players, I've never encountered anyone quite as extraordinary as this. 8L. However, I found his second instance impressive, yet it lacked the shock of the first. I admit that his first instance was indeed divine, but the second was rather ordinary. 9L. I too found his performance in the second instance to be quite average. Players like Song Xiangping and Zhang Tian have produced far more thrilling instances. 10L. Such comparisons are unfair. When assessing the brilliance of instances and the exquisite maneuvers of players, there are many who surpass him. Yet what truly matters is Sushi himself. He possesses a unique sense of ease that others lack. 11L. You have astutely pinpointed the matter. Many are puzzled as to why Sushi is lauded online despite the second instance being less remarkable. They overlook one critical aspect. He simply did not take it seriously. 12L. What do you mean? Please elaborate. 13L. Observing the entire highway instance, did you not notice Sushi's discordant demeanor compared to the other 3 players? While his teammates engaged in lively discussions, he remained silent. When they grappled with the peculiarities, he was mute. Rather than being overlooked, he seemed entirely indifferent to his teammates, almost as if he were an observer. 14L. Exactly. Even when teammates attempt to engage him in conversation, he responds half-heartedly. Yet, on the rare occasions he speaks, he successfully extricates the team from peril. It is not that he cannot showcase his skills. Rather, he simply lacks the desire to do so. 15L. It becomes evident upon closer examination of the attitudes of the other 3 players later on. Every judgment made by Sushi was met with unwavering confidence. While those renowned players labored intensely in each instance, exercising utmost caution, Sushi, on the other hand, navigated effortlessly, which is why he garners such attention. 16L. I can no longer resist. I must rewatch Sushi's livestream multiple times. 17L. I shall search for instance analyses on a certain site. To be frank, there are some of Sushi's maneuvers that I have yet to comprehend. 18L. I have come across a blogger who provided an insightful analysis, uncovering details worth examining. It sounded quite reasonable. 19L. Link request from the one above. 20L. Link request 1. Within the realm of players, Sushi feels no passage of time. This time, he did not passively await the opening of the instance, but rather chose to proactively enter the next one. There was no other option. It was far too dull, and he preferred to strive through the instance and ascend. Upon completion of the teleportation, Sushi discovered that this new location was still in the wilderness, albeit lacking the previous instance's oppressive gloom. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself on a mountainside, gazing into the distance where endless ranges unfolded before him. The expansive vista stirred a sense of grandeur within his heart. Alongside him, there were 4 companions, making a total of 5. One was a robust man with a fierce countenance, his muscular arms indicative of great strength. The second was a seemingly refined young man, exuding a gentle demeanor. The third was a woman with a high ponytail, her expression notably aloof. Lastly, there was a bespectacled girl with short hair, appearing quite youthful. Shortly after she commenced her live broadcast, the virtual room became inundated with viewers, the barrage of comments completely enveloping the screen, compelling many spectators to disable the comments manually. At that moment, Jiang was engaged in his own live stream, with the footage displayed on his computer screen showcasing She's broadcast. He attentively followed She through her second dungeon, and it was abundantly clear to him that she was indeed a formidable player. Simultaneously, Jiang's own live audience was substantial, many eager to witness the streamer elucidate the player's maneuvers. As the dungeon commenced, Jiang's fans animatedly filled the comment section. Yang has switched players today. It's the illustrious Shi. Some fans were not at all surprised that the host would take notice of this new player, for she had, in recent days, captured the entirety of the internet's attention, with her first dungeon even reaching foreign platforms. Jiang, amused by the comments, responded, "Indeed. Today we shall observe the highly popular Shi. I'm so looking forward to this. I've never anticipated a newcomer so eagerly. Old G, it's time for your customary opinion." Opinion? Jiang pondered for a moment, utterly astonished, recognizing her divine potential. Don't appropriate that adjective, G. Do you think we haven't seen that trending post? Jiang chuckled. Though maybe borrowed, it's genuinely how I feel. I concur. It seems she operates on an entirely different level compared to other players. Let us not overpraise too much. Even the great Zhang Song has fallen. The comments fell silent for a brief moment before resuming with heightened frequency. What? Are you referring to that Zhang Song? Indeed, the very same. The one ranked number 1. Goodness, when did that happen? He has traversed over 20 dungeons, making him the most seasoned player. Just at noon. That dungeon's difficulty was hellish. All players perished within. How was I unaware of this? If you don't believe me, check the trending topics. It has already made headlines. The comments fell silent once more. The great Zhang Song? Ji Yang straightened his back, his expression turning serious as he scrutinized the comments. He quickly glanced at his follower list and, to his dismay, found Zhang Song's avatar had indeed vanished. This signified that the player had met his demise within the dungeon. Oh my, I just witnessed it, the great Zhang Song, truly. How could this happen? Sobi. Zhang Song. He was undoubtedly the one with the greatest potential to ascend the daunting 999 stone steps. With his demise, are we to resign ourselves to the inevitable extinction of humanity? The leaderboard is a testament to the number of instances players have successfully cleared, lending it considerable credibility. As the foremost contender, Zhang Song's passing has stirred a wave of pessimism among countless netizens. It is evident to the discerning that failing a dungeon taints a segment of the realm, while successfully conquering one merely alleviates a fraction of that corruption. The rate of clearance is woefully inadequate in keeping pace with the burgeoning pollution. Their sole glimmer of hope lies in the ascent of a player capable of reaching the pinnacle, thereby concluding this harrowing game. Yet now, even the top-ranked player has fallen. Jiang, too, bore a heavy countenance, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he grasped the mouse. Drawing a deep breath, he addressed the disheartened comments streaming across the screen. That will not happen. Humanity shall certainly not meet its demise. Just as we once could not have fathomed a player clearing a dungeon in a mere 2 minutes and 48 seconds. We cannot predict the miracles that the future may hold. He gazed at the composed young man on the screen and added thoughtfully, perhaps there will be players who venture even further. Chapter 30. The Mountain Lodge featured the esteemed Shi, ensuring that everything would proceed without issue within the instance. The group immediately began to survey their surroundings, and upon confirming the absence of danger, they turned their attention to their new companions. First was the refined young man. After surveying the group, wore a perfectly timed smile and spoke in a congenial tone. It is indeed fate that we meet in the same instance. Allow me to introduce myself. However, his words were abruptly interrupted by a burly man, whose robust physique conveyed a brusque demeanor. What's the point of introductions? It's a waste of time. With a scoff, the man disregarded the suddenly tense atmosphere and began rummaging through his backpack. Each member of the group was clad in mountaineering attire, carrying backpacks that suggested they were part of a climbing expedition. The refined youth's expression faltered slightly, yet he displayed no visible discontent, merely offering a resigned smile. The woman with a high ponytail appeared indifferent, seemingly unconcerned with the exchange, and efficiently unstrapped her pack to inspect its contents. The short-haired girl with glasses glanced left and right, hesitant to interject. Sushi discreetly withdrew his scrutinizing gaze, sensing that this team might prove challenging to engage with, particularly the muscle-bound man whose temperament seemed volatile. Meanwhile, in Ji Yang's live stream, the barrage of comments surged. This hulking man is quite arrogant. I've encountered him before. This is his fourth instance, and he possesses considerable skill. No need to be so brash. He should be wary of alienating his teammates. I've seen his instances. He has a direct style. As long as you don't provoke him, he generally won't bother you. But that refined man seems rather calculating. I believe self-introductions in an instance are unnecessary. We are mere strangers. And by the end of the instance, who knows how many will perish? It truly holds little significance. Sushi remains as taciturn as ever. Ji Yang, multitasking between watching the live stream and monitoring the chat, noticed the lively discussion and, undistracted, instinctively grabbed a sheet of paper to jot down his thoughts. After making initial observations about the personalities of his companions, he turned his gaze back to the screen, keenly anticipating the unfolding events. Sushi also examined his backpack, finding it stocked with essential climbing gear, along with some convenient provisions such as compressed biscuits and beef jerky, as well as 2 bottles of mineral water. We cannot linger here. A heavy storm is imminent, came the voice of the seemingly aloof woman with the high ponytail. He followed her gaze to the sky, which had transformed from a serene blue to a foreboding mass of dark clouds. We must hasten to find shelter, the refined man replied, his expression suddenly grave. The terrain here is steep and barren. If the rain persists, the risk of a mudslide is significant. Upon hearing the term mudslide, the group's demeanor shifted, their expressions tightening. Though they had never experienced such a phenomenon in reality, they understood its terrifying implications. Let us ascend the slopes on either side. It would be best to climb higher, suggested the girl with short hair and glasses in a timid voice. The robust man nimbly scaled a nearby hill, surveying the surroundings before decisively proclaiming, "This way." There is a dense forest. The others followed suit, and indeed, a vast expanse of greenery came into view in the distance. "Very well, then we shall proceed in this direction," the gentleman replied with a nod of agreement. The 2 girls understood that the thickly wooded area could potentially shield them from any impending debris flows and voiced no objections. Sushi remained silent, quietly trailing behind her companions. Although this particular quest, like the previous one, unfolded in a desolate wilderness, it felt even more nonsensical, at least in the last scenario. Players were provided with a vehicle and a predetermined route, whereas this time, there were no hints whatsoever. In truth, no one was aware of the nature of this quest, and they could only move forward, as remaining stationary was undoubtedly unwise. Ji Yang, having completed a sketch of the mountainous terrain within the quest, paused his pen. "Isn't this quest rather lackluster?" he mused. "Indeed, there isn't even a simple hint. What if they head in the wrong direction?" Another replied. "But she hasn't spoken. I believe she must have some insight," another added. "The main issue is that we have no idea what the backdrop of this quest is. Surely, it cannot just involve climbing this mountain? Surely not. What difficulty could there possibly be in climbing a mountain? Yet the previous quest merely required driving along a road." Ji Yang glanced at the bustling chat and tapped his pen against the table. This quest does indeed have hints. His statement immediately captured the attention of the chat. "Huh, where's the hint? Where can we find it? Is my vision failing me at such a young age?" Ji Yang chuckled softly, clarifying, "In fact, The hints have already been provided by the quest and a few players. Perhaps some astute individuals have grasped them. What do you mean? I understand now. Understand what? Riddler, get out of the live stream. The torrential rain must be the hint for the quest. Why is that? Upon seeing someone in the chat guess correctly, Ji-Young quickly remarked, indeed, one of you has answered correctly. The hint is the torrential rain. As for why, he lifted his sketched terrain map to the screen. Observe the mountain's topology. The peaks are high and the valleys deep, the slopes steep, and the soil is slightly cracked, indicative of a drought-prone climate. The low vegetation cover leads to loose soil, and should a sudden deluge occur, the likelihood of a debris flow increases substantially. In the event of encountering a debris flow, whether moving downstream or upstream poses a danger. It is advisable to flee towards the perpendicular slopes on either side of the flow. As we all know, trees play a crucial role in mitigating debris flows, and that patch of dense forest is the ultimate destination. Therefore, the direction chosen by the players is 90% likely to be correct, with the remaining 10% being the quest's tendency to defy logic and play tricks on players. However, such occurrences are rare, as quests never place players in unavoidable peril. Also is like this. How wonderful. Knowledge has once again enriched my mind. I had a feeling that the esteemed she would remain silent. He must have been aware of this all along. The hints in this dungeon are so subtle. The difficulty cannot be too high, can it? With Sushi here, there is absolutely no cause for concern. Observing the blind confidence of some comments regarding Sushi, Ji-Young raised an eyebrow and redirected his gaze to the live stream of the dungeon. After walking for quite some time, the five had traversed most of the forest before nightfall enveloped the surroundings. We have been walking for most of the day. Let's take a moment to rest, remarked the refined man, casting a glance at his breathless companions. Sushi leaned against a tree, feeling as though his legs were no longer his own. Only the robust man appeared to be in the best condition. However, he dismissed the refined man's suggestion and instead nodded towards the others, indicating they should look ahead, stating, I believe we have arrived at our destination. Chapter 31. The mountain and the companions this time should not be underestimated. Upon hearing the words, everyone followed the gaze of the burly man and soon spotted a 3-story wooden building partially concealed within the lush forest. As they approached, they realized it was an abandoned inn. Sushi observed that the sign hanging outside had weathered the passage of time, rendering the characters indistinct. Yet he shared a similar intuition with the burly man, sensing that the theme of this quest was undoubtedly linked to the Forsaken Inn. Not just the two of them, but the other 3 also harbored the same thought upon seeing the establishment. Shall we go in? The short-haired girl, whose stamina was already feeble, struggled to regulate her rapid breathing, instinctively adjusting her glasses that had slipped down her nose, and asked softly, after such a long journey, it's only right we explore this inn, even if it's deserted, replied the refined man, unfazed. Who goes in first? The short-haired girl blurted out, immediately regretting her words. Although they needed to uncover clues within the quest to progress, none of them were novices to the perils that each quest could entail. Each quest harbored varying degrees of danger, overt or covert. Who knew what awaited them inside the inn? No one was eager to be the first to step forward. The short-haired girl, fearing her question would lead the others to push her into the fray as the initial sacrifice, instinctively moved closer to the other girl in the group. The woman with the high ponytail cast a fleeting glance her way, her expression indifferent. Silence enveloped them. The short-haired girl bit her lip, her heartbeat quickening, her palms clammy with cold sweat. Just then, a sudden thunderclap echoed through the sky, silver lightning streaking across the heavens, followed by a torrential downpour. The rain came unexpectedly, drenching everyone to the bone. Taking refuge under the trees was out of the question. They had no desire to be struck by lightning. The burly man gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us go in together." Since no one wanted to enter first, and remaining outside in the rain was not an option, it was decided they would all go in together. Whatever dangers lurked inside, the first to encounter them would simply be unfortunate. Sushi discerned the underlying meaning in his words and subtly glanced at the burly man's back. Although little time had passed, it was sufficient for him to form preliminary judgments about his companions' personalities. The burly man was impulsive and assertive, having naturally assumed leadership of the group from the start. The refined man also aspired to lead, but after experiencing a setback with the burly man, he had temporarily relinquished that ambition. He appeared to harbor no dissatisfaction towards the burly man, yet Sushi sensed a simmering frustration beneath the surface. The woman with the high ponytail remained aloof, mirroring the refined man's silence. They were the only two reticent members of the group, leaving Sushi somewhat perplexed. Lastly, the short-haired girl with glasses had a demeanor reminiscent of Li Kong from the previous quest. Her voice was always soft, though her insights surpassed those of Li Kong. In summary, the companions this time should not be underestimated. It is uncertain how many instances these four have traversed, but it is likely they have encountered a number comparable to his own. While Su Shidong pondered these thoughts, the others did not contest the robust man's command. They discerned the underlying implication in his words and agreed with the decision. Among them, the short-haired girl with glasses felt the greatest relief. After all, since they had all entered together, even if danger loomed, it would merely be a matter of misfortune for whoever encountered it. One could only blame their own luck. As for a complete annihilation, the instance had only just begun. It seemed unlikely to be that extreme. With similar thoughts swirling in their minds, they cautiously stepped through the doors of the inn. Behind them, the rain intensified rather than diminished. Sushi turned thoughtfully to glance at the torrential downpour outside, sensing that the instance was deliberately guiding them. Shaking off these thoughts, he began to follow his teammates as they surveyed the inn's interior. The dim light, compounded by the overcast sky, rendered the inn unusually shadowy and indistinct. The patter of rain outside shattered the silence within, and after a moment of cautious hesitation, they dispersed slightly, reassured by the absence of immediate danger. Just as Sushi was attempting to discern their direction, he suddenly heard a click. A flicker of flame illuminated the area ahead. To his astonishment, he saw a refined man standing by what appeared to be the front desk, cradling a candelabrum in his hands. It was evident that he had lit the candle to bring some light into the dim space. Not feeling awkward under the collective gaze of his companions, the refined man gently explained, "I initially sought the light switch for the inn, but was unable to locate it. Fortunately, I discovered some candles and a lighter on the counter, so I lit one to provide a semblance of illumination." The robust man narrowed his eyes, but remained silent as he strode toward the reception desk. Noticing another candelabrum on the counter, he intended to light it as well, only to be halted by the refined man, who looked at him with an expression that suggested disapproval. "One candle is sufficient for now. We do not know if there are more candles available, so we must conserve our resources," the refined man stated with unwavering confidence. While the robust man felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he acknowledged the rationale behind the other's words and merely snorted in response, relinquishing his desire to ignite another candle. The ground floor of the inn was modestly sized. The refined man placed the candelabrum at the center of the reception desk, and the flickering flame barely illuminated a portion of the room. It was only then that the group truly grasped the layout of the first floor. The simple furnishings were laid bare. The reception desk stood in the middle, flanked by dining tables and chairs that were askew and covered in a thick layer of dust, clearly visible in the dim yellowish light. To the left of the reception desk hung a heavy curtain, which when lifted, revealed a passage leading to an unknown area. To the right of the desk was a spiral staircase, and beyond it lay yet another section of the inn. Let's first search for clues in the vicinity. Everyone is moving cautiously within the flickering light of the candles, each person mindful of the potential traps that may lie in wait. Sushi wanders about, instinctively seeking out hints. On a wall, he notices several papers affixed. Upon closer inspection, the writing has faded to such an extent that it is barely legible. Then one, "At night door, heard meeting, believe person, 3, must not discover you them." Chapter 32. The mountain lodge wasn't it the esteemed Sushi who first discovered this? Squinting slightly, he could barely discern a few characters and found himself pondering. What could it be? Rules? In the realm of reality, certain lodges do indeed post regulations, such as prohibiting the damage of public property or the carrying of flammable and explosive materials. Such matters are not peculiar. However, from the characters he managed to recognize, it was evident that the lodge in question was not displaying such conventional rules. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a figure approached him. Huh? The short-haired girl with glasses, visibly excited, leaned closer to the paper, straining to decipher the text. She had just scrutinized a portion of the area herself, but found no useful clues. Turning around, she noticed the quietest young man in the group fixated on a wall. Her curiosity piqued. She came over to see, unexpectedly yielding fruitful results. Sushi was compelled to step back a couple of paces. Why is she crowding in? She's pushing me aside, he thought. She must be unable to see the text clearly. Yet, there was no need to block that area so completely. Sushi could no longer see the paper at all. Feeling somewhat irked at being jostled and having his view obstructed, he mused that if she wished to observe the information more closely, she could have simply asked him. He would not have minded accommodating her. However, having already skimmed the contents of the paper, lingering there felt like a waste of time. Just as he was about to explore elsewhere, a deliberately subdued, male voice reached his ears. "Everyone, please gather here for a moment." A refined man stood before the reception desk, flanked by a robust figure. Once all 5 individuals had assembled, he revealed the items he held in his hands. It was a notebook secured with a black marker and a set of keys. "This is what we found in the cabinet at the reception desk. Feel free to take a look." One by one, the others accepted the notebook and began to peruse its pages. It appeared to be a ledger utilized by the lodge's proprietor to record guest information. Organized by date and seemingly clear enough, with only a handful of entries, given the lodge's remote location. The preceding entries had all been marked as checked out, while only the last few pages indicated 3 rooms still occupied. Rooms 103, 202, and 204. On June 16, 20XX, a male named Yang Wu, age 24, checked into room 202. On July 26, 20XX, another male, Wang Xiang, age 28, entered room 204, accompanied by a female named Liang Wenxue, age 26, who also stayed in the same room. The following day, July 27, 20XX, a female named Wang Xiaoping, aged 52, checked into room 103, alongside an 11-year-old boy, Su Haoyu, whose contact information remains unknown. Notably, these 3 rooms lack any checkout records, suggesting that an incident may have occurred at the inn, possibly leading to misfortune for the 5 individuals, or even resulting in the establishment being abandoned thereafter. The refined gentleman speculated with a gentle tone. The resolution of the dungeon is often intricately linked to its narrative backdrop, and their current task is to piece together clues to reconstruct the events that transpired within the inn. The burly man surveyed the remaining 3 individuals and inquired nonchalantly about their findings. "I discovered an unusual paper resembling a set of rules on that wall." Although most of the writing has faded, the short-haired girl with glasses interjected, gesturing toward the direction. "Wasn't that first found by the esteemed Sushi?" The notebook and key were initially discovered by the refined gentleman, who noted we brought the burly man along. That set of rules was found by Sushi first. Yet this girl hastily claimed credit for it. Quite audacious. This girl seems to lack emotional intelligence. Why capture someone else's clue when she could have chosen another? Let's not attribute everything to low emotional intelligence. This appears intentional. Indeed, her eagerness to speak first suggests she fears she might overshadow her. Ji Yong furrowed his brow, straightening slightly from his previously relaxed position against the chair. He glanced at the lively barrage of comments and analyzed with his audience. This short-haired girl with glasses exhibits a strong desire for recognition. It is evident that she deliberately sought to assert herself before Su Shi, as she found nothing of significance in her search. In such multiplayer team dungeons, capability is paramount, and she likely fears being deemed a burden for failing to uncover valuable clues. The streamer is correct. Essentially, she worries about lacking value and being abandoned by the team. What if she has usurped Sushi's clue? What will the esteemed one do? Given that you refer to them as esteemed, do you think they will be perturbed by such a trivial act of recognition? True, those with capability will invariably shine through. Perhaps there exists a possibility that Su Shi is indifferent to such matters. As this comment appeared, a momentary silence enveloped the entire screen. Ji Yong stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. Indeed, we often worry about not being able to demonstrate our intrinsic worth, which may lead to abandonment by our teammates. Firstly, this concern arises from our limited capabilities, which prevent us from departing from the team, as the collective provides undeniable advantages. It fosters collaborative brainstorming and significantly reduces the likelihood of individual demise. Secondly, we inevitably yearn for validation. The sense of security derived from a group far surpasses that of solitary existence. In our quest for acceptance, we instinctively strive to showcase our value, seeking affirmation from others. However, we tend to overlook one crucial detail. The player named Su-Shi differs from us. From his performance in the previous 2 dungeons, it is evident that he lacks neither skill nor the desire for external validation, much less the inclination to go to great lengths to prove himself. Perhaps the actions of his female player are of little consequence to him. Indeed, we are all concerned that the esteemed Su-Shi may not receive acknowledgement from his teammates, yet he might be entirely indifferent to it. The Prior Road dungeon felt as if 4 players were bound together, with Su-Shi merely reaping the benefits. Otherwise, they might not have achieved a complete clearance. However, this dungeon does not appear to be one that guarantees failure through entanglement. My friend, your words carry profound meaning. One remarked. I have said nothing at all, came the reply. The officials still emphasized the necessity of sincere cooperation within the dungeon. For the loss of a single player can taint reality to some degree. Yet human nature, well, those who understand, understand. The rolling barrage of comments buzzed with fervor. Ji Yang's gaze returned to the live stream displayed on the large screen before him. He refrained from voicing his opinions on the comments. While certain sentiments could be expressed by the audience, as a public figure, he must exercise discretion. Nevertheless, he did not believe that someone who had previously shown such indifference towards providing explanations to teammates would genuinely care about their survival. Chapter 33. Mountain Lodge. It seems that Su-Shi is matched with a fateful teammate. He raised his hand to rub his nose, feeling a persistent itch. The clue he had discovered first was snatched away by someone else, and to claim he was not annoyed would be disingenuous. Therefore, he casually remarked, "She discovered it just like I did." A glance at the short-haired, bespectacled woman revealed her suddenly stiffened expression, which brought him a measure of satisfaction. Although he harbored a slight social anxiety and was not accustomed to conversing with strangers, it did not imply that he was easily bullied. He had no intention of swallowing this grievance. The comments flooded in. It turns out Su-Shi cares after all. This is hilarious. Su-Shi. I care a lot. It's only natural. Anyone would feel uncomfortable with the short-haired woman's actions. I would have to throw in a jab too. Look at her expression. She probably didn't expect Su-Shi to confront her directly. Perhaps she thought Su-Shi's quiet demeanor made him easy to manipulate, even though he does possess an air of deceptive innocence. I wonder if this player named Su-Shi holds grudges. Such brazen actions from the glasses girl would surely provoke retaliation from someone less forgiving. I believe Su-Shi won't stoop to her level. Not necessarily. In truth, despite the barrage of praise from the onlookers for Su-Shi, they hardly grasped his true nature. Their understanding of him was limited to the 2 dungeons they had encountered together. At this moment, the discussion among the viewers revolved around whether Su-Shi would bear a grudge. Proud and reserved, Su-Shi, who often looked down upon his teammates, was not so small-minded, yet neither was he overly magnanimous. He would not go to extremes over such an incident, but neither would he simply dismiss it as if nothing had transpired. The tense atmosphere between the young man and the short-haired, bespectacled woman did not escape the notice of the other 3 players, though they all feigned ignorance. They gathered before the wall adorned with guidelines, carefully scrutinizing the information on the paper. Once everyone had finished their examination, a heavy silence enveloped them. The barely legible words appeared disjointed, leaving them to make rough guesses about their meaning. The scholarly man pondered for a moment and stated, "The first line mentions the night and a door. It suggests someone will knock at night, but should we ignore it? Or must we respond?" The second line, "Believe in people," was too vague. Did it imply faith in certain individuals or a warning against trusting others? The third line read, "Absolutely discover you." The scholar struggled with the final line, clearly perplexed. What must we absolutely not discover? Observing them? Or something else? The burly man murmured, "The term they suggest there might be something unusual within this lodge." Upon hearing this, a chill surged through the group. At that moment, The woman with the high ponytail spoke up, although these tables and chairs appear haphazardly placed. I inspected them and found no damage or any signs of coagulated blood or other peculiar traces, thus ruling out the possibility of violent disturbances. If it is not human interference, then it must pertain to the entities mentioned on the paper. Do you think this code represents the rules we must adhere to? Inquired the bespectacled girl with a short haircut, her voice laced with trepidation. Highly unlikely, the refined man decisively retorted. This is evidently a notice from the hotel to inform its guests of certain occurrences, perhaps the emergence of them, which necessitated the posting of such regulations for the residents' compliance. Yet, it is clear that these warnings have proven ineffective. Otherwise, this establishment would not be abandoned. Another question arises. The burly man interjected coldly. What has become of the 5 individuals who have not checked out and the owner of this hotel? A heavy silence enveloped the group. Suddenly, a sharp jingle pierced the air. The burly man tossed a keychain in his palm, extracting 3 keys from it. We have too few clues. Standing idly here pondering will yield no results. We must investigate the 3 rooms that remain unoccupied. Now let us deliberate on the distribution of our teams. 1 room on the first floor, 2 rooms on the second. We shall split into 2 teams. 2 of us will explore room 103 on the first floor, while the other 3 will delve into rooms 202 and 204 on the second floor. Any objections? The division into 2 teams serves to enhance efficiency and, naturally, to mitigate the risk of encountering danger. Sometimes, when all players congregate, they become a larger target, increasing the peril. Seeing no dissent, the burly man continued with satisfaction. I shall team up with him, gesturing towards the refined man, who offered no opposition, tacitly accepting the arrangement. Despite some friction over leadership, the burly man acknowledged the other's capability, and the refined man reciprocated this sentiment. In their eyes, the performances of the remaining 3 were rather lackluster. The youth, resembling a college student, and the woman with a high ponytail were excessively silent, each possessing an even lower presence. The bespectacled girl, while somewhat eager, appeared rather superficial. I wish to join you all, may I? She asked nervously, glancing at the 2 others who remained inactive, raising her hand. Certainly, the burly man replied nonchalantly. Let that be our arrangement. Let's not squander any more time. The bespectacled girl instantly exhaled in relief. This bespectacled girl seems quite pleased. She likely feels fortunate to have aligned with the strong allies. How naive! Should danger arise, these 2 men will undoubtedly shield themselves first. It's amusing. From this perspective, Sushi appears to have found his destined teammates, all of whom are enveloped in silence. Haha. Sushi allowed them to independently decide on the team compositions without offering any opinions. For him, as long as his teammate was not the bespectacled girl, he could accept anyone else. He turned to glance at the woman with the high ponytail, who had also remained silent throughout, and she seemed to sense his gaze, turning to nod at him calmly. The group approached the reception desk, igniting another candle. Each team grasped a candelabrum for illumination, and they ultimately parted ways at the staircase. Before separating, the refined man gently cautioned, "Everyone be careful. The torrential rain outside continues to pour, and the sky has descended into complete darkness." As they prepare to embark upon a new territory, an involuntary hush falls over the crowd. The knowledge that there may still be lurking dangers within this heightens their vigilance and wariness to its utmost. Unfamiliar with the taboo rules of this realm, they are acutely aware that such rules often demand a human sacrifice for revelation. None wish to be the one to pay that price. The tension is palpable. What could these entities possibly be? The fear of the unknown is daunting. And even when faced with the known, trepidation lingers. Chapter 34. The Mountain Lodge. So, is it the candle that attracts the other? The woman with the high ponytail cautiously advanced, holding a candlestick aloft. The flickering flame cast a gentle glow, illuminating the dim corridor ahead. Sushi followed closely behind, his ears perked, listening intently to the sounds trailing behind him, fearful that, like in certain films or novels, footsteps might suddenly echo from behind. He turned his gaze towards the nameplate embedded on the door, 101, 103. The high ponytail woman came to a halt, raising her head as if assessing something. Suddenly, She realized that since the area beyond the reception desk on the right led to the guest rooms, the space concealed by the heavy drapery on the left must be the kitchen. Shall we go in? The high ponytail woman inquired, glancing at the young man beside her. She took a moment to regard her before reaching for the key. I'll open the door. Since she had taken the initiative to lead the way with the candle, he felt it only appropriate to shoulder some responsibility. Opening doors suited him well. If an unforeseen ambush awaited, he could always restart from a previous point. Inserting the key into the lock, he gently turned it, and the door to room 103 emitted a faint click. Slowly, he pushed the door open, and the high ponytail woman immediately raised the candle into the room, dispelling a portion of the darkness. Inside, there was nothing grotesque or nauseating. In fact, everything appeared quite ordinary, resembling a typical hotel room. They exchanged a glance, and Sushi stepped inside first, with the high ponytail woman following closely behind. Shutting the door with a soft click, silence enveloped them, yet they instinctively divided to search for clues. The room was modestly sized, and a single candle sufficed to illuminate the entire space. As Sushi navigated the room by the dim light, he accidentally kicked something hard at his feet, which rolled away with a soft clatter. Bending down, he discovered it was a flashlight, which he picked up and switched on, pleasantly surprised to find it functional and bright. The bed was neatly made, adorned only with the hotel's standard pillows and blankets, while a water cup rested on the bedside table alongside a toy robot. Meanwhile, the high ponytail woman unearthed a large fabric bag from beneath the table, filled with brightly colored garments suitable for the elderly and shorts for boys. However, the significant find was a diary nestled within. After thoroughly rummaging through the remaining spaces in the room, without uncovering anything more useful, they reconvened by the door. I found nothing of note, just this flashlight, Sushi remarked, displaying the flashlight he held to his companion. The high ponytail woman nodded slightly. I only discovered this diary. It seems promising. Candlelight, albeit charming, proved somewhat straining on the eyes, especially when one needed to read text. Thus, Sushi switched on the flashlight, its powerful beam illuminating the pages of the diary. The childish scrawl, reminiscent of ants, revealed it was penned by a young child. Disregard the preceding trivialities. They merely skimmed through the few days spent at the inn. July 27th, clear weather. I am so exhausted, I can hardly move. When shall we arrive at Annie's house? Grandma said it is too late today, so we shall stay here for the night and continue our journey at dawn. That peculiar uncle is quite strange. Why did he instruct us not to open the door upon hearing knocks? And why can we not go out at night? What am I to do if I need to relieve myself? Grandma urged me to sleep early, yet slumber eludes me. If I do not fall asleep, Grandma will scold me, so I feign sleep instead. How clever of me, though it is dreadfully dull. I heard knocking. It seems to be that odd uncle outside. Did he not say we must not open the door for any sound? Why then did Grandma choose to open it? Grandma has since fallen asleep, and I quietly arose to pen my diary. Thus concludes today's entry. July 28th, clear weather. What has come over Grandma today? She is behaving more peculiarly than that uncle. She smiled at me again, but it was rather frightening, and why does she seem to have so many more teeth? I was under the impression that adults do not grow new teeth. Mother must have deceived me, claiming that once children lose their teeth, they do not regrow. I understand now. She simply did not want me to indulge in sweets. Grandma remains seated, ignoring my calls. Her arms appear elongated, and she seems to have grown taller. She insists I go to sleep. Very well, I shall conclude today's diary here. July 29th, clear weather. Grandma proposed a game of building blocks, and I became one of the blocks. She dismantled my head, my hands, and my legs, yet she did not piece me back together, rendering me unable to continue my diary. Why is there blood on Grandma's teeth? Oh, it seems she is consuming my leg. I too feel hunger. I yearn to eat. I plead with her not to devour my hands just yet, as I still wish to complete today's entry. Having finished, I shall end today's diary here. Upon reading the last 3 entries, a chill ran down the spines of the 2 individuals. While the first day at the inn could be deemed relatively normal, the second day began to unravel into the bizarre. First, Grandma sprouted an abundance of teeth, followed by her arms elongating and her stature increasing, an evident distortion of her form. The cause of Grandma's transformation lay in her disregard for that strange uncle's warning. She opened the door upon hearing the knocks at night. The third day's diary entry was even more unsettling, devoid of pretense. From the aforementioned content, it is apparent that the boy's perception has been profoundly altered, and despite being dismembered, he remains alive, likely having undergone a transformation himself. The ultimate fate is all too clear. He must have been consumed entirely by his own grandmother. "Let us take this diary and await them at the staircase," declared the woman with the high ponytail, closing the diary and breaking the silence. This diary evidently serves as a crucial clue, its contents rendering their initial confusion less daunting. Nonetheless, many questions linger, and they can only hope that the other three may have unearthed additional insights. Sushi expressed no objections and, after a brief acknowledgement, opened the previously concealed door. Yet he had barely stepped outside when he found himself frozen in place. Not far away, a figure was ascending the stairs towards the second floor. Shrouded in the darkness that obscured much detail, all he could discern was that the silhouette appeared quite tall, with disproportionately long arms. Before he could sound a warning, a woman with a high ponytail emerged from behind him. The warm glow of the candlelight seemed to have captured the attention of that figure. It slowly turned its head toward them, and then began to approach. Sushi's mind raced. When he had first exited, that figure had not noticed him. But once the woman with the candle appeared, the figure immediately shifted its course, fixing its aim upon them. So was it the candle that drew its attention? Chapter 35. The mountain lodge, he must have noticed a detail. Sushi wished to urgently urge the woman with the high ponytail beside him to extinguish the candle. Yet he found himself rendered mute, helplessly watching as that figure drew ever closer. He sensed the contamination of his consciousness by some unseen force, and he even believed that his body was undergoing a transformation. In a daze, Sushi felt an inexplicable familiarity with that figure. Who was approaching? It was one of his own kind. His perception had been irrevocably altered. Suddenly, Sushi awake, realizing that he had just opened the door and had already taken a step outside. Turning to look, he confirmed that the dreadful figure was indeed ascending the staircase, seemingly oblivious to their presence. With no time to ponder, Sushi swiftly turned back, extinguishing the candle with his bare hands amidst the astonished expression of the woman with the high ponytail. He gestured for her to remain silent, and then redirected his gaze toward the eerie figure. Astonishingly, he possessed no recollection of his own demise, as if he had merely experienced a dream, only to inexplicably revert to a previous moment. Nevertheless, he remembered that the flame of the candle had drawn the figure's attention, prompting him to extinguish it at the first opportunity. The woman behind him seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, cautiously peeking out. Upon sighting the figure on the stairs, her expression shifted markedly. The figure continued to ascend the staircase at a leisurely pace. Though not swift, the staircase was short, and even at that pace, it would reach the second floor in mere seconds. There were 3 burly men on the second floor, undoubtedly attracted by the glow of their candle. After the woman with the high ponytail had entered and closed the door, their light had not spilled out, allowing the figure to seek the more distant allure of the second floor. Now, Sushi faced a critical decision. Should he warn the 3 men above? If he remained silent, they would likely meet the same fate as he and the woman with the high ponytail, falling victim without a whisper of resistance. Indeed, he suspected that the woman had not survived in the previous cycle either. He did not consider her foolish, if he could deduce the candle's danger. She too might have recognized it, even if only to attempt a warning. Yet, she made no move, likely ensnared just as he was. Should he choose to alert them, communication between them was limited to shouting. Would the figure be affected by sound? If the candle's flame could lure it, would the flashlight's beam? He recalled that he had just found a flashlight. Surely, they could not proceed in darkness alone. These thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant. With a sense of urgency, Sushi called out, "Extinguish the candle on the second floor." The figure remained motionless. It appeared that it was not swayed by sound. Sushi tightened his grip on the flashlight, illuminating the figure the moment he turned it on. Under the flashlight's beam, the figure reacted as if provoked, emitting a piercing shriek before flickering and vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, A woman's scream echoed from above. Susi pauset momentia. Taken aback by the figure's vehement reaction to the light. He had not anticipated that, through a series of fortuitous events, he would discover the other party's fear of the blinding light emitted by the flashlight. Hesitating for a moment, Sushi decided to proceed towards the staircase with the flashlight in hand. At that moment, the woman with the high ponytail comprehended the youth's abrupt action of extinguishing the candle. Although she was unsure how he knew that the candle would affect that spectral figure, she pondered briefly and chose to follow him. As they passed room 101, she instinctively paused. Just as Sushi reached the staircase, he heard the chaotic footsteps from the second floor drawing closer. The burly man and the refined gentleman descended hurriedly, almost leaping down the stairs. That short-haired glasses girl is dead, the burly man announced as his first statement upon seeing his two companions. She was killed by that unknown white figure. The refined man composed himself and added calmly, its speed was too swift. We barely caught a glimpse of its true form. Did you not extinguish the candle? The high ponytail woman inquired. The refined man hesitated momentarily, his expression faltering. We froze for a second. The high ponytail woman refrained from questioning further. She understood why, despite their warning, a comrade had still perished. To put it plainly, they had failed to heed their teammates' caution in a timely manner. Yet, it was somewhat excusable. There are players in the game who, under the guise of offering warnings, intentionally lead others into peril. It all relied on one's discernment. Fortunately, the burly man acted quickly. He extinguished the candle just as the short-haired glasses girl fell, or else they too might have met with misfortune. In that instant, as the candle was snuffed out, the entity vanished. Sushi listened intently, his expression subtly shifting. He had not expected the first casualty to be the short-haired glasses girl. This marked the first instance of a teammate's death in his gaming experience. Moreover, the clean and decisive manner of her demise was unlike anything he had witnessed before. He recalled struggling for a while during his previous encounters. Thus, what could account for this disparity? So, how did you know to extinguish the candle? After a brief exchange, the refined man suddenly posed the question. The burly man turned his gaze towards Sushi as well, and the high ponytail woman directly faced him. Instantly, the attention of the three fell upon the silent youth. Oh my, I was holding my breath just now, afraid to type a word. Who understands? My heart nearly stopped upon seeing that figure on the staircase. Sushi's reaction was so quick, I was still in a daze when he swiftly extinguished the candle. So that eerie entity was attracted by the candle? You're only just realizing it. Despite being so close on the first floor, it ignored it and headed straight for the second floor. Because the ponytail woman had shut the door, the light from the candle seeped out from the open doors of the three on the second floor. The question arises, how did Sushi know that the entity was drawn to the candle? He doesn't possess our omniscient perspective for comparison. Ji Yong had intended to take a sip of water, but upon raising his cup, he was captivated by the series of dramatic changes unfolding in the live broadcast of the game. Upon regaining my composure, I noticed the inquiries circulating in the comment section. After a moment of contemplation, I elucidated. He must have uncovered a detail. What a tale! How did I miss it? Neither did I. Not me either. If you all could have noticed it, wouldn't you all be esteemed experts? So what exactly is this detail? Ji Yong, not one to keep the audience in suspense, prompted. Consider this carefully. Was there any illumination in room 103 just now? Indeed, the esteemed she discovered a flashlight. Ji Yong acknowledged with a sound, then countered. So, why were there no candles in the room? The scrolling of comments abruptly slowed. I entered the burly man's live stream with another device, and I did not observe any candles in rooms 202 or 204 either. Chapter 36. The Mountain Lodge. The bespectacled woman met her demise due to Sushi's machinations. This establishment was devoid of electricity. The presence of a candlestick on the reception desk indicated that candles were available. Yet, astonishingly, not a single candle could be found in the guest rooms, which were most in need of illumination. Ji Yong took a sip of water, his tone laden with significance. This suggested that the proprietor of the inn was aware that candles might attract certain entities, hence the refusal to provide them to guests, opting instead for flashlights, which seemingly possessed some peculiar efficacy. Is this the mind of a clever person? Your intellect seems quite different from mine. Did Sushi only take less than 2 seconds to notice that entity? To arrive at such a conclusion in such a brief span is astonishing. Who dares to claim that Sushi succeeded merely by luck? His reflex in extinguishing the candle is unmatched. I always perceived Sushi as rather aloof. I never anticipated he would voice a warning to his teammates. I misjudged him. He is merely a bit idiosyncratic. 1. I initially thought this instance lacked the cooperative dynamics typical of road scenarios, where teammates often observe passively. Yet, how little time has passed since the instance began, and we have already lost a member. But does no one else find it peculiar that the bespectacled woman was led to her doom by Sushi? Upon reading the comment suggesting the bespectacled woman was a victim of Sushi's schemes, Ji Yang's motion to drink paused momentarily. His brows arched, and he remarked, I did not anticipate finding someone who shares my suspicions. Ah, do you also believe this, streamer? I did not perceive Sushi as the one at fault. Was it not the case that the bespectacled woman, holding the candle, failed to extinguish it in time after receiving the warning, thus leading to her demise? Indeed, Sushi kindly issued a warning. It was their disbelief that led to the tragedy. Ji Yang did not allow the skepticism to provoke anger. Instead, he carefully organized his thoughts to share his perspective with the audience. As the 5 individuals split into 2 teams, they ignited another candle at the reception desk. The gentleman with the refined demeanor handed his nearly half-burnt candle to the woman with the high ponytail, while the burly man deliberately passed the lit second candle to the bespectacled woman, urging her to lead the way. Strange to say, these 2 men exhibit a certain cunning. One offers a nearly spent candle to the other team, while the other intentionally gives the candle to the bespectacled woman to clear the path. It is human nature, but indeed rather sinister. No wonder these 2 default to teaming up. They are drawn to one another. Ji Yang chuckled softly and continued. When they reached the staircase and parted ways, the candle remained in the bespectacled woman's grasp, with her in the lead. When that humanoid entity appeared, Sushi discerned within 2 seconds that it was attracted by the candlelight. He swiftly extinguished the candle held by the woman with the high ponytail and alerted the 3 on the second floor. Logically, he could have chosen to do nothing but wait for the ensuing developments. Yet he deliberately activated the flashlight, directing its beam toward the entity. The entity moved at a sluggish pace, yet upon being struck by the intense beam of the flashlight, it seemed to go into a frenzy. While it was true that the entity feared the flashlight's brilliance, the very light also provoked it, causing a dramatic acceleration in its speed, allowing it to seemingly teleport right before the bespectacled woman. The refined man mentioned that they hesitated momentarily upon hearing the warning. Had Sushi not directed the flashlight towards the entity, the trio would have had ample time to assess the credibility of Sushi's alert before the creature ascended to the second floor. However, that fleeting moment led to the demise of the bespectacled woman. The barrage of comments fell silent for a brief period before erupting into a frenzy. Oh my, this indeed seems plausible. So, is it true that Sushi is exacting revenge for having his clue stolen? It turns out he is not unresponsive. Rather, the timing was simply not right. This is rather chilling. Without any noise, he has caused the death of a player. And the troubling aspect is that none of the teammates have sensed the discrepancy. How could they possibly perceive anything amiss? Even with our godlike perspective, we fail to notice anything unusual. Yet, this remained merely my conjecture, primarily due to my lack of evidence. Ji Yang, cradling a cup of water, continued, asserting that the crux of the matter hinged on Sushi illuminating the entity with the flashlight. Whether this action was intentional or if he was aware of the flashlight's repelling effect remained uncertain. I tended to believe he was aware and acted deliberately, as the timing was far too coincidental. If family members held differing opinions, they could express them on the public screen for discussion. I have a question. Wouldn't it have sufficed for Sushi to remain silent? The bespectacled woman would have perished regardless, with the only difference being the potential death of 2 more individuals. Given how swiftly he extinguished the candle held by the ponytailed woman, it is evident he recognized the candle as the lure for that entity. Even if the ponytailed woman did not realize it in the moment, it does not mean she would remain oblivious thereafter. The only remaining teammate is cold-blooded and indifferent to life. What do you think her thoughts would be? What does it matter what she thinks? As if Sushi would care. If he were concerned about other players' opinions, he wouldn't exhibit such behavior. Damn, that makes a fair point. Jiang pondered for a moment, fixating on the youth on the screen before articulating his analysis. Either the other two still held some utility for him, or he was merely going with the flow. Unbeknownst to Su Shi, who had unwittingly acquired a reputation for being inscrutable, he was contemplating how to elucidate his awareness of the candle being the culprit attracting the malevolent entity. There was no reason. The inquiry itself meant death once more. Su Shi unconsciously waved the flashlight in his hand, preparing to replicate the previous instance's approach of blurring past the situation when he suddenly heard the refined man exclaim, "I understand now." Sushi was taken aback, wanting to inquire, "What do you know?" He then witnessed the refined man produce a flashlight of the same design from his pocket, his gaze piercing as he addressed Su Shi. "You'd already noticed there were no candles in the room, hadn't you?" Upon hearing this, the burly man and the high ponytail woman swiftly grasped the implications. So this was the case. The burly man suddenly realized, his gaze towards Sushi tinged with a hint of peculiarity. "How intriguing. Why do you leave your words hanging?" Sushi's mind raced, attempting to decipher the meaning behind the scholarly man's statement. However, the other three, noticing the youth's indifferent glance in their direction before averting their eyes, fell into a silent reverie, as if to remind themselves that his subsequent reactions were of little consequence to him. The burly man, known for his fiery temper, conceded that the taciturn youth possessed a certain depth, yet the indifference displayed by the latter truly pricked at his pride, as if they were unworthy of his attention. Chapter 37. Mountain Lodge. Let the misunderstanding linger. The refined man interjected just as the burly man was about to speak. Despite recently encountering peril, he offered a glimmer of hope. They had uncovered a forbidden rule. However, the danger had not truly dissipated. They remained unaware of any lurking threats in the shadows. The pressing matter at hand was to deliberate on the clues each had discovered. Unlike the burly man, who was prone to impulsiveness, the refined man rarely displayed overt emotions. Even when the leadership of the group had been usurped, he merely smiled and moved on. He bore no resentment towards Su Shi for neglecting his comments. The latter's swift reaction to the strange entity demonstrated remarkable observational skills and sharp intellect. In fact, Su Shi had even alerted them to potential dangers, albeit with minimal communication, which hardly warranted concern. The presence of such astute individuals in their group only increased their chances of success. The refined man's reasoning was sound, and the burly man acknowledged that cooperation was paramount over infighting. With a huff, he presented a crumpled piece of paper he had been holding. She had just comprehended the refined man's earlier statement. The absence of candlelight in the lodge's rooms indicated an issue with the candles themselves. The others likely assumed he had discerned this, thereby understanding that the shadow was drawn to the candles. Although the truth lay in his prior demise, it was perhaps better left unspoken, allowing the misunderstanding to flourish. Unbeknownst to Su Shi, the external speculation that he had intentionally harmed the short-haired woman would only leave him bewildered. Armed with a unique ability, he felt emboldened to probe the peculiar shadow, unaware that the flashlight's beam would provoke it. This misunderstanding arose from differing perspectives and information gaps. Once clarity dawned, Su Shi's attention shifted to the crumpled paper the burly man was carefully unfurling. It had been discovered in room 202. As he revealed the contents, he noted that there were no substantial clues, save for a missing person's notice that seemed somewhat pertinent. Su Shi and the woman with the high ponytail examined the notice closely. The wrinkled paper bore a photograph of a young woman, alongside her identity details, circumstances of her disappearance, and her family's contact information. Notably, the last known location of the missing woman was this very lodge. She shared the surname Yang with the occupant of room 202, and one of the listed contacts matched the phone number of Yang Wu, as registered. They appear to be siblings. Was it then that the sister had vanished from this lodge, and after failing to locate her following a police report, Yang Wu had come alone to search for traces of her? Next, the refined man produced a mobile phone, its screen shattered yet surprisingly functional. The mobile phone was discovered in room 204, originally powered off. To my surprise, it still had battery life when I attempted to turn it on. The occupants of this room were either a couple or married, and the phone belonged to the male. Initially, we were unaware of the lock screen password, but while rummaging through their suitcase, we found an identification card. We first entered the man's birthday, but it was incorrect. Then, we tried the woman's birthday, and to our astonishment, it worked. We perused the chat records and other information within the device, most of which appeared quite ordinary. However, the refined man activated a recording, adjusted the volume, and placed the phone in the center of the group. Listen to these recorded calls, he instructed. As the group held their breath, after a brief static, an elderly woman's voice emerged. Son, didn't you say you were going hiking with Xiaoxue? How is it going? A clear male voice responded, it's quite nice here. The scenery is good, just a bit tiring. Oh, when are you planning to come back? The day after tomorrow. Xiaoxue wants to play for another day. All right, come back soon, and remember to be careful. Don't let anything happen. Don't worry, Mom, I know. The first call concluded here. Sushi lowered his head in contemplation. He couldn't discern any issues, yet he felt an unsettling oddity. The refined man clicked to play the second recorded call. Listen to this next conversation. This dialogue was not as harmonious as the first. The male voice was filled with sheer terror and panic. Mom, I encountered something strange. What happened, son? Don't panic. Tell Mom what transpired. I clearly pushed her off, but the next day, she returned. What nonsense are you talking? Is it too much pressure? Mom tells you. All those supernatural things are fictitious, merely psychological. Get back quickly, and we can discuss in detail. The male voice appeared to be on the brink of collapse, shouting back. Do you think I don't know what's real? She truly came back. I saw her return unharmed with my own eyes. How is that possible? From such a high cliff. I distinctly pushed her off. I cannot be mistaken. At this moment, the elderly woman's voice seemed to falter. Son, don't be afraid. Just come back. The call abruptly ended, the woman unable to finish her words of comfort. Several more calls followed, but upon connection, only the woman's anxious inquiries could be heard, with no response forthcoming from the other side. Sushi raised his head, and indeed, he observed the serious expressions shared among the group. Even after having listened to these recordings once, the burly man and the refined man still furrowed their brows. The male, having brought the female to the mountain, had conspired with his mother to push her off the cliff, yet unexpectedly, she returned unscathed. But upon her return, was she truly still human? The woman with a high ponytail handed her diary to the burly man and the refined gentleman for their perusal. She succinctly summarized the contents of her diary. In room 103, there resided a grandparent and grandchild. After hearing a knock at the door one night, the elderly person opened it, presumably leading to an unsettling transformation, resulting in the consumption of the grandchild. After a cursory glance at the entries, both men felt an even greater weight upon their hearts. The burly man incisively remarked, while these accounts seem to present a plethora of information, we remain utterly in the dark regarding the true nature of the events that transpired. For instance, what do the regulations of the inn actually signify? Are the fates of these residents connected to them in any way? And ultimately, where have all these individuals, including the innkeeper, vanished to? Chapter 38. The mountain lodged the sense of relaxation exuded by the esteemed Sue. She is truly unprecedented. The peculiar entries within this diary may very well belong to the proprietor of the lodge, who warns the grandparents residing in room 103 to refrain from venturing outside at night and to ignore any knocks on the door. It was precisely because Wang Xiuping opened the door upon hearing such a knock that the subsequent bizarre events transpired. The refined gentleman once more perused the diary, this time with greater diligence, endeavoring to unravel the concealed information within its pages. Do you recall the rules affixed to the wall? It appears we were not mistaken about the first stipulation. Residents must remain indoors at night and disregard any knocking sounds. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that the child feigned sleep, thus witnessing the entire sequence of events when their grandmother opened the door. The diary reveals that the knocking emanated from that peculiar uncle, presumably the lodge's owner. However, a conundrum arises. How could the proprietor, who had just cautioned the grandparents, suddenly be the one knocking at their door? The burly man chuckled coldly at the implication. Thus, the entity that knocked could mimic human voices, though it remains uncertain whether it can imitate human form. Upon hearing this, a sudden epiphany struck the refined gentleman. It indeed could replicate human appearance. After the male occupant of room 204 murdered the female, it was impossible for her to return as herself. At this moment, the gentleman discerned another troubling notion and abruptly turned to the other three. If you were to push someone off a cliff and they returned unharmed, would you, in your guilt and fear, have the audacity to call your mother? The burly man frowned deeply, perplexed by the gentleman's repetition of the scenario. What do you mean? Speak plainly, without convoluted explanations. The refined gentleman's lips twitched as he prepared to elucidate, but the woman with the high ponytail interjected. The person who returned is clearly not the individual you once knew. Yet, upon their return, you did not meet your demise immediately. The burly man, not lacking in intellect, realized the implication. This man had the time to contact his mother. And curiously, right after expressing his concerns about the woman, the call was abruptly disconnected. A sense of clarity began to dawn upon the group. The refined gentleman could not help but smile. It seems we have all arrived at a similar conclusion. The first rule inscribed on that paper is to remain indoors and ignore the knocks. The third rule may well be to avoid being discovered by those entities, to avoid revealing your awareness of them. Since we have deduced two of the rules, the second one becomes apparent. Do not trust anyone, for you cannot ascertain whether those around you are indeed human or mere facades masquerading as humanity. Like the lifting of a fog, the group finally gained a semblance of understanding regarding this sinister scenario. The experiences of these individuals are both similar and distinct. What binds them is their encounter with the bizarre entities. However, their circumstances diverge. Wang Xiaoping from room 103 succumbed to a mutation, violating the first rule. In contrast, the male occupant of room 204, Wang Xiang, breached the third rule, with his cause of death remaining uncertain. Regrettably, these regulations do not function as prohibitive taboos for them. Additionally, the refined gentleman unconsciously tightened his grip on the diary, his tone imbued with gravity. The diary detailed the transformation of Wang Xiaoping, noting how her body gradually elongated, her arms extending unnaturally. Upon hearing this, the burly man squinted. The entity that killed the bespectacled woman is a tall, white figure with disproportionately long arms. The woman with a high ponytail exclaimed in surprise. So, that entity is the mutated Wang Xiaoping? Not necessarily, the refined gentleman replied, shaking his head. We cannot ascertain their original forms. Wang Xiaoping's condition seems akin to having been infected and transformed into one of them. Now, only Yang Wu from room 202 remains, and his circumstances are still unclear. We are also uncertain if his missing sister is connected to those entities. The register indicates she checked in for one night on April 3rd and subsequently checked out. Having listened silently for a considerable time, Sushi's mind was filled with only two words, impressive. From the initial confusion, they have gradually unraveled the clues through the insights of these individuals, and they now possess a portion of the background. Among them, the most remarkable is the refined gentleman before them, whose meticulous observations and clear reasoning have guided the entire discussion. The burly man and the woman with the high ponytail exhibit sharp intellects, keeping pace with his thoughts. Even when momentarily perplexed, a gentle nudge brings immediate understanding. Previously, Sushi had prided himself on his modest cleverness, yet he now profoundly comprehended the vast chasm in intelligence that exists between individuals. Without the ability to rewind death, he truly felt at a disadvantage. After a moment of reflection, Sushi quickly reassured himself. It was all right. Although he may not possess extraordinary brilliance, he was not devoid of intelligence either. At the very least, he comprehended the content discussed, marking him as a person of normal intellect. While he cannot replicate others' intelligence, he can learn from their experiences. As he accumulates more encounters, he is sure to surpass his current capabilities. Furthermore, he seems to have discerned the cause of his previous demise. It likely mirrors Wang Xiaoping's fate, having been infected and transformed into one of those entities. No wonder, as his consciousness faded, he felt his body undergoing a change. It was not merely an illusion. How could that bespectacled woman have been so swiftly and decisively killed? Could it be that the eerie figure was provoked by his flashlight? No way could it. This cultured gentleman possesses quite a remarkable intellect, weaving together disparate clues into a wealth of information. Why can't such a brilliant mind reside within my own head? This particular scenario feels exceedingly intricate, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. Fortunately, I find great pleasure in unraveling the layered mysteries of such narratives, relishing the gradual revelation of the truth, which culminates in a profound sense of satisfaction. The three individuals are engaged in fervent discussion, while the esteemed Sue, she remains entirely silent, embodying the essence of reticence to such an extent that it seems impossible to detach it from him. Do we really need to label it? It is evidently inherent to his being. No. It is clear that he has become the very embodiment of taciturnity. I can hardly contain my laughter. You all are simply too amusing. Sushi's posture is remarkably relaxed. While others engage earnestly in conversation, he appears to be lost in contemplation, almost as if he is daydreaming. The sense of ease that Sushi exudes is truly unprecedented. He seems utterly untroubled, while the three burly men wear expressions so furrowed they could easily crush a fly. Chapter 39. Mountain Lodge. Could it be that the esteemed Sue, she is being targeted? To effortlessly conquer 2 dungeons while subtly leading his teammates to their demise. One cannot help but question the true challenge this dungeon presents to him. Initially, the notion of him inadvertently causing his teammates' downfall was merely conjecture. It appears that Sushi exhibits a remarkable lack of enthusiasm towards the dungeon. Your previous observations resonate deeply with my own sentiments. I often sense something peculiar about Sushi, which now seems to stem from his indifference towards the dungeon. While other players actively and diligently seek clues, items, and strategies for success, Sushi appears rather nonchalant. Moreover, he merely trails behind his teammates, indifferent to their actions. Viewed from this perspective, Sushi seems to fulfill the role of an audience member far more adeptly than we, the online spectators. I am in tears. How can you all speak of Sushi in such a manner? He is merely embracing his identity as a player. What fault lies therein? After an initial discussion, the group had gained a clearer understanding of the dungeon. Yet, even the previously reticent woman with the high ponytail engaged in the conversation, while the young man beside her remained silent throughout. The burly man grew somewhat displeased. As everyone diligently analyzed the clues, he found it frustrating that this individual chose to remain mute. Just as he contemplated voicing his irritation, the woman with the high ponytail calmly interjected. I must mention something. Just now, while we were passing by room 103, I noticed that the door to room 101 seemed to be unlocked. The burly man instantly swallowed his impending mockery. He was wise enough to discern the gravity of the situation. The foremost priority was to conquer the dungeon. So he remarked, "Then let us proceed to room 101. However, the woman shook her head. I distinctly remember that when we passed room 101 on our way to room 103, the door was firmly closed. What? Sushi had been preoccupied with the thought that the short-haired woman with glasses might have indirectly caused her own demise through his actions. Yet upon hearing this, he was immediately jolted from his reverie, casting aside his earlier concerns. Regardless, the short-haired woman was already deceased. If his flashlight had indeed played a role in her fate, then he would sincerely apologize. He was truly sorry. If not, in light of her unfortunate end, he would graciously overlook her earlier appropriation of his clues. Yet, Sushi struggled to recall whether he had paid any attention to the state of room 101's door as he passed by. It seemed he had not, for he had been focused solely on the room numbers. Before anyone else could speak, the woman with the high ponytail continued. We lingered at the front desk with our candles for quite some time without attracting that creature, but once we separated and entered the rooms, it emerged. So, do you believe that the creature was initially contained within room 101 and that someone or something released it after we entered our rooms? The cultured man asked with a serious expression. Precisely, the woman with the high ponytail affirmed without hesitation. The burly man immediately produced a keychain and began searching for the key to room 101. After a while, his expression darkened as he remarked, "There is no key for room 101 here." Indeed, the thought of an eerie white figure lurking in the shadows, accompanied by an unknown entity secretly watching them, sent shivers down everyone's spines. causing an unsettling sensation in their hearts. "We still need to explore room 101, the refined man stated thoughtfully. "Although we are no longer completely in the dark regarding this scenario, we still lack any clear strategy for how to achieve a successful outcome." He did not advocate for a mere avoidance of danger, as retreating often leads to a loss of initiative. Sometimes, perilous places are precisely where vital clues may be found. The group unanimously agreed, none of them wishing to prolong their time in this predicament, as the longer they delayed, the slimmer their chances of success became. Even if death loomed just seconds away, they were determined to confront it head-on. After all, these scenarios required players to gamble with their lives. Yet, we cannot simply charge in blindly, the refined man suggested, demonstrating courage tempered with caution. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "While we currently have no means to confront the entity lurking in the shadows, we could devise a method to lure the white figure into a designated area, thus avoiding an unexpected encounter." The burly man inquired curiously what method. It was evident to him that the refined man possessed an astute intellect. Since the white figure was released, it implies that it can be contained within a room. We merely need to light a candle in one of the rooms to attract it, then close and lock the door behind it. The refined man replied with a slight smile. "The entity in the shadows requires a key to access the doors, and we possess the keys to all rooms except room 101, so we need not worry about it releasing the white figure again." Brilliant! Sushi marveled inwardly, astonished by the refined man's ingenuity. The burly man and the woman with a high ponytail exchanged glances of realization. This was indeed a clever plan. However, a concern arose. The burly man spoke sharply. "Who will light the candle? Moreover, what if there are more of those white figures in the other rooms?" With a resigned tone, the refined man replied, "There's no choice. We must take the risk. As for who will light the candle, it should be you." The burly man suddenly raised his chin, directing his gaze at Sushi. "Me?" Sushi was taken aback. "Yes, you. We were all engaged in serious discussion, and you contributed nothing. You can't just reap the benefits. You need to contribute as well." Witnessing this exchange, the comment section erupted in excitement. "Wow, this is quite the spectacle. Is Sushi being targeted?" But the burly man does have a point. Sushi's involvement has been somewhat lacking. Come on, if it weren't for Sushi reminding them to extinguish the candle earlier, would they even be in a position to direct Sushi to light another one? Who was it that previously asserted that as long as one does not provoke the burly man, he would refrain from instigating trouble? I must inquire as to his current actions. Burly man, do not court disaster. The last person who offended the esteemed Ms. Sushi, the bespectacled woman, has met a grim fate. I have a foreboding that the next to perish may very well be this burly man. Sushi, unaware that onlookers have begun to wager on whether he will ultimately eliminate the burly man, remains astonished that the latter has requested him to light the candles. He perceives that the burly man seems to be targeting him, yet he cannot recall having offended him in any way. Perhaps I should take the initiative. To everyone's surprise, the woman with the high ponytail has boldly stepped forward to volunteer. Chapter 40. The Mountain Lodge, he found the young man rather inscrutable. Undoubtedly, venturing alone to ignite a candle with the intention of luring that enigmatic white figure was a perilous endeavor. Moreover, locking the entity within the room posed an even graver risk, as a single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Furthermore, they remained oblivious to the potential dangers lurking behind the other locked doors. It was entirely possible that another white figure was confined within. Even without the candle, none could guarantee that confronting such a being would end without incident. Additionally, the creature possessed remarkable speed. The burly man and the refined gentleman had witnessed firsthand how swiftly the short-haired, bespectacled woman was dispatched, leaving them utterly incapable of evading such velocity. Though it was not the high ponytailed woman's affair, why would she willingly assume such a significant risk for the young man? Under the scrutinizing gazes of the two men, the high ponytailed woman maintained a serene demeanor, seemingly disinclined to offer any explanation. She extended her hand towards the burly man, requesting, "Please hand me the lighter. In which room shall the candle be placed?" The candle had been ignited by the burly man during their initial division, and he had kept the lighter on his person ever since. At that moment, Sushi took the candlestick from the high ponytailed woman and gestured for the burly man to hand him the lighter. All right, pass me the lighter. I'll proceed. Sushi nodded at the high ponytailed woman as a token of gratitude for her goodwill. Although he was uncertain of her intentions, her actions were ostensibly in his favor. He was not the type to cower behind others, and besides, he had his own stakes at play. Humph, I suppose you do possess a modicum of courage. The burly man chuckled, retrieving the lighter from his pocket and tossing it into Sushi's embrace. He then turned to the refined gentleman, inquiring, "Where should we have this lad place the candle?" The refined gentleman pondered for a moment before responding, "Let us position it in room 106. We can take refuge in room 103, maintaining a safe distance while allowing us to observe." The burly man readily concurred, nodding toward Sushi, urging him, "Let us go." Sushi cast a sidelong glance at him, uttering not a word, and promptly made his way towards room 106, followed closely by the other three. Once they had entered room 103, the refined gentleman regarded the burly man with a perplexed expression and remarked, "You seem rather displeased with him. After all, he did uncover the secret of the candle and alerted us." "I was merely testing him," the burly man scoffed, "and do not pretend otherwise. I can see through your intentions as well. You too are probing him." Unfazed by the blunt revelation of his thoughts, the refined gentleman candidly acknowledged, "I find him to be an astute individual. However, his attitude remains uncertain." He felt a certain inscrutability regarding the young man. Reflecting on this, he casually advised, "Do not go too far. Our priority is to navigate this scenario successfully." The burly man replied dismissively, "Of course, I am well aware." Meanwhile, the high ponytailed woman silently absorbed their exchange, casting a glance at them before shifting her gaze towards the crack beneath the door. Through a narrow crack, one could glimpse a rather youthful man, his face smooth, diligently using a flashlight to unlock room 106. Compared to the other two, she had spent a considerable amount of time with him, thus observing far more. The two others were on the second floor, unaware of the unfolding events, while she trailed closely behind the young man, gaining a clear understanding. The demise of the short-haired woman with glasses was far from ordinary. One could assert that it was undoubtedly orchestrated by him. It was astonishing how effortlessly he ensnared a fellow player, leaving her uncertain whether it was a calculated maneuver or merely an opportunistic act. Regardless, he was nowhere near as innocuous as he pretended to be. His low-profile, almost transparent demeanor was indeed a successful guise. At the very least, the two individuals beside her had underestimated him because of it. On the other side, Sushi stood before the door of room 106, alone in the pitch-black corridor, which was a true test of courage for anyone afflicted with fear of the dark. His heartbeat quickened, urging him to hastily unlock the door, and he cautiously pushed it open. Fortunately, the room contained none of those eerie entities. After illuminating the surroundings with his flashlight, he resolved to place the candle on the bedside table closest to the bed. Once the candle was set and lit, Sushi swiftly moved towards the door. He needed to hide in room 103 before that pale figure arrived, and once they entered, he would close and lock the door behind them. However, plans often falter. As Sushi entered, he mimicked the previous woman with the high ponytail and instinctively shut the door behind him, only to be met with an unexpected shock. Who could fathom that upon opening the door, he would be confronted by a bizarre creature towering over him, its body ghostly pale, devoid of facial features except for 3 dark holes? He distinctly felt his heart skip a beat from the fright. The strange being raised its elongated arm, seemingly poised to knock. How polite of it! In his moment of shock, the beam from his flashlight inadvertently illuminated the creature. A piercing scream echoed, and Sushi felt a sharp pain in his neck, plunging him into unconsciousness. When his eyes fluttered open, Sushi found himself back at the moment he was about to pull the door open. It was clear that a strange entity was blocking the door, and he needed to secure it within the room. How could he accomplish this and escape safely? Knock, knock, knock. The eerie creature rapped on the door. Help! Sushi is cornered. What to do? What to do? It's all that burly man's fault. Sushi shouldn't have agreed to light the candle. The woman with the high ponytail evaded disaster, while Sushi faced calamity head-on. Opening the door seems unwise, but not opening it is equally problematic. Certainly, one must not open the door. The last person who did met a grim fate. Yet, if he doesn't open the door, he'll be trapped in the room. Can he truly rely on the other three for rescue? The woman with the high ponytail is difficult to gauge. The other two seem eager for the esteemed Su-Shi to open the door and sacrifice themselves to usher that entity inside. It is indeed absurd. This thing was not particularly swift even before it was provoked, yet as soon as the candle was lit, it was at the doorstep. Could it be that Su-Shi is fated to meet his end here? Unlikely. Let's not be so hasty. I believe that since Su-Shi has agreed to light a candle alone, he must be well prepared. His prowess is known across the internet, having only cleared 2 dungeons. Your exaggerations truly reflect a lack of understanding of reality. Even top-tier experts like Zhang Song have perished within the dungeons. How formidable could this newcomer truly be? In truth, you all might be Su-Shi's most ardent fans. The moment he encounters danger, you are all too eager to emerge. Chapter 41. The Mountain Lodge. The imposing man exclaimed, "This is bad. I've become a fool." Inside room 103, the expressions of the 3 individuals appeared rather grave. They had not anticipated that shortly after Su-Shi entered, that white figure would arrive. It directly obstructed the door of room 106 and even began to knock. Their plans had been thoroughly disrupted. The burly man deliberately lowered his voice, stating, "It seems that young man is in dire straits." His tone carried no hint of sympathy, only a chilling certainty. The refined gentleman sighed in response. "Our situation is hardly better. If he does not open the door, the creature may remain stationed at the entrance of room 106, preventing our escape." The burly man thought to himself, "Indeed, I hope that young man possesses the sense not to prolong our predicament." Nearby, the woman with a high ponytail wore a complex expression. Rather than feeling relieved, she was aware that should she find herself in such a scenario, she would have the means to protect herself, as she possessed an item acquired from the previous chapter. She simply questioned whether the young man had any life-preserving items. Perhaps it was intuition, but she did not believe he would perish easily here. Su-Shi stared at the knocker, his mind racing for a solution. Would extinguishing the candle prompt the entity to depart? The answer was likely negative. After all, he had closed the door, indicating that the presence was not drawn in by the candle's glow. His goal was to lure the strange being inside and then secure the room. Previously, when he had shouted at the staircase, it had garnered no attention from the creature at the door, suggesting that the candle's allure was indeed significant, perhaps even surpassing his voice. As long as he remained silent and allowed the entity to first notice the burning candle upon opening the door, Su-Shi resolved to give it a try. If it failed, he could always restart. With these thoughts in mind, he turned off his flashlight and, standing before the door, slowly pulled it open while carefully inching backward until his back pressed against the cold wall, his nose nearly touching the wooden door. The strong scent of what filled his nostrils as Su-Shi held his breath, stealing glances at the room. Indeed, when the peculiar white being entered, it made a beeline for the candle on the bedside table, not even glancing back at the door. Seizing the opportunity while the entity had its back turned, Su-Shi swiftly stepped out from behind the door, pulling it closed as he did so. In the next moment, he inserted the key into the lock and turned it, effectively trapping the creature inside. The entire sequence of actions was smooth and fluid. Wow, is that it? I could have hidden behind the door. Why didn't I think of that? Faced with such an unexpected turn of events, Su-Shi not only managed to escape unscathed, but also accomplished his task. I lack the education to express my admiration adequately. His quick thinking is astounding. This is true adaptability, and he maintained a calm demeanor throughout. Moreover, he displayed great courage. What if that entity could sense someone behind the door? It would have been over. So is Su-Shi gambling? Not gambling. Su-Shi is assured that the creature cannot sense him. Really? How so? Without delving into the moment, when Su-Shi loudly alerted the 3 players on the second floor, only to be completely disregarded by that entity, nor discussing how it passed by room 103 with merely a wooden door separating them, where the 3 individuals remained unharmed. It is worth noting that Su-Shi wisely concealed himself behind the door, ensuring he was not seen by the entity. Additionally, with a candle on the other side enticing it, I surmise that even if Su-Shi were to sing behind that door, the entity would hardly pay him any mind. Amusingly, I am only captivated by the fragrant, soft glow of the little candle. Where are the haters? Let's converse. Ah, we worried for naught. Sushi successfully navigated a dire situation and accomplished his task, silently giving himself a thumbs up. After all, he considered himself to be among the more astute of ordinary individuals. The three in room 103 initially saw the door to room 106 open, and the burly man assumed that the occupant might be preparing to sacrifice himself. To his surprise, after a brief moment, another figure emerged and promptly locked the door to room 106. The youth, whom he presumed was destined for demise, then turned and strode confidently towards them. The refined gentleman was about to open the door when the burly man pressed him back. Not yet. The refined man, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "What's the matter?" The burly man scoffed. Who knows if he is still himself? Though this statement seemed vague, the other two understood immediately. There was suspicion that this might not be the original person. That cannot be the case in such a short time, the woman with a high ponytail remarked, her brow furrowing. In a scenario like this, caution is paramount, unless he could prove his identity. The burly man remained resolute. Does this person have some grave illness? Prove he is himself? I could prove you're your father. Mad, suddenly recalling the notion of proving your mother is indeed your mother. What's going on? Why does he keep targeting the esteemed Sushi? The esteemed one has not wronged him. With clenched fists, there was a sense of helplessness akin to the futility of trying to strike through the screen. Sushi, standing at the threshold of room 103, naturally overheard the burly man's words. It appears that one can indeed laugh in moments of silence. Very well, if they find him peculiar. Sushi raised his hand. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking resonated through the silent corridor, causing the pupils of the three within to constrict in an instant, sealing their lips tightly. As time ticked away, the knocking persisted. Knock, knock, knock. The relentless knocking sent shivers down the spines of the three. Just as they believed that the burly man's suspicions were confirmed, and that the taciturn youth had indeed been replaced by an entity, a light chuckle suddenly echoed from outside the door. Fools, you may remain here. Sushi switched on his flashlight, the brilliant beam piercing the darkness of the corridor, and he turned, striding directly towards room 101. Did they truly consider him a soft target? He was not afraid to explore alone. His measured footsteps gradually faded away, leaving the expressions of the three inside to vary. The burly man's face was particularly dismal, shifting from green to pale. The merriment unfolds as one observes the expression of the burly man, a visage tinged with exasperation. Alas, I have become the jester, he laments. Ah, the amusement has arrived, exclaims Sushi, embodying a regal presence. You deem me peculiar, do you? Very well, I shall embrace this eccentricity just once. Oh dear, one might chide the burly man. When the others were not peculiar, you were displeased. Now that they embrace their oddity, you remain unsatisfied. Truly, you are a hard individual to please. The esteemed individual exhibits a rather mischievous sense of humor. Indeed, just moments ago marked the first time he let out a laugh. It was also his inaugural instance of uttering a reprimand. To elicit laughter from Sushi, to provoke him into his first rebuke, surely. This is a privilege of no small merit. Chapter 42. The Mountain Lodge in the realm of reality, Ji-Yong had deliberately prepared several spare mobile phones, alongside a computer screen displaying Sushi's live stream, all while simultaneously broadcasting the other three player streams. As a result, he was able to observe the entire process from both perspectives and commented ruthlessly. These two individuals had miscalculated their strategy. The online viewers who were watching the live stream with Ji-Yong began to engage actively in the discussion. What is this? Trying to test their teammate only to provoke them instead? But I must admit, Sushi's retorts were quite satisfying. That burly man certainly seems deserving of a beating. Not only did he deliberately lead someone into a trap, but after they successfully returned, he left them outside. I would be infuriated too. Fortunately, Sushi is clever. This must be his third dungeon. I have decided to follow this newcomer through every dungeon he encounters until he falters. 3 dungeons hardly qualifies him as a newcomer. It is unfortunate that our nation's leaderboard only counts the number of completed dungeons. If there were a different ranking system, this player would surely hold a commendable position. It is only a matter of time. Although there are many veteran players ahead, a significant number perish daily, and rankings are in constant flux. Many are tied with identical completion counts, so as long as this player does not meet an untimely demise, he will ascend the ranks after completing a few more dungeons. Perhaps his astounding completion time of 2 minutes and 48 seconds shattered the world record. I have always believed he is more impressive than all other players. Speaking of which, the combined view count for that dungeon, both inside and outside network, must have reached several 100 million by now. It truly is a pinnacle achievement, and it is still rising rapidly. It is likely that it will soon be known across the entire web. This player's popularity is undeniably high. On one platform, 8 out of 10 commentary videos feature him, generating immense traffic. There is no helping it. Everyone is curious about how far a player capable of such a peak can go. Ji Yong intended to continue his discourse, but upon noticing the lively banter in the comments, he cleared his throat and redirected the conversation. Dear friends, let us focus on the dungeon. The reason I assert that these two individuals have miscalculated their strategies is that they underestimated Sushi's prowess. Both are inherently arrogant individuals. Those who are excessively self-assured tend to desire control over others, which is why they initially tested the waters. The burly man is one thing, but the refined man does not seem to fit that mold. While appearances may deceive, one exudes overt dominance, while the other operates in the shadows. Logically, a teammate who can recognize the issue with the candle in such a short time and alert them should not possess inferior capabilities. Yet, ironically, their mindset differs from that of ordinary individuals. Upon encountering a competent teammate, their immediate inclination was not to foster cooperation, but rather to suppress and test, ultimately seeking to manipulate. If the burly man was openly targeting Su Shi, the refined man was subtly stoking the flames. At the stairway, the burly man clearly expressed his discontent towards Su Shi. Yet, the refined gentleman did not encourage him to vent his frustrations in order to mediate the situation. Instead, he deliberately diverted the conversation, compelling the burly man to suppress his grievances within. When emotions fester over time, their eventual eruption tends to be even more acute. The woman with the high ponytail was no simple character either. As several individuals discuss clues, the burly man cast several glances at Su Shi, evidently irked by her silence. However, this tension was interrupted by the high ponytail woman. I am uncertain whether her actions were intended to assist Su Shi or if, like the refined gentleman, she was purposefully instigating matters. Nevertheless, her subsequent attempt to light a candle for Su Shi indicated a desire to befriend her, as she too suspected a connection between the death of the short-haired woman in glasses and Su Shi. Her willingness to undertake such a perilous task on Su Shi's behalf suggested a form of assurance. Perhaps this was her way of signaling her stance, that she was not aligned with the other two and bore no ill will towards Su Shi. As Su Shi approached room 101, she illuminated the door lock with her flashlight, confirming it was indeed ajar. However, it would be easy to overlook without close inspection. The high ponytail woman had displayed considerable attentiveness. With a gentle push, the door creaked open, and the room was partially illuminated. In stark contrast to the emptiness of room 106, this space was filled with numerous mundane items, indicative of long-term habitation. Given that there seemed to be no record of occupancy for room 101 in the registry, Su Shi deduced that this must belong to the innkeeper. Just as she completed her cursory examination, the other three hurriedly arrived, flashlights in hand. Clearly taken aback by Su Shi's presence at the threshold, they all halted momentarily, creating an exceedingly delicate atmosphere, with silence reigning. The burly man appeared the most uncomfortable, realizing that the earlier insult had been directed at him. He pondered whether Su Shi's hesitation to enter suggested some deceit within. Apologies for the earlier awkwardness. He had only wished to ensure she wasn't infected like Wang Xioping from room 204, prompting his request for her to prove herself. After a brief pause, the refined gentleman, witnessing the continued silence, gently attempted to ease the tension. We were actually prepared to open the door for you, but what? Susis Gopin Wali. Did he suddenly adopt a peculiar demeanor that frightened them? Hardly believable. Clearly, it was a plot against him, and he was not oblivious to it. So, who among you will enter first? Su Shi, uninterested in such clumsy explanations, pointed towards room 101, indicating that one of the two should choose to enter, or they could both proceed together if they preferred. Since they sent him to lure the strange entity, yet refused to open the door, was it unreasonable for him to suggest they explore the path? The cultured man's expression stiffened momentarily, while the burly figure wore a face etched with skepticism. Why should we heed your words? Or is it that you possess knowledge of what lies within, deliberately ushering us to our demise? In that case, we shall certainly not proceed. The imposing man, tall and muscular, radiated a fierce demeanor with a mere glare. Sushi had no doubt that he could easily overpower two of him. Yet, you wouldn't wish for me to unleash whatever resides in room 106 again, would you? Ignoring the underlying challenge in the burly man's words, Sushi tossed the key in his hand and raised an eyebrow. I, for one, am indifferent. After all, I cannot perish. However, your fates are far less certain. Chapter 43. The mountain lodge, if you wish to die, you may descend, taunted the deranged madman. This sentiment echoed as the initial thought in the minds of all present. A chilling apprehension gripped them, for while his tone dripped with mockery, his gaze was devoid of warmth, revealing not a trace of emotional fluctuation. Undoubtedly, the young man before them was earnest. Should they fail to comply, he would unhesitatingly unleash that entity once more. Even the burly man found himself momentarily paralyzed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The viewers in the live stream were equally stunned. Goodness, what a blatant threat, one commented. So, this is the true nature of such a powerful figure, another mused. Is it right for a big shot to expend such effort merely to intimidate? Yet, there is an undeniable thrill in witnessing the shock and dismay etched on the faces of the three. My patience is limited, observing the trio rooted in place. Sushi raised his hand and rapped the wall with his flashlight. The dull thud jolted the three from their stupor. The woman with the high ponytail slightly lowered her eyelids, discreetly edging away from the two men. The burly man, snapping back to reality, was consumed by fury. How could a kid, appearing as fragile as a student, dare to threaten him? He could easily knock the boy down with a single punch. As he stepped forward, an arm blocked his path. Did he truly fear the young man? Worst-case scenario, he could simply seize the key and see what the lad could do about releasing that entity. Ignoring the burly man's bluster, the refined gentleman offered Sushi a resigned smile. Very well. I shall enter first, as the notion of lighting candles to lure that thing was mine. With a gentle smile masking a smirk within, he noted the bluster of his companion, who seemed eager to act, yet retreated at the slightest intervention. Casting a lingering glance at the young man across from him, the refined man tightened his grip on the flashlight and stepped into room 101. He realized he had underestimated his opponents. Sushi then turned his attention to the burly man. Gritting his teeth, the man finally emitted a grunt, and seeing that the refined gentleman appeared unharmed, he strode into the room with determination. The woman with the high ponytail adeptly followed behind him, becoming the third to enter. Once all three had crossed the threshold, Sushi discreetly exhaled in relief. Truth be told, he had harbored a genuine fear that the burly man might launch a punch without warning. However, he had not anticipated that the act of intimidation could be so exhilarating. With a sense of satisfaction, he stepped into the room as the last of the quartet. The other three had dispersed to search for clues, scouring the space. This room was furnished more completely than the others, with numerous personal effects, likely belonging to the lodge's proprietor. The refined man examined various areas, uncovering only mundane items devoid of any valuable information. Suddenly, the woman with the high ponytail whispered, "There's a passage beneath this wardrobe." Upon hearing this, the others immediately gathered around her. The wooden wardrobe, though modest in size, had gathered dust in the corner, its contents strewn about, revealing the bare floor beneath. The woman with the high ponytail rapped on its surface, discovering it hollow. As Sushi's consciousness sharpened, he beheld the cultured man and the ponytailed woman flanking the wardrobe. A burly man crouched on the ground, dismantling the wooden floorboards beneath with his bare hands. The boards were thin, easily pried up with a little effort. Once he finished, the burly man dusted off his hands and stood upright. The cultured man directed a flashlight into the revealed passage, which appeared to be a hole excavated by human hands. just wide enough for one person to descend at a time. Shall we go down? The burly man inquired. We have no knowledge of what lies beneath. Jumping down without caution is too perilous, the cultured man replied, shaking his head, unwilling to act recklessly. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the youth beside him. Don't misunderstand. I am not suggesting you scout ahead, he thought, having realized the youth was not someone easily manipulated. He merely sought to gauge the youth's perspective. Initially, he had perceived the individual as merely a clever person, but after recent events, he had categorized him as inscrutable and taciturn. What is your take on this? The burly man was surprised that the cultured man would address the youth, who had remained silent during their prior discussions, leaning against the wardrobe with crossed arms. He was curious to hear the youth's response. The ponytailed woman listened intently as well. Ultimately, the three heard the youth's indifferent response. If you wish to die, you may descend. In the ensuing silence, she recalled yet another brush with death. This time, it had been self-inflicted. Previously, they had jumped into a similar hole, which appeared to have been man-made and was rather constricted, forcing them to crawl forward. After a short while, they reached a dead end, for the digger had stopped there. With no other option, they retraced their steps. However, upon returning, they discovered the opening above had been sealed, and no matter their efforts, they could not break through. Uncertain whether the air in the tunnel would sustain them, even without suffocating, they faced starvation without food or water, resigned to waiting for death. Realizing there was truly no escape, Sushi chose not to squander time waiting to perish, and thus ended his own life by striking the wall. It took several attempts before he succumbed. Reflecting on this, Sushi unconsciously touched his forehead, which still throbbed with pain. Could it be that he had reached a point where he could face death with such composure? A wave of concern washed over him. Was his mental state deteriorating? The other three, upon hearing the youth's remark, fell silent, not sparing a glance at him, each lost in their own thoughts as they touched their foreheads, seemingly in contemplation. The burly man expressed his dissatisfaction. Be clearer. Your words lack context. Sushi remained enveloped in disbelief at the notion that she might be psychologically unbalanced. Irritated, she cast a sidelong glance at him and retorted, I can't be bothered to explain. Can't you think for yourself? The burly man widened his eyes, his face contorted with rage. He prided himself on his intelligence, having successfully navigated 4 dungeons despite encountering numerous perilous situations, all of which he had skillfully evaded. This was the first time someone had accused him of lacking intellect. Oh, and he nearly forgot. This person had previously called him a fool. Damn! The refined man swiftly grasped the burly man's arm, who had rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. After effortlessly pulling him back, he contemplated Sushi's words. Why was the other party so certain that proceeding would lead to death? What had he overlooked? At that moment, he heard the woman with the high ponytail speak hesitantly. I just realized, why was the door to this room left unlocked? If one could silently open the door to room 101 to release that thing, why not quietly close it again? Chapter 44. Mountain Lodge, do as you wish. If you desire to perish, then go ahead. The refined man and the burly figure were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, if they could release that white figure without their awareness, why not simply lock the door again? This way, they would remain oblivious. After all, at that moment, no one had scrutinized whether the number of keys corresponded accurately. Their minds preoccupied with the 3 rooms listed in the register as not having checked out. The refined man pondered aloud, so it seems that the unknown entity lurking in the shadows deliberately lured us to room 101, its purpose being to lead us to discover the passage beneath the wardrobe. In truth, this passage may well be a trap. That is my conjecture. The woman with the high ponytail nodded with an expression of calm understanding. Her reasoning was based on the youth's statement, forming the most logical hypothesis. Goodness. Sushi, listening in, was momentarily stunned. He had just reassured himself that he was merely facing a multitude of deaths, thus not becoming psychologically deranged. Yet upon lifting his gaze, he heard the 2 of them articulate an explanation that sounded exceedingly plausible. Sushi fell silent. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck him. In future encounters where he gleaned information through time regression and found himself at a loss for an explanation, he could simply adopt an air of indifference. allowing his teammates to draw their own conclusions. This way, he would avoid the mental strain of rationalizing how he acquired such knowledge. A stroke of genius. Why had he not thought of this in the previous scenario, instead resorting to vague responses? This is merely your speculation. This passage could very well be a lifeline left for us by the scenario. The burly man seemed intent on challenging Su Shi, always seeking a point to rebut. Feel free to descend and test it. Su Shi intended for the burly man to crawl down and, upon reaching the end, to discover a dead end. Naturally realized that this passage was no escape route. However, to the other three, unaware of the specifics within the passage, his words conveyed a different meaning. Do as you wish. If you desire to perish, then go ahead. The refined man observed the burly man's discomfiture, subtly shaking his head in disapproval. Though this individual possessed some intellect, his impulsiveness was excessive. If he did not temper his emotional displays and reckless nature, he would inevitably face dire consequences. For now, he opted not to engage with him. It was paramount to clarify their current situation and determine their next course of action. If this passage were indeed a trap, intentionally designed to mislead them, then the room itself would be rendered meaningless, halting their progress. Presently, they only knew that the lodge harbored some entity capable of disguising itself as human, which had led to the demise of the occupants of rooms 103 and 204. Yet, they remained in the dark regarding when this entity appeared, the reasons behind its emergence. The fate of the occupant of room 202, the circumstances surrounding his sister's disappearance, whether it was connected to the lodge, and ultimately, the whereabouts of the lodge's proprietor. These enigmas remained unresolved, let alone the means to navigate through the scenario. Moreover, there exists an entity lurking in the shadows, calculating our every move. We operate in the light while it remains hidden. None can predict whether it has devised a new trap for us. We cannot afford to remain passive any longer. Su Shi felt a slight stir of concern in his brow. Upon their return to the cave entrance in the previous segment, they discovered that the exit had been deliberately obstructed, indicating that this lurking presence had seized the opportunity to entrap them once they descended. What if they chose to play along this time? Given their current lack of progress, capturing this entity might yield unforeseen benefits. With this thought in mind, Su Shi boldly declared, "We can lure this creature out from the shadows." The three companions turned to him in astonishment. The refined man spoke up before the burly figure could respond. "How do you propose we do that? Have you conceived a plan? If a method to draw it out exists, it would be ideal. Otherwise, they would be preoccupied with both seeking a way forward and remaining vigilant against the unseen threat, leading to inevitable fatigue over time. As for the efficacy of the opponent's tactics, it was prudent to listen first. Furthermore, it was the adversary who first noted that the candle would attract the eerie presence, and they were also warned about the trap in this passage. Anyone capable of confining the supernatural within a room and then successfully escaping could hardly be deemed aimless in their approach. Su Shi surveyed the three of them and articulated his strategy. "Since it desires us to enter this cave, we shall oblige." The refined man's eyes brightened as he grasped the unspoken implications of the youth's words. After going to such lengths to ensnare them in a trap, it would be impossible for it to remain indifferent. The woman with the high ponytail promptly added, "If we conceal ourselves in advance, we may catch it in the act." Conceal? In such a minuscule space, where could all four of us hide? The burly man scoffed. "Well, there's a hole, isn't there?" Su Shi gestured towards the wardrobe, casually suggesting. The trio responded with confusion. "Didn't you say going down would mean death?" The burly man narrowed his eyes, his tone unyielding. "I never specified how one might perish." Su Shi countered with a sidelong glance, maintaining that hiding for a brief period would not result in demise. The others understood the implication. The danger did not stem from the passage itself. Who knows what lurked below? As for me, I shall not descend. Whoever wishes to hide may do so. The burly man firmly expressed his stance. Su Shi nearly rolled his eyes at him. "Just a moment ago, you suggested this passage might lead to safety, and now you claim you cannot go down? Clearly, you are merely being contrary." Su Shi ignored him and proceeded towards the wardrobe. "Then you may find a corner to hide in here." The room was small. With only a couple of hiding places, one could crouch on the inner side of the bed or beneath the table, concealed by the tablecloth. The woman with the high ponytail hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow Sushi. I shall hide in the hole as well. Once the two carefully descended one after the other, the refined man turned to the sturdy figure beside him. Where will you hide? The burly man pointed to the inner floor of the bed and said, I shall hide here. The space beneath that table is rather confined. While you might manage to conceal yourself, my stature would undoubtedly betray my presence. Having designated their hiding spots, they extinguished the flashlight, remaining silently ensconced in their respective corners, awaiting the emergence of the unknown creature. Time trickled by second, just as the burly man began to grow impatient, doubting the efficacy of Sushi's plan. A faint sound emanated from the door. Though subtle, it was distinctly perceptible in the hushed stillness of the room. The burly man was positioned at the foot of the bed, his vantage point allowing him to glimpse the gentleman hiding beneath the table. The latter cautiously lifted the tablecloth, creating a narrow gap. Observing this, the burly man could no longer contain his curiosity and quietly leaned forward for a better look. Chapter 45. The Mountain Lodge. I harbor doubts about your humanity. Sushi had traversed this passage for the second time, and thus, upon leaping down, adeptly crouched and crawled several steps forward. The woman with the high ponytail, unprepared for the narrowness of the tunnel, followed suit, squatting down to crawl behind the youth. All right, this will suffice. Sushi glanced back and noticed they were wedged in a blind spot above the tunnel's entrance, prompting him to halt and sit cross-legged. The high ponytail woman adopted a lotus position. I have a question. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to inquire. If this passage is devoid of danger, then why did you say we would perish if we descended? From where does the peril emanate? Sushi paused, then suggested, you might consider crawling further in. Unlike him, who had already experienced the grim fate of being trapped here, she lacked certain information, rendering her puzzled. The woman glanced into the abyss of the passage ahead, bit her lip, and slowly maneuvered around Sushi to delve deeper. As they brushed past each other, Sushi suddenly recalled that she lacked a flashlight. It would be imprudent to navigate in darkness. He extended his hand, offering her the flashlight. Take this flashlight. The woman with the high ponytail hesitated briefly before accepting it. As she turned, she subtly relaxed just a fraction. Sushi sat idly, lost in thought. After a considerable time, the woman gradually crawled back, her brow furrowed, clearly indicating she had discovered the path ahead was obstructed. It was no wonder the youth before her appeared so confident about the hidden unknown. If the four of them had indeed fallen into this trap and all descended, that entity would assuredly come to seal the entrance, leaving them ensnared in this abyss. A wave of dread washed over the high ponytail woman. She dared not contemplate the sensation of being confined in this cramped tunnel, awaiting an inevitable demise. Even with her tools at hand, they would merely serve to preserve her life in the event of a bizarre attack, proving utterly ineffective in such a predicament. This was the essence of the divine hunt scenario. A single misstep could lead to death within its confines. Sushi refrained from further explanations, trusting in her intellect to comprehend the situation upon realizing the path ahead was blocked. The high ponytail woman returned the flashlight to Sushi. They sat in silence, occasionally listening for sound from the outside. Soon enough, commotion ensued. Let me go. Release me. A voice, filled with panic and urgency, echoed through the tunnel. Sushi and the high ponytail woman exchanged glances. Had they captured someone? As they crawled up to the entrance, they beheld a burly man forcefully pinning a young man to the ground, the latter's cheek pressed against the earth, contorted in shape, struggling desperately to escape his confinement. A refined gentleman was in the process of confiscating the young man's possessions: a flashlight, a thick wooden board, long nails, a hammer. The instant the four of them laid eyes on these items, their intended use became alarmingly clear. This young man sought to seal the hole beneath the wardrobe, effectively trapping them within the passage. The woman with a high ponytail revealed an expression of undeniable realization. The refined man and the burly man wore grim faces. Had it not been for Sushi's timely reminder, they would likely have found themselves helplessly calling out into the void of that underground passage. Be honest, the burly man warned, pressing down forcefully, his tone menacing. The young man appeared perfectly normal, grimacing in pain, his expressions vibrant and devoid of any peculiarity. Yet, in this scenario, what seemed normal was not necessarily genuine. Sushi instinctively recalled the young woman in the red dress encountered in the previous scenario, who had returned to her village as a bridesmaid. Her lively and extroverted personality made her seem like an ordinary girl, but ultimately, they discovered that her village had transformed into a dilapidated ruin just as they were about to leave. "Who are you? Why are you trying to harm us?" Sushi was jolted back to reality by the refined man's serious voice. He swept the flashlight across the scene, his gaze landing on the burly man's wrist, where he noticed a red mark. Was this a scratch inflicted by the young man? It appeared minor. The burly man's lack of reaction indicated either he had not realized he was injured or he was unconcerned about this trivial scratch that would soon scab over. For someone capable of injuring the burly man, this young man evidently possessed some degree of skill. "Don't look into my eyes." The young man turned his head away, tightly shutting his eyes as if the intense white light had overwhelmed him. "Oh, my apologies." Sushi smoothly redirected the flashlight. "Answer my question. Who are you? We shouldn't be enemies, so why would you want to harm us?" The refined man reiterated his inquiry. He harbored suspicions about the individual being peculiar, but the fact that the burly man had him subdued indicated he posed no immediate threat. With the bright light no longer blinding him, the young man slowly opened his eyes. He gazed up at the unfamiliar faces before him, attempting to move, but was swiftly restrained by the man above. "This should be my question for you. Who are you? Why are you here?" The refined man replied with composure, "We are a group of mountain climbers. We were halfway up the mountain when a sudden downpour struck. Fearing a mudslide, we sought refuge in this, and upon discovering it." As he spoke, he removed his backpack to show the young man the basic climbing gear within. "Upon entering, we found this inn to be abandoned, with strange occurrences, and one of our teammates lost their life as a result." At the mention of the strange occurrences, the others instinctively heightened their guard, aware that the refined man was probing the young man. However, the young man merely furrowed his brow, his expression unchanged. "Release me," he demanded. The refined man shook his head. "I'm afraid not. Given your previous threatening behavior, we must decline your request until we ascertain your identity and true intentions." The young man fell silent for a moment, realizing he was powerless to resist. Lowering his gaze, he quietly confessed, "My name is Yang Wu." "Yang Wu?" The four exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mix of surprise and concern. The refined gentleman inquired, "Are you the Yang Wu residing in room 202? The young man nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, my sister once ventured here for a mountain climb, but after spending a night at this inn, she mysteriously vanished. We reported her disappearance to the authorities, yet they were unable to locate her. Unwilling to accept this, I resolved to seek out clues regarding her whereabouts myself." He then posed a question, "But why did you confine us in the underground passage?" This self-proclaimed Yang Wu scrutinized each individual present before he coolly replied, "Because I suspect that you're not human." The four responded with bewilderment. "Is this some sort of celestial phenomenon?" Chapter 46. The Mountain Lodge. There was an unsettling feeling that he was being led, suspected by a peculiar individual who seemed anything but human. One could not help but find the situation rather nuanced. Compared to us, I would argue that you appear even less human." The burly man showed no intention of loosening his grip. Rather, he tightened it further. The lodge was cloaked in a thick layer of dust, and though you claimed to be Yang Wu, a resident of room 202, your quarters bore no semblance of ongoing habitation. The young man felt as though his arm might be wrenched from its socket, and he cried out in pain, Wait. I have lived in this room all along. Otherwise, I wouldn't he know about the passage beneath the wardrobe. And haven't you noticed that this room is considerably cleaner than the others?" Sushi silently regarded the dust-laden wardrobe, which did not seem remarkably clean at all. "What do you eat and drink daily?" The burly man pressed. The young man, fearing further injury to his arm, hastily replied, "There are plenty of wild vegetables in the mountains, along with wild mushrooms. Sometimes I catch a rabbit. It suffices to fill my belly. When I am thirsty, I drink from the spring. It has been a rough existence thus far." As the others fell silent, he sought to placate the burly man. "I apologize. I acted out of concern for my own safety. After all, I cannot guarantee that you are indeed living beings." The burly man was about to inquire further, but was halted by the scholarly man's gaze, which seemed to convey that some matters were better left unexamined. It was understood among them. What exactly has transpired at this lodge? The scholarly man inquired. Release me first. I am no match for the four of you unarmed. The burly man glanced at the other three, and seeing them nod in agreement, he loosened his grip and stepped back. With newfound freedom, the young man, or rather Yang Wu, sighed. To make a long story short, after my sister went missing, I discovered that her last known whereabouts were here at this lodge. So I came seeking clues. While I found no leads, I encountered strange occurrences. An unknown entity manifested within the lodge, capable of masquerading as humans and imitating their behaviors. We refer to this being as a pseudo-human. However, if you simply ignore them, they pose no threat. Consequently, the lodge owner, for the safety of the residents, posted a set of rules for everyone to follow. Initially, everything was quite calm. Perhaps some residents were quietly replaced. Yet we did not wish to attract the attention of those entities, so we feigned ignorance. However, this tranquility was short-lived. On the second day after the resident of room 103 moved in, a transformation occurred. The outcome was grim. The transformed grandmother consumed her transformed grandson. The entity you have locked away in room 106 is her. The residents of room 204 were a couple. After a brief outing, only the man returned. The following morning, the woman reappeared, but by afternoon, both had vanished without a trace. Afterward, the proprietor mysteriously vanished, leaving me alone in the inn, along with the transformed resident of room 103. His narrative seemed to seamlessly weave together the clues uncovered by the four of us, shedding light on some lingering questions. The gentleman, maintaining his composure, inquired. So the entity that attacked our companion was indeed the transformed occupant of room 103, making it a false human? Yang Wu's expression grew somewhat complicated, perhaps. I have never encountered a false human in its true form. They have a penchant for knocking on doors at night, masquerading as humans, leaving one in doubt as to whether the being beside them is human or a false human. He paused momentarily, his demeanor revealing a hint of embarrassment. By the way, could you spare some of the food and water in your packs? To be frank, I am on the verge of nausea from those wild vegetables. Of course, the gentleman replied generously, producing a pack of compressed biscuits, a bag of beef jerky, and a bottle of water, which he handed over. Thank you, Yang Wu exclaimed, gratefully accepting the provisions and discreetly moving to a table on the other side, maintaining a respectful distance from the four. The gentleman found a spot to sit as well. Let us all take a moment to rest. After enduring such fear for so long, we can discuss matters later. Once the other three had gathered around, he quietly retrieved the mobile phone found in room 204, opened it, and typed a message on the Notes app, passing it to each of them in turn. The group began to communicate through the device. The gentleman asked, "What are your thoughts?" The burly man replied, "No need to deliberate. This fellow is certainly not human." The woman with a high ponytail remarked, "Judging by the dust and the faded, barely legible papers, this one has been abandoned for over 6 months. Is it truly possible for him to survive alone for that long?" Doubts lingered among the three regarding the identity of the young man. When the phone reached Su Shi, he too proceeded to type a line. "Do candles attract false humans? Why is this not mentioned in the rules?" Su Shi recalled the immense allure that candles held for the white entity. Otherwise, he would not have managed to escape from room 106 so effortlessly. Moreover, it seemed that flashlights also provoked a certain reaction from the white figure. If the white entity were indeed a false human, why were these crucial pieces of information absent from the guidelines? He wished to discuss this matter with his three companions. However, this inquiry transformed into a clue in the eyes of the others. The gentleman's gaze sharpened, locking onto the young man seated across from him. We may have been misled. Those three rules do not exclusively pertain to false humans. The second and third rules align with the characteristics of false humans masquerading as humans. Yet the first rule may not be aimed at false humans. The burly man asserted, "That lad is indeed lying." The woman with the high ponytail added, "He is misguiding us, leading us to believe that the entity in room 106 is a false human, when in reality, the true false human." They all understood whom she was referring to, as Sushi had made it abundantly clear. False humans only relish disguising themselves as humans. Candles would not attract them. Meanwhile, Sushi looked on, bewildered, as they abruptly concluded that Yang Wu was the false human. He merely wished to inquire why the guidelines were incomplete. It seems that everyone's thought processes are not aligned with his. Refined gentlemen, let us continue to feign ignorance. Perhaps the key to conquering the dungeon lies within it. Have you all noticed something amiss? Is there? Don't you think that Master Su, she seems to have become more proactive? Oh wow, now that you mention it, it does seem that way. I've noticed it too. Ever since we entered room 101, he has been quite talkative. Moreover, he has made a point to remind his teammates several times. Though all his actions appear normal, there's an underlying sense that he is guiding something. Chapter 47. Mountain Lodge. I suspect it has something to do with Su Shi. I have finished my meal. Yang Wu, seemingly oblivious to the subtle exchanges among the group, inquired with a casual demeanor, "What are your plans moving forward?" The refined gentleman discreetly tucked away his phone and, with a hint of resignation, replied, "The torrential rain outside continues unabated. We can only remain in this lodge for the night. Once dawn breaks and the storm subsides, provided there are no mudslides, we shall depart." He then turned the question back to Yang Wu. "And you? Why do you linger here?" "I came here to trace my sister's whereabouts, and until I find her, I have no intention of leaving." Yang Wu's voice resonated with a deep sense of loss, revealing his obsession with locating his sister. Just as the refined gentleman contemplated offering some semblance of comfort, an unforeseen situation erupted. The burly man abruptly leaped to his feet, unable to suppress an uncontrollable urge to scratch at himself. "What is happening? I am so itchy, damn it. Why is it so unbearable?" The others exchanged alarmed glances as they watched the burly man frantically clawing at his skin, soon breaking the surface with his nails. His desperation intensified, as if he were about to tear his very flesh apart. Before long, he was drenched in blood. "Help! Someone save me, please!" Under the gaze of his companions, the burly man suddenly convulsed, his eyes rolling back, exhibiting bizarre behavior that suggested an imminent transformation. Most chilling of all was the sight of his body gradually elongating, his arms stretching unnaturally. He increasingly resembled the pale entity they had confined in room 106. A shiver ran down the spine of the refined gentleman, a cold dread enveloping him. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted to the others, "Run!" He was the first to dash towards the exit. Damn it! When did the burly man fall victim to whatever affliction this was? How did it happen? Su Shi and the woman with the high ponytail quickly regained their senses and followed suit. "Wait for me," Yang Wu called out, trailing behind them. "Don't go. Help. Aya." Only the burly man remained, desperately staring at their retreating figures, futilely extending his hand for assistance. Yet his voice was muffled, as if stifled by cotton. As Yang Wu burst from the room, he fished a key from his pocket, the key to room 101. Swiftly, he turned and managed to lock the door just as the burly man lunged toward him. A resounding thud echoed as the door was struck. Taking a deep breath of relief after securing the lock, he turned to face the chaos behind the door. The burly man continued to batter against it. While a similar cacophony emanated from room 106, the pale figure appeared to have succumbed to madness as well. The relentless sound of pounding filled the corridor, a grim reminder that such feeble wooden doors would not withstand the onslaught. "There's another candle by Xiao Yuan's body. Let's light it. Perhaps the candle will draw them away." In a fleeting moment, the refined gentleman recalled the candle held by the bespectacled woman, wishing to employ the same tactic to ensnare them with it. Alas, they had failed to bring the candle, which meant they would have to return for it now. He nearly exposed himself in front of Yang Wu, as not knowing his companion's name and merely referring to her as the glasses girl could incite unnecessary complications. Fortunately, he quickly devised a name. Su Shi and the woman with the high ponytail understood who Xiao Yuan was and grasped the gentleman's intent behind fabricating a name. As the trio prepared to ascend to the second floor to retrieve the candle, Yang Wu halted them, stating, "Let us not discuss your transformed companion for now. The occupant of room 103 has never exhibited such madness before, and the candle may not prove effective." The refined gentleman appeared anxious, urgently inquiring, "What shall we do?" We can't just wait here to perish. Fear not. This inn possesses a cellar, and I know its location. We could take refuge there, Yang Wu replied, hastily making his way towards the lobby with a flashlight. Come quickly. The refined gentleman exchanged glances with the other two, and they understood each other without words. As Sushi followed the others, he instinctively turned his head to glance at the trembling wooden door that had been struck. He suddenly recalled the small wound he had observed on the robust man's wrist. Could the man's transformation be linked to that injury? However, there was no time to verify that now. The barrage of comments was left in stunned silence by the series of unexpected events. What on earth is happening? Why did the robust man suddenly transform? I didn't miss anything. They entered room 101, discovered the trap beneath the wardrobe, and lured out the man searching for his sister from room 202. The robust man never acted alone during that time. Why is this scenario so chaotic? Just when I started to comprehend the background, after the man searching for his sister emerged, this happened. We still don't know if the man searching for his sister is genuine. Didn't you see the player's chat logs? There are doubts about him being a false person. Well, that complicates things further. Earlier, I was betting on whether the robust man would die. I lost the bet. He didn't die, but he transformed. Some have noted that she has become more talkative since entering room 101. Is that so? He has said much more than a few sentences, but it is certainly more than when he first entered this scenario. I can't shake the feeling that the robust man's transformation is suspicious, and Sushi's behavior upon entering room 101 is also unusual, as some comments have suggested. He seems to be subtly guiding something. There is indeed a sense of intentionality. The robust man's transformation is too abrupt, as if unseen hands are pushing events behind the scenes. Are you all this perceptive? I have scrutinized the matter from every angle and remain perplexed as to the intentionality behind it. As for the previous statements, they should be disregarded. They are merely the musings of conspiracy theorists. However, this is no mere conspiracy. I have discerned the deliberate actions at play. The sequence of events is too fortuitous. The ponytailed woman discovers the passage. Sushi perceives it as a trap. The four individuals fall into the snare to capture the brother Sun. The robust man undergoes a sudden transformation, and the pale figure descends into madness. Brother Sun claims to know of a cellar. Consider how these elements intertwine. Lo and behold, thus, Brother Sun has intentionally lured the players to the cellar. Does this imply that the robust man's transformation is linked to him? Not merely that. I suspect there may be a connection to Sushi as well. Might one of you elucidate this enigmatic puzzle? I beseech any knowledgeable individual to provide a detailed explanation. For those seeking clarity, you may search for a certain content creator on a popular platform, known by the handle He-San-Shui, whose real name is Ji-Yang. His analyses are thorough and logical. He is currently live-streaming the dungeon of the esteemed Sushi, and I am presently engrossed in it. Thank you for the recommendation. I shall hasten to observe it. Chapter 48. The Mountain Lodge. It seemed as though the unfolding events were entirely anticipated by the other party. The refined gentleman and his two companions followed Yang Wu past the reception desk and ventured into an area they had yet to explore. As previously surmised by Sushi, this space was indeed the kitchen of a lodge. However, to their astonishment, the arrangement of pots and pans, while not particularly orderly, was surprisingly devoid of dust, and a pile of firewood in the corner indicated frequent use. Had Yang Wu truly resided here for an extended period? Was he, after all, a mere illusion? The refined man found himself unexpectedly troubled. Nevertheless, he remained skeptical about the other's identity, suspecting that there was a deliberate purpose behind leading them to some cellar. Just when they had made no progress in deciphering the means to navigate the scenario, Yang Wu's timely appearance provided them with a new opportunity. Thus, they resolved to cooperate fully with him. Upon arriving in the kitchen, Yang Wu spoke. "The entrance to the cellar is right here. Please wait a moment." After placing the flashlight between his teeth, he squatted down and opened one of the cabinets beneath the stove, removing dishes and utensils before prying up a thick stone slab. The other three beheld a dark passage revealed beneath the slab. This cellar is well concealed, they collectively mused. Had they ventured to explore on their own, it was unlikely they would have discovered it. Let us proceed. There's a ladder below. Be cautious not to slip, Yang Wu advised. Once Yang Wu descended first, The refined man turned to Su Shi and the woman with a high ponytail, quietly inquiring, could there be something peculiar down there? The woman appeared hesitant, her confidence in her tools having waned after experiencing the underground passage in room 101. While her equipment could ward off strange attacks, it could not liberate her from a predicament of being trapped in a certain location. What if this so-called cellar was yet another meticulously prepared prison trap, akin to the previous underground passage set by Yang Wu? Su Shi, however, harbored no such concerns. After having met his demise in the underground passage, he felt as if he had activated a switch within himself. Traps? What of it? If he perished, so be it. If he did not die, then he would escape. Embracing this mindset, Su Shi boldly bent down and entered the cellar's entrance. The refined man and the woman with the high ponytail exchanged a glance instinctively. Then let us descend as well. The refined gentleman had long recognized the youth's capabilities. His choice to proceed indicated a sense of assurance. He could not help but acknowledge that this somewhat reserved youth exuded a calmness akin to a mountain standing firm in the face of an impending avalanche. It was as if the unfolding events were entirely within his expectation. The refined man and the burly man had even dared to attempt to control him. Contemplating this, the refined man recalled the burly man's sudden and unanticipated transformation. Had he breached some forbidden rule? Yet, the burly man had been by his side throughout. If the burly man had transgressed the rules, he surely would not have escaped unscathed. Unable to fathom the reasons, the gentleman shook his head. Oh well, let us take it one step at a time. The three of them entered the cellar in succession, and once everyone had descended, Yang Wu, who had been waiting aside, moved the stone slab back to seal the entrance. I often come down here, so you need not worry about the oxygen levels. That creature possesses little intelligence and will not think to lift the stone slab. For the time being, we're safe here. The cellar was not particularly spacious, cluttered with various odds and ends. Please find a place to sit. It might be a bit dirty. As Yang Wu invited the three to rest, he settled into a corner himself. He appeared to be merely a robust man, leading them to shelter from the grotesque figures. While they were still in doubt, the young man suddenly let out a bitter laugh. I know you do not trust me and suspect me of ulterior motives. Well, I confess, I'm not Yang Wu. This revelation caught the three off guard. But rest assured, I am indeed human. My intent in guiding you to the underground passage was purely self-preservation. I feared you would harm me, so I sought to confine you here to ascertain your identities and evaluate any potential threat. If none exists, I shall release you. The young man's expression was sincere, and he even apologized to the trio once more. From the moment you offered me food and water, I recognized you as good people. I sincerely apologize for deceiving you. To this, Su Shi could only utter two words: nonsense. Had he never been trapped before? Before his demise, he had not heard any inquiries from the other party, who evidently wished to confine them to death. The group was momentarily perplexed by this sudden confession. They had all been pretending to be amiable. Why the atmosphere shifted so abruptly? The gentleman tightened his jaw, his typically gentle voice turning cold. So everything you previously told us was a fabrication? He was not genuinely angry. In a scenario where one could not discern if the entity was human or a specter, it would be folly to harbor such emotions. He was merely playing along with the pretense of ordinary mountain climbers. Half-truths and half-lies, I presume? The young man seemed to have resolved to come clean. His tone no longer veiled. I indeed resided in this inn for a time, thus I am somewhat familiar with its layout. Living off wild vegetables and drinking spring water is true, but regarding the events that transpired here prior to your arrival, I must apologize. Some of my responses were fabricated. I had explored those rooms long before you arrived. Otherwise, how could the phone in room 204 still have power? I am unaware of what occurred in the inn, and I simply conjured a narrative based on the information I had. Upon hearing this, the gentleman experienced a disorienting sensation as if he had returned to a time of liberation. No, it was not merely an illusion. They had indeed regressed to a state of ignorance. So the concept of a false human was also just a fabrication of yours? The young man sheepishly scratched his head. Indeed, what about that figure clad in white? Is he truly resident 103? Well, I am uncertain. Observing the young man's feigned innocence, one could hardly blame even the refined gentleman or the woman with the high ponytail, for feeling a surge of aggression towards him. Are you not merely staying here for a single night? Why delve so deeply into the events that transpired within this inn? In response to this inquiry, the refined gentleman reacted swiftly, promptly producing the short-haired, bespectacled woman and the burly man as excuses. After all, we have lost a companion here, and now another has undergone a transformation. It is only natural that we seek the root of the matter. Chapter 49. The Inn in the Mountains. Ah, just wait. I did not expect that your bond would be so profound. The young man murmured softly, suddenly uttering an ambiguous remark. In that case, seeing you go down to accompany them should bring you great joy. No? The sinister words sent an unsettling chill through the three individuals. Before they could respond, the refined man, standing closest to the cellar entrance, let out a sharp, urgent sound. Suddenly, Su Shi and the woman with the high ponytail turned to witness a silhouette, even taller and larger than the white figure confined in room 106, silently materializing behind the refined man. A long arm, exceeding 1 meter in length, brutally pierced through the man's chest. The refined man's face was frozen in a mix of shock and agony, as if he could not fathom that death would claim him in such a manner. Ha 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 ha! Indeed, this creature evolves through slaughter. My experiment has succeeded. The young man cackled madly at this sight, his face alight with triumph as he regarded the other two. I must thank you for providing me with subject for my trials. The entity that had attacked the refined man abruptly withdrew its arm, blood splattering against the walls of the cellar and onto Su Shi and the woman with the high ponytail. Without support, the refined man collapsed to the ground, gradually succumbing to his fate. Finally, Su Shi regained his senses and bolted towards the young man. He instinctively understood that the creature had undoubtedly been summoned by him. The audacity to act in such a manner implied that he possessed some means of control, perhaps even a method to restrain such entities. Yet, after only a few strides, he saw the young man cast a disdainful glance at him before turning aside and vanishing into the shadows. In that moment, Su Shi realized that a small space concealed by several stacked boxes lay just around the corner. The young man stood within the cramped room, leisurely untying a rope beside him, and immediately an iron gate descended with a heavy thud, sealing off the interior from the rest of the cellar. Do you know how your rather imposing companion underwent transformation? I injected him with a toxin that I painstakingly extracted from that white creature, the young man proclaimed, a mad smile stretching across his face as if he could not contain his glee in sharing his findings. I have been researching how to induce evolution in these beings, and now I understand if they continuously engage in combat and consume one another, they will evolve on their own. And I can endlessly produce their kind. Ha 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 ha! What madness! Susi silentis, gulp. He turned his gaze. The woman with the high ponytail wore a necklace, presumably a protective talisman, which was now radiating light, immobilizing the evolved entity in its luminous embrace. Meanwhile, she dashed towards the cellar entrance. Quickly, it can be held for 5 seconds. Hearing her warning, Su Shi remained still. The 5 seconds were insufficient for him to navigate around the evolved creature and escape the cellar, and he did not believe that even if they managed to escape, survival would be assured. I have a question. Su Shi cast his gaze once more upon the young man confined within the iron bars. The young man felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that the youth not far from him would exhibit no fear whatsoever, but rather regard him with an air of tranquility, unafraid of death. He pondered. After all, the man was on the brink of demise. It was no great burden to extend a moment of mercy in response. How did you manage to attract this evolved entity? Of course, I employed a special powder, he replied, one that is infused with wax, possessing a fatal allure for that creature. Initially, I was uncertain if it would indeed draw the evolved being, but it seems to have proven quite effective. I have been scattering this powder along the way, even sprinkling some on you all, so do not fret. That woman cannot escape. She will inevitably join you soon. Ha 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 ha. The time for the gadget had expired, and the 3 dark holes on the evolved entity's face turned towards Su Shi. Compared to the first generation, the evolved entity was not only taller, but also swifter. Just before his heart was extracted, Sushi felt compelled to ask one final question. So, do you still possess that special powder? The young man was baffled as to why someone so close to death would inquire such a question, and instinctively chose not to respond. However, Sushi had already gleaned the answer from his expression. Ah, just you wait. Unexpectedly, the young man remarked, I didn't realize your bond was so strong. The moment Sushi opened his eyes, he charged towards the other without uttering a word. The young man, who had been prepared to utter another cryptic remark, was momentarily taken aback. The refined man and the woman with the high ponytail also wore expressions of confusion. In a swift motion, the refined man found his heart extracted during his moment of distraction. The young man finally realized that the youth rushing towards him had evidently sensed something amiss. Just as he intended to flee to a small room around the corner, a solid object struck the back of his head, plunging him into darkness and causing him to stagger. Having been momentarily delayed, and with his vision yet to clear, darkness enveloped him once more. In the midst of his charge, Sushi unzipped his backpack, simultaneously running and pouring its contents. Upon reaching the young man, he delivered a blow to his head while driving his knee into him, followed by a swift kick. This series of fluid movements had been meticulously rehearsed in his mind prior to his fateful moment. The young man had proven capable of exchanging blows with the burly man and could control the extent of his wounds. Perhaps he had intentionally feigned weakness against him. Who could ascertain the true extent of his combat prowess? Regardless, he was certainly stronger than Sushi, a frail and weakened office worker. Confrontation was not an option. He would resort to cunning tactics instead. Before he could remove the backpack from his head, the young man was suddenly gripped by excruciating pain in his groin, causing him to double over in agony. In the next moment, a fierce kick landed on his lower back, forcing a muffled groan from him as he uncontrollably stumbled forward. Meanwhile, the woman with the high ponytail had immobilized the evolved entity with a necklace around her neck, just as she intended to dash towards the cellar entrance. She heard the young man call out to her. After a brief moment of hesitation, she pivoted and altered her course, bypassing the young man curled up on the ground. She noticed a flashlight lying nearby and seized it without hesitation. Upon reaching Sushi's side, he offered no further explanation and hurriedly led her into a small room at the corner. Her gaze instinctively fell upon the rope tied nearby. Without a moment's pause, he grasped the end of the rope and yanked it. With a resounding thud, the iron barrier descended instantly. The young man finally regained his composure and swiftly removed the bag that had been covering his head. However, the situation had taken a dire turn for him. Burdened with a substantial quantity of a peculiar powder, the immobilized evolutionary entity seemed to have fixated on him as a delectable morsel, quickening its pace toward the young man. No, wait, damn it. Chapter 50. Mountain Lodge, she must not have offended him, right? The young man gazed in terror at the approaching evolved entity, unable to fathom that he would meet his demise at the hands of an experimental subject just recently studied. In his final moments, one question lingered in his mind. How had that taciturn youth discerned his meticulously concealed plan? The instant the evolved being materialized behind him, he did not turn around. Yet it seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of its surroundings, charging straight at him and catching him completely off guard. How frustrating it was. His experiment remained unfinished. Within the confines of the iron bars, Sushi and the woman with the high ponytail watched in horror as the evolved entity pounced upon the young man, tearing him to shreds, a fate far more gruesome than that of a gentleman. Remove your coat and throw it outside, Sushi instructed, shedding his own outerwear while urging the last remaining teammate beside him. Although the woman with the high ponytail was perplexed, she complied, feeling an inexplicable trust in him. Fortunately, upon entering the dungeon, they had all been outfitted in mountaineering gear, allowing them to simply zip up their jackets. The two diligently attempted to toss their discarded coats through the gaps in the railing. The evolved entity, initially intent on approaching them, was suddenly diverted by the coats. What on earth was happening? The rapid succession of events left the woman with the high ponytail overwhelmed. First, the burly man underwent a mysterious transformation. Then their team suffered further losses. Next, the young man revealed his true identity, interrupting their progress once again. only for the gentleman to be slain by the unexpected arrival of an even larger white entity. Beside her, the youth acted decisively against the young man and seemed acutely aware of the compartment's existence, as if he were well versed in the unfolding drama. She gleaned certain insights from his actions. Could it be that the burly man's transformation was orchestrated by him? Susi not that now we li. The burly man had intentionally been cut during his struggle, becoming infected with toxins. This entity must have emerged from the conflict and subsequent consumption between the transformed burly man and the white figure from room 106. This man had scattered especially formulated powder along their path to the cellar, designed to attract evolved entities, and they had unwittingly been dusted with it. He refrained from divulging further details, as his observations could easily be dismissed as mere scrutiny. However, specifics regarding the toxin extracted from the white entity and the waxy substance within the powder were far more incriminating. The woman with the high ponytail was astonished that the youth was willing to share so much information. She had assumed he would only offer brief replies, given that they were the last two survivors in the dungeon. It was no wonder he had instructed her to discard her coat. So, had he begun plotting against them from the moment they captured him? Their earlier misstep had spared them from the trap he had set. One could say that. Sushi replied, surprised by the young man's cunning. Had it not been for his ability to rewind time, that underground passage could have led to their total annihilation. Oh, that's not right. He should meet his demise alongside the woman with the high ponytail right at the threshold of room 103. After all, the first-generation entity was released from room 101, and due to its ability to revert time, only the short-haired, bespectacled woman met her end. The underground passage beneath the wardrobe in room 101 serves as the second layer of their plan, while the cellar constitutes the third layer. These traps are intricately interconnected, and one must concede that the young man's cunning is truly formidable. However, one must ponder why the necklace prop wielded by the ponytailed woman did not activate during her initial death. Sushi compared the scenarios in which the necklace functioned on both occasions. Could it be that the peculiar methods of attack differed? The first instance evidently involved an infection of their cognition and bodies, while the latter two were direct assaults on their very hearts. It appears that the necklace is only capable of countering physical attacks and is ineffective against psychological ones. After contemplating for a while, the ponytailed woman gradually came to this realization, sending a chill down her spine. The man's machinations are truly terrifying. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and paused her breath. Wait, if the young man's schemes are already so chilling, what of the youth beside her who saw through it all? Are his perfectly timed hints truly innocent? The short-haired, bespectacled woman, who was swiftly vanquished, the transformed burly man, and the cultured man whose heart was extracted by the evolved entity. The ponytailed woman instinctively tugged at the corner of her mouth. Surely, she hadn't offended him, had she? She hoped not. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have survived this long. As Sushi turned around, he noticed that the typically aloof ponytailed woman was regarding him with a rather peculiar gaze. What's wrong? Is there something amiss about him? Why was she looking at him with such an eerie expression? Could it be that he inadvertently sustained a wound during the recent struggle? No way. Sushi hastily glanced down at his own body. Thankfully, everything appeared normal. What's the matter with you? Assuming he was fine, Sushi inquired about the seemingly troubled ponytailed woman. After all, she was his only companion. He never anticipated the mortality rate in this scenario to be so high. Having previously experienced a scenario where everyone survived, he found it somewhat disconcerting. No, it's nothing. I was just thinking. Noticing the youth frowning, the ponytailed woman quickly shifted the topic, revealing that the burly man's transformation was the cause. Upon finishing her sentence, she couldn't help but want to slap her own mouth. Of all things to mention, why this? Sushi, however, discerned a hint of abnormality in her expression. She wouldn't suspect that he deliberately failed to warn the burly man, would she? That would be unjust. While he did notice the wound at the time, he truly didn't pay it any mind. Who could have known that the young man was so treacherous? As for the cultured man, it goes without saying that his ability to revert time only allowed him to passively return to that moment. He could never have saved the other. He had just finished issuing a warning when the next moment the man likely met his end. I didn't foresee that at the time. After some contemplation, Semi-Dioization. He certainly did not wish to be perceived as a cold-hearted and unfeeling individual in the eyes of his only remaining companion. The woman with the high ponytail nodded silently. Sushi was uncertain whether she believed him or not, and he could not disclose his peculiarities to her. For now, he decided to focus on finding a way to clear the dungeon. Outside the iron bars, the evolved creature merely clutched at their jackets, tugging at them absent-mindedly. Occasionally, the beam of the flashlight in the woman's hand would sweep across it, yet it remained utterly indifferent. It appeared that the creature no longer possessed the trait of being provoked by the flashlight. Conversely, its interest in items akin to candles seemed to be rapidly increasing, completely disregarding the presence of the two living beings confined within the bars. Chapter 51. The Inn in the Mountains. She turned to survey the small compartment concealed within the cellar. The woman with the high ponytail also ventured to the other side to explore. The ground was strewn with an assortment of incomprehensible tools, and shelves lined with various bottles and jars whose contents remained a mystery. This must be the laboratory of the young man conducting experiments, he mused. Could there be something within those bottles to counter the evolutionary entity? Was it possible that they needed to eliminate that entity to complete this quest? Sushi was prepared to make an attempt, albeit with tempered expectations. After all, if there truly existed a substance capable of subduing such entities, the young man would surely have kept it on his person rather than succumb to the very powder he had concocted. Perhaps after all this time, he had merely invented a more advanced version of a candle in powder form. At that moment, the cautious woman with the high ponytail whispered, "There are new clues on this table." Just as Sushi was about to examine the jars, he swiftly redirected his steps. At the far end stood a solitary table, beside which the woman stood, holding a notebook. "This is what I found on the table, the contents within." Sushi observed her perplexed expression and, driven by curiosity, took the notebook from her. The more he read, the more peculiar his expression became. Although the records were rather obscure, he discerned that the notebook contained information regarding organ trafficking. The entries abruptly ceased, with the latest page bearing a hasty scrawl. "Wasn't the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs established? 1. I've dialed so many times, it's perpetually busy. I wonder how many residents of the inn have been replaced by those things. I cannot stay here any longer. Those things are becoming increasingly rampant. It's a pity such a covert trading location has been compromised." The final line was chaotic, utterly indecipherable. The woman with the high ponytail speculated softly. This notebook likely belonged to the innkeeper, who probably met with a grim fate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left behind such incriminating evidence. It was unexpected that this was a front for illicit dealings. The sister of resident Yang Wu might very well have fallen victim to his treachery. The innkeeper appeared to be an intermediary, facilitating transactions between buyers and sellers. And upon encountering easy targets like Yang Wu's sister, he could not resist taking action. While the nature of those entities remained unclear, the mention of the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs and its contact information might very well be the key to completing our quest. Alongside Sushi, the typically taciturn woman with the high ponytail found herself compelled to speak more. Sushi agreed with her conjectures. Rather than recklessly attempting to eliminate the evolutionary entity, he deemed it far more prudent to contact the Bureau. However, he recalled that his phone was likely in the possession of the refined man. The woman's expression darkened as she evidently realized the same. Sushi's gaze shifted back to the array of bottles and jars on the shelf nearby. Striding forward, he casually picked one up and, to the astonishment of the woman with the high ponytail, hurled it forcefully towards the iron bars, aiming for the cellar. The bottle shattered, releasing a cloud of powder that immediately captivated the attention of the evolved entity. However, Sushi discerned that the allure of the powder was fleeting and would not hold for long, likely a failed experiment concocted by a young man. "Keep throwing those bottles in that direction. I'll fetch my phone." Sushi, possessing the ability to rewind time, felt no trepidation about facing the evolved entity in close quarters. Yet, to the high ponytailed woman, this endeavor seemed particularly perilous. She hesitated, contemplating whether it would be wiser for her to take the risk, especially since she possessed a tool. The necklace could be used thrice, having already utilized it once. She had 2 attempts left, ample for her to make mistakes. But Sushi did not afford her the opportunity to voice her concerns. After tossing another bottle of powder outside, he grasped the rope and began hoisting the iron bars upward. The high ponytailed woman quickly joined in to assist, and together they raised the bars to a height only sufficient for a person to roll through. Just as Sushi was about to exit, the woman called out to him, "Take this necklace. It will shield you from 2 attacks and can immobilize the evolved entity for a total of 10 seconds. Thank you." After a moment's contemplation, Sushi extended his hand to accept it. Although he could rewind time, he could only return to a point prior to his demise. If the powder ceased to affect the evolved entity, no amount of rewinding would allow him to retrieve his phone successfully. However, with this tool, he gained an additional 10 seconds. The high ponytailed woman shook her head. She was not merely aiding him. She was also securing her own survival. Should the young man perish, she would be left to face the dire consequences alone. Once she had exited, she began intermittently tossing bottles of powder to divert the evolved entity's attention. She was judicious in her actions, refraining from throwing all at once, as she was uncertain whether the contents of the jars would provoke a more aggressive response from the entity. Too many thrown at once could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, she maintained a careful interval, throwing a bottle just before the entity lost interest, ensuring its focus remained on her. With the high ponytailed woman's precise timing, Sushi successfully retrieved his phone from the gentleman and made his way back to the enclosure. After lowering the iron bars once more, he returned the necklace to her, and they proceeded to dial the contact number inscribed in the notebook. After 2 rings, the call was answered without any of the line issues mentioned in the notes. "This is the National Anomaly Management Bureau. How may we assist you?" A gentle voice resonated on the other end. "We are a group of mountaineers today." The high ponytailed woman succinctly recounted the player's experiences, ultimately earnestly requesting assistance from the other side. The tone of the woman on the line grew decidedly serious. "We have successfully pinpointed your location. The nearest rescue team is expected to arrive in approximately 2 hours. Please ensure your safety while keeping your mobile devices accessible." After the call ended, the expression of the woman with the high ponytail relaxed considerably. In Sushi's heart, a glimmer of hope began to blossom. Time seemed to stretch, and soon a squad clad in protective gear, completely ensconced and armed, appeared before Sushi and the others. As the sound of gunfire echoed, the mutated beings were riddled with bullets, their vibrant green fluid spilling onto the ground as they collapsed lifelessly. Team 129 of the Anomaly Management Bureau has successfully completed the rescue, with 2 survivors and 4 victims. Please provide further instructions. As these words were spoken, a burst of white light enveloped the player's feet. The instance has been cleared. Meanwhile, within Ji Yang's livestream. Chapter 52. It turns out that the formidable she had already sensed something amiss at this juncture. The fluctuating conclusion sent the emotions of netizens soaring and plummeting, until the final appearance of the white light allowed their tightly wound nerves to finally relax. Victorious at last, Sushi is incredible. Who understands the torment? This dungeon left me bewildered from start to finish. The plot development after the male character's self-explosion was like a runaway horse. My CPU was nearly overheating. I can't believe it. The genteel man and the male character were conversing harmoniously, and I was still shocked that this fake character was concocted by the false Sushi, only to see Sushi silently charge at him, and in the next moment, the genteel man was heartlessly attacked. I even suspect that she has an eye on the back of his head. As soon as that evolved entity appeared behind the genteel man, he had already dashed out. To be honest, when I heard the male character confessing his falsehood and that he had fabricated those details, my fists were truly clenched in indignation. Although I have no idea how Sushi reacted so swiftly, I can reasonably suspect that his fierce beating of the false character was not without personal vendetta, laughing emoji. Leaving other matters aside, does no one else feel that compared to us, Sushi seems to possess a godlike perspective? What wounds? What toxins? What evolved entities? What powders? Where are all these? I had suspected that the burly man's transformation was linked to the false character, and it turns out I was right. Stop dawdling. It's your turn to explain now. as Ji Yong observed the remaining two players in the dungeon enveloped in a flash of white light. Only for the screen to turn black thereafter, he stared for a moment and slowly exhaled. Leaning back in his chair, he turned to see a flurry of comments in his live stream, urging him to commence his explanation. All right, let's get started. Ji Yong clicked into Su Shi's homepage to find the live replay while glancing at the number of viewers in his stream. To his astonishment, there were actually over 1 million viewers tuning in simultaneously. Wow, he has gone viral? Typically, Ji Yong's streams attracted only 20 to 30,000 viewers, peaking at 40 or 50,000 during good flow. This was the first time he had witnessed such a monumental figure of 1 million. After pinching himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming, Ji Yong felt a rare surge of anxiety. This wasn't just 10,000 or 100,000. This was 1 million. Did he really have to explain to so many people? Oh heavens, I have struck it rich. Coughing, he welcomed the newcomers to his stream, urging them to follow if they enjoyed his commentary style. Without further ado, let us rewatch the replay together. Ji Yong had initially intended to engage casually with his fans, but at this moment, he was solely focused on showcasing his professional prowess as a commentator. As for how the viewership had surged so dramatically, the first reason for the significant increase in viewers of Su Shi's third dungeon is that many individuals find it difficult to comprehend the intricacies of the dungeon, thus preferring to listen to commentary. Ji Yong, who previously garnered a good reputation as a gaming streamer, has developed a unique style in his dungeon analyses, which has led to numerous recommendations from netizens. Secondly, Ji Yong was the first to edit and upload a video of Su Shi's speedrun through the dungeon, and the view count of this video continues to rise, maintaining its popularity. Consequently, a majority of netizens have opted for him among various commentary streamers. As the live stream replay begins, Ji Yong moves the progress bar to a specific moment, precisely when the burly man instructs Su Shi to light candles in room 106. Dear viewers, let's start from here. For those who have just joined and missed the earlier analysis, do not fret. After the stream concludes, I will edit the content and post it on the homepage. This segment features the scholarly man and the burly man collaborating to test Su Shi, with the crux of the matter lying in Su Shi's actions upon entering room 106. Observe closely. Su Shi closed the door behind him before lighting the candle. Yet the white figure appeared at the doorway immediately after he ignited the flame, indicating that the figure was deliberately lured by something other than the candle. At this juncture, the players remain oblivious to the lurking presence of the false Yongwu. But Su Shi must have surmised that something in the shadows could manipulate the actions of the white figure. Faced with this perilous situation, Su Shi remained calm and decisive, successfully locking the white figure inside room 106 and making his escape. However, upon attempting to return to room 103, he was met with resistance from the burly man. Logically, once Su Shi completed the task, the testing should have ceased, yet the burly man escalated the situation, which can only be described as an act of enmity. It is well known how dangerous the dungeon can be. Any unforeseen event in the corridor, such as an unknown creature lurking in the shadows, suddenly revealing itself, could place Su Shi in grave danger. Even I would consider the burly man a candidate for my death list. Fortunately, Su Shi is not the type to be easily manipulated by others. It turns out that Su Shi had already sensed something amiss at this juncture, which explains his later realization about the powder on the false Sun Jianan. Did the streamer imply that the burly man was also a victim of Su Shi's cunning? The earlier remarks about what do you mean are perplexing. The burly man's actions were inherently absurd, lacking any sense of the bigger picture. Engaging in infighting within the dungeon is utterly meaningless. Instead of devising strategies to collaborate with a capable teammate to clear the dungeon, he is fixated on ensuring others' demise. Even if one desires to eliminate a teammate, it ought to be done with a modicum of value. One life could unveil an entire rule in another dungeon. What benefit does locking someone out provide in terms of clearing the dungeon? Such thinking is devoid of reason. 666, you are the hidden wolf here. Su Shi's deliberate attempt to frighten them truly brought me a moment of comfort, particularly with that remark about fools. It felt akin to savoring a chilled cola on a sweltering day, refreshing from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head. Ji Yong continued to advance the progress bar. Next, Su Shi lingered at the entrance of room 101, deliberately intimidating the refined man and the burly man into venturing ahead. From this point onward, Sushi was evidently far from the silence he exhibited at the onset of the scenario. In truth, he adeptly employed a psychological suggestion here. His overtly arrogant threats inadvertently diminished the vigilance of the refined man and the burly man. To these two individuals, Sushi's threats represented a form of retribution. Having already exacted his revenge, they naturally believed the matter to be settled. However, in reality, Sushi's murderous intent remained undiminished. I initially thought Sushi was simply incensed, which is why he spoke more. Clearly, Sushi is the type who is ruthless and speaks little. If he ever becomes loquacious, I suspect he is merely plotting against others. Dumb? Don't tell me Sushi had a hand in the refined man's demise as well. It is so obvious now. Why not consider the commonalities among the three deceased? Sushi's demeanor while threatening others is indeed quite exhilarating. Chapter 53. The heart of the matter. Ji Yong continued to fast forward through the playback of time. Subsequently, the woman with the high ponytail discovered a hidden passage beneath the wardrobe. I shall not elaborate on this further, as several players have already analyzed it. Sushi had long perceived that this was a concealed trap deliberately set for them, and thus, without hesitation, she declined to descend. I have a question. Since Sushi intended to eliminate the refined man and the burly man, why warn them not to go down? Wouldn't it be more straightforward to let them perish within? Upon seeing such queries in the bullet comments, Ji Yong shook his head and clarified. Firstly, Sushi was uncertain about what lay hidden. Losing two teammates in the face of ambiguous danger is hardly prudent. Secondly, these two were not foolish. If Sushi refrained from descending, they could certainly deduce that something was amiss. At this juncture, Sushi maintained her displeasure towards the burly man, which further lowered the guards of both the refined man and the burly man. They were not afraid of Sushi's overt negativity. What truly unsettled them was her facade of nonchalance, for those who can conceal their emotions are often the most formidable. Furthermore, Sushi's demeanor served as a prelude to her forthcoming strategy. She proposed to lure out whatever lay hidden, but given her prior attitude, the burly man, inclined to oppose her, vehemently rejected her suggestion of the underground hideout. I see. Sushi is deliberately provoking the burly man's rebellious nature. Burly man, you tell me not to go down, and I will insist on going. You advise me to hide, and I shall refuse to do so, just for the thrill of it. And then he ends up getting himself killed, right? Ji Yong chuckled at the playful banter in the comments. In any case, Sushi intentionally kept the burly man above, hoping to capture the concealed entity. If she succeeded, it would be splendid. If not, and should an unfortunate event transpire leading to the burly man's demise, it would not be a loss. She could also use this opportunity to observe the nature of that entity, achieving multiple objectives in one stroke. Now, let us proceed to the segment featuring the appearance of the false Yang Wu. I wonder if you noticed that when Sushi swept her flashlight over, her gaze lingered on the burly man for 2 seconds. Let us pause and magnify the screen. Observe here, there is an exceedingly fine cut on the burly man's wrist, evidently a recent wound. So, when Sushi later mentions that the burly man was cut and injected with toxins, this is the moment she refers to. What remarkable eyesight one must possess to notice such a detail. As for me, being nearsighted, I truly overlooked it. Sushi does not possess a divine perspective. She simply observes more meticulously than we do. In the realm of dungeons, injury is no trivial matter. Even the slightest of wounds may precipitate unforeseen consequences, as exemplified by the burly man's subsequent transformation. However, despite her awareness of this detail, Sushi refrained from issuing a warning, for the burly man's injury aligned perfectly with one of her objectives, to observe the false Yang Wu. When the burly man underwent his transformation, Sushi gained valuable insight, realizing that the false Yang Wu not only commanded the white figures, but also bore the means to induce transformations in players through their wounds. Having successfully eliminated the imposing man who had provoked him and tested the depths of the impostor Yang Wu, one should certainly avoid offending the formidable Sushi. Indeed, it resonates with the earlier comment from the barrage, asserting that one ought to contribute some value even in death. Yet, why did he refrain from sharing this information with his teammates? Surely collaboration was necessary at that juncture. Ji Yong clicked his tongue in disbelief. Not only did She withhold information from his comrades, but he also deliberately led them to believe that the false Yang Wu was a mere imposter. The imposter Yang Wu aimed to mislead the players into perceiving the white figure as an imposter, while Sushi misled his teammates into thinking the false Yang Wu was the imposter. What could be the reason? It's simple, really. Sushi sought to eliminate the refined man. With the imposing figure gone, he intended for the refined man to continue probing the false Yang Wu. Ji Yang nodded in understanding. The false Yang Wu had intentionally incited chaos among the white figures, compounded by the recently transformed imposing man, creating significant pressure on the players, all to lure them into the cellar. Sushi had seen through this scheme. One could argue that the entire progression was orchestrated by him from the shadows. He yearned to uncover the method by which the false Yang Wu controlled the white figures. However, the darkness of the inn impeded his vision, relying solely on the beam of his flashlight for illumination. The delicate powder eluded his sight, yet he could speculate. The ability to attract the white figures from a distance did not stem from an overt object like a candle. Thus, only scent remained as a possibility. Perfumes seemed implausible, yet a substance akin to powder could be scattered to guide the white figures wherever desired, easily transportable and discreet. At this juncture, Sushi might have surmised that the false Yang Wu aimed to lead them into the enclosed cellar, subsequently guiding both the white figures and the transformed imposing man to eliminate them, thus opting to play along with the deception. Then, why did the false Yang Wu suddenly reveal that he was not Yang Wu after already luring the players into the cellar? That seems redundant. It was, of course, a tactic to buy time. Ji Yang responded without hesitation, providing the necessary duration for the white figures and the transformed imposing man to breach the door and evolve. I suspect she had not anticipated this entity evolving into a second-generation form. The demise of the refined man surely fell within She's expectations. He recognized during the false Yang Wu's self-revelation that the latter was merely stalling for time. Thus, he seized the opportunity to counterattack, ultimately leading to the demise of both the false Yang Wu and the refined man. The refined man, too clever for his own good, understood that the false Yang Wu had nefarious intentions in drawing them to the cellar. Consequently, he positioned himself nearest to the entrance. With markings placed upon all three players by the false Yang Wu, the refined man inevitably became the prime target for the evolving entity's assault. The false Yang Wu's willingness to enter the cellar with the players indicated he possessed means to evade the assault of the evolving entity, while the innermost compartment of the cellar served as his escape route. The remainder of the scenario requires no further elaboration. I trust you grasp the unfolding events clearly. In summary, throughout the entire dungeon experience, one cannot dismiss She's deft orchestration. He largely adhered to his meticulously crafted script. Ultimately, not only did he successfully navigate the dungeon, but he also achieved a remarkable triple kill accomplishment. Contemplating what to express, yet finding myself a loss for words, I decided to remain silent and simply lead the team forward. What a remarkable individual. Remarkable 1, remarkable 2, remarkable 999. The barrage of comments was instantly inundated with praises, occasionally interspersed with a few grievances regarding the dungeon's difficulty. Isn't this dungeon a tad too intricate? My mind is simply not equipped for this. Honestly, can we allocate half our brain power to this? Seriously, in truth, the dungeon itself is not complex. One might even deem it straightforward, as Ji Yang remarked with a smile. Are you jesting? I'm not jesting. The white entities were released by the false Yang Wu from room 101. The underground passage serves as a second trap prepared by the false Yang Wu, wherein the white entities did not eliminate the players. However, this trap was discerned by the players, leading to the emergence of the cellar as a third trap. Had it not been for the appearance of the false Yang Wu, the white entities would have remained confined in room 101, allowing the players to easily conquer the dungeon upon discovering the cellar and making a phone call. When nest of nested traps, a veritable labyrinth of challenges. It seems the false Yang Wu possesses an extraordinary level of cunning. Then what of the astute Shi, who saw through all of Yang Wu's schemes? One could say he has achieved a mastery of shrewdness. Thus, this dungeon was originally designed as a simple mode, yet it was transformed into a hellish ordeal solely by the machinations of the false Yang Wu. Truly, the false Yang Wu deserves a reckoning. Chapter 54. Live or Die. The barrage of comments in the million-viewer live stream was nothing short of exhilarating. Lea Fing Ji Yang Utterli Das Led. Countless comments flashed by so rapidly that he could scarcely discern their content before they were overtaken by a relentless stream of new ones, compelling him to selectively respond to those he could catch. Is this the sensation of fame? Ji Yang struggled to suppress the urge to smile. He simply could not keep up. It was utterly impossible. However, it wasn't long before the previously diverse discussions converged on a singular topic. Oh my gosh! The analysis channel from the J Province TV station is planning to feature the esteemed Su Shi in the next live stream. Don't tell me the program is called The Shining Players? Indeed, yes, that is the show. The one infamously dubbed the Grim Reaper of the gaming world, the ultimate harbinger of misfortune, the chosen predator of the divine, the one that has streamed hundreds of episodes, resulting in a player's demise in each. Not a single player has survived their broadcasts of The Shining Players. Yes, precisely. I can't believe our J Province TV station has gained such notoriety. Not just that, it's reached SMB Province as well. Coincidentally, it has also made its way to S Province. Oh no, the new darling. And I haven't even gotten used to him before he falls victim to the clutches of the Shining Players. Why do they have to choose Su Shi? Because Su Shi is from J Province, and given his recent surge in popularity, it was only natural for him to be targeted. Doesn't the production team realize how toxic they are? Must they destroy all the talented players just for their amusement? That's why there are hardly any players from J Province on the leaderboard. Most have perished during their rookie phase due to this production team's toxicity. Isn't anyone going to intervene? With such toxicity, they should have been shut down long ago. They have connections, you see, a strong backing. Besides, their arguments hold weight. It's not that our production team is toxic, but rather that the players lack the requisite skill. I'm just relaying this. Please don't blame me. Damn, my hands are itching to slap someone. The deaths of players can pollute reality. Is that not a concern? The government can still manage the pollution levels, I suppose. When half of Huagua falls into chaos, I suspect the leaders will finally feel urgency. Why doesn't that divine hunter take that foolish production team down? Oh no, is Su Shi really going to fall like this? Woe is me, my dear. Not necessarily. Perhaps Su Shi could break the curse of that show. Just think of his 248. But hundreds of rounds, all gone. What does that even mean? Jiang's smile abruptly faded. He had certainly heard of the infamous The Shining Players and had even watched a few episodes. Predictably, none of the players had survived. He never anticipated that this production team would target Su Shi. In his mind, Su Shi was undoubtedly the next great master, perhaps destined to surpass even Zhang Song in the future. And now, the comments were informing him that Su Shi was about to face disaster. How could he possibly bear this? As the hour grows late, the host decides to take their leave. Regarding the family's remarks about Flash Play wanting to stream Su Shi, the host's sole opinion is that the production team should simply wash up and retire for the night. Will the host continue to stream Su Shi's next dungeon? It depends. If Flash Play airs, I shall refrain from streaming. They ought to challenge the incompetent production team. After signing off, Jiang hastens to the official account of Flash Play. It would be inappropriate to openly incite viewers against this matter in the live stream. Yet he cannot subtly shift the narrative online. He is indeed a professional keyboard warrior. As Su Shi closes his eyes and opens them again, a magnificent staircase glistening with golden light reappears before him. He senses that, although he is still uncertain of the exact number of levels traversed, he intuitively perceives that it exceeds the count following the completion of the second dungeon. This suggests that the current dungeon presents a greater challenge than the last. Even though this is merely the third dungeon, Su Shi has already developed the habit of reviewing strategies upon its conclusion. Relaxing on the warm, golden stone steps, Su Shi begins by analyzing his teammates. Aside from himself, there are 4 others. The short-haired, bespectacled woman perished too soon to warrant mention. The most intelligent among them is the scholarly man, an adept at deciphering clues, who consistently reacts swiftly during critical moments. Following him is the high ponytailed woman, her performance. while less overt than that of the scholarly man, demonstrates her keen observational skills and ability to keep pace with his thoughts. As for the final robust man, he possesses intelligence and capability, yet it is surprising that while everyone survived the previous dungeon, this time 3 out of 5 have met their demise, leaving only the high ponytailed woman and him. However, upon reflection, Sushi realizes that he has only died 4 times in this dungeon. In that light, perhaps he has made progress? At the very least, his frequency of demise seems to be diminishing. As this thought crosses his mind, Sushi feels a sense of elation. But before he can revel in it for long, he suddenly grasps a disconcerting realization. Is he truly rejoicing over his reduced number of deaths? Could it be that he has unconsciously grown accustomed to death? This is alarming. Am I truly becoming psychologically warped? Sushi Mumu. He recalls the sensation of crashing and respawning in this dungeon. What was it like? Oh, a bit painful, yet bearable. After a brief pause, Sushi ultimately comes to terms with the unsettling truth that he seems to have indeed developed a morbid mentality. He does not believe that acclimating to death is a positive trait. It signifies a waning fear of mortality, gradually fading into oblivion. If the number of respawns is limited, then his diminishing fear of death implies that one day he will genuinely perish. Wait, perhaps it doesn't matter? Given the difficulty of the Divine Hunter dungeon, without the ability to respawn, his chances of successfully climbing the staircase, no matter how cautious he is, are slim. In light of this, why worry so much? He has lost his fear of death. If he survives, splendid. If not, so be it, as dying seems rather trivial. With this revelation, Sushi experiences a refreshing sense of liberation. Onward with the strategy review. This dungeon, while not overly difficult, presents its own unique challenges. As Sushi meticulously reflected, the difficulty of the entire dungeon appeared to stem from that young man. Had it not been for the series of intricate traps set by him, the most challenging aspect for them would have merely been locating the cellar, gathering clues to piece together the background, finding the cellar to make a phone call, and awaiting the arrival of the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs would have led to their salvation, completing the dungeon with ease. It was undeniably a straightforward process, yet the young man had intervened, complicating matters. With a soft click of his tongue, Sushi rummaged through his pocket. 2 pieces of wedding candy and a spirit money note resided within. He had not utilized them during this dungeon, as they were of no use. Perhaps the wedding candy could dispel the spiritual pollution of white-suited figures, but at that time, he was rendered immobile and unable to consume anything. Such manually activated items were indeed flawed. A passive trigger item, like that of the ponytailed woman, would have been far more ideal. Chapter 55. Greed. This is indeed the seed of hope that he has painstakingly unearthed. After completing his introspection, Sushi chose to continue his quest in the dungeon. Having rested his eyes sufficiently, following his earlier self-analysis, his mindset had undergone a transformation. Instead of languidly waiting for the dungeon to materialize, he resolved to proactively venture forth. For him, there were ultimately 2 possible outcomes: either perish within the dungeon or successfully ascend the ranks. It was merely a matter of time, so he decided against remaining reclusive in the player space. Upon opening his eyes, Sushi found himself standing on a dirt road, surrounded by 5 individuals. The first was a man clad in a suit, exuding an air of elite sophistication. The second was a young man donning a cap, radiating a sunny disposition. The third was a demure young woman dressed in a long gown, appearing gentle and refined. The fourth was a tall, slender man with a somber demeanor. Lastly, there was a fashionably styled woman with curly hair. At that moment, in the outside world, on Blue Star in Huagua at the J Province television station, the program team of Shining players observed a barrage of scathing comments on the large screen, leaving Ho-Song Yin feeling quite embarrassed. Alas, how did this mess end up at her lap? The 2 invited experts beside her wore expressions of discomfort. They were well aware of the program's poor reputation and had initially been reluctant to attend, but the offer from the production team had been too enticing to refuse. Yet, witnessing the nearly unbearable array of comments now filled them with regret. How had they succumbed to temptation? Now, they could only sit there and endure personal attacks. How can you still have the audacity to continue this program. For heaven's sake, stop. If you keep airing this, our J province will surely face annihilation. After all the effort it took to cultivate a talented player, are you so eager to ruin him? I curse you all. If the esteemed Sue, she is harmed by your toxicity, I will hang myself at your doorstep. D. Reported. I refuse to believe we cannot eradicate such a malignant presence. Dear esteemed viewers, welcome. You are watching Shining Players. I am your host, Song Yin. Despite her internal desire for the program to be swiftly terminated, Song Yin maintained her professionalism, presenting a smile as she addressed the screen. Ignoring the colorful array of insults, she cheerfully introduced the two experts beside her. One is the renowned psychologist, Mr. Chow Hongbo, author of influential works such as The Secrets of Human Nature and the Science of Psychological Suggestion. The other is the esteemed suspense novelist, Mr. Gu Ying, known for his masterpieces, I Killed Myself and Innocent. It is our privilege to have both experts join us today. Regardless of their inner thoughts, Chow Hongbo and Gu Ying displayed cordial smiles, greeting the screen. Once they had concluded their salutations, Song Yin steeled herself to continue with the opening remarks. Recently, a particular dungeon video has been fervently circulating online, achieving unprecedented popularity and even dominating trending charts. The view count has soared to an astonishing 800 million. Surely, those privy to this phenomenon already know whom I am referring to. None other than the player Su Shi, who remarkably completed the dungeon in a mere 2 minutes and 48 seconds during their first attempt. This is the very player we will be live streaming today. We sincerely hope you refrain from broadcasting him. What grievances do players hold against you that you must curse them? Do you not comprehend the significance of 2 minutes and 48 seconds? It is a unique achievement worldwide. Can you afford the consequences if you ruin it? Foolish production team, you should have participated in the dungeon yourselves. We only wish to witness your live stream. I declare today, should the esteemed Su Shi perish, I shall not live on either. What use is your threat? Song Yin feels disheartened as well. She never aspired to be a host for this foolish program. Yet as an ordinary worker, she has no choice but to comply with orders. Having been forcibly reassigned to endure the scorn, she is now the 28th host for this show. The higher-ups initially believed that the success was linked to the hosts and the invited experts. However, after a series of replacements and even multiple venue changes, it became apparent that the issue lay with the program itself. Yet, for reasons unknown, the executives remain adamant about keeping this show on air. Of her 28 predecessors, the one who lasted the longest managed to stream over 20 players before being overwhelmed by the barrage of criticism, and it is rumored they are still undergoing psychological treatment. Song Yin does not consider herself more resilient than her predecessors. She has firmly resolved that after this live stream featuring the player Su Shi, she will request a transfer. Should her superiors refuse, she will resign. After all, it matters little if she no longer works there. It is, however, a pity for this prodigious player. 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Who doubts her understanding of the significance of such a statistic? Having hosted numerous dungeon analysis channels, she is well aware. Mr. Chow Hongbo and Mr. Gu Ying will provide in-depth analysis and discussion regarding this dungeon and the player's performances. Let us eagerly anticipate the brilliant display by Su Shi and his teammates. With a soft sigh, Song Yin steels herself and declares, "Now, let us turn our attention to the big screen." As her words conclude, the screen illuminates, revealing 6 players, including Su Shi. Oh, I didn't expect Chung Su to be here too, and paired with the esteemed Su Shi. Wow, this dungeon is assuredly secured. With these two together, won't they dominate? You're overthinking it. Have you forgotten the nature of this production team? At that moment, one could not say merely that Su Shi would be in trouble. It seemed likely that Chung Su would meet a similar fate. I recall that the esteemed Chung Su had entered the dungeon a month prior to Su Shi, and now he had ascended to the 89th position on the leaderboard. Indeed, this appeared to be his 7th dungeon. Chung Su adhered to the default 7-day interval set by the Divine Hunt, while Su Shi had only just concluded his dungeon 2 days ago and was already preparing to descend once more. It was likely that he would soon make a significant leap on the rankings. How could he even manage that? Today, he is destined to succumb to poison. Came to retort, "Curse you, silence your tongue." If I say he can climb, then he shall climb. By the way, what does Chung Su look like? I have yet to witness his dungeon run. Is he the one sporting a duckbill cap? He seems quite cheerful and bright. No, he is the tall, slender figure with a rather somber demeanor. Ah, that indeed contrasts sharply with his name. As the barrage of comments momentarily shifted focus, Song Yin silently breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Yong crouched before his computer, gazing at the images of the Flash Play program, feeling particularly despondent. The external public opinion had exerted no pressure on the production team. At that moment, he found an inexplicable empathy with the comment expressing that if Su Shiradai, he too would not wish to live. After all, this was a seed of hope he had painstakingly unearthed. Chapter 56, Greed Exorcism. As Su Shi observed his teammates, the other 5 individuals were equally engaged in scrutinizing one another. The 6 of them, each with distinct styles, occupied separate positions while maintaining a respectful distance. Before anyone could utter a word, a slow, raspy voice echoed from a distance. You must be the esteemed individuals who have accepted my request to exorcise the evil from our village. Upon hearing this, the 6 turned their gazes toward the source, where they beheld a slightly hunched, elderly man approaching them with measured steps. As the elder reached the group, a sharply dressed gentleman interjected, "Indeed, that is us." Regardless of their actual ability to exorcise evil, the arrangement deemed them as such within this scenario. It was evident that this elderly gentleman was there to provide them with the initial information regarding the quest. The others were wise enough not to undermine the well-dressed man's statement. "Wonderful," the elder exclaimed, visibly thrilled. "I have heard of your great renown. Our village is saved." The suited man smiled gently. "However, we must first gain a deeper understanding of the situation." "Of course, no problem at all. Please, follow me into the village. Standing here is rather conspicuous. We can discuss matters as we walk." The elder gestured forward. "Our village lies just ahead." "Lead the way," he replied. As the elder turned, the suited man nodded to the other 5 and promptly followed behind the elder. The expressions of the group varied, yet soon they all trailed after him. Su Shi instinctively fell to the rear. The gentleman in the suit exuded a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of the cultured man from the previous quest, both possessing an astute command of language. However, their temperaments diverged. The cultured man was more gentle, while the suited individual appeared notably shrewder. The 7 traversed a relatively even dirt path, their shoes occasionally crunching over small pebbles. Flanking the road were endless fields of wheat, swaying gently in the breeze, creating a lush green tide. The bittersweet scent of wheat mingled with the earthy aroma of the soil, and Su Shi inhaled deeply, feeling inexplicably more relaxed. Were it not for the confines of the quest, such a picturesque landscape under the azure sky would surely be cherished. Regrettably, without a mobile phone, he lamented the missed opportunity to capture a few scenic photographs for social media. Not only Su Shi, but from the dazed expressions of his fellow players, it was apparent that their thoughts were similarly aligned. However, the elder's deep, raspy voice soon drew their wandering minds back. "Our village is called Ningyi Village, and I am its mayor, Zhu. As for why we have summoned you esteemed individuals, well, it is a long story." As Mayor Zhu continued to walk, he gradually shared the circumstances with the players. "As you can see, our village is nestled by mountains and rivers, boasting a beautiful environment. In the past, many travelers would come here. Yet, 3 years ago, a significant incident occurred in our village. Before I elaborate on that, I must first mention a Wang from our village. A Wang is a child of misfortune. The very year he was born, his father met a tragic end at a construction site, falling to his death. The employer, callously withholding compensation, ultimately absconded with the funds, leaving a Wang to be raised solely by his mother. With the loss of the family's pillar and the absence of financial support, their lives became exceedingly arduous. From that time forth, whispers began to circulate throughout the village. However, a Wang's mother, possessing a fiery temperament, would confront anyone daring to speak ill of her family, brandishing a kitchen knife as she stormed to their door, gradually silencing the gossip. As the villagers listened, the 6 players sensed a palpable shift in the village chief's tone, lower and subtly trembling, which weighed heavily on their hearts. 3 years prior, Awang was merely 7 years old. Unlike his extroverted parents, he exhibited a quiet disposition, consistently assisting his mother with chores without needing to be called. If only my own son could show half the sensibility that Awang displayed, I would wake from dreams and laughter. Yet, who could have foreseen that an otherwise ordinary day would take a sinister turn? On that fateful day, while Awang was out gathering wild vegetables with his mother, a devastating fire engulfed their home. The flames spread, consuming several houses and tragically claiming the lives of Awang's mother and some elderly villagers who were unable to escape. From that moment onward, death began to haunt the village. First, the elderly perished, some returning home after visiting neighbors, only to vanish at their doorsteps, while others collapsed at the dining table, never reaching a hospital. Initially, we paid little heed, as such occurrences seemed natural given their age. However, the subsequent events grew increasingly bizarre. From the elderly aged 60 or 70 to children as young as 7 or 8. Even the robust young adults began to fall victim to this inexplicable fate. In a village of scarcely 200 inhabitants, over 60 lives were lost in a mere 3 years. The crowd gasped collectively. In such a small village, averaging more than 20 deaths a year, a sunlit man in a cap interjected, "Did you not report this to the authorities?" "Of course we did," the village chief replied, his voice laced with bitterness. Once the children and young adults began to succumb, I contacted the police. They conducted a thorough investigation of the entire village, but found no anomalies. Since then, rumors of malevolent spirits began to circulate. Yet, what connection could this bear to Awang's family? Although the fashionable woman with curly hair posed the question, she already harbored suspicions in her heart that the ongoing deaths in the village might somehow be linked to the inferno at Awang's home. Indeed, the villagers soon heard the chief lower his voice, as if to shield himself from unseen forces, explaining quietly, "There are whispers that the fire at Awang's house was ignited because his mother had an affair. Awang's father, unable to bear the sight from the afterlife, ignited that fire to punish the illicit lovers." This revelation left the 6 listeners exchanging bewildered glances. A gentle girl in a flowing dress could not suppress her frown, asking, "Do you truly believe that?" The village chief let out a sigh, saying, "At first, we were certainly skeptical, but you see, the initial victims were all those who had once spoken ill of the Awang family, even going so far as to label Awang as a calamity, destined to bring misfortune to everyone around him with such a harsh fate." The villagers believed that Awang's mother, unwilling to resign to her fate, had transformed into a vengeful spirit, returning to exact retribution upon the village. The girl in the long dress inquired further, "So, do you believe this, chief?" The village chief remained silent, continuing to sigh deeply. Sushi pondered to herself, convinced that the chief indeed harbored such beliefs. Otherwise, he would not have summoned them to exorcise the malevolent spirits. Chapter 57. Greed time-limited instance. In any case, I implore you esteemed individuals to assist our village. I am willing to offer any sum. Chairman Zhu earnestly beseeched, emphasizing the urgency of resolving the matter swiftly, ideally within 3 days. 3 days? Is this a clearly defined time constraint for a time-limited instance? The man in the suit nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, Chairman Zhu, we are all professionals. I merely wish to inquire if there is any particular significance to the 3-day time frame. After all, we have yet to truly engage with Awang's mother and are unaware of the specific challenges that may arise." "Ah, there is no particular significance. It is simply that our village is dwindling in population, with most of the youth having ventured out for work, leaving only the elderly and children behind. We cannot continue like this." Everyone could discern that Chairman Zhu was certainly concealing some information. However, since he was unwilling to disclose more, they could not press further. At that moment, the outline of the village came into view, becoming clearer as they approached. As they neared the village entrance, Chairman Zhu suddenly halted and earnestly requested the 6 individuals behind him, "When the time comes, I would appreciate it if you could pose as relatives from my wife's side. Should the villagers inquire, simply say you are here for a few days of leisure." Upon hearing this request, the players were left in a state of bewilderment. Not only were they expected to exorcise evil spirits within 3 days, but they were also instructed to keep their identities concealed. Did the villagers not welcome their intervention? Noticing the evident confusion on the faces of the exorcists, Chairman Zhu cleared his throat and carefully chose his words, explaining, "The villagers have suffered greatly at the hands of Wang's mother for too long and cannot endure further turmoil. It is best to wait until you have successfully exorcised the evil before I share this good news with the villagers. At that time, a banquet will be held to honor your esteemed selves." Everyone understood the implication. This was merely to prevent the villagers from experiencing false hope should they fail in their endeavor. Although this reasoning seemed sound, Sushi felt that Chairman Zhu was similarly withholding something. "Since you have expressed it this way, we naturally agree," the man in the suit accepted with a smile. The others, including Sushi, remained silent. After a while, the seven arrived at the village entrance. Not far away, under the shade of a tree, a group of elderly women were gossiping while mending nets. Upon seeing them, they began to whisper among themselves. Soon, one of them called out, "Director, why are there so many people following you?" Chairman Zhu chuckled and replied, "They are all relatives from my wife's side. A group of young folks here for a few days of fun. Who would have thought that Suifan had such a charming group of relatives? Why didn't you invite them earlier? Cough, invite them sooner. Come by my place another day, and I will prepare a chicken feast for you all." The elderly woman seemed to realize she had misspoken and quickly corrected herself. Chairman Zhu feigned ignorance and engaged in brief conversation before continuing to lead the players forward. The six individuals trailing behind appeared outwardly calm, yet inwardly, they were deep in contemplation. Sushi observed the chatty elderly women with the corner of her eye, murmuring to herself that they hardly seemed to be tormented by any strange occurrences. The village was remarkably tranquil, with houses arranged in a pleasing manner. Almost every household possessing a yard where chickens and ducks were raised. Villagers gathered in small clusters, seemingly engaged in casual conversations. Village Chief Zhu introduced the six individuals behind him to the villagers as they walked. As dusk approached, Chief Zhu suggested, "Esteemed guests, why not come to my home for dinner? My wife should have prepared the meal by now. Her culinary skills are quite commendable. After dinner, I shall arrange accommodations for you." Chief Zhu lowered his voice deliberately. The man in the suit cooperatively responded in a softer tone, "Of course, Chief Zhu, please proceed with your arrangements." Among the six players, the man in the suit bore the weight of social interaction. Sushi felt it unnecessary for her to speak. In the presence of many, she truly found herself at a loss for words. The young man in the cap, the girl in the long dress, and the woman with curly hair had at least exchanged a word or two earlier. However, the tall, sullen man had yet to utter a single word, much like herself. "We have arrived. My home is just here. Should any issues arise, feel free to seek me out here, even if I am not present. My son will ensure to call for me." Chief Zhu's house appeared no different from the villagers' homes, its only advantage being its proximity to the village entrance. Just a 10-minute walk away. A spirited little boy clung to the gate, peeking outside, and upon spotting Chief Zhu, his eyes lit up as he dashed over, tugging at the chief's sleeve. "Grandpa, where have you been? Why did you take so long to return? Grandma said we must wait for you to eat. I feel like I'm starving." Chief Zhu maintained a stern expression, replying, "I saw your grandmother sneakily slip you 2 sweet potatoes before I left. We have guests today. Quickly go pour some water for them." The boy glanced at the 6 unfamiliar faces behind him and obediently responded, "Oh," before turning to dash back into the house. "Grandma, we have guests." Chief Zhu watched the boy run away with a look of exasperation and turned, apologizing, "I'm sorry. My unworthy son and his wife have gone to work, leaving the child in the village. He tends to be quite mischievous, so if he inadvertently offends any esteemed guests, I hope you will show leniency, considering his tender age. Children should be lively. It is a good thing." The man in the suit was about to say they would not take offense when he suddenly paused at the chief's last remark. Chief Zhu, oblivious to his stunned expression, called out towards the house, "Wife, hurry and set the table. Our guests have arrived." Coming, no need to rush. It's not as if you were the one cooking." A neatly dressed aunt emerged with dishes in hand. Upon seeing the 6 young visitors behind her husband, her face instantly brightened with a smile. "Oh, the dishes are all ready. Masters, please take a seat." Sushi was greatly astonished by the seamless transition of her expressions. The 6 individuals were warmly invited to the table by the village chief and his wife, while a young boy poured a glass of water for each of them. The array of dishes laid out was sumptuous, clearly the result of considerable effort. Village chief, you have not yet dined, have you? It would be quite improper for us to eat first, and we certainly cannot let the child go hungry. Come, little one, join your uncle for a meal, said the man in the suit, beckoning to the young boy. The village chief, with a stern expression, shot a glare at his eager grandson, then shook his head. We shall dine in the kitchen shortly. The first meal must be a proper reception for our esteemed guests. The man in the suit was merely concerned about the quality of the food, which is why he wished for the village chief's family to join them. The village chief's refusal left the players hesitant to pick up their chopsticks. However, amidst the standoff, a youth clad in a black hooded sweatshirt suddenly reached for his chopsticks. Chapter 58. Greed X. She waited for a while, noticing that no one had yet picked up their chopsticks. The village chief and his wife exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hesitance to speak. Growing impatient, he decided he could wait no longer. Whether the food was poisoned or not would be revealed by a taste. Under the astonished, curious, and contemplative gazes of the 5 players, she boldly took a bite of the dish. Observing that the young man in the hoodie had consumed both the dish and a mouthful of rice without apparent issue, the others hesitated no longer and began to eat in turn. With one player having tested the food, they felt reassured. After all, they had 3 days in this realm, and it was impractical to abstain from food for that duration. As the food entered their mouths, they paused momentarily, pleasantly surprised by the flavorful, rustic essence of the dish. The village chief's wife beamed at their approval, her smile more genuine now. The chief instructed his wife to take their grandson to the kitchen to eat while he remained behind. He mentioned that the houses previously burned down had been repaired, and suggested the esteemed guests occupy those dwellings. Are there not other vacant houses in the village? Inquired the man in the suit. There are, but the chief hesitated. They bear an ill omen. While one group merely fell victim to the spreading flames, the other was plagued by a vengeful spirit. The two situations cannot be equated. Realizing that his considerations might inadvertently belittle the esteemed guests, the village chief clarified, I harbor no distrust towards you. I'm merely sensing the awkwardness in the chief's tone. The man in the suit smiled to reassure him. We appreciate your good intentions, village chief. We are adaptable to our accommodations. The chief relaxed, chuckling. I underestimated your capabilities. With your prowess, that vengeful spirit will surely be vanquished. Listening intently to their exchange, she felt a twinge of shared embarrassment at the chief's clumsy flattery. I have arranged for your lodgings to be adjacent, a trio of connected houses that have been cleaned and prepared for you. You may share them 2 by 2. At this moment, the man in the duckbill cap interjected. Cannot we reside together? Your houses seem quite spacious. The village chief hesitated, reflecting before softly explaining, I would advise against all of you staying in one house. Those villagers who perished mysteriously, aside from those who were away for work, had their families gradually succumb as well. None survived. The duckbill cap man fell silent. Then it is prudent to stay apart. Should anything untoward occur, it would not be wise to endanger all players at once. Very well. The man in the suit replied readily. Is there anything else you wish to convey, village chief? After our meal, we shall explore the village. Seeing their eagerness, the village chief felt a renewed trust in them and cheerfully responded, there is nothing more. For the next 3 days, you are welcome to dine at my home. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. While I may not possess great abilities, the villagers will certainly honor my position as chief. Agreed. The man in the suit nodded, stating that they would not hesitate to seek assistance if needed. Once village chief Zhu had retreated to the kitchen, the man in the suit scanned the group and smiled, inquiring about their opinions regarding the situation at hand. The young man in the duckbill cap was the first to respond, asserting that it was evident the reality was far more complicated, and that the village chief was likely concealing certain information. With this prompt, others began to voice their thoughts in succession. The girl in the long dress pondered for a moment before suggesting that the village chief genuinely believed that the ghost of Wang's mother was at play. The curly-haired woman gently brushed her hair aside, speculating that perhaps he was merely acting, his performance so convincing that it fooled them all. To avoid being overheard by the village chief's family in the kitchen, their conversation was conducted in hushed tones. The young man in the duckbill cap remarked, "Don't you think the villagers appear to be in quite good spirits? It certainly did not seem like a place plagued by malevolent spirits." This observation struck the others as peculiar. The village chief had instructed them to keep their identities hidden. Surely the villagers must be aware of the evil lurking in their midst. However, the young man quickly dismissed his own speculation, recalling that the rumors regarding Wang's mother turning into a vengeful spirit had indeed originated from the villagers. The girl in the long dress interjected, suggesting that this was likely related to the information the village chief had chosen to withhold. The players engaged in a spirited discussion, yet they struggled to uncover anything of significance. With scant clues available, they were unable to ascertain the conditions for completing the quest. Nevertheless, since the village chief had insisted they exorcise the evil within 3 days, it indicated that something significant would transpire thereafter, instilling a sense of urgency in the chief. The man in the suit initially shared his insights, and upon noticing the group had quieted, he continued with his proposal. The method for completing the quest was fundamentally tied to the background of the scenario, or what could be termed the truth. Their task was to seek clues to unearth this truth. With time still left before nightfall, he suggested that they split up to gather information within the village, reconvening at Wang's home half an hour later. Given that Wang's mother was a pivotal figure in the village chief's narrative, it was essential to connect with her son, with a goal to return to their temporary lodgings before dark. The group found no objections to this reasonable plan. Sushi, realizing her thoughts had been articulated by others, chose to remain silent. The players, lacking the appetite for culinary delights, hastily consumed a few bites to satisfy their hunger before extracting Wang's address from the village chief. After a brief discussion, the 6 of them set off in different directions to investigate. In the streaming studio, Song Yin observed the dispersing figures of the players and aptly remarked, "It seems our participants have formulated initial strategies. I wonder how our esteemed experts perceive this quest and the players' current performances?" Chao Hongbo and Gu Ying exchanged glances. Gu Ying smiled and gestured, "Please, Professor Chao, you go ahead." Chao Hongbo politely nodded towards him and subsequently remarked, "The information regarding this dungeon is currently rather sparse, making it difficult for me to draw any significant conclusions. However, the players exhibit distinct personalities. Notably, the gentleman in the suit demonstrates commendable social skills and leadership abilities. As for a player focused today, Sushi, it goes without saying that I took the liberty of reviewing his first 3 dungeons prior to joining this production team. From my observations of the 3rd dungeon, it is evident that he possesses a profound understanding of certain psychological principles. While the other players hesitated to pick up their chopsticks, Sushi was the first to test the waters. His actions were not reckless, but rather a calculated decision, as he was aware that the dishes on the table were most likely safe. Chapter 59. Greed. His silence was as unwavering as ever. In truth, my perspective aligned with that of the player clad in a flowing gown. The village chief evidently harbored a sincere belief that the incessant deaths in the village were a consequence of the vengeful return of Wang's mother, who had perished in flames. Words may deceive, yet the eyes remained truthful. As he recounted the plight of Wang's family, his gaze instinctively drifted upwards, signifying he was lost in memories. Upon mentioning the tragic fate that befell Wang's family, his eyes fell, accompanied by a slight furrowing of his brow, indicating empathy and compassion. However, when he referred to Wang's mother, his pupils dilated involuntarily, his eyebrows lifted and knitted together, and his mouth parted slightly, forming a narrow, flat shape, revealing a palpable tension in his facial muscles. His emotions were undeniably genuine. At this juncture, Chao Hongbo paused. "I have merely skimmed the surface of microexpression psychology. I shall not delve deeper. I believe she must have drawn a similar conclusion about the food being safe based on the chief's subsequent microexpressions. After all, a person genuinely seeking to invite an expert to exorcise malevolence would not poison someone before even encountering the supposed evil. Moreover, Sushi's demeanor struck me as distinctly different from that of the other players. The remaining 5, to varying degrees, exhibited signs of tension, even if well concealed. Their taut facial muscles, frequent clenched fists, and occasional lip-biting revealed their underlying unease. In stark contrast, Sushi maintained a serene expression, stable gaze, and displayed no signs of anxiety or fear. His relaxed posture and steady movements while sampling the dishes clearly indicated an immense self-assurance in his judgment. It was evident that this player named She possessed exceptional psychological resilience and a profound confidence in his abilities. Song Yin interjected timely, "Thank you, Mr. Chow, for your insightful analysis. It appears you hold She in high regard?" Chow Hongbo nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. He is the only individual I have encountered thus far who does not seem to be striving for survival in a perilous instance. Rather, he appears to be leisurely strolling through the scenario as if on a casual tour. Even when faced with danger, it merely offers him a modicum of excitement." This observation stemmed from Shi's performance in his first 3 instances, which imparted an impression of nonchalance towards the challenges presented. The details of the first instance aside, in the second, he only intervened at the very last moment, while in the third instance he adeptly manipulated the hearts of others, effortlessly leading to the demise of 3 players who had crossed him. Such nonsense. That was 248. Though your analysis is astute and your praise eloquent, I regret to say, some criticism is warranted. Knowing full well how remarkable Shi is, the production team still deliberately undermines him. How disgraceful. Observing the barrage of vitriol in the comments, Chow Hongbo could not help but sigh inwardly. He remained perplexed by the intentions of the foolish production team. An exceptional player like Shi could be a beacon of hope for any nation, yet it seemed no one in authority took notice. Unaware of Chow Hongbo's thoughts, Song Yin shifted her attention to Guing. "I wonder what Mr. Gu thinks of this situation," Guing remarked with a smile. "Since Teacher Chow has approached the matter from a psychological perspective, allow me to delve into the background of the scenario. In instances where occurrences seem causally driven, the roots often lie within human nature. Arrogance, jealousy, anger, laziness, greed, gluttony, and lust frequently manifest in one or more forms. While I am uncertain which of these traits is represented in this narrative, the gossip within the tale suggests that this village conforms to the stereotypical image of a remote rural area, characterized by villagers with limited education who steadfastly cling to their perceived truths. Such ignorance is, alas, the breeding ground for numerous tragedies. I shall refrain from further commenting on the players' performances, as Teacher Chow has provided a thorough analysis. Furthermore, with a playful tone, Guing mused, "I have previously followed the esteemed Shi, and my sole comment is that his silence remains as steadfast as ever. Given that you also refer to him as the esteemed Shi, I shall refrain from harsh criticism. It seems that the esteemed Shi has found companionship. I never imagined that someone with such a sunny name would be matched in reticence by a prominent figure. Where can one effectively lodge complaints against this production team? Before Shi departs, let us swiftly bring an end to this." Song Yin hesitated to engage with a myriad of comments, fearful of following in the footsteps of a colleague who had been overwhelmed by criticism. Grateful for Mr. G's insights, it was evident that he held a fondness for the player Shi. Now, let us proceed further and see what performances the players will bring forth once more. Sushi casually selected a direction and had not walked far when he suddenly heard someone calling out to him from behind. "Hey, wait for me." Turning around in confusion, he saw a young man in a cap hastily approaching. Upon reaching Sushi's side, the young man grinned and said, "Let us team up. It's always better with 2 for support." Having experienced 2 multiplayer scenarios, it was the first time Sushi encountered someone so openly familiar. He pondered how to respond appropriately, but the young man seemed certain that She would remain silent. Continuing to speak on his own, "The suited gentleman is far too shrewd. The tall, lean fellow is rather sullen, and I'm not suited for either of the 2 ladies. So, you're my best bet for a companion, even if you're not much of a talker." "That is all right. I enjoy chatting." Had the young man in the cap been able to see the comments in the live stream, he would have noticed a plethora of question marks directed at him. Sushi, agreeable? Is he serious? The graves of the last 3 who found him agreeable have already sprouted grass. Xu Elf replied, Unsure how to respond. He settled on a simple acknowledgement. His instincts told him that this individual was not as amiable as he appeared. The young man, seemingly unfazed by Sushi's cool demeanor, continued his monologue. "What number scenario is this for you?" "This is my 6th. I wonder if there are any items in this one." "It looks more complex than the previous scenarios, and the map is larger than any I've encountered before." Sushi ignored his incessant chatter and slightly turned his gaze toward a certain direction. To his surprise, he found himself walking into the villagers' fields. The youth in the duck-billed cap noticed Sushi intently gazing in a particular direction, so he followed his line of sight. There lay a field of exceptionally vibrant wheat, golden ears swaying gently in the breeze. While this was a rather ordinary sight, it stood out starkly amidst the surrounding verdant wheat. How could this one patch have ripened so early? The youth in the duck-billed cap felt a twinge of surprise. Glancing around, he spotted a few villagers gathered on the ridge of the field and made his way over to them, eager to inquire further. Sushi unhesitatingly followed closely behind him. In their realm, any peculiar occurrence served as a vital clue. Chapter 60. Greed. This year's harvest appears to be quite promising, yet it pales in comparison to that particular piece of land. One must learn to be content. Have you ever considered the origins of that land? I merely mentioned it. How could I possibly act upon such thoughts? I'm not one to seek a premature end to my life. It has been nearly half a month, hasn't it? The director has yet to grant his approval. Alas, you know him well. He is a good-natured man, oblivious to the devastation our village has suffered. If you ask me. Ahem. Sushi and the young man in the duckbill cap had intended to listen a while longer, but one vigilant villager spotted the two unfamiliar youths and promptly interrupted the conversation. They did not catch the villager's complete statement, leaving Sushi and his companion feeling somewhat regretful. The villager's discussion evidently contained some crucial information. "Who are you?" inquired the first villager to notice them, a frown creasing his brow. The young man in the duckbill cap remained unfazed by the villager's stern demeanor. "We are relatives of Aunt Suifan, visiting for a few days of leisure." "Relatives of Suifan? I haven't heard of you." Faced with such a blatant challenge, the young man maintained his composure. "We just arrived today. If you don't believe us, feel free to ask Aunt Suifan. We have no acquaintance with you, so what motive would we have to deceive you?" Seeing the two youths' unwavering demeanor, the villagers felt a flicker of trust. After all, they belonged to the same village, and it would take little effort to verify their claims, rendering any pretense unnecessary. The villagers' wariness diminished significantly, and their expressions softened slightly. The same inquisitive villager pressed on. "What brings you here?" "We just finished dinner at Aunt Suifan's and stepped out for a stroll to aid digestion, while also admiring the scenery of Ningi village. To our surprise, we spotted a field of ripened wheat over there." The young man pointed toward the golden ears of wheat, contrasting sharply with the surrounding green. "We were curious and wanted to inquire." Another villager spoke with a peculiar tone. "Did Suifan not inform you?" The young man appeared perplexed. "Inform us of what?" "Aunt Suifan merely mentioned that there are unclean things in the village and advised us against wandering about, particularly near the abandoned houses." "But what era are we in? Such superstitions are outdated. We must embrace science. Besides, how does this relate to the wheat?" "Science?" The villagers exchanged glances, clearly taken aback. Sushi could not help but smirk at the absurdity of it all. Indeed, those players who could traverse multiple realms were not to be underestimated. They spoke half-truths with ease. One villager muttered, "It actually does relate." The first villager, who had spoken earlier, declared, "In any case, heed Aunt Suifan's advice. Refrain from wandering for the next 3 days, do not go out at night, and ignore any knocking at your door." After imparting these warnings, the villagers prepared to leave. The young man in the duckbill cap hastily called after them, "Hey, you still haven't told me what is going on with that wheat." However, it was evident that the villagers had no intention of elaborating further. After a brief farewell, they expressed the desire to return home promptly, advising against lingering too long. As the villagers' figures receded, the young man in the cap gradually shed his confusion, replaced instead by a contemplative demeanor. Although the nature of the wheat field remained ambiguous, they had gleaned additional clues from the villagers' discourse. Instinctively, he turned to engage the person beside him in discussion, only to find that the individual was already making their way toward the peculiar wheat field. After a moment's pause, He quickly followed suit. Sushi approached the evidently problematic wheat field, bending down to scrutinize it meticulously. Upon hearing the remark about the origin of the land, he began to entertain some notions. And soon enough, he discerned something amiss. The soil bore a dark hue, accompanied by a pungent, iron-like odor reminiscent of rust. The young man in the cap, who had followed closely behind, soon detected the acrid scent as well. Observing the color and smell, he incredulously voiced his hypothesis. Could this wheat field have been irrigated with human blood? Given the intensity of the odor, it seemed plausible that, if not daily, at least every few days, such an act had occurred. Was this, then, the reason the villagers were reluctant to speak? Sushi glanced upward at the sky. Although less than half an hour had elapsed, returning would require some time. Let us return and regroup with them. It is quite a distance to A. Wong's home from here, he suggested. The young man in the cap shared his inclination to head back. Sushi nodded in agreement, and the two began retracing their steps. A. Wong's residence lay near the village's edge, not far from their temporary lodgings. Sushi and the young man in the cap chose not to approach A. Wong's house directly, as it had been deemed a source of misfortune, at least by local accounts. They arrived first at the designated meeting point. Before long, the girl in the long dress and her curly-haired companion approached, seemingly having formed a group behind them. A few minutes later, the man in the suit and the tall, slender man arrived from different directions. The six reconvened. The man in the suit was the first to share the information he had gathered. I conversed with some of the older women at the village entrance. The last recorded deaths in the village occurred half a month ago, claiming 3 lives, though the specifics of their demise remain unknown. They seem to hold some reservations about discussing it. However, they unanimously believe that the deaths were caused by A. Wong's mother. Surprisingly, it was the tall, slender man, who had remained silent until now, who interjected, "I visited the cemetery. The most recent date on the gravestones is 2 months ago, and there is only one." A collective gasp ensued as the group realized why he had chosen to share this information second. The 3 individuals who had died half a month ago had no graves? Were all inexplicably deceased villagers without graves? Or was it solely these 3? Curiously, the young man in the cap inquired, "Is it that these 3 individuals' causes of death are particularly unusual?" The slender man replied in a calm tone, "Some gravestones bear the inscription cause of death unknown. I counted a total of 63 such instances. This implied that these 63 individuals were likely the villagers who had mysteriously perished over the past 3 years. Could it be that these 3 deaths have an especially peculiar cause?" The girl in the long dress pondered, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Since the demise of these 3 individuals is peculiar and inconsistent with that of the previous 63 villagers, why do those elderly women remain resolute in their belief that A. Wong's mother is to blame? The woman with curly hair, toying with her locks, found this perplexing. The man in the suit remarked, "It seems we must place greater emphasis on the causes of death of these 3 villagers." The girl in the long dress shared her findings. Under the pretense of visiting, I went to several villagers' homes. Along the way, the 2 of us crossed paths and decided to form a team. She subtly gestured towards the woman with curly hair. Chapter 61. The lack of clues. These villagers have stockpiled an abundance of wine and fruit in their homes. Observing their demeanor, it seems they are preparing to slaughter chickens, fish, and pigs in the coming days. There are no joyous occasions or festivals in the village, yet their preparations are ostentatious. Typically, such provisions are reserved for sacrifices or offerings, leading me to surmise that the villagers intend to conduct some form of ritual in the near future. Upon hearing this, the group felt increasingly perplexed. Whom would they be honoring or appeasing? Surely it could not be a Wang's mother? The youth in the duckbill cap conjectured, perhaps preparing offerings for a Wang's mother, while quietly seeking to exorcise malevolent spirits. The village chief advised us to complete the exorcism within 3 days, as it is plausible they plan to commence their rituals shortly thereafter. The man in the suit seemed to share this line of thought. Noticing that the hoodie-clad individual beside him remained silent, the youth in the duckbill cap recounted their discoveries in the wheat fields and the snippets of conversation overheard among the villagers. Is how could one do such a thing referring to the act of dousing the wheat field in blood? Does longing for death imply that the individual responsible has already encountered misfortune? The girl in the long dress pondered aloud, though her tone lacked conviction. The curly-haired woman similarly appeared contemplative. Another half-month. 3 individuals perished half a month ago. Could it be that the village chief has been hesitant to agree to the ritual? He has been labeled a good-natured person. What could be so objectionable about this sacrifice? Do you think one of those 3 individuals could be the owner of the wheat field? The youth in the duckbill cap's eyes brightened at this possibility, growing increasingly convinced of its likelihood. The man in the suit nodded, perhaps. Do not venture outside tonight. Ignore any knocking at the door. The curly-haired woman suddenly recalled these ominous warnings. The group had gathered a wealth of information, yet it remained fragmented and disjointed, lacking coherence. After some deliberation, they still found themselves without deeper insights. The man in the suit interjected, "It is growing late. Let us proceed to Wang's home and strive to return to our respective lodgings before nightfall." A villager explicitly cautioned against venturing out after dark, and they had no intention of risking their safety, at least not for the time being. The 6 made their way towards Wang's residence. According to the village chief, following the fire, Wang's home had been largely destroyed, yet he adamantly refused to relocate. The chief had no choice but to enlist the help of a few kind-hearted villagers who were not prone to gossip to assist in its reconstruction. It was evident that the house before them was comparatively new and appeared quite normal. As the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the eaves, a subtle haze enveloped the entire structure. It hardly resembled a locus of the uncanny. The man in the suit gently rapped on the courtyard gate. Before long, a boy opened the door, just a crack. If Wang had been 7 years old 3 years ago, this boy must now be 10. Yet, the figure peering through the narrow opening appeared emaciated and frail, his stature even shorter than that of the village chief's grandson. "Who are you?" The boy's expression was one of vigilance, and the wariness in his words was palpable to all. The man in the suit endeavored to project a more amiable demeanor, stating, "We are relatives of village chief Zhu." However, before he could finish his opening remark, the courtyard gate was ruthlessly slammed shut. The man in the suit. He knocked on the gate once more, but there was no response from within. With a soft sigh, he turned to say, "It appears we are destined to be rebuffed today." The girl in the long dress suggested, "Perhaps we should return to our lodgings. Night is fast approaching." The others concurred. Wang refused to open the door. They could not linger here indefinitely. The 3 houses assigned to them by village chief Zhu were not far away, separated by a certain distance. The 2 girls naturally chose to share one house. Among the remaining 4 men, the youth in the cap stepped beside Su Shi, stating, "I shall reside with this young man." Su Shi glanced at him but remained silent. It mattered little to him with whom he shared a dwelling. Observing the cap-wearing youth approach the most reticent member of the group, the man in the suit turned to inquire of the last individual. "Shall we be together then?" "That works," replied the tall, lean man with a casual nod. Su Shi and his companion selected the leftmost house. The basic furnishings inside appeared freshly acquired, and the floors bore no dust, indicating they had indeed been cleaned not long ago. There were 2 bedrooms available, allowing each of the 2 individuals their own space. After closing the door, Su Shi surveyed the room, finding nothing amiss, and then sat at the edge of the bed. He listened attentively to his teammates' discussions, though much of it was speculative and ambiguous. The information was disorganized, and for a moment, Su Shi was uncertain where to begin his analysis. After some contemplation, he resolved to start with the unnaturally mature wheat field he had observed. The entire expanse bore a dark red hue, accompanied by a pungent, metallic scent. He and the cap-wearing youth quickly concluded that the wheat had flourished so rapidly and robustly due to being nourished by blood. While such a phenomenon was implausible in the real world, the realm of the narrative allowed for all possibilities as to whether the blood was human or from other creatures. Suddenly, Su Shi recalled a detail. He remembered that while the soil was not particularly moist, it also did not exhibit dryness, suggesting that the wheat field was still being tended to. If it were human blood, based on the villagers' fearful demeanor and their remarks about valuing their lives, it implied that the owner of the wheat field was likely deceased. Would villagers risk their lives to regularly tend to a field under such circumstances? If it were the blood of other creatures, what purpose would there be in watering the wheat with it? Surely, it was not for consumption. Moreover, Why choose that specific plot of land? If the cap-wearing youth speculation was correct, and the owner of the wheat field was one of the 3 villagers who had died 2 weeks prior, could it be that the cause of death was the excessive use of blood to nourish the wheat? Yet, what precisely renders this death so peculiar that not even a grave has been erected? Furthermore, how did the other 2 meet their demise? The frequency of such occurrences within a fortnight is rather alarming. 3 individuals perished 2 weeks ago, their deaths distinctly unusual, starkly contrasting with the previous 63. Consequently, the villagers were thrown into a state of panic, contemplating the initiation of rituals. However, the village chief has hesitated for 2 weeks, refusing to consent. The reasons for this delay remain unclear, yet the term old soft-hearted suggests that there may be elements surpassing the chief's understanding or moral boundaries. His insistence that they should expel the evil within 3 days hints at a desire to prevent the rituals from taking place. Is the intention merely to perform a ritual, or is it to honor a specific entity, perhaps the mother of a wang? Sushi rubbed her temples. The lack of clues is still a pressing concern. Chapter 62. Greed knocks at the door in the realm of the players. Time seemed to stand still, and one's physical capabilities were preserved at their zenith. Sushi found himself unable to succumb to sleep, despite his desire for rest. However, within the confines of the instance, players reverted to their natural states, feeling fatigue, drowsiness, and hunger. After diligently consolidating all the information at his disposal, Sushi felt a rare onset of weariness wash over him. This marked his inaugural night spent within an instance. Without removing his shoes, he collapsed onto the bed, feeling no need for formality in this extraordinary environment. What was that? You mentioned that internet users in the real world would witness his slumber through a live stream? Please, he was hardly a celebrity. Who would be so idle as to watch him day in and day out? Meanwhile, the lively barrage of comments was bouncing energetically in the chat room. Has Sushi really just fallen asleep like this? At least open one eye to keep watch. Wow, he fell asleep so quickly. While that guy in the cap next door is still pondering the instance's background. Honestly, Sushi seems much more approachable when he's asleep. When awake, his expression is perpetually aloof, making him seem unapproachable. I can't help but feel uneasy seeing him without brushing his teeth or removing his shoes. Are you a perfectionist or something? What's there to worry about? After 3 instances, do you still doubt Sushi's prowess? He must have assessed the situation and deemed it safe to sleep. Did you forget about flash play? All right, I did forget. This instance cannot be viewed through the lens of common sense. No matter how formidable Sushi may be, I truly fear he may not withstand the toxicity of flash play. Indeed, players who have traversed it have met with inexplicable demise. Even Conan would need to investigate for a couple of episodes before departing. Believing himself to be inconspicuous, Sushi gradually succumbed to slumber. As for the eerie specter that might stealthily approach while players were in deep sleep, it mattered little, after all. Dying in a dream could not be painful. The rollback feature was still in place, ready to save his life. If it were not, then his life would simply cease to be. Sushi was in a deep sleep, unaware of the passage of time, when he was suddenly jolted awake by a knocking sound from outside. Though the noise seemed distant, it resonated clearly in his ears. Disturbed from his rest, he decided not to sleep any longer. Rising from the bed, he approached the window, peering through the glass into the moonlit night, attempting to discern the source of the sound. Regrettably, his limited vantage point hindered his vision, obscuring whatever was knocking at the door. The knocking did not persist continuously. It paused for a moment before resuming, echoing a few times before falling silent again, this cycle repeating itself. Yet with each subsequent knock, the sound appeared to draw ever closer. Was something going from house to house, knocking at doors? This thought flashed through Sushi's mind, conjuring a terrifying image of a ghastly figure dragging its heavy footsteps, knocking at each door in turn. Earlier that afternoon, several villagers had warned against venturing out at night or responding to the knocking sounds. Surely, they were referring to this very entity. Indeed, no one opened their doors, prompting the creature to move on to the next house. Sushi had no intention of being the exception by opening the door. As the unknown entity concluded its rhythmic knocking on the neighboring houses and proceeded to the next, he prepared to turn back and resume his slumber. He still had to endure 3 days in this instance, and with the necessity of gathering clues in the village by daybreak, it was imperative to conserve his energy. Soon, the knocking grew increasingly near, and Sushi peered through the window to discern the nature of the knocker. It was a villager? Sushi was momentarily taken aback. Contrary to his expectations of something grotesque or horrifying, it was merely an ordinary villager. In a matter of moments, the villager had finished knocking on the 2 adjacent players' houses and arrived at their door. Bang, 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 bang. The villager incessantly pounded on the door. Just as Sushi thought it might leave after a few more knocks, the villager began to strike with greater intensity. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. With each violent thump, the door trembled increasingly. Sushi furrowed his brow. Upon exiting his room and entering the main hall, he noticed the youth in the cap had already arrived. The latter watched the door with a wary gaze, his expression grave. Why did it leave the others alone after a few knocks, but persist at our door? Observing another player stepping out, the youth in the cap eagerly sought to discuss a strategy. Was there something peculiar about this house? He felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had chosen a different dwelling. He had entertained the notion that either he or the youth in the hoodie, or perhaps both, had drawn the attention of the entity outside. Yet, it made little sense. They had remained together, engaging in no questionable behavior. The only questionable action had been their brief inspection of the wheat fields. Could it be that the peculiar scent from the fields lingered on them, attracting the attention of the entity outside? Just as the youth in the cap was about to share his suspicions with the hoodie-clad youth, he noticed the latter was already moving toward the door. Wait! Just as he was about to reach out in shock to stop him, he witnessed the youth in the hoodie decisively swing open the door. It was over. His life was forfeit. Meanwhile, Sushi sensed something amiss. His initial thought was that, akin to the previous instance, there was something within this house, or perhaps on him or the youth in the cap, that had captivated the villager outside. Unbeknownst to him, the villager clearly had no intention of granting them time to investigate. The knocking had escalated from mere taps to pounding and was now developing into a full-blown assault on the door. Even if they refrained from opening it, the door would eventually give way. Given the abnormal strength exhibited, it was evident that the villager outside was no ordinary villager. Sushi decided to open the door, seeking to save time. Observing the relentless tenacity of the villager outside, he surmised that it would not depart easily. He intended to test the villager's mode of attack, hoping to discern the reason behind the incessant knocking and find a way to evade it. As Sushi opened the door, he inadvertently caused a villager, who was rushing towards it, to tumble to the ground. There were no cries of pain, nor any howls of distress. It was as if the villager was impervious to pain, as he slowly rose from the earth. The young man in the duckbill cap had long since retreated into the room, firmly securing the door behind him. Observing this, Sushi finally recognized that he had seemingly disregarded the emotions of others when he had swung the door open. He suddenly recalled that, in the previous scenario, when he had crashed into a wall in the underground passage, he had also failed to inform his teammates. Thus, in the eyes of the others, was he merely a perfectly ordinary individual who inexplicably went mad and met his demise by colliding with a wall? He dug his toes into the ground. After a brief moment of silence, Sushi quickly reassured himself. It was of no consequence. He had returned to a previous checkpoint. No one remembered. No one cared. Chapter 63. Greed. To Sushi's astonishment, the villagers did not resort to violence against him. The individual before him appeared to be an elderly man, perhaps in his 50s or 60s. Aside from his slightly pallid complexion and the dirt on his clothing, there was nothing particularly unusual about him. However, Sushi remained cautious. The old man stood rigidly in place, his gaze fixated on Sushi. After a couple of seconds, he croaked, "Do you possess gold?" "Gold?" Sushi was taken aback. What sort of inquiry was that? The old man continued to stare unblinkingly, seemingly unwilling to relent until he received an answer. Unsure of how to respond, Sushi hesitated and countered with a question of his own. "Why do you ask? Do you have gold? Why does it concern you whether I do or not? Do you have gold?" Regardless of Sushi's replies, the old man persistently repeated his question, displaying no signs of aggression. It appeared that Sushi's only option was to choose between a simple affirmation or denial. Lacking any gold himself, he tentatively replied, "No." "Truly, you possess no gold?" The old man's expression darkened, and he ominously repeated the question. It was as though, should Sushi affirm his earlier response, the old man might undergo a transformation into something sinister. To be candid, Sushi was briefly unsettled by the old man's demeanor, yet he resolutely reiterated, no. As expected, the old man retained his original composure and did not descend into madness. After fixating on Sushi for a lingering moment, he finally turned and made his way to the next household. Shortly thereafter, the familiar sound of knocking resonated from the adjacent room. The sequence was the same. A few knocks. No answer, and then moving on to the next house. Sushi had already caught a glimpse of the door across from him, which had discreetly opened during his exchange with the old man, clearly revealing that the young man in the duck-billed cap was observing the situation intently from within. Once the old man departed, the young man emerged from the room, without the guilt of hiding during a critical moment while leaving his companion to face danger alone. His expression radiated confidence. Apologies, my friend. I was a bit afraid for my life and chose to hide for a while. For the young man in the duck-billed cap, preserving his own life amid the perilous circumstances of the scenario was paramount, even if it meant potentially betraying his so-called allies. Moreover, it was the young man in the hoodie who had opened the door. Sushi remained silent. Although his experience in such scenarios was limited, he understood that the young man's attitude was, in fact, commonplace in these situations. Noticing Sushi's silence, the young man felt no embarrassment and reiterated the conjecture he had nearly voiced earlier. I suspect that the old man was particularly hostile towards us due to the lingering stench of blood on us. Regardless of the reason, I believe we both need to take some precautions. I propose we take a shower soon, and tomorrow morning, we should seek out the village chief to acquire some plant ash or similar substances to rid our clothes of the odor. There should be plenty of such materials in this village. Sushi, finding the young man's reasoning to be quite sensible and even aligned with his own thoughts on the matter, chose not to argue against it. He closed the door and was about to return to his room for a shower when he heard the youth in the duck-bill cap hesitantly inquire, "Hey, do you have any life-saving tools?" Sushi paused in his steps and glanced back at the seemingly innocently curious young man. "I only dare to ask because I noticed how effortlessly you opened the door. Without any confidence, who would be so bold?" The youth in the duck-bill cap smiled brightly. "So what?" Sushi raised an eyebrow, questioning his intent. The young man before him, clad in a sweatshirt, appeared relatively young, yet his eyes, as calm as the deep sea, seemed capable of seeing through one's soul. The youth in the duck-bill cap instinctively tightened his grip, feigning a sudden realization and promptly apologizing, his face adorned with just the right amount of chagrin. "I am sorry, I overstepped. I shouldn't have asked such an intrusive question." Sushi responded with an ambiguous then turned to re-enter his room. The duck-bill cap youth lingered for a moment before departing. What does this duck-bill cap guy mean? I can understand his retreat to the room. After all, it's human nature in life and death situations. But why did he pursue Sushi later to ask if he had any life-saving tools? This kid clearly isn't a good person. Could he possibly think that Sushi possesses some sort of tool and is plotting to seize it? The earlier seer was silenced. I know Sushi has tools, but whether they are life-saving remains uncertain. She must have opened the door confidently after observing other details, understanding there was no danger. Just look at that old man. He merely asked a question and left after receiving an answer. Strangely, why did that old man linger at Sushi's door for so long, appearing determined to knock until he succeeded? Could it be he was somehow affected by the scent from the wheat field? I find that unlikely. It seems too far-fetched. They hadn't been there long enough for any scent to linger on their way to A Wong's house. Not necessarily. This is a world within a game, where the extraordinary is quite normal. Why is no one suggesting it could be the show's crew poisoning them? Let us not forget how previous players met their demise. Damn, that makes sense. Those earlier players were indeed targeted in bizarre and inexplicable ways. I cast my vote for the show as crew. They must be behind this. Damn foolish crew. Come out and face the criticism. Song Yin, Chao Hongba, and Go Ying exchanged glances, taken aback by the sudden surge of hostility in the comments. Even they began to ponder whether the crew's mysticism had truly begun to take effect. As for commentary, critique, forget it. What could they possibly analyze in such circumstances? The following morning, the six gathered at the village chief's home for breakfast. At the table, the man in a suit discreetly surveyed the young man in the sweatshirt and the youth in the duckbill cap seated diagonally across from him. Last night, something knocked on the door, but it only knocked a few times before leaving. Upon hearing this, the group's dining action slowed. The young woman in a long dress exchanged glances with the curly-haired woman. Our door was also knocked upon. It too received just a few knocks before departing. The youth in the duckbill cap cast a sideways glance at Su Shi, who was leisurely eating breakfast, and briefly recounted the events of the previous night. Regarding the audacious behavior of the young man in the hoodie, the others were astonished and began to speculate, though they did not express their thoughts outwardly. It is difficult to ascertain whether you were influenced by that peculiar scent. Logically, aromas dissipate naturally, and you had not lingered by the edge of the wheat field for an extended period. The man in the suit contemplated this and chose to remain skeptical about the possibility. As for the old man who only inquired, "Do you have any gold?" It was evident that the villagers were aware of his habit of knocking on doors at night and were likely familiar with his identity. Chapter 64. Greed. So, what is it about this old man that has captured his attention? This morning, we shall each continue our separate quest for information. I intend to investigate the identities of the 3 individuals who perished a fortnight ago, as well as the old man from last night. Upon articulating his plan, the gentleman in the suit noticed that the 2 young women expressed their intent to inquire among the villagers regarding the offerings. The young man in the duckbill cap took a bite of his corn cake and mumbled, "We must ascertain whether last night's peculiarities were caused by that odor." The remaining tall, slender man succinctly declared, "I will follow Wang." The group instinctively turned their gazes towards him. Remarkably, this individual is truly unconventional. From heading straight to the graveyard on their first outing to now pursuing the child of the dungeon's boss. Although Wang's mother may not be the ultimate antagonist, her influence over the entire village suggests she is far from ordinary. Yet, the slender man seemed oblivious to the subtle scrutiny of others, quietly sipping his porridge, appearing both reclusive and somber. "Very well, it's settled then. Let us reconvene at the village chief's house at noon," the gentleman in the suit affirmed decisively. The players' objectives were clearly defined, and once they concluded their breakfast, they set forth towards their respective destinations. Su Shi and the young man in the duckbill cap requested some plant ash from village chief Zhu, sprinkling it upon themselves before retracing their steps towards the fields. This time, they did not encounter the villagers who had been idly chatting on the path the previous afternoon, leaving them somewhat disheartened. They had hoped to inquire whether the old man who knocked on their door last night had any connection to the unusual wheat field. Sushi gazed at the particularly golden expanse of wheat, refraining from approaching too closely. He was uncertain if it was merely his imagination, but he felt the metallic scent had intensified, despite standing farther away than he had the day before. No, it was not an illusion. He was certain that the soil today was more saturated than it had been yesterday, its color more vibrant. The young man in the duckbill cap soon observed this as well. Has someone come to water it again last night? Were we not told it was unsafe to venture out at night? He shook his head in contemplation. No, it could have been done after we left. The sun had not yet set then. Sushi pondered silently. Who could be incessantly watering this wheat field with blood? What could her motive be? At noon, at village chief Zhu's residence. Esteemed guests, it is time for your meal, Wu Tsuifan announced as she set the dishes upon the table, wiping her hands on her apron, and warmly called to the 6 individuals gathered nearby. "Thank you, Auntie," replied the gentleman in the suit with a smile. They approached the table and took their seats. Despite the previous meals having posed no issues, the group remained cautious and refrained from picking up their chopsticks immediately. Once Wu Tsuifan retreated to the kitchen, they began to converse. The gentleman in the suit discreetly glanced at the young man in the hoodie, who was still the first to eat, and upon confirming all was well, returned his gaze, his expression serious, as he began. "I have learned that one of the 3 individuals who died 2 weeks ago committed suicide by swallowing gold." As these words were uttered, the crowd fell into a momentary stupor. Swallowing gold to commit suicide? The other 3 instinctively glanced at the young man in the hoodie and the one sporting a cap. Only these 2 had answered the door when the knocking occurred last night, and the elderly man at the door had inquired whether they possessed any gold. The young man in the cap exclaimed in astonishment, "So that old man is one of the 3 villagers who perished a fortnight ago?" The man in the suit nodded. "Essentially, yes. Moreover, it is noteworthy that he unearthed a piece of gold just a day prior to his demise." Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. The curly-haired woman ventured a guess. "Don't tell me he found his gold in that peculiar wheat field?" The man in the suit replied with a hint of exasperation. "That remains unknown," as the elderly women refused to elaborate. The curly-haired woman cast a sidelong glance at the young man in the hoodie, who seemed to be enjoying his meal without a care, and decided to take a bite of her own dish. Suddenly recalling something, she sighed. "No wonder there is no tombstone. The reason lies here." The villager who succumbed to swallowing gold now roams from house to house at midnight, asking if anyone possesses gold. Who would dare erect a tombstone under such circumstances? It stands to reason that the other 2 deceased must have experienced a similar transformation. She continued, judging by the villager's demeanor. "They seem accustomed to it. As long as they do not answer the door, he will simply move on after a while. Even if they do open it, as long as they claim not to have gold, he will not react adversely." The girl in the long dress, reflecting on the events of the previous night, turned to Su Shi and the young man in the cap. "By the way, have you discovered the reason for the targeting last night?" The young man in the cap sighed. "No, we are still uncertain if it relates to that odor. However, we have uncovered another detail." He recounted how the wheat field had been watered the previous night. "Afterward, we lay in wait there for quite some time, but we did not observe any suspicious individuals." Upon hearing this, the group fell into contemplation. "This is rather perplexing." The man in the suit suddenly spoke. "If the old man was indeed fixated on you due to that bloody scent, then surely, last night, when someone carried a large bucket of blood to water the wheat field, it should have drawn the old man towards them instead. That makes sense," the young man in the cap remarked, his brow furrowed in confusion. The man in the suit could provide no explanation, merely stating, "Let us see if he will come looking for you again tonight." Sushi lowered his head, quietly consuming his meal, as he suddenly realized that the old man seemed to be targeting him. After he opened the door last night, it was as if the old man's gaze fell solely upon him, without so much as a glance elsewhere. Although the young man in the cap had quickly retreated into the room upon his opening of the door, Sushi still sensed something amiss. If the house were indeed problematic, then the young man in the cap, sharing the same dwelling, should have attracted the old man's attention as well, even if he had hidden away in the room. If it were an issue of scent, there was even less reason for the old man to discriminate. Could it be that his direct answer to the question had sent the old man away? Based on his extensive experience with horror novels over the years, his response did not appease the old man. Shouldn't the other party have inquired about another individual in the house? Why did they depart so effortlessly? Moreover, as the old man left, the lingering gaze filled with dissatisfaction imparted an unsettling impression that he had become the subject of the old man's scrutiny. It seemed that as long as his answer failed to align with the old man's expectations, he would remain under constant observation. Thus, what was it about him that captured the old man's attention? Chapter 65. Greed, can you help away? The girl in the long dress, sensing that the moment had passed, began to recount the information she and the curly-haired woman had gleaned from the villagers. The villagers were currently venerating a deity purported to be the mountain god. The upcoming festival in 3 days was dedicated to beseeching the god's protection, presided over by a particularly renowned shaman within the village. This shaman held a unique status. It was said that she was the original conduit to the mountain god, and since the villagers began their offerings under her guidance, the mortality rate in the village had significantly declined. The villagers spoke of the shaman with deep reverence, and their admiration for the mountain god was palpable. How had this inexplicably led to talk of a mountain god? This was the collective thought that crossed everyone's mind upon hearing the account. No wonder the villagers appeared unconcerned about Wang's mother causing harm. It turned out they had sought the mountain god's intervention. The curly-haired woman's tone was laden with meaning. The young man in the duckbill cap raised an eyebrow. Why then did the village chief ask us to exorcise evil, without disclosing the matter of the mountain god's worship? The man in the suit appeared pensive. This festival must differ from those in the past. The village chief likely opposes this ceremony. Yet to do so would offend both the shaman and the mountain god, who might withdraw their protection from the village. Hence, he has summoned us, these experts, in hopes that we can eliminate the source of the threat to the village, namely Wang's mother, before the festival, now merely 2 days away, takes place. The girl in the long dress quietly added that pretending to be relatives of Aunt Siffin might also be a strategy to avoid attracting the shaman's attention. At present, this seemed to be the most reasonable conjecture. The curly-haired woman set down her chopsticks and surveyed the group. Yet another question arises. What issue with this festival could provoke such resistance from the village chief, compelling him to endure a month of discontent from numerous villagers? The players had not gathered clues on this front, thus rendering precise deductions impossible. It seemed we had overlooked a crucial figure that had been present from the beginning. The man in the suit rubbed his temples. We had neglected to focus on the cause of Wang's mother's death. If this scenario stemmed from her lingering resentment, understanding the circumstances of her demise and the reasons behind her vengeful spirit were undoubtedly pivotal clues. For instance, how had that great fire ignited? Why had Wang's mother chosen to retaliate against the village? We must uncover the truth to navigate this scenario successfully. Indeed, the group suddenly realized that their attention had inadvertently shifted to the village's peculiarities, nearly causing them to overlook the true essence of the scenario. After reminding the others, the man in the suit turned to the tall, lean man beside him. Have you discovered anything concerning Wang? The others directed their gaze toward the slender man. Sushi regarded this somber individual with equal curiosity. In the morning, Wang fed the chickens in the yard, then offered a bouquet of wildflowers at his mother's grave. Following that, he spent the entire morning gathering wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain. Upon returning, he commenced washing the vegetables and preparing the meal, with no other activities to speak of. The tall, slender man appeared unaccustomed to articulating so many words at once, his demeanor slightly awkward. After a brief pause, he added, the only unusual aspect being that Wang likely chose the site for his mother's grave himself, which was rather rudimentary. Even the tombstone was merely a thin wooden board, inscribed with crooked characters that were undoubtedly carved by Wang himself. As they reflected on the frail little boy they had seen earlier, a heavy silence enveloped the group. After a moment, the man in the suit sighed and spoke. It seems that obtaining any useful clues from Wang will be quite challenging for the time being. He pondered for a while, summarizing the information at hand. Firstly, we must ascertain what transpired 3 years ago that led to that catastrophic fire, and why Wang's mother chose to seek revenge upon the entire village after her death. The notion that Wang's mother had an affair, prompting his father to burn the other party in a fit of rage, is simply too absurd, more akin to an attempt to conceal something. Secondly, why did the 3 individuals who died 2 weeks ago meet their fates in a manner distinct from previous villagers? One perished from swallowing gold. What are the other 2? They likely share some commonality. Thirdly, what is the origin of that eerie wheat field? Who was its original owner, and why does it require blood for nourishment? Who currently tends to that field? The villagers assert a connection between the wheat field and Wang's mother. What, precisely, is that connection? Lastly, why does the village chief oppose the upcoming ritual in 2 days? What makes this ritual particularly special? After hearing the man's clear summary, Sushi felt the formerly convoluted information had suddenly become far more coherent. The girl in the long dress contemplated for a moment before stating, given the current situation, it appears that the villagers remain quite guarded towards us outsiders, making it challenging to extract further clues from them. The villagers advocate for the ritual, while Chief Zhu vehemently opposes it. As we are here to exorcise evil, it is reasonable to assume our stance aligns with Chief Zhu's. Thus we find ourselves at an impasse, unable to complete the exorcism in time for the ritual in 2 days. The implication of the girl's words was understood by all. They could request Chief Zhu's assistance to obtain more information. The man in the suit's eyes brightened. We can indeed attempt that. His gaze lingered for a moment on the seemingly gentle and composed girl in the long dress. Her thinking was remarkably astute. The others agreed to give it a try. Throughout the entire discourse, Sushi, feeling like a mere observer, quietly marveled at how each teammate in this multi-person quest seemed to become increasingly impressive. After lunch, they proceeded to the kitchen. Chief Zhu was currently absent, having previously mentioned that if needed, his grandson could be sent to find him. The group then asked the boy in the kitchen to seek out his grandfather. The robust boy, resembling a sturdy calf, responded to his grandmother's urging. However, instead of immediately rushing out to find village chief Zhu, he stood before several players, fidgeting as he regarded them. The man in the suit, maintaining a composed demeanor, inquired with a subtle smile, "What troubles you, young one? Are you unaware of your grandfather's whereabouts?" The boy shook his head and then nodded no. "I know where Grandpa is. It's just, are you the masters he summoned to eliminate Aunt Mei Chan?" "Aunt Mei Chan." The group instantly seized upon the key phrase. The man in the suit chuckled lightly, choosing not to answer directly. "What makes you ask that?" The boy scratched the back of his head, hesitantly responding, could you possibly save a Wang? Chapter 66. Greed in these past 3 years. Have you encountered Aunt Mei Chan? Undoubtedly. The boy before them was clearly privy to certain knowledge. Compared to the astute and cunning village head Zhu, this innocent child was evidently more susceptible to coaxing. In the midst of his thoughts, the man in the suit swiftly altered his previous intentions. He discreetly signaled to the girl in the long dress, suggesting that she engage the boy in conversation. Perhaps it was his imposing demeanor, coupled with the child's innate perceptiveness, that rendered any display of kindness from him as suspect. His previous experience of being rebuffed by A. Wang had instilled a modicum of self-awareness in the man. While he excelled at bantering with adults, he found himself at a loss when it came to interacting with children. In stark contrast, the girl in the long dress possessed an elegant demeanor and a gentle aura. By softening her tone, she could effortlessly disarm the boy's defenses, making her the perfect candidate to elicit information from him. Understanding the man's intent, she approached the boy, slightly bent at the waist, and adorned her face with a warm smile, gently inquiring, "Little one, what is your name?" As anticipated, upon seeing the kind and beautiful sister before him, the boy's expression relaxed involuntarily. "My name is Zhu Yu," he replied. "Zhu Yu, what a splendid name. Could you share with your sister what has happened to A. Wang? What led you to seek our help?" Zhu Yu hesitated for a moment, but as if a thought had struck him, his hesitation vanished. "I overheard my grandparents talking. They said that during the sacrifice in 2 days, Grandma Shun Pe intends to offer A. Wang as a tribute to the mountain deity." The players exchanged startled glances. A living sacrifice in this village? Zhu Yu continued, lamenting the information he had gathered. "Grandma Shinpa said if this does not occur, the mountain deity will no longer protect the village. But A. Wang is my good friend, and I do not wish for him to become a tribute." The girl in the long dress gently inquired, "In past sacrifices, has there ever been a situation requiring a human offering?" Zhu Yu shook his head. "This is the first time. Grandma Shun Po said A. Wang is a reincarnation of a calamity star from the heavens, and his presence in our village will inevitably bring disaster to its people. By offering him to the mountain deity, not only can we eradicate Aunt Mei Chan, but we can also ensure the village's prosperity in the future." At the back, Sushi pondered. So this was the reason the village head vehemently opposed the sacrifice, out of compassion for A. Wang, unwilling to let him become a tribute. At that moment, he heard Zhu Yu carefully ask, "Sister, could you please refrain from eliminating Aunt Mei Chan?" Everyone was taken aback once more. The girl in the long dress tentatively responded, "But your grandfather and the villagers claim that Aunt Mei Chan is causing turmoil in the village." Zhu Yu pouted. "Aunt Mei Chan is perfectly fine. Every time I visit A. Wang to play, she prepares delicious food for me, and I have made wishes with her. Nothing has gone amiss. They're simply deceiving us. Aunt Mei Chan is not the one harming anyone." Wishes? Why were the questions multiplying? Why would one make wishes with Aunt Mei Chan? Zhu Yu responded without hesitation. "Those uncles and aunts all advised against making wishes with Aunt Mei Chan, claiming it would bring about misfortune. Yet I went ahead and wished anyway, and nothing untoward occurred." The young man in the duckbill cap could not help but exclaim, "What a brave lad you are." The girl in the long dress proceeded to inquire about several matters, including the great fire from 3 years ago, the specifics of Al Wang's mother-s situation, the mysterious old man who knocked at midnight, and the peculiarities of the wheat field. Regrettably, Zhu seemed to possess scant knowledge about these topics, likely due to the deliberate intent of village chief Zhu and the villagers to shield the children from such information. "It is certainly not Aunt Mei Chan who is causing harm. Please do not harm her, all right? In the end, Zhu Yu continued to plead with the players to spare Ah Wang's mother. And oh right, Ah Wang too. The girl in the long dress offered him a reassuring smile and comforted him, saying, "Fear not. The elder brothers and sisters will surely uncover the truth before making any decisions. If it does not pertain to Aunt Mei Chan, we will naturally refrain from taking action, and we will find a way to assist with Ah Wang's situation. Moreover, even if it were indeed Ah Wang's mother who was responsible, they would not be in a position to take any action against her. As for Ah Wang, given the gravity of the situation, it was evident they were determined to prevent this living sacrifice. After hearing the master's assurances, Zhu Yu felt considerably lighter and turned to dash towards the courtyard gate. "I will go and fetch your grandfather." "Wait a moment, young one." The man in the suit immediately called out to him. Zhu Yu turned back in confusion. The man in the suit smiled and said, "There is no need to summon your grandfather just yet. We can speak with him when he returns this evening. Do you know where Grandmother Shaman resides? And where the village typically offers worship to the mountain deity?" Although Zhu Yu was uncertain why the masters no longer wanted him to fetch his grandfather, he obediently paused and provided the locations of Grandmother Shaman's home and the mountain deity temple. "All right, we understand. You may go now." Just as the man in the suit was about to send Zhu Yu away, a male voice unexpectedly interjected from behind. "Young one, have you seen Aunt Mei Chan at all these past 3 years?" The other 5 were momentarily taken aback. What an eerie question. When they turned to look, they realized it was the youth in the hoodie who had posed the query, someone who had scarcely spoken until now. Suddenly, Sushi grasped a point they had previously overlooked. What had become of Ah Wang's mother after her death? There seemed to be no specific form associated with her. Village Chief Zhu had merely mentioned the hauntings of a ghost, yet could not provide further details. However, upon articulating the question, he recognized that the phrasing might have been somewhat inappropriate. Asking a child under 10 if they had seen someone who had passed away, that seemed rather frightening. Fortunately, Zhu Yu was rather untroubled. Perhaps he believed in his heart that Aunt Mei Chan would not harm him, so he felt no fear. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and replied, "No, Aunt Mei Chan did not appear when I made my wish, and my wish was not fulfilled." After a brief contemplation, he added, "My grandfather has also never seen Aunt Mei Chan." She nodded slightly, acknowledging I understand. "You may go and enjoy yourselves." Zhu Yu waved goodbye to his companions and ventured off to join his friends. Once the boys had distanced themselves, the man in the suit cast a meaningful glance at Su Shi, inquiring, "Do you suspect that the spirit of Wang's mother has never existed at all?" Su Shi was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, the girl in the long dress appeared to have an epiphany, her expression brightening. "I found it rather peculiar earlier. That so-called shaman intends to offer a Wang as a tribute to the mountain deity, yet a Wang's mother would never passively witness her son being treated as a sacrifice. However, it has been half a month, and nothing has transpired in the village." Chapter 67. The favor of the mountain god. The woman with curly hair crossed her arms and presented a differing perspective. It is also possible that the mountain god has suppressed them, leaving them with the will but not the power. Furthermore, the mother of a Wang, transformed into a vengeful spirit, may no longer possess reason or emotion. Without emotion, there would be no targeted retribution. Rather, she would kill indiscriminately. Village Chief Zhu previously mentioned that the first victims were those who spoke ill of a Wang's family. The youth in the cap countered, claiming that both Village Chief Zhu and the villagers believe the continuous deaths over the past 3 years stem from the mother's vengeance. However, has anyone actually witnessed a Wang's mother manifest? The question posed by the girl in the long dress left the crowd momentarily speechless. Upon reflection, even Village Chief Zhu could not clarify how those villagers met their demise at the hands of a Wang's mother, let alone anyone having seen her. Given the current circumstances, Village Chief Zhu opposes the practice of living sacrifices and has summoned them to exorcise evil, aiming to protect a Wang. Thus, he surely desires their actions to be swift. In his eyes, they are figures of great wisdom, and it stands to reason that providing them with more information about a Wang's mother would expedite their task. Yet, apart from a brief account of a Wang's family background, Village Chief Zhu offered little else, which is evidently unusual. "It seems he may not fully grasp the underlying issues," remarked the girl in the long dress. The village gives me the impression that whenever something goes awry, the blame is shifted onto Wang's mother. When a death occurs, it is attributed to her. When the wheat fields mutate, it is also her doing. Any misfortune that befalls the village is surely due to a wish made to her. As for the cause of the fire 3 years ago at Wang's home and the extent of his mother's vengeance against the village chief, Zhu, could not articulate a single reason. I suspect that the deaths of those villagers may be the result of some hidden machinations, with Wang's mother merely serving as a scapegoat. The youth in the cap recalled his earlier inquiry to village chief Zhu. I remember him mentioning that they had reported the incidents to the authorities. Yet the police conducted a thorough search of the village and found nothing amiss. At that moment, the man in the suit, who had been quietly listening to their discourse, abruptly interjected. Let us not forget that there are other supernatural forces at play in this village. The curly-haired woman swiftly added, the shaman and the mountain god. The man in the suit nodded slightly. Indeed, our focus can now shift toward these two entities. Meanwhile, Su Shi, who had been forced into silence, never anticipated that his simple question regarding the vengeful spirit of Wang's mother would lead these astute individuals to draw such extensive conclusions. Initially unconcerned, he now found himself embroiled in doubt after hearing the analyses of others. So, when the villagers mentioned the anomalous wheat fields in connection with Wang's mother, did they believe that the original owner of the fields had made a wish to her? The youth in the cap remained preoccupied with the matter of the wheat fields. The girl in the long dress speculated. That seems likely. And what about the old man who knocked on the door last night? Could he have also made a wish to Wang's mother, only to meet a tragic end? The curly-haired woman conjectured, continuing the line of thought. The girl in the long skirt calmly stated, in the eyes of the villagers, this is the truth. Why must all the blame be cast upon Wang's mother? The young man in the cap clicked his tongue, now convinced that Wang's mother was merely a scapegoat for the true instigator. The man in the suit glanced up at the sun hanging high in the sky, its blinding rays causing him to squint instinctively. I wonder if the villagers have a habit of taking afternoon naps. We should ideally seek out the shaman or visit the mountain god temple when fewer people are around. The shaman held a rather unique position within the village, with her every action drawing the villagers' attention. Approaching her recklessly might alert her and pose an unknown risk. As for the mountain god temple, the nature of its deity remained uncertain. It could be an entity akin to a malevolent spirit, equally perilous. After deliberation, the group decided to first head to the mountain god temple. On a rugged mountain path, the 6 individuals painstakingly climbed along the dirt trail. How was the mountain god temple built here? Don't the villagers tire themselves out during every ritual? The young man in the cap, despite having decent stamina, found himself stumbling over the uneven, muddy terrain. The man in the suit led the way, occasionally checking the position of the others. The girl in the long skirt and the woman with curly hair supported each other, carefully navigating around the treacherous gravel. Sushi followed behind, feeling significantly more at ease than during his previous ascent in a different scenario. The tall, lean man brought up the rear, appearing to be in the best condition. According to Zhu Yu, the mountain god temple was situated halfway up the mountain behind the village. Apart from the annual rituals where the shaman would gather all the villagers to offer tributes to the mountain god and pray for continued blessings upon the village, it remained undisturbed, as the shaman claimed that the mountain god preferred solitude. After approximately half an hour of trekking, they finally glimpsed the outline of the temple. Another 10 minutes passed before they arrived at the front of the mountain god temple. Sushi curiously surveyed the structure before him. The temple was modest in size, adorned with red walls and gray tiles, and a copper bell hanging from the eaves chimed melodiously in the gentle breeze. The 6 stood before the entrance, momentarily frozen in place. The young man in the cap glanced up at the 3 simple characters on the plaque that read Mountain God Temple, and quietly inquired, "Isn't it a bit rash for us to enter directly?" The man in the suit responded with a calm demeanor, "Adventures are a necessity in our scenario." The girl in the long skirt added, "The villagers mentioned that during their rituals, they must keep their heads bowed in respect to the mountain god. When we enter, we should all lower our heads and avoid gazing directly at the idol." However, they did not anticipate that the previously closed door would suddenly creak open, revealing a middle-aged woman with an expressionless face standing inside. Her cold gaze fixed upon them as she opened the temple door. "Who are you? And what is your purpose here? Do you not know that the mountain god cherishes tranquility?" The man in the suit reacted swiftly, immediately adopting an expression of awkwardness as he explained, "We are here to visit Ningi village, and we're unaware of your acquaintance with Aunt Suafen. We are her relatives and have heard that the mountain god temple here is quite efficacious, so we wish to pay our respects. We sincerely apologize if we have disturbed the mountain god. We shall take our leave at once." Upon hearing certain words, the middle-aged woman's demeanor softened considerably. Her gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately resting on the penultimate individual, the one favored by the mountain god. "You have finally arrived." Chapter 68, Greed. A wish to me, the middle-aged woman, unreservedly residing within the mountain deity's temple, was undoubtedly the peculiar oracle they had anticipated. The gathering had not foreseen such serendipity. Having deliberately evaded the villagers, they stumbled directly upon the oracle. However, the question lingered. The favorite of the mountain deity? The other five followed the oracle's gaze. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Sushi's mind faltered. "Huh? Him? You are favored by the great deity of the mountain. I shall not impede you." Upon uttering this, the oracle turned her attention to the remaining five, adding, "In recognition of your earnestness, I shall make an exception this time and allow you all to enter." With that, the oracle stepped aside, granting them passage. Through the ajar door, they beheld a statue of the mountain deity standing majestically at the center, its eyes slightly lowered, as if observing them while also surveying the mortal realm. Wisps of incense curled from the censer, imparting a sense of solemnity to the statue. At first glance, the mountain deity appeared to be a benevolent protector of the land. Yet, Sushi felt a sense of being singled out. It became evident to him that the elder who had knocked on the door was indeed targeting him. He now harbored grave doubts regarding the relentless pursuit of the other party, suspecting it might be due to this so-called favor from the mountain deity. Sushi boldly stepped inside, eager to discern the nature of this deity. Favored by the mountain deity? No. It would be more accurate to say Shanwan is the one who has ensnared him. The deity's favor, what purpose does it serve? Perhaps it may hasten your demise. This scenario has grown rather mundane, aside from the elder's nocturnal knocking. The only overt danger thus far is that elder, who is easily dismissed by Sushi, rather peculiar. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingers, a fear that Sushi might unexpectedly meet his end. With the eerie knocking preceding him and the inexplicable favor from the deity, Shanwan, you're not even pretending anymore. First to taste the food, first to answer the elder's knock, and first to enter the mountain temple. Take heed, I worry for you. As they traversed the path back to the village, the atmosphere among the six grew notably subdued, contrasting with their earlier demeanor. Sushi recalled the oracle's words as she instructed them to offer incense. A voice echoing in his mind, androgynous yet authoritative. "Make a wish to me, become my disciple, and I shall bestow upon you extraordinary abilities and eternal life." In his hazy state, Sushi nearly acquiesced, but upon hearing the phrase, eternal life, a jolt of realization struck him. Eternal? How eternal? More enduring than his own resets? His mind abruptly cleared, and he cautiously retorted, "Get lost," just as he anticipated that the voice would retaliate, either by unleashing divine wrath upon him or informing the oracle of his disrespect. Nothing transpired. It seemed the voice had indeed been silenced by his retort. Sushi felt a tangle of emotions within him. The mountain deity exuded an aura of fragility, evoking a sense of weakness. After all, which mountain spirit would compel a follower to make a wish on their own accord? As he pondered these thoughts, a figure approached him briskly. The young man in a duckbill cap inquired with a smile, "My friend, what led you to suddenly become a devotee of the mountain deity?" His curiosity was unmistakable. Uncertain, Sushi too yearned for clarity. "Did you make a wish when you offered incense?" The young man lowered his voice, probing discreetly. Upon exiting the mountain shrine, the players exhibited a range of expressions. After some discourse, they discovered that several individuals had been seduced by an ambiguous voice during their incense offerings, each being enticed with different temptations. Whether they had indeed made a wish under such influence was a secret known only to themselves. No, Susi Zipli, the young man, upon hearing this, responded with a soft "oh," lagging behind as he followed slowly. The brim of his cap obscured his eyes, rendering his expression momentarily indecipherable. A girl in a long dress abruptly broke the silence, stating, "The old man who committed suicide after swallowing gold, and that peculiar wheat field might be linked to this mountain deity." The curly-haired woman, seemingly lost in thought, suppressed her irritation and added, "Perhaps it is indeed the consequence of making a wish to the mountain deity." Yet, as she spoke, her vexation inexplicably deepened. "At least we have gleaned some insight. Setting aside the so-called mountain deity, the medium appears to be merely an ordinary person." The man in the suit maintained a neutral demeanor, revealing no discernible change. He repeatedly reflected on the actions of the middle-aged woman in his mind, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. If thwarting the ritual was indeed the key to completing this quest, it would likely be simpler to confront the medium directly. Unlike the young man in the duckbill cap, they refrained from inquiring further about the mountain deity's favor. Since the response was vague, they naturally chose not to press the matter. Without a doubt, no one perceived this favor as a blessing. When the six returned to the home of village chief Zhu, they found him by the well in the yard, engaged in some unknown task. The man in the suit approached and asked, "Village chief Zhu, what are you up to?" turning to see the esteemed guests he had summoned. Zhu replied, "Oh, the wheel is broken. I am inspecting it." Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, he inquired curiously, "Have the esteemed ones encountered some trouble? Is it?" As if recalling something ominous, his voice lowered significantly. "Is it that our Wang's mother is troublesome?" Feigning exhaustion, the man in the suit rubbed his forehead. "It is indeed a bit challenging. We will require some time." Village chief Zhu sighed softly. To him, challenges were to be expected, considering that over 60 villagers had perished in 3 years, undoubtedly elevating the situation to the level of a malevolent spirit. The man in the suit seized the opportunity to inquire about the shaman and the mountain deity. "I have heard that your village, under the guidance of shaman, venerates a mountain god who appears to be quite effective. Why not request his assistance in addressing the plight of a Wang's mother?" The wise men were already aware of this. Village chief Zhu paused momentarily, his expression turning somewhat bitter. "I did not intend to conceal this from you, esteemed individuals. However, the mountain deity has indeed bestowed protection upon our village, and inviting additional high-level practitioners to exorcise malevolent forces seemed unseemly. Thus, I requested that you all pretend to be relatives of my wife." The subsequent revelations from village chief Zhu aligned closely with the player's speculations. In truth, in the first year alone, over 40 villagers perished in Ningyi village. It was only in the second year, after the shaman established communication with the mountain deity, that the death toll significantly diminished. Yet, just half a month ago, 3 villagers met with bizarre and unprecedented deaths. The shaman proclaimed that a Wang's mother's power had surged once more, and the mountain deity was nearing the limits of his capacity to contain it. Chapter 69. Greed Sushi. Is there something foul plaguing him? The ordinary offerings can no longer bestow effective power upon a mountain god. To beseech the mountain god for the complete eradication of a Wang's mother, a special ritual must be conducted involving the sacrifice of a living being. Typically, such sacrifices might include livestock like chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs, yet none of these creatures possess the spiritual essence of a human. While the villagers hold great reverence for the mountain god and the shaman, and wish to eliminate a Wang's mother, none are willing to offer their own children to the deity. At this juncture, someone mentioned the calamity that a Wang embodies, a natural disaster who has continuously wreaked havoc in the village. Village chief Zhu, unable to suppress his anger and frustration, remarked that for the villagers, a Wang would be the ideal offering for the ritual, but alas, I have watched that child grow up. Sacrificing a living person is indeed cruel, especially such a pitiable child as a Wang. The suited man offered a few words of comfort and inquired about the 3 villagers who perished a fortnight ago. Village chief Zhu, having already divulged much, saw no harm in revealing further. They, according to the shaman, made a wish to a Wang's mother. One of them, surnamed Liu, had lost his wife many years prior and never remarried, childless and known in the village as Old Liu. This man was avaricious and, in his greed, made a wish to Wang's mother for wealth. That very day, he unearthed a piece of gold in his field, but before he could revel in his fortune, he was found dead in his home the next day, having committed suicide by swallowing gold. The other two were a couple whose children had ventured into the world to seek their fortunes. Following Old Liu, they too were discovered lifeless in the wheat field they tended, their blood entirely drained, while the wheat grew exceptionally ripe and full. It seems they wished for a bountiful harvest. Village chief Zhu shook his head, lamenting that they failed to realize that such wishes come at a cost. The players now confirmed that the elder who knocked on doors that night was indeed Old Liu, who had died by swallowing gold. The peculiarities of the wheat field now had an explanation. However, I noticed that the wheat field seems to be continuously tended. Village chief Zhu nodded. All three of their corpses underwent a transformation, appearing only at night. Old Liu delights in knocking on villagers' doors. As long as one refrains from opening, there is no issue. Even if by chance the door is opened, a simple response of "I possess no gold" suffices. The couple is easily lured by the scent of blood, and to prevent them from wandering the village, we dispatched villagers each evening to water the wheat field with the blood of livestock to attract them. With the chief's elucidation, the players finally resolved some of their uncertainties. I wonder if these eminent individuals could also eliminate them in passing. Under village chief Zhu's hopeful gaze, the suited man maintained his composure and assured, "Rest assured, once the source is eradicated, they shall naturally vanish as well." That is reassuring. Village chief Zhu felt a sense of relief. With the desired information gleaned, the group refrained from further interruption. In a secluded area, the woman with curly hair was the first to speak, expressing her concern that the three individuals might have made a pact with the mountain deity. The others, similarly beguiled, shared her sentiments. The man in the suit spoke in a low tone, asserting that the peculiarities surrounding the village had explanations, although the deaths of over 60 villagers remained a mystery. He suspected a connection to the mountain god and the shaman. It was conceivable that this was a self-directed performance to offer tributes to the deity. If one incident occurred, another would surely follow. Having eliminated A Wang's mother, who would be next? There would still be A Zhuang's mother, A Kai's mother, and others. The key to thwarting the upcoming ritual lay with the shaman, but they needed to be cautious of her ability to induce inexplicable deaths. The shaman herself might possess no extraordinary powers. Rather, such abilities likely stemmed from the so-called mountain god. As evening fell, at the home of village chief Zhu, the players gazed at the sumptuous dishes, discreetly stealing glances at the young man in the hoodie, who was always the first to eat. Sushi took a few bites, pondering that the flavor of this meal seemed rather peculiar. Before long, he suddenly felt dizzy and nauseous, his chest tightening as he succumbed to an uncontrollable cough. Goodness, the food is poisoned. His alarming condition caught the attention of the others, especially when they witnessed the hoodie-clad youth coughing up blood. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they grasped that something was amiss with the meal. The curly-haired woman and the young man in the duckbill cap, having consumed a small amount as well, hurriedly began to induce vomiting. Sushi felt a piercing pain in his eyes and chest, his breathing growing increasingly labored, as though he were on the verge of suffocation. Hearing the commotion, the family of village chief Zhu emerged from the kitchen, their faces pale with shock at the scene before them. This is the curse of A Wang's mother. Just as She contemplated succumbing to death, he overheard the mention of a curse by village chief Zhu. Was it not the food's fault? Had he fallen victim to the machinations of the mountain god and the shaman? Suddenly, he recalled a piece of candy he possessed that could eliminate all negative states. Yet, as he retrieved it from his pocket and unwrapped it, he found it impossible to bring the candy to his mouth. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and his body quivered sporadically, as if an unseen force were preventing him from consuming the candy. Is there something foul at work against me? Just then, a tall, slender man hurried to Sushi's side and, squatting down, took the candy from Sushi's hand and placed it into his mouth. Taken aback for a moment, Sushi then expressed his gratitude with a grateful glance. "Brother, you are a good soul." As the candy melted in his mouth, a warm sensation surged into his abdomen. However, after waiting for a while, he realized it had no effect whatsoever. Darn it, it's not a curse. The food is indeed poisoned. In my pocket, another piece. Cough. Sushi rasped, struggling to ask the tall man to retrieve the other piece of candy from his pocket. The slender, tall man swiftly retrieved the pure white candy once more, offering it to Sushi without uttering a word. As soon as Sushi finished the confection, all traces of pain dissipated, and his condition instantly returned to its peak. Indeed, it was the food's influence. The floral paper candy proved ineffective, while the pure white candy revealed its efficacy, confirming that this was not the curse purported by Village Chief Zhu, but rather a form of physical harm. The curly-haired woman and the young man in the duckbill cap now lay curled on the ground, gasping for breath, much like Sushi had moments before. The man in the suit and the woman in the long dress had subdued Village Chief Zhu's family and were now pressing for answers. Seeing that she was unharmed, the slender man proceeded to check on the condition of the other two. Gradually rising to his feet, Sushi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It seemed a bit wasteful to have consumed 2 candies. Sushi's gaze slowly shifted towards the table laden with food. As his vision became clearer, he realized he had just picked up his chopsticks. Chapter 70. Greed. We must not regard Master Sushi in the same light as ordinary players. The chopsticks were gently placed upon the table, producing a faint sound that immediately captured everyone's attention. After patting his pocket to ensure the 2 pieces of candy were safely tucked away, Sushi turned his gaze towards his teammates with a sense of reassurance. The others witnessed the hoodie-clad youth silently scrutinizing the dishes before suddenly raising his eyes and articulating with deliberate clarity, "The food is poisoned." These 4 simple words fell like a drop of oil into boiling water, transforming the expressions of the 5 individuals dramatically. The curly-haired woman and the young man in the cap, who had already picked up their chopsticks, immediately tossed them onto the table. No one questioned the veracity of Sushi's statement. After all, he was always the first to test for poison at mealtime. The man in the suit cast a searching glance at the enigmatic and reticent youth before him, then shouted towards the kitchen, "Village Chief Zhu." Soon, Village Chief Zhu emerged. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, his previously calm demeanor had turned anxious. Was the food not to the taste of these esteemed individuals? Observing their silence and indifferent gazes directed at him, Village Chief Zhu grew increasingly flustered. He could not fathom how he had suddenly offended these exalted figures and cautiously inquired, "Shall I have my wife prepare a different meal for you, esteemed guests?" The man in the suit narrowed his eyes slightly, detecting no hint of deceit in Village Chief Zhu. Either the man was genuinely unaware, or his acting skills were exceedingly refined. "No need. We cannot partake in this poisoned meal." "What?" The players watched Village Chief Zhu's every move with vigilance, ready to subdue him at the slightest indication of wrongdoing. However, to their astonishment, Village Chief Zhu suddenly dashed toward the kitchen, exclaiming in a frantic tone, "Wife, shall you stop eating now?" The remaining individuals exchanged bewildered glances before hastily following suit. In the kitchen, a small table stood beside the stove where Wu Zuifan was serving rice, and Zhu Yu was pouring himself some soup. They had evidently not yet begun their meal. Upon hearing the terrified shouts of their patriarch, both paused in confusion. "What is going on?" Wu Zuifan questioned, looking curiously at the breathless Village Chief Zhu, unable to comprehend the situation. "Stop eating. The esteemed guests say this food is poisoned." Upon realizing that his wife and grandson had yet to partake of the meal, Village Chief Zhu's expression relaxed with relief. "What?" Wu Zuifan and Zhu Yu were taken aback. The players who followed them into the kitchen were equally bewildered. Were they not the ones who had poisoned the food? That seemed implausible. Wu Zuifan exclaimed in disbelief, "I prepared all of this food myself. I watched the entire process. How could it have been poisoned?" Village Chief Zhu furrowed his brow tightly and turned to the 6 esteemed guests he had invited, hesitantly asking, "Are you certain this food is poisoned?" The gaze of the crowd fell once more upon the youth in the hoodie. Sushi nodded calmly. No one could be more certain than he, who had experienced the abrupt interruption. Village Chief Zhu wiped his face with a determined expression and instructed the players to wait momentarily before stepping out. Soon, they witnessed Village Chief Zhu entering with a chicken in his grasp. He fed the chicken some cooked rice, and before long, the once lively creature suddenly collapsed, convulsing violently before falling silent. Except for Su Shi, the expressions of everyone else were far from pleasant. Not to mention the dishes. It was evident that the rice itself was indeed toxic. Wu Tsuifen's legs weakened, her voice trembling as she inquired, Who? Who intends to harm us? Zhu Yu, terrified, clung tightly to Wu Tsuifen, rendered speechless. The family's reaction was too genuine to be feigned. The players momentarily dismissed their suspicions about them. If both the food and the dishes were poisoned, it was highly probable that the water quality was at fault. Unbeknownst to them, the girl in the long dress had approached the stove, scrutinizing it closely before drawing a conclusion. Water? Both village chief Zhu and Wu Tsuifen were taken aback. This afternoon, the impeller of our courtyard's well pump was damaged, so I fetched water from a neighboring family's well. The tone of village chief Zhu was taut, laced with a palpable sense of dread. The youth in the duckbill cap pressed further. Which household? The Flash Play production team. Song Yin gazed at the large screen, her expression a blend of concern and relief. It is truly unexpected that the food contained poison. Thankfully, Sushi detected it in advance. Yet, she pondered how he had discerned it, especially since he appeared ready to dig in. Since the incident with Old Loon knocking on the door at midnight, there had been no further commentary from him. With Old Lu's targeted knocking and the so-called blessings from the mountain deity, even she found the situation somewhat suspicious. To avoid backlash from netizens, she and the two experts wisely opted to remain in the background. However, they were still on a show, and it was impossible to remain silent indefinitely. This was an excellent opportunity for commentary. Chao Hongba pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Sushi has always been an astute observer. After the players returned from the mountain deity temple, they encountered village chief Zhu inspecting the impeller by the well. He likely noticed something amiss at that time. Guing chimed in with a smile. I share your view. The damaged impeller needs replacing or welding, and village chief Zhu does not appear to be adept in such matters. Otherwise, he would not merely be inspecting without taking action. Engaging help requires time, and likewise, replacement or welding demands time. The absence of outsiders at village chief Zhu's home that afternoon suggests the well remained unserviceable. Song Yin curiously inquired, how then did Sushi determine that the food, made with the changed water, was toxic? Chao Hongba shook his head in resignation. I cannot provide an accurate analysis on that front. Perhaps his sense of smell differs from ordinary individuals, allowing him to keenly detect the anomaly in the food. Go Ing pondered thoughtfully. It is also possible that he is, in fact, testing us. Chao Hongba was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Yi Ying replied. We must not regard Master Su Shi in the same light as ordinary players. For instance, while the others are focused on the issue of water quality, Master Su Shi might be contemplating a far deeper level. Let's not forget the over 60 villagers who perished in Ningyi village over the past 3 years. We still remain oblivious to the circumstances surrounding their deaths. Chao Hongba's eyes suddenly brightened. Are you suggesting that Master Su suspects a connection between the villagers' deaths and the water quality? Indeed, Master Su Shi must have harbored such suspicions for quite some time, as the silent demise of numerous villagers could very well be attributed to water contamination. Chapter 71. Greed when one eliminates all impossibilities. What remains, however improbable, must be the truth. One moment, it is the peculiar wheat field. The next, an elderly man knocking at midnight, and even a bizarre mountain deity. The village is rife with strange occurrences, compelling him to suppress his conjectures for the time being. Chao Hongba pondered deeply, feeling a hint of hesitation. Might this be somewhat far-fetched? If he were to deduce that the villagers' inexplicable deaths were likely due to poisoning from contaminated water, that would seem quite reasonable. Yet such an assumption had long been considered. Guing refrained from further debate, instead posing a counter-question. Why did he always choose to sample the dishes first? This left Chao Hongba momentarily speechless. Indeed, engaging in the perilous task of testing for poison requires a certain confidence. Few players would dare undertake such a risk without it. Professor Chao, we are not broadcasting the actions of ordinary players. Consider his first dungeon. When Gu Ing initially heard that a player had completed a solo dungeon in under 3 minutes, He instinctively believed it to be an exaggerated marketing gimmick. However, upon witnessing the recorded stream, his skepticism swiftly dissipated, replaced by profound astonishment. I am certain that many of the viewers present must have pondered why, despite seemingly having no clues, Sushi directly completed the challenge. Guing smiled faintly. It is precisely because his thinking operates on a different plane than ours. To illustrate, a kindergarten child requires fingers to count single-digit additions and subtractions, while a student from a higher grade can ascertain the answer at a mere glance. What we might perceive as a mere ornament or trivial conversation could, in his eyes, represent a crucial clue. This highlights the disparity between him and us. Although he could not fathom how she discerned the presence of poison in the food, it was evident that the latter had, through some means, accurately determined that the dishes were indeed toxic. Chow Hongba, reflecting on that miraculous video, gradually found himself swayed by Gu Ying's argument. Indeed, if there had not been prior speculation, who would possess the audacity to test poison first every time, even distinguishing whether the food was tainted? In the real world, villagers would inevitably presume that their continuous deaths were due to some infectious disease rampant in their midst or a mass poisoning incident. Excluding disease, the implementation of poisoning would render water sources a feasible and less challenging method. Conversely, within the dungeon, they readily attributed the occurrences to supernatural forces, failing to consider diseases or poisoning. This preconceived notion stemmed from the absence of the mysterious powers found within the dungeon in the real world, leading them to seek answers through more scientific avenues. Sushi, however, was different. They were tracing the cause from the outcome. While he had contemplated this aspect from the outset, when one eliminates all impossibilities, whatever remains, no matter how implausible, must be the truth. Chow Hongba currently embodies this mindset. Song Yin glanced at the reticent Chow Hongba, assuming he disagreed with Gu Ying's perspective, and remarked, "It appears that both experts hold differing views. However, that is quite all right. We can proceed further. Are you suggesting that Master Su deduced the potential toxicity of the water source after hearing the initial background for Village Chief Zhu? Though I concede that my intellect may not be remarkable, equating me to a kindergarten child seems excessively unfair. Your previous comparisons depend on whom you are measuring against. If you can still maintain a kindergarten level compared to Master Su, consider yourself fortunate. While we may jest, have you all forgotten which production team we are currently with? Daily inquiry. When will the production team cease operations? This scenario is rather sinister, leading players toward the mysterious while quietly administering poison. Initially, with the emergence of the mountain god and the living sacrifice, the situation of the quest seemed almost clear, yet now there arises another poisoning incident. It does feel somewhat disjointed, akin to watching a horror film that unexpectedly transforms into a mystery. Oh heavens, I, the devoted follower, would trade a decade of the production team's existence for Master Su's safe passage through this quest. Such a harsh wish. A decade is far too brief. Let it be a century, and may blessings also extend to Master Chung Su. Following Village Chief Zhu's guidance, the 6 individuals arrived at one of the empty houses in the village. This is the place, according to Village Chief Zhu. This residence was once inhabited by a man in his 60s who, upon returning home one day, collapsed at his doorstep, perspiring profusely, and succumbed shortly thereafter. The group drew a bucket of water from the well. To the naked eye, the water appeared clear and unblemished. However, none dared to touch or taste it. Soon, Village Chief Zhu entered, carrying a chicken from the yard. After reassuring his wife and grandson, he hurried over. If the water were indeed toxic, it would spell disaster for the village. Conversely, if the water were harmless, the inexplicable poisoning of his family's meals would equally be a grave matter. In any case, he fervently hoped these skilled individuals could uncover the truth behind the circumstances. Under Village Chief Zhu's scrutiny, the chicken that drank the water soon exhibited convulsions before dying, much like the one that had consumed cooked rice earlier. It appears that the well water is indeed the culprit, the man in the suit stated solemnly. How could this happen? Village Chief Zhu asked, bewildered. The players contemplated the situation more profoundly than the chief. The woman in the long dress cautioned. We do not yet know if this well is the only source contaminated. The chief's expression shifted dramatically as he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "This is terrible. If the villagers have all consumed the well water, village chief, please remain calm." The man in the suit promptly intervened, halting the chief from rallying the villagers. "It is already evening. The villagers have likely consumed most of their dinner by now. If there were an issue, they would have already raised an uproar. It is too quiet. Do you not hear the elders chatting nearby?" Upon hearing this, village chief Zhu also calmed down. Indeed, after dinner, the villagers enjoy chatting at their doorsteps, only closing them to guard against old Lu when night falls. Now, if he listens carefully, he can faintly discern some murmurs. If every household's well were problematic, there would have been an uproar by now. Noticing that village chief Zhu was absorbing his words, the man in the suit let out a sigh of relief. He had nearly caused the other party to become alarmed. "Village chief Zhu, it was merely by chance that your family's well became unusable, leading you to draw water here. Otherwise, you would not have discovered the toxicity of this well water. Thus, what we must ascertain now is whether only this household's well water is contaminated, or if the wells of every household that has lost a villager over the past 3 years are similarly tainted." Chapter 72. Greed Do Not. Is all flash play targeting you? Village Chief Zhu is no fool. He quickly comprehended the insinuation from the man in the suit. The implication from the wise men was clear. The villagers who perished over the past 3 years did not succumb to the curse of a Wang's mother, but rather, Village Chief Zhu's voice trembled slightly, suggesting it was due to the toxic well water, is highly plausible. The man in the suit nodded, then shifted the conversation. "However, this is merely our conjecture. We will require your further verification, Chief Zhu." After a moment of silence, Village Chief Zhu spoke again, his voice hoarse. "Very well, esteemed ones. Please wait a moment while I fetch a few chickens." The girl in the long dress advised, "Please try to avoid the gaze of others." Chief Zhu acknowledged her request. If there has indeed been poisoning, he must proceed discreetly. Otherwise, should the perpetrator become aware of their intentions to test the water with the chickens, no one could predict what actions the villain might undertake next. Once Village Chief Zhu departed, the young man in the duckbill cap could not contain himself. Do we still need to halt the sacrificial rites? If over 60 villagers from Ningyi village perished due to poisoning, then a Wang's mother's vengeance would indeed be a farce. The strange occurrences in the peculiar wheat field could also be confirmed as the villagers' offering to the mountain deity. As for the upcoming live sacrifice in 2 days, it seemingly bore no relation to the matter of poisoned well water. The curly-haired woman toyed with her hair. Her mood had soured since returning from the mountain god's temple, and she remained silent. The man in the suit perceived the thoughts of the young man in the duckbill cap, but held a different perspective. The sacrificial rites to the mountain god and the poison water may not be entirely unrelated. Let us not forget our earlier speculation regarding a self-directed performance. The shaman, in an effort to instill faith in the mountain deity among the villagers, might have poisoned the wells of certain villagers, fabricating the illusion of a Wang's mother's revenge to instill fear in the remaining villagers. Moreover, she could periodically poison a few villagers to reinforce their reverence for the mountain god. This possibility is quite substantial. Thus, I believe we should focus on the shaman. She is indeed the pivotal figure in this narrative. Sushi was attentively listening to his teammate's analysis when he suddenly felt someone gazing at him. Turning his head, he discovered it was the tall, slender man who had fed him candy when he was on the brink of demise, a figure he had previously perceived as benevolent. Just as Sushi pondered the man's motives for looking at him, he saw the man approaching. "The blessing of the mountain god seems to draw you into a web of peculiar attention," the tall man murmured softly. Sushi was momentarily taken aback. It appeared the man had come solely to remind him of this matter. He replied, "I understand. Thank you for the warning." In truth, he had been contemplating the same. Yet, the reason behind the inexplicable favor from the mountain god remained a mystery to him, and he surmised the tall man was equally unaware. Two taciturn titans are actually conversing. The earlier prophet who claimed that receiving the mountain deity's favor would lead to a swifter demise has been silenced. Observing Sushi's unchanged expression, it is evident that he was already aware of this. If Sushi were oblivious, it would indeed be abnormal. I have pursued Chung Su through several instances, and I must admit, I am somewhat reflective. The name Sunshine juxtaposed with a gloomy demeanor, yet a character that is cold outwardly, yet warm within. It is amusing how one's personality intertwines with their name and aura. The 6 individuals waited for a brief moment before they were soon greeted by village chief Zhu, who arrived carrying 2 chickens in each hand. Under Zhu's guidance, they proceeded to test the well water from the homes of 2 deceased villagers, discovering that the water had indeed been poisoned. Who could be so heartless? Lamented village chief Zhu. Initially suspecting malevolent spirits, it became clear that a deliberate act of poisoning had occurred. As the day drew to a close, the suited man could only offer a few words of comfort to village chief Zhu, urging him to keep this matter discreet for fear of alerting the perpetrator, before sending him on his way. The situation had unexpectedly shifted from exorcism to investigation, seemingly reducing the immediate danger, yet no one dared to let their guard down. The group agreed to probe the fortune teller the following day and return to their respective abodes before darkness enveloped the land. As she prepared to enter his room, he paused momentarily upon hearing the sound of the duck-billed, cap-wearing youth closing the door ahead of him. Since their return from the mountain deity's temple, both the youth and the curly-haired woman had grown notably more taciturn. Sushi shut the door, dismissing their peculiar behavior from his mind, and instead pondered another matter. Did this instance harbor some unknown malice towards him? Otherwise, he could not fathom why he would suddenly be favored by the mountain deity. Among the 6 players, surely it could not be that he was the unluckiest one chosen at random? If the persistent old man was fixated on him due to the mountain deity's favor, why then was he unable to partake in any celebratory sweets? It felt as though an invisible force was influencing his fate. Could it be that the game Divine Hunt had finally identified him as a bug and commenced its eradication? Surely not. Yet the more she contemplated, the more it seemed that Divine Hunt was indeed targeting him. What other reason could there be? Aside from his ability to revert to a previous state, he was merely an ordinary player. Inevitably, that day arrived. Sushi was not particularly surprised. After all, returning from death was an extraordinary advantage. If there were no limit to the number of times he could revert, he would essentially be invulnerable within the instance. No matter how he reasoned, he could not believe that Divine Hunt would permit such a glaring flaw to roam freely within its realms. However, he was uncertain how many more times he could revert. Now, the game had imposed what felt like a curse upon him. Sushi suddenly experienced a premonition that his life might be nearing its end. Upon reflection, he felt this intuition was accurate. The curse might accelerate the depletion of his reversion opportunities, and the consumption of these opportunities would hasten his demise. Once he had exhausted his chances to revert, true death would likely be imminent. Sushi lay upon his bed, feeling surprisingly untroubled. He found himself contemplating that since he had already been marked by the Divine Hunt game, there was no need to meticulously tally the death count for each dungeon. After all, death was inevitable, whether sooner or later. As for the possibility of unlimited respawns, that rendered any need for caution utterly unnecessary. He patted his head, realizing this newfound clarity. Although he had been afflicted with a rather unfortunate buff, this line of reasoning made his predicament seem no different from before. What is Sushi pondering? His expression is so serious. Surely he is contemplating how to conquer the dungeon. The comments section remained blissfully unaware that their esteemed leader was actually pondering the origin of the mysterious power within him. And his thoughts had grown even more audacious as a result. Had they known, they would undoubtedly be tugging at Sushi's ears, exclaiming, "No, it is all flash play targeting you." Chapter 73. The burden of greed. On the following morning, the 6 individuals gradually assembled, preparing to head to the village chief's residence. Sushi, trailing behind the others, stifled a yawn. The previous night, a knock echoed at the door at the same time as 2 nights prior. The old man was as persistent as ever, inquiring about the existence of gold. Perhaps influenced by this, Sushi dreamt of cradling a stack of gold while sprinting ahead. The old man fervently pursuing him, shouting, "You possess gold! You possess gold!" Absurd. Just as Sushi sought to shake off this bizarre dream, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. He promptly advanced to investigate. There, the curly-haired woman who had been leading was now curled on the ground, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. Observing her distress, Sushi's immediate thought was poisoning. The symptoms mirrored precisely those he experienced after consuming tainted food. His exclamation cast a somber pall over the faces of the other four. Though they were uncertain how the hooded youth could ascertain that the curly-haired woman was poisoned rather than afflicted by another ailment. His previous ability to identify the poisoned meal suggested he possessed some expertise in this regard. "Let us take her to Chief Zhu," suggested the girl in the long dress. But before she could assist, the tall, lean man had already lifted the curly-haired woman into his arms. "Let's go." The group hastily made their way toward the chief's home. The Zhu family had been greatly startled by the poisoned meal the previous day and had ventured to borrow well water from other villagers that morning, even procuring a chicken to test for toxins. Only after confirming its safety did they dare prepare breakfast. Upon seeing the extraordinary individuals who had identified the poison in their meal arrive, they intended to assure them that breakfast was safe to consume. However, they were met with the sight of the curly-haired woman, cradled by the tall man, appearing gravely ill. "What has happened?" Wu Tsuifan inquired in astonishment. The girl in the long dress quickly explained. "She has been poisoned. Does your village have a health station or any medical facility?" Chief Zhu nodded urgently. Yes. I shall take you to Xiaogao immediately." As they proceeded, Chief Zhu introduced them to Xiaogao. Ningyi village was relatively small, with most able-bodied individuals having sought work elsewhere, resulting in less developed medical facilities. Only a young man named Gao Zhuang had returned to the village after several years of training at a clinic in town, serving as a barefoot doctor. Villagers typically sought him out for medical assistance. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, a modest clinic came into view. Chief Zhu shouted, "Xiaogao, come quickly. Someone has been poisoned." Moments later, a frail young man emerged from the clinic, swiftly opening the door. "Bring her inside." The tall man carried the curly-haired woman in first. Sushi lingered at the back, unable to resist casting a glance at the young man named Gao Zhuang, who was neither particularly tall nor robust. The clinic was rather small, and with 8 people inside, it felt quite cramped. Gao Zhuang examined the condition of the curly-haired woman and hesitantly turned to village chief Zhu, saying, "Director, this is the result of a curse from Aunt May." Just as village chief Zhu was about to refute the notion of a curse, he was interrupted by the man in the suit. He inquired of Gao Zhuang, "Is there truly no way to save her? Perhaps you should take another look." Gao Zhuang shook his head. "Her symptoms mirror those of the previous victims. I cannot discern any underlying issues. Rather than consulting me, it would be wiser to seek the village shaman. She possesses the ability to communicate with the mountain deity and may have a solution." Village chief Zhu wished to clarify that the so-called curse was merely a case of poisoning, but as he was interrupted by the eminent figures around him, he began to realize that they were uninterested in the truth. "Why was that? You are a doctor. How can you possibly believe in such nonsensical curses?" remarked the girl in the long dress coldly. "Let us head to the town. Surely a physician there will recognize the symptoms." Sushi observed the curly-haired woman, who had begun to cough, and thought that she might not last much longer, yet she had endured far longer than he had anticipated. The other players were acutely aware that the woman was doomed, and they were primarily testing the capabilities of this young doctor named Gao Zhuang. After receiving a reprimand, Gao Zhuang's face flushed with embarrassment and discomfort. "But I truly cannot save her." In the next moment, the curly-haired woman suddenly grasped Gao Zhuang's arm with such force that it wrinkled his coat. She moved her lips, seemingly attempting to utter the words, "Save me." But before she could speak, the light in her eyes extinguished. After struggling for several minutes, the curly-haired woman drew her last breath. The inexplicable death of a player, occurring so abruptly, cast a heavy pall over the group. Village Chief Zhu appeared increasingly anxious. The eminent figures were invited by him, and now one had perished in the village. It would be easier to attribute the death to a curse, but to have succumbed to poisoning, it was likely to invite trouble. Gao Zhuang sighed. "I am deeply sorry for failing to save her. At my level of medical expertise, I truly cannot identify the problem. My apologies." He turned to village chief Zhu. "Director, her symptoms are identical to those of the cursed villagers. I strongly advise that you consult the shaman." Upon hearing this, village chief Zhu could not help but sigh inwardly. He had already discerned that this was no curse. Consulting the shaman would be futile. Curses? Do such things truly exist? The man in the suit murmured softly. Let's seek out this so-called shaman, the girl in the long dress remarked coldly. As the two turned to leave, the tall, slender man lifted the body of the curly-haired woman, and he and the young man in the cap exited the clinic. Before departing, Sushi cast a glance at the overflowing medicine cabinet. Once outside, the man in the suit, rubbing his hands nervously, directly addressed Village Chief Zhu. We will need your assistance in burying our companion. Do not worry. In our line of work, death is a common occurrence. Our team has a rule. Those who perish during a mission are to be buried locally. After listening to Zhu Village Chief, his mood lightened somewhat, and he nodded repeatedly. I will go seek assistance immediately. Once Zhu Village Chief departed, the tall, slender man gently placed the body of the curly-haired woman onto the ground. The remaining players were no strangers to the death of a teammate. Aside from an initial moment of solemnity, they now appeared unfazed. This robust individual is suspicious, asserted the man in the suit. The young woman in the long dress maintained a calm demeanor. His words have consistently directed us towards seeking the fortune teller. Chapter 74. The interpretation of greed. There is no need for an explanation. The young man in the duckbill cap adjusted the brim of his hat and remarked calmly, I merely wish to ascertain how this woman met her demise. Although his face betrayed no overt emotion, those present could still sense the undercurrent of restless anxiety emanating from him. The girl in the long dress bowed her head as if lost in recollection, and after a moment's pause, she slowly began to speak. After we returned to our lodgings last night, we each retreated to our respective rooms. As for anything particularly unusual, she took a shower. A shower? Inquired the man in the suit. Did she ingest anything? The girl in the long dress shook her head regretfully. I cannot say for certain. She could not have remained in the company of the curly-haired woman at all times. The man in the suit displayed no signs of disappointment. Whether contact with toxic water could also result in poisoning remained a mystery to them all. However, he leaned towards the notion that the curly-haired woman had ingested something toxic without their knowledge, rather than being contaminated through bathing in polluted water. Why do you all presume she was poisoned? The young man in the duckbill cap interjected suddenly. The others were momentarily taken aback. Why was it assumed that the curly-haired woman had suffered from poisoning? They glanced towards the youth in the hoodie, who had been quietly listening to their exchange without offering any opinions. Sushi paused for a moment. He was familiar with the symptoms of poisoning due to his own past experience. However, that was not something he could divulge. Instead, he countered, Then what do you believe caused her death? Having encountered numerous inexplicable phenomena in the previous two scenarios, Sushi had grown quite adept at navigating such discussions. An explanation? He deemed it unnecessary. Astute teammates would naturally deduce a reasonable explanation on their own. To the other players, the youth in the hoodie appeared aloof, seemingly indifferent to any challenges to his conclusions, merely intrigued by the rebuttals posed against him. He seemed eager to see what they would articulate. Although the young man seldom engaged in conversation with them, they did not underestimate him. Those who survived the scenarios might possess various flaws, but they were certainly not dim-witted, not to mention the enigmatic aura surrounding him. He had a low presence, yet his calm demeanor was strikingly conspicuous. Whether it stemmed from confidence in his own abilities or some form of assurance, such as possessing precious life-saving items, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. The young man in the duckbill cap quickly responded, My friend, you have misunderstood. I am not questioning you. My apologies for my lack of clarity. After a brief pause, he continued, What I mean to ask is, why do you all believe she poisoned herself? The girl in the long dress furrowed her brow. What are you implying? The young man in the duckbill cap smiled with an expression of resignation. Have you all forgotten the mountain god temple? Though he did not articulate it explicitly, the others instantly grasped the implication of his words. They had all been ensnared by the allure of the mountain god temple. Are you suggesting she died because she made a wish to the mountain god? The man in the suit inquired for confirmation. The youth in the duckbill cap murmured, Isn't it true that the old man Liu, who knocked on the door in the dead of night, made a wish and then died the very next day? The timeline aligns perfectly. There's indeed a semblance of logic to this. After spending the past couple of days together, they did not perceive the curly-haired woman as someone lacking in vigilance, who would carelessly consume anything in the dungeon. The demise of 3 villagers a fortnight ago serves as a testament that making a wish to the mountain spirit incurs a cost. If the curly-haired woman perished from poisoning as a result of the mountain spirit exacting this price, it sounds rather plausible. We could borrow a chicken from village chief Zhu to verify whether contact with the toxic well water causes poisoning, suggested the girl in the long dress. The man in the suit promptly dismissed her proposal, stating the specific cause of death for this player has become inconsequential. Our immediate focus should be on the shaman and the doctor named Gao Zhuang. Time is of the essence. It is already the following day. Upon hearing this, an instinctive sense of urgency washed over the group. Sushi recalled the last glimpse of the medicine cabinet before leaving the clinic. Where did the poison originate? Could it have been supplied by this very doctor? Might he even be the murderer behind the poisoning? Although lacking concrete evidence, he felt no hesitation in speculating. Bold conjectures and cautious verification are essential in the dungeon. After all, it was evident that everyone shared this line of thought. Otherwise, they would not find Gao Zhuang suspicious. Moreover, the doctor occasionally seemed to deliberately steer them toward the shaman, which felt decidedly amiss. The group stood in place for approximately 20 minutes before village chief Zhu arrived, accompanied by several villagers carrying a stretcher. After a brief burial of the curly-haired woman, time had progressed to noon. Under village chief Zhu's assurances, they finally succeeded in having a meal. The previous night, they had been preoccupied with the toxic food and testing the water quality, and this morning had been no different, as they had not had a moment to eat before the curly-haired woman's incident. They had effectively fasted for 2 meals. While players in the game do not experience hunger, their condition within the dungeon mirrors that of the real world. Even if they lacked the appetite, everyone managed to eat something to stave off their hunger. The man in the suit inquired about Gao Zhuang from village chief Zhu. It was revealed that Gao typically spent his days at the clinic, returning home around 5 in the evening, and he always locked the clinic door before leaving. Although village chief Zhu was reluctant to believe that Gao could commit such an act of poisoning, he nonetheless assisted them in obtaining a spare key to the clinic. Notably, in the afternoon, a villager approached the players, conveying a message from the shaman. The essence of the message indicated that the players had fallen victim to a curse from a Wang's mother, and to lift the curse, they should visit the mountain spirit's temple that evening. It appears there is a connection with the shaman. The 5 of them temporarily gathered at the residence of the girl in the long dress, with the remaining 4 resonating deeply with her words. As soon as one among them had passed away, the soothsayer eagerly sought them out, which seemed far too coincidental. In this narrative, coincidences are non-existent. The demise of the curly-haired woman must undoubtedly bear the mark of the soothsayer's influence. Moreover, considering the subtle hints urging them to seek out the robust figure, it is plausible that these 2 are in cahoots. The deliberate suggestion for them to visit the mountain deity temple at night, with its ominous timing and location, raises further suspicion. At the very least, we are aware that the soothsayer will be at the temple that evening, and the robust figure will not be residing at the clinic. The man in the suit cast a glance over the crowd. For the sake of efficiency, I propose we divide into 2 teams, one to search the soothsayer's residence and the other to investigate the clinic. Chapter 75. The greed of the wretched game. Sushi never anticipated that he would be paired with the tall, slender man. He had assumed he would team up with the young man in the cap, but the latter had chosen instead to partner with the girl in the long dress to investigate the residence of the soothsayer. The man in the suit opted to join them as well. Consequently, Sushi and the tall, slender man naturally formed a team to probe into the clinic. Both tacitly accepted this arrangement. For Sushi, it made little difference where they investigated. The outcome would merely vary in terms of life and death. The tall, slender man appeared indifferent, perhaps even slightly more intrigued by the clinic itself. Although it was daytime, the group had no intention of wasting time. Who knew if the soothsayer might be at the mountain deity's temple during daylight? Watching the 3 retreating figures, the tall man turned to Sushi and suggested, since the burly man is at the clinic during the day, we could examine his residence now. Sushi zidili gongut. After inquiring with village chief Zhu about the burly man's dwelling, they proceeded in that direction. On their way, Sushi felt somewhat out of place. He was accustomed to the sporadic banter of the young man in the cap. Now, the atmosphere had grown awkward with the quietude of the tall man. Suddenly, Sushi's steps halted instinctively. The tall man beside him also came to a stop. Not far from them, a slight figure was trudging forward, a grass basket slung over his back. It was a Wong. This direction led to his mother-esque grave. The tall man had previously followed a Wong once and was familiar with his route. Should we follow him? He inquired almost casually. Yet Sushi couldn't help but glance at him. The tall man was clearly eager to pursue a Wong-esque shadow. Let us go. Sushi contemplated briefly before agreeing. They had scarcely paid attention to this boy, especially after they had begun to suspect the soothsayer. He had been all but overlooked. Though Sushi was uncertain why the tall man wished to follow a Wong again, it was merely a matter of time, so long as they completed their investigation of the burly man's home before 5 o'clock. The two followed a Wong to a secluded hillside. The first thing that caught Sushi's eye was a solitary mound of earth, upon which stood a wooden board marked with uneven carvings. This must be the gravestone a Wong had fashioned for his mother, indeed bearing the simplicity the tall man had previously mentioned. They watched as a Wong gently squatted, unloading the grass basket from his back and carefully replacing the faded flowers of the grave with vibrant wildflowers. After performing this act, he fell silent, staring blankly at the gravesite. Witnessing this scene, Sushi felt a swell of complex emotions. Born into a world devoid of a father, losing his mother to a fire at the tender age of 7, the boy was left to navigate the harshness of survival alone, only to have the villagers contemplate sacrificing him to the mountain deity. Even after her mother's demise, she was utilized as a shield by those with ulterior motives, denied even a proper resting place. Sushi found it odd that this scenario was not truly governed by the lingering resentment of a Wong's mother. At the very least, it would seem reasonable for a Wong himself to be the mastermind behind it all. The burden of enduring such slander was sufficient to darken any boy's heart. Yet, the current clues indicated that the village's plight bore no relation to this mother-son duo. Just as Sushi pondered how this narrative diverged sharply from the horror novels he had perused, a tall, slender man, who had been quietly standing nearby, suddenly bent down to pluck a few dandelions. A Wong, lost in thought, raised his head in surprise as a splash of white emerged among the vibrant wildflowers before him. The tall man offered no words of consolation nor posed any inquiries, seemingly presenting a simple token of his own sentiments. Sushi lingered for a few moments, ultimately mirroring the man's actions, placing 2 dandelions before the modest gravestone. His parents had divorced during his primary school years, each remarrying, leaving him feeling like an unwanted burden, tossed back and forth between 2 families until he chose to attend a boarding school in middle school, thereby ending his transient existence. Accustomed to being a familiar stranger, lingering on the periphery of 2 families, he regarded parental relationships with a distinct detachment. However, despite never having experienced familial affection, he held a unique admiration for a Wong's mother, who single-handedly raised her child. Their gestures evidently left a Wong somewhat bewildered. After a considerable pause, he finally murmured, "Thank you. What is happening? Why did it suddenly become so sentimental?" Indeed, a Wong is quite pitiable, but they are currently navigating a perilous scenario. It would be wiser to refrain from excessive empathy. I can comprehend their actions. Surely you have perused the player backgrounds released on the official site? What? The official site has player backgrounds? Have you been asleep for a year and not awakened? I have long since searched the official site for their family histories. They are quite tragic. Chung Su's parents divorced when he was young due to his father's infidelity, and not merely with one person. He brazenly brought his mistress home while his mother was visiting her family. Wow, that's incredibly audacious. Indeed, later his mother discovered the truth and sought a divorce. But his father vehemently opposed it. Consequently, they engaged in a protracted legal battle, resulting in the court ruling in favor of his father. His father, though affluent, was devoid of compassion, neglecting his son entirely after the divorce and being exceedingly stingy towards both his ex-wife and child, delaying tuition fees and refusing to provide living expenses. On the other hand, Chung Su's mother did not remarry and relied solely on her labor to raise her son. It is no wonder that Chung Su empathizes with a Wong. He has experienced similar hardships. Life was indeed arduous for Chung Su and his mother, yet her unwavering love provided a semblance of happiness, and she is still alive, making their situation relatively more fortunate than Wang's. However, with Chung Su being selected for the perilous mission, his mother must be enduring great distress. This is undoubtedly true. The selection of players by the Divine Hunt is entirely random. If it were within my power, my first course of action would be to ensure his father was among those chosen. Wait a moment. When did the official player's background become so detailed? Ah, well, it appears someone took the initiative to thoroughly investigate and expose the information, aiming to disgrace Chung Su's father publicly. Surely, that person isn't you? What about Su Shi, an orphan raised in an orphanage? Chung Su at least had a loving mother, while Su Shi has lost even that. How despicable, preying on orphans. Chapter 76, Greed. It was his first encounter with death by vampiric means. Outside, the Flash Play program team was once again engulfed in a tempest of comments. Inside the instance, after Su Shi and his companion presented a bouquet of dandelions as a modest token of their sentiments, they intended to depart. Just as they turned to leave, they heard the boy behind them urgently calling out, "Wait, I know you. You are the masters invited by Grandpa, the village chief." Su Shi paused upon hearing this. The tall, lean man responded with a calm HM. Wang fidgeted with the hem of his garment, his gaze fixated on a nearby grave. And he spoke with a hint of distress. "I'm sorry. I previously locked you out." His mother had always taught him to be polite, yet he did not wish to extend courtesy to those he deemed malevolent. He believed these masters were wicked. "My mother did not turn into a malevolent spirit, nor did she harm anyone. I beg you, do not hurt her." Su Shi was momentarily taken aback by the boy's words. He found it perplexing. If Wang's mother had not become a vengeful ghost, why would Wang fear them harming her? They had no target for exorcism. The tall, lean man paused, his tone unconsciously softening slightly. "We understand." Sensing that this solitary statement did not adequately convey their stance, he added, "Rest assured, we will not harm your mother." Upon hearing this, Wang visibly relaxed. Perhaps buoyed by the gentle demeanor of these two brothers, he inexplicably trusted their promise. Su Shi was uncertain if the boy comprehended that he was a sacrificial offering for the ritual, but he did not intend to inquire further. After all, one of their objectives was to halt this human sacrifice. Observing the boy, who seemed to still carry guilt for having locked them out previously, Su Shi's gaze shifted thoughtfully. He suddenly recalled an unresolved matter and cautiously asked, "Do you know how the fire at your home 3 years ago started?" After posing the question, Su Shi noticed the tall, lean man glance at him, the emotions in his eyes leaving him somewhat bewildered. Was there something amiss with his inquiry? He deemed it a crucial point. Wang, oblivious to the silent exchange between the two brothers, sniffled but did not conceal anything, showing less resistance than during their first meeting. "The police said it was due to aging wires, but no one believes them. They all say it was my father who burned my mother." The "they" here unmistakably referred to the villagers. Su Shi was somewhat surprised. It seemed that when the great fire broke out 3 years ago, the village had indeed called the police, yet village chief Zhu had never mentioned this to them. This vital piece of information further underscored Wang's mother's innocence. Wang understood the cause of the fire at his home, yet he was not well informed about the deaths in the village, maintaining a hostile attitude towards the so-called shamans and mountain deities. Having gleaned a hidden piece of information from Wang, the two did not linger any longer. After bidding farewell to the boy, they made their way toward the home of Gao Zhuang. The atmosphere along the path remained as silent as ever. Yet Su Shi felt no embarrassment, for he was lost in the recollection of his recent conversation with Wang. The reason they had been barred from Wang's home during their initial visit was that Wang, upon discovering their esteemed identities, mistakenly believed they intended harm to his mother, leading to his hostility. However, upon entering the village chief had requested they pose as relatives of Wu Cuifan. Logically, Wang should have been unaware of their true identities. Yet, Su Shi quickly recalled the village chief's grandson, Zhu Yu. From Zhu Yu's words, it was evident that the two boys shared a close bond. If Zhu Yu had informed Wang, it would indeed make sense. There was also a rather contradictory point raised by Wang. He claimed his mother was not a vengeful spirit, yet implored them not to harm her. Could it be inferred that the spirit of Wang's mother truly existed? Su Shi instinctively touched the goosebumps on his arms. He harbored an inexplicable fear of such intangible entities. Furthermore, Why had the village chief concealed the true circumstances of the fire? They had initially dismissed their suspicions regarding him, but now doubts resurfaced. At this hour, most villagers were likely indulging in their midday slumber, and the path was nearly deserted. After walking for over half an hour, the two arrived at a two-story building. As expected, the door was tightly locked. Su Shi, who had never learned to pick locks, was considering checking for windows when he noticed a tall, slender man produce a syringe from his pocket. The man inspected the antique lock and deftly manipulated the lock with the syringe's needle. After a short while, the lock clicked open. Su Shi glanced at the syringe, which contained some kind of liquid. Only props could be brought into this scenario. However, he had no interest in prying into another's private belongings and chose to feign ignorance. They successfully entered the house, and Su Shi had barely taken a few steps inside when he halted in astonishment. It was not a matter of danger, but rather the items arranged on the first floor that left him bewildered. Wreaths, incense, paper effigies. Upon seeing those familiar funeral supplies, Su Shi almost believed he had returned to the funeral parlor of the second scenario. Wasn't Gao Zhuang a doctor? Why were there such mortuary items in the house? The quantity was even rather substantial. The tall, slender man appeared equally taken aback. They ascended to the second floor for a brief inspection, which revealed a normal living space devoid of anything unusual. After meticulously searching the entire building, apart from the odd funeral items on the first floor, everything else seemed quite ordinary. With Gao Zhuang's work shift drawing to a close, they could not uncover any further information and decided to leave for the time being. Exiting the house, the tall man skillfully locked the door once more. To avoid encountering Gao Zhuang, they deliberately took a longer route. By now, the sky had begun to darken, and, typically, players would have returned to their temporary lodgings by this hour. Yet tonight, they were compelled to act under the cover of darkness. The villagers likely refrained from venturing outside at night out of fear of the old man Lu, though they had yet to decipher Lu's method of attack. His predictable and monotonous behavior made him appear relatively easy to outsmart. Su Shi may not fully comprehend the potential consequences of encountering Lu Laotu face-to-face outside the confines of his room at night. However, since the shaman has extended an invitation for them to visit the mountain deity temple, it could imply that Lu Laotu's threat is not particularly grave. Surely, the shaman's true intent cannot merely be to lure them out under false pretenses. If that were indeed the case, then one might as well embrace death itself. Gao Zhuang's residence is approximately a 20-minute walk from the clinic. Before darkness enveloped the surroundings, the two arrived at the clinic. Gao Zhuang had already concluded his work for the day, leaving the clinic shrouded in a dim silence devoid of any illumination. Without hesitation, Su Shi retrieved the spare key provided by village head Zhu and unlocked the clinic door. The interior remained unchanged from the daylight hours, but an eerie stillness prevailed. The tall, slender man made his way directly to the consultation table, while Su Shi began to examine the various medicine boxes on the shelves. After meticulously inspecting each cabinet, Su Shi fell into deep contemplation. He discovered that many of the medications had already expired, yet they remained displayed on the shelves, most of which were chlorinated drugs. At that moment, the tall, slender man had also finished reviewing the documents on the consultation table. After organizing the papers, he approached Su Shi. I glanced over the treatment records, and it appears that Gao Zhuang has prescribed medications almost invariably laced with cyanide, he remarked. Su Shi shared his own findings with him. At this juncture, the situation had become quite clear. The toxins in the well likely originated from those chlorinated drugs on the shelves, and Gao Zhuang was prescribing cyanide-laced medications to the villagers. It was no wonder that villagers were perishing one after another. If they did not succumb, who would? The ability to swiftly arrive at such conclusions stemmed from their prior knowledge that the villagers had died from poisoning. Gao Zhuang, with access to pharmaceuticals, evidently possessed the means to perpetrate such an act. The only lingering question was why he would poison the villagers and deliberately prescribe harmful medications. What advantage would killing these villagers confer upon Gao Zhuang? The tall, slender man whispered, "Let us proceed and reunite with the others." The true culprit has been identified. The roles of the shaman and the mountain deity in this narrative will depend on the progress of the other team. Su Shi nodded in agreement. Such convoluted matters required discussion with his astute companions, although To be precise, he was merely an observer. As Sushi opened the clinic door, he had not yet stepped outside when an unidentified object struck him forcefully, accompanied by a sound of shattering. A strong scent of blood assailed his senses. Instinctively, Sushi reached for his clothing, only to find his palm instantly coated in a viscous liquid. With a howl, as Sushi was momentarily dazed by the impact, an emaciated corpse lunged at him from around the corner, attempting to bite into his carotid artery. In mere seconds, the situation shifted dramatically. Sushi felt a searing pain in his neck, while the weight of the cadaver pressed down on him with an extraordinary force, pinning him down. Just before his consciousness faded, he glimpsed the tall, slender man plunging a syringe into the corpse's body. Sushi remained poised at the door, still in the act of opening it. He raised his hand to touch his neck. It was, after all, the first time he had succumbed to a fatal encounter with a vampire. Chapter 77, Greed, I Have Perished. At this moment, Sushi's live streaming room is filled with anxious chatter. Oh no, please don't open the door. Why not? What is happening? Is there something outside? But aren't we following the player's perspective? You should check out that guy in the Duckbill Cap S stream to understand. I'm back. This fellow is actually lying in wait outside. I witnessed everything. Allow me to explain. The guy in the Duckbill Cap and the man in the suit seemed to have conspired, but I couldn't decipher their cryptic conversation. However, they both used blood to lure a corpse. It's the couple who perished in the fields. There's a corpse outside, lured there by the Duckbill Cap guy. He still has a packet of blood, just waiting for Sushi and the others to open the door and toss it in. How sinister. Why would WK want to harm Sushi and the others? That remains a mystery. Could it be that the man in the suit is leading another corpse to the girl in the long dress? Yes, you guessed right. I reward you with a corpse. I'm not joking. The two in the clinic are in grave danger. Upon grasping the situation, the barrage of comments turned to concern. It was evident that the two prominent figures had not prepared for this at all, completely unaware that a player had lured a corpse to ambush them outside the clinic. As the audience anxiously spammed the phrase, "Don't open the door," they envisioned a scene of the two being attacked by the corpse upon opening the door. Just then, a young man dressed in a black hoodie paused, gripping the handle momentarily before turning to the tall, slender man beside him and inquired, "Does this clinic have a back door?" The clinic was divided into two sections, the outer area with a consultation table and medicine cabinet, and the inner area with examination beds, separated by a curtain. Throughout the day, none of the players had ventured behind the curtain, so Sushi was unaware of the existence of a back door. Although the tall man appeared puzzled, he ventured inside to check, soon emerging with a response. "Yes, why do you ask?" Not suspecting that the young man in the hoodie would frivolously inquire about a back door, the slender man's mind raced through possibilities, and he could not help but voice his thoughts. "Are you concerned about danger outside?" Sushi nodded slightly. He hadn't anticipated the man's keen perception. Yet, recalling how swiftly the individual had injected the corpse after he was tackled, he felt less astonished. This man was evidently quick on his feet. Unfortunately, the corpse acted even faster, and the individual could not be saved. However, Sushi was not merely suspicious. He had indeed felt the chilling reality. The blood splattered on him upon opening the door made it clear that someone was deliberately lurking outside. The question remained, who were those individuals? The burly figure intent on silencing them? Villagers who had discovered their identities? Or the ambiguous village chief Zhu? Could it even be the soothsayer? After all, it was the soothsayer who had invited them to venture out at night. Yet, would the soothsayer resort to such physical methods? One would expect her to hide in the shadows, muttering incantations to cast curses upon them. Having contemplated all the potential suspects in his mind, Sushi silently expressed his frustrations before ultimately conceding to a lack of a definitive target. The identity of the individual would soon be revealed. Sushi shared his plan with the tall, slender man, seeking his collaboration. The strategy was straightforward. Sushi would attract attention at the front entrance while the tall man discreetly exited through the back to ambush the hidden assailants. As for why he wasn't the one to apprehend the culprits himself, he feared he might be outmatched. "I can handle a fight," the tall man had asserted. However, uncertainty lingered regarding the presence of potential watchers at the back door. Holding a syringe, the tall man positioned himself at the rear entrance, ostensibly inquiring whether the hooded youth sensed danger outside, though he had already discerned the other's firm conviction that trouble awaited them. Among the players he had encountered, this youth exuded a unique air of mystery, prompting him to trust his judgment. Gripping the syringe tightly, he cautiously opened the back door. Outside, the night was tranquil, and a gentle breeze carried a hint of chill. For the moment, there was no immediate threat. After the other had departed, Sushi lingered for a brief moment longer. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to gauge his own reaction speed. Pressing the handle down gently, he opened the door, and in an instant, perhaps due to some premonition, Sushi's keen eyes caught sight of a blood bag hurled through the air. Regrettably, he couldn't discern who was lurking in the shadows before his instincts kicked in, slamming the door shut and locking it with a swift motion. The blood bag struck the door with a heavy thud. In the next heartbeat, a tremendous force collided with the door. Sushi hastily retreated several steps and then turned to sprint towards the back entrance, with the blood at the front door drawing the attention of the decaying corpse. He could now pursue the tall man. To avoid detection by the corpse, Sushi took a wide detour before circling back near the clinic, eventually spotting his familiar teammate behind a tree. Upon seeing the individual, he could not restrain his curiosity. What happened? The tall man appeared to have engaged in a chase, breathing slightly heavier than usual. It was the player wearing a duckbill cap. He seemed wary, having discarded the blood bag and fled immediately. After pursuing for a short while, he abandoned the chase. They had come under the cover of night to gather clues, and making too much noise was ill-advised. Moreover, the other party had clearly plotted their escape route, rendering further pursuit unwise. Sushi was taken aback to discover it was the young man in the duckbill cap. He had sifted through numerous suspects without considering him. So, what could that individual's intention be in luring the corpse to attack them? Was it simply a desire to see them perish? The tall man was similarly pondering comparable questions, setting aside the motivations of the duckbill-capped youth. The corpse he had summoned was likely a villager who had perished while making offerings to the mountain deity, ending up lifeless in their own fields. The village chief had mentioned that it was a couple. Now, one lay at the clinic, what of the other? Exchanging a knowing glance, the two prepared to seek out the man in the suit and the girl in the long dress. However, they did not anticipate encountering another player on their way to the witch's residence. The girl in the long dress spotted them from afar and hurried over. As the three of them met, she immediately inquired, "Did the man wearing the cap lead another corpse to you?" The tall, slender man nodded in response. Before they could ask further, the girl in the long dress calmly elucidated the situation. Midway, the man in the cap found an excuse to detach from a group. "When the corpse attacked us, the man in the suit attempted to stab me in the back. These two must be accomplices, with the suited man tasked with eliminating me, while the cap-wearing youth was responsible for ambushing Sushi and the others. Their roles are distinctly defined. Yet, when did these two secretly conspire together? By the way, the cap-wearing youth has fled. What about the man in the suit?" Out of curiosity, Sushi posed the question, only to hear the girl in the long dress casually reply, "I eliminated him."